Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 2166 to Chapter 2251. Xianxia went on a mission and didn't come back for a few days. After the apocalypse, many empty cities were filled with wandering zombies. If they wanted to find food and resources, they had to travel far away. The further they were from the base, the more dangerous it was. Communication was cut off, and they couldn't get reinforcements in time. Just thinking about it was like licking blood on a knife's edge. Everyone was struggling to survive. Xianxia didn't understand Xiang's feelings towards Xianxia. He probably didn't hate him. When the law of the jungle was followed, he was abandoned. This was a very common thing in the apocalypse. After seeing too much, one would become numb. This was human nature. Human nature couldn't stand the test. However, under such circumstances, the occasional light of humanity seemed very precious. It was normal to choose something that was more beneficial to oneself and the base. She probably wouldn't have anything to do with Xianxia. Xianxia felt that if Xianxia didn't provoke her and rubbed against her body, she wouldn't provoke him. However, if Xianxia wanted her butt and wanted to get it, he couldn't blame her for making his thing unable to stand up again. That way, he wouldn't poke people like a teddy bear. Xianxia wasn't worried about Xianxia at all. He had a protagonist's aura, and his strength wasn't weak. Xianxia trained every day. After training, she manipulated all kinds of data in the laboratory and thought of ways to study the newly returned zombies. Then, the zombies' bodies mutated again. The cells divided faster, but they died soon after. The zombies' rotten appearance should have something to do with the dead cells. The cells divided violently and died soon after. Xianxia felt that this thing was really difficult for her to deal with. If these cells just kept dividing and didn't die, then what would the zombies become? Would these cells divide into some strange tissues, such as 2 heads and 4 hands? It would be even more difficult to deal with then. The zombies were fine now. They moved slowly and were brittle. As long as their heads were shot, they would die. She really didn't know what to do, especially now that the conditions were not good for further research. There were insufficient resources and equipment, but the people in the base wanted to come up with something to deal with the zombies. Xianxia only wanted to say that he was under a lot of pressure. Although there wasn't much progress in the research, Xianxia's cultivation and physical training were gradually catching up. Although he still looked like a cut chicken, he was now very strong and his muscles were more powerful. After taking off his clothes, there were still some muscles. The lines of his muscles were very smooth, and there were no bulging muscles. However, such muscles were the most explosive. After Xianxia left, Xianxia felt that more and more people were staring at his butt. Xianxia felt like he couldn't protect his butt at any time. Of course, those who were on top could relieve their desires, but it was a little more likely for those who were on top. The muscles in that area would always relax, and it was really frustrating. Xianxia's priority was to protect his anus. He couldn't wash his intestines here, so he couldn't allow himself to be suppressed in all aspects. Perhaps it was because Xianxia's name was a little intimidating. Although there were many covetous gazes, no one dared to really do anything to him. This was why he needed to find a strong person to rely on. That way, no one would dare to bully him, and he would be able to obtain the resources he needed to survive. She didn't know if Xianxia would bring back Ping and Shun this time. She didn't even know how to separate that space from Ping and Shun. It was difficult. Xianxia sweated and trained his body. His brain was about to explode as he tried to think of a way to solve the zombie problem. If there was no progress, the researchers would become the most ordinary people in the base. They would only have very little food and drink dirty water every day. Everyone in the research institute tensed up. Xianxia felt like he should eat some walnuts to nourish his brain. Otherwise, he would lose all his hair. A few days later, Xianxia returned from his mission. Trucks drove back to the base one after another, bringing back living resources and daily necessities. Of course, the people in the base welcomed Xianxia's return as if he was a hero. Xianxia stood upstairs and leaned against the railing. He looked at Xianxia and the trucks. It seemed that he had robbed a supermarket to bring back so many supplies. Xianxia glanced around and didn't find Ping and Shun in the team. He didn't pay much attention to it and returned to the research institute. He fiddled with the zombie cells every day. Under the microscope, he injected some drugs into the cells and then observed the changes in the cells. Normal drugs didn't do much damage to the cells and couldn't stop them. There was also a zombie in the research institute. It was locked in a bulletproof glass. The zombie couldn't speak, and it could only make muffled sounds. Its eyes had no power, and its pupils had shrunk. Only the whites of its eyes were left. Its body was gray, and it looked like a corpse. This virus caused humans to be like the living dead after they were infected. They relied on their sense of smell to hunt. The research institute injected some drugs into the zombies every day. These drugs were used to kill zombies, and they had to be produced. No matter how much the zombies struggled, they were still alive. On the other hand, the researchers had to prevent themselves from being scratched or bitten every time they injected the drugs into the zombies. If they were infected, they would turn into zombies and become monsters without consciousness. They would also be used by the research institute for research. The process of infection was very painful, and it was daunting. Ningxu sighed. Every time she came out of the research facility, she was always tired. If she was asked to punch a zombie's forehead, it would be a piece of cake. But to use such a roundabout method to deal with a zombie, it was really too damn tiring. After leaving the research institute, Ningxu found Hua Jingqing waiting for her at the door. He probably took a shower, so Hua Jingqing didn't look as gray as before. Hua Jingqing saw Ningxu and walked over to Ningxu. He said, "I found some good stuff this time." Ningxu thought, what does it have to do with me? Even if there was something good, it wouldn't be her turn to use it or eat it. It was better not to know, so she wouldn't be greedy. Moreover, she had fasting pills, so she didn't need to eat every day. Hua Jingqing moved closer to Ningxu's ear and said in an ambiguous tone, "This time I found lubricants and all kinds of things to liven things up." Ningxu thought. Haha. 3 sentences couldn't be separated from this topic. He lived up to the name of a human teddy bear. Ningxu said expressionlessly, "Keep it for yourself." Ningxu felt that her soul was about to be polluted. "Can you be more reserved? Please be more reserved." Hua Jingqing's burly body leaned over Ningxu, blocking Ningxu in a corner. "I want to F***CKU." Ningxu felt that it was time to get rid of Hua Jingqing. Hua Jingqing was always like this. However, Hua Jingqing was very important in the base and could find resources every time he went out. If Hua Jingqing died, the base would definitely investigate. As the person who was closest to Hua Jingqing, she would be the first to be suspected. If possible, Ningxu really wanted to go out and fight zombies. She didn't want to stay in the lab and worry about this and that. In this kind of situation, she could only stand firm if she could kill enemies and find resources. The lab was a department that burned money and didn't have any achievements. She would definitely be looked down on. However, research wasn't something that could be done easily. It took a lot of effort and couldn't be done in a short period of time. Hua Jingqing saw Ningxu's speechless face and said, "Do you want to go to your room or mine?" Hua Jingqing grabbed Ningxu's arm and used his rough thumb to stroke Ningxu's arm. His actions were ambiguous, but his face was resolute. Ningxu felt that it was better to cripple Hua Jingqing. Ningxu smiled and asked, "I want to know if you're the one on top of me or if I'm the one on top of you." "Of course I'm the one on top of you." "You want to be on top of me with your body?" Hua Jingqing said matter-of-factly. Ningxu thought, F***CK, sorry, I don't want to play this game with you. Ningxu said directly and tried to break free from Hua Jingqing's grip. Hua Jingqing frowned, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm straight, very straight. So I can't get over this kind of thing no matter how hard I try." "So?" Ningxu puffed out his chest, "I'm a real man." "Let go." Ningxu's arm was hurting from Hua Jingqing's grip. Hua Jingqing said, "Don't run away from your heart. You're actually a very gay person. Don't resist. You'll be very happy." Ningxu said, "No, being stabbed doesn't feel good at all." Hua Jingqing frowned. Could it be that this guy was straight again? It shouldn't be. There were special feelings between people of the same kind, just like the feelings between men and women. Hua Jingqing was sure that this guy was definitely gay, but he was too embarrassed to admit it, so he didn't want to admit it. Look at the time. Men and women aren't that important. Living and enjoying life is more important. Hu Jingqing tempted Ningxu. Come on, let's do it. There's plenty of time anyway. Ningxu reached out and grabbed Hu Jingqing's wrist, which hurt his arm. Then, he threw Hu Jingqing over his shoulder. When Hu Jingqing saw Ningxu's posture, he knew that Ningxu was going to throw him over his shoulder. He didn't resist and let Ningxu do whatever he wanted. After all, Ningxu wasn't strong enough to throw him over his shoulder. Ningxu got into a horse stance, exerted strength in his waist, and threw Hu Jingqing over his shoulder. Hu Jingqing was extremely shocked, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Ningxu stepped on Hu Jingqing's chest and squashed it. I'm straight. Ahem. Hu Jingqing coughed, and his face turned red. As he coughed, he said with a smile, it seems that you've improved rapidly while I was away. Now, you even have the strength to fight with me. Ningxu chuckled. Of course. I'm a researcher after all. Of course, I'm smarter than the average person. Hu Jingqing wanted to grab Ningxu's ankle and pull Ningxu to the ground. Ningxu retracted his foot, and Hu Jingqing missed. Hu Jingqing stood up from the ground, touched his aching chest, and got into a fighting stance. Ningxu moved his neck. Then let's fight. You keep rubbing against me and poking me. I'll let you know that I'm not that easy to bully. I won't let you do whatever you want. Ningxu also got into a fighting stance. At the same time, he attacked Hu Jingqing. Every move was fatal, aiming for his joints and neck, and aiming for the body's weak points. Hu Jingqing was a person who had fought zombies. He had a lot of experience, and he had a strong sense of danger. If he encountered any danger, his body would automatically activate, and he could also make moves and arcs that went against science to avoid danger. Ningxu wasn't really a rookie in wrestling. The two of them exchanged punches and punches, causing all the muscles in their bodies to tremble. Hu Jingqing originally wanted to teach this weak kid a lesson. He was interested in playing with him for a while, but it would be boring if he played for too long. Moreover, he went out and experienced life and death. He was under a lot of pressure, and he needed to vent. At this time, he naturally came to find Xianxia. He didn't expect Hu Jingqing to be so disobedient, but when they fought, he felt that Hu Jingqing had a lot of strength. This forced Hu Jingqing to take him seriously. Hu Jingqing used all his strength and stretched out his leg. It seemed that if he was kicked, he would definitely break a bone. Ningxu didn't show any weakness. She stretched out her leg, and when the two legs touched, there was a cracking sound. No one knew whose leg was injured. Hu Jingqing reached for the gun at his waist. Ningxu lifted her white coat and pulled out her gun, pointing it at Hu Jingqing. Both of them pointed their guns at each other. Even the onlookers didn't dare to get close. Who knew if they would be implicated? Hu Jingqing looked at Ningxu, who was wearing a white coat and holding a gun. She had a cold expression on her face. Her eyes were too sharp, and it made her thin body explode with a lot of strength. Hu Jingqing pulled the trigger, and Ningxu opened fire. Both of them quickly dodged the bullets, and even fired at each other while dodging. The onlookers were speechless. Weren't they good friends? But now, it seemed like they were playing for real. They didn't expect a weak researcher to be able to fight with a squadron leader. The strong always deserved respect. Many people didn't dare to stare at Ningxu's but with burning eyes anymore. If Hu Jingqing felt offended and killed him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Not only did humans die in the hands of zombies, but they also died in their own hands. Ningxu and Hu Jingqing didn't have any intention of stopping, and the more they fought, the fiercer they became. Hu Jingqing didn't expect that after going out for a while, the little white flower became a man-eating flower. Xianxia was a gentle and harmless man who only had eyes for experiments. Now, he wanted to learn how to fight, and he even knew how to use a gun. What made him change like this? Was it because he didn't want to roll with him? That was ridiculous. Was he still trying to suppress him? No matter what, Hu Jingqing couldn't stop now. He was a squadron leader with outstanding military achievements. Today, he couldn't even beat a weak researcher. How could he show his power in front of his teammates? What prestige did he have left, especially if she was defeated by this white chicken this time, it would be impossible to suppress him again. With such a tough attitude, it would not be easy to get this man. This was related to his honor. This was a battle of honor, and that was why he got so many supplies for the base. He was supposed to be the hero of the base, but if he was defeated now, no amount of credit would be as fast as gossip spreading. Ningxu was determined to let Hu Jingqing know that she wasn't someone he could easily bully. Under Ningxu's mental power, she knew exactly where Hu Jingqing was hiding, but she wouldn't kill him. Hu Jingqing was a powerful man in the base for a while. The leaders of the base needed people like him to fight off zombies and find supplies for the base. The base was filled with gunshots, which attracted the attention of the leaders. Ningxu and Hu Jingqing finally stopped, but as punishment, both of them were criticized by the entire base. Under the mediation of the leaders, Ningxu and Hu Jingqing shook hands and made peace. Hu Jingqing's fingers were scratching Ningxu's palm. Ningxu held Hu Jingqing's hand tightly. Did it hurt? Hu Jingqing looked at Ningxu without any change in his expression. When the two of them went out, they squeezed at the door at the same time. Hu Jingqing smiled and went out first. His knee accidentally brushed against her crotch. Ningxu thought, what the F***? Ningxu caught up with Hu Jingqing in front of her and hit Hu Jingqing's waist with her palm. A wisp of fiery sun energy entered Hu Jingqing's body. Hu Jingqing turned around and looked at Ningxu. He asked, touching my waist, are you regretting it? Do you want to? Ningxu laughed and walked past Hu Jingqing. Hu Jingqing squinted his eyes and looked at Ningxu's back. He touched his lips and laughed. Ningxu went back to her room and took a shower. There was too much dust on her body, so she had to take a shower. She felt a lot more comfortable after taking a shower. She felt like she was flying when she walked. It felt great. Ningxu used the law of water to condense some water. After drinking the water, she sat cross-legged on the metal bed and started to cultivate. When it was time to eat, a soldier brought food to Ningxu. This time, it was even worse. There were only a few pieces of hardtack and no water. The soldier who delivered the food didn't dare to look at Ningxu with his lustful eyes anymore. Everyone in the base knew that Hu Jingqing and Ji Xiang had fallen out with each other. Ningxu put the hardtack down and asked, "Where's the water?" There was no more canned food, and now there was no more water. She was forced to drink formalin solution. The soldier said, "Captain Hu said that there isn't much water right now. Please hold on for a while. Captain Hu also said that if you want to drink water, you can go to him. He will try his best to give you some." Ningxu just laughed. She didn't care about Hu Jingqing's methods. Of course, with Hu Jingqing's contributions, it was too easy for him to deal with a small researcher like her. Other people didn't care about this kind of thing, and no one would stand up for her. Now, people couldn't even care about themselves, let alone other people's business. At this time, most people wouldn't blame Hu Jingqing. They would only say that Ningxu didn't know what was good for her and offended Hu Jingqing. Now, it was normal for him to make things difficult for her. Ningxu wouldn't go to Hu Jingqing at all. She had water, the power of law, and fasting pills. Ningxu had already put away her hardtack. Although the hardtack didn't taste very good, it had been stored for a long time. Ningxu took the vacuum bag from the laboratory and put the hardtack in it to suck out the air. When the client came back, there should be a lot of hardtack. This way, she didn't have to bow down to Hu Jingqing. It wasn't impossible for her to leave the base. There were so many people, and this wasn't the only base. Wouldn't it be too crowded? Food and water were the foundation of survival. Hu Jingqing used this method to make things difficult for her, and no one would say anything. Ningxu just laughed. After the fight last time, Hu Jingqing didn't make things difficult for Ningxu. However, every time he saw Ningxu, he would touch his lips with his fingers and reveal a devilish smile. Ningxu didn't know what to say. "I hope you'll always be like this, Teddy." The research in the laboratory was in a deadlock. There was no way to stop the zombie cells from dividing quickly. There was also no way to cure the infection after being bitten by zombies. Ningxu wanted the nuclei of the cells to explode automatically. Then, without the genetic material, the cells wouldn't be able to divide. Some drugs were injected into the cells, but it was useless. Using poison to fight poison, injecting heavy metals or reflective substances would only make the cells more mutated. Instead of doing research like this, it was better to drive the zombies to a place, throw a bomb, and quickly solve the problem. Simple and efficient. Although that was what Xianxia thought, she couldn't say it out loud. After all, the ideal of researchers was to use technology to conquer the world. Xianxia thought that she would stay in the laboratory forever. She didn't expect Xianxia to report that he would take Xianxia with him when he went out for a mission. The reason was that Xiang was so good at the research. It was a waste of talent to stay in the laboratory and fiddle with test tubes. It was better to kill some zombies with him. When Xianxia received the order, her first reaction was that Xianxia still wanted to sleep with her. He was always coveting her, but anything could happen once they were out of the base. Xianxia felt that Xianxia still didn't have enough yang energy in his body. It was still too slow for him to become a eunuch. Xianxia changed into a clean set of clothes and carried a backpack. There were many things in the backpack, such as sulfuric acid and some irritating chemicals. Don't mess with me. Xianxia arrived outside the base. Xianxia was talking to his subordinates. When he saw Xianxia come out with a backpack, he even reached out his hand to greet Xianxia. Hi, Xianxia also said, you want to sleep with me? Maybe you don't even know who died in the hands of the zombies. Xianxia climbed onto the truck and stood with the other soldiers. When they saw a man with red lips and white teeth going out on a mission with them, most people thought that this guy would drag them down. Although he had the power to fight with the boss, it didn't mean that the boss didn't deliberately let him go to make it more interesting. The boss brought him this time to prevent him from being lonely on the road. Everyone looked at Xianxia with subtle expressions. Xianxia pretended not to see them. Everyone seemed to think of him as Xianxia's accessory. The weak were the accessories of the strong. This was Xianxia's first time out of the base. He looked at the surrounding scenery. The sky was full of dust. The trees on the roadside were covered with a thick layer of dust. There was a lot of dust in the air. Breathing in this kind of air was bad for the lungs. It could lead to lung cancer. Even if humans weren't killed by zombies, they could be killed by the harsh environment. Xianxia felt that the plane was about to shatter. She was groaning. Xianxia took out a mask and put it on. She wanted to absorb as little haze as possible so that it would be less harmful to her body. The other team members saw that Xianxia was wearing a mask and looked at her with disdain. She was a weakling in the laboratory after all. She was so picky that she even wore a mask to fight zombies. Xianxia felt that these people were suffering because of their pride. It was as if wearing a mask made them less powerful. What kind of logic was that? Xianxia kept staring at Xianxia. Xianxia tried her best to ignore the way he looked at her as if she was his prey. She guessed that his inner OS was saying, "You've caught my attention." The team was quite far away from the base. Their purpose was to search for resources, but more importantly, to find a clean water source. If they found a clean water source, the base might even move to a nearby water source. There were very few places with clean water in the apocalypse. The river water was dirty and dark. It seemed that everything that could be polluted had already been polluted. She felt like she was at the end of the road. There was a vulgar and cliché saying that the last drop of clean water in the world was our own tears. It was a falsehood, and now it had been realized. If the environment could not be improved, humans would definitely go extinct. Perhaps after humans went extinct, the plane could repair itself. After a long period of self-repair, the creatures could evolve again. Perhaps this zombie was the self-repair of the heavenly Tao. But now that a space had appeared, the development of the situation took a turn. If this plane collapsed, the garbage produced would have a huge impact on the surrounding planes. At this time, people who specialized in garbage collection would be needed to deal with it. With her ability, she was not even qualified to be a garbage collector. Xianxia beat her chest. What a sad thing. Even a garbage collector was stronger than her. Xianxia's inner OS exploded. She ignored Xianxia's gaze. Go F***ck yourself. The smell of human flesh and blood attracted zombies. These zombies rushed towards the truck. Not only did they not care about the zombies, but the drivers also drove past them. They either ran over the zombies or knocked them far away and then got up and rushed towards the truck. Ningxu smashed the zombie's head off with a stick. He was reluctant to use a bullet to blow its head off. Bullets had to be kept, and shooting the zombies' heads was like playing golf. Zombies without brains have no ability to move. This means that zombies still need their brains to move. I should go back and study the brains of zombies. Perhaps it was because of their sense of smell. They relied on the smell of flesh and blood to act instinctively. Ningxu smashed the heads of the zombies with his stick, but he still left the heads in the truck. After getting through the zombie wave, Ningxu took out a pair of surgical gloves and a scalpel, preparing to dissect the zombies' brains. Team members, this scene, seeing Ningxu calmly cut open the zombie's head, revealing the smooth, grayish-white skull, everyone felt like vomiting. The feeling of killing zombies and dissecting zombies was different. It was like killing a person and then dissecting the person. Ningxu took out a small saw and turned it on. The small saw spun quickly. Ningxu placed the saw on the skull and cut it into a square. Finally, he opened the skull and revealed the grayish-white brain. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. They all turned their heads. This was too disgusting. The brain of a normal person was white, but the brain of a zombie was grayish-white. It was in a state of decay but not decay. It was similar to the brains dissected in the laboratory. Perhaps there was still energy running in the brain, emitting bioelectricity. However, it needed the body to function. Instead of thinking about how to exterminate the zombies, it was better to think about how to prevent the virus from spreading in the body so that people who were bitten by zombies could be treated and not turn into zombies. It was easy to let her kill zombies, but to do research, Ningxu's claws were numb. To some extent, it was also a case of humans eating their own medicine. Humans turning into monsters to destroy other humans. This was more ridiculous than monsters destroying humans. Ningxu used the scalpel to remove the brain. There was no blood. Without blood to transport the nutrients the body needed, how could the zombies live? Everyone around, wretch, Ningxu studied for a while, threw the zombies' head out of the truck, disinfected the tools, put them in the box, and then sat down. The people sitting next to Ningxu silently moved away from her. Killing zombies wasn't a skill, but fiddling with the zombie's brain without batting an eyelid showed that she was mentally strong. Were all researchers like this? On the way, they encountered a few more waves of zombies. Ningxu observed that the zombies' strength was about the same. They moved slowly and their bodies were rotten. There were no mutations, such as increasing their speed, or other mutations. If that was the case, then humans would be cut like chives by the zombies. This should be considered a good news. They were afraid that the enemy's firepower would suddenly increase, and they would stay where they were. The sky slowly darkened. At night, humans' vision would be blocked, but zombies' sense of smell would not be affected, especially if they spent the night outside. Ningxu saw that Xianxia was still staring at her. She couldn't help but want to cover her butt. This bastard didn't want to have sex with her in front of the zombies, did he? While looking for a place to spend the night, they met a group of people. This group of people was driving a somewhat dilapidated van. The van was very dirty, and there was some unknown filth on it. Perhaps it was the brains of zombies, or perhaps it was something else. At this moment, these people were very excited when they saw several large trucks. They waved their hands and asked the trucks to stop. Ningxu looked at these people, and they were all very embarrassed. In the end, Ningxu's eyes fixed on a man. This man was wearing a dirty cotton t-shirt and a silver cross necklace. His face was ordinary and could be considered delicate, but now he looked a little embarrassed. He wore a cross and said that he was a Taoist, but he didn't know what to say. He should also wear a Tai Chi diagram or a yin-yang mirror. It would look more like a Taoist. Ningxu looked at Xianxia. Xianxia would probably stop. After all, these two people were the official match. According to the rules of the team, they wouldn't bring strange people on missions. She didn't know what made Xianxia look at them and accept them safely. This bastard was here. How was she going to deal with the thousands of soldiers in the space? There were no soldiers. Should she just kill him? Ningxu said to 2333, can't we just kill him? I want to fight with him. The longer he lasts, the more power he will accumulate. Let's wait for the space to separate. 2333 said. Ningshu rolled her eyes. She felt that 2333 wanted to accumulate power in the space so that he could absorb more power. 2333 was trying to slowly erase the host's luck. When the host was no longer of any help to the space would leave the host. Besides, the space still had a lot of power. However, she had to think about how to kill the other party. Ningshu felt a little bitter. Ping and Shun walked under the truck and seemed to see that Hu Jingqing was the leader. He looked up and said to Hu Jingqing, "We have some supplies in the truck. Please take us with you. Our car is broken." Hearing Ping and Shun say that they had supplies, the people in the same group immediately glared at him. In the apocalypse, a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits were precious. Why did he say that? Everyone was cursing, and some of them even wanted to rush up and beat Ping and Shun up. However, when they saw Ping and Shun's cold face and how he killed zombies on the way, they didn't dare to do anything. Ping and Shun thought that these people were idiots. In the apocalypse, people were cold. People wouldn't help you for no reason. Plus, Ping and Shun really didn't care about the supplies in the van. Because he had a lot of space, he could not only store zombies, but also supplies. He had a lot of supplies in his space, almost as much as a small supermarket. Most of them were food and some daily necessities. In order to prevent accidents, Ping and Shun also stored a lot of oil. If it weren't for the van, Ping and Shun would have gotten rid of these people long ago. Plus, he was the one who killed zombies along the way. These idiots were complaining all kinds of things, which made him feel irritated. Now, he met someone who seemed to be stronger. Ping and Shun wanted to follow this group and develop in a bigger base. He didn't want to travel with these idiots anymore. Hu Jingqing looked at the man from top to bottom. Hu Jingqing definitely didn't care about the supplies. At most, it was some water, biscuits, and fast food. Hu Jingqing wanted to find a big supermarket to buy. However, Hu Jingqing thought that this man was really interesting. He just looked a little ordinary. He couldn't be compared to the red lips and white teeth of Ji Xiang. Fortunately, he had a slender body and was full of confidence. To be able to be so confident in the apocalypse, he obviously had some skills. Looking at the old van, there were 7 or 8 people. Zombies usually moved out in groups. Normally, when they smelled humans, they would swarm over. It was not easy for such a small van to travel so far. There must be something extraordinary about this team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape the encirclement of zombies time and time again. Ping and Shun's team had a grudge against Ping and Shun, but they didn't dare to fight him. Hu Jingqing focused his attention on Ping and Shun. It seemed that this ordinary-looking man was in charge of this team. Hu Jingqing suddenly wanted to tease him. "You gave us everything, but your team didn't agree to it at all. Besides, we're a team from the base, so we won't accept other random people. Who knows if you're from another base and want to know the situation in our base?" In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies were not the only ones who would attack cities. If the conditions of a base were good, other bases would also try to take it for themselves. Bases with water sources were especially popular in everyone's eyes. Everyone wanted to have a piece of it. Water pollution was very serious now. Some water couldn't be 100% safe even after being filtered and purified. The process was very complicated, so it wasn't worth it to purify. Ping and Shun immediately said, "I'm definitely not from another base. We're escapees. During our escape, we were lucky enough to come across a supermarket. There were some supplies in the van, but we're in the van now. Please accept us. We can fight zombies on our own. We won't be a burden." Hu Jingqing shook his head. "The van is so small. How many supplies can there be? I don't even care about those supplies. Besides, my teammates are too weak. If they drag us down, the whole team will be wiped out. I have to be responsible for my teammates." Hu Jingqing was telling the truth. They were very far away from the base now. It was impossible for them to run back for these people. However, if they had to bring these people along, they would have to work together again. Who knew if these people would be troublesome? Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, bringing these people along was not a wise decision. It was a hot-headed decision. Xianxia watched with great interest as this man tried to convince himself. Ningxu looked on coldly. Usually, Xianxia was very patient when it came to things that interested him. Now, he was interested in Ping and Shun. It was good that they met. She didn't want Xianxia to disturb her all the time. She didn't have the time and energy to push Xianxia to the ground. Ping and Shun raised his head and looked at the man who was looking down at him. His eyes were burning with a little bit of light. Being stared at by him like this, Ping and Shun felt his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Even his face couldn't help but heat up. Fortunately, his face was dark and covered in dust. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed by a man. There were so many people around, so it would be a joke. Ping and Shun took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Xianxia. I know of a big supermarket. There are a lot of supplies inside. Xianxia saw Ping and Shun's expression and felt a burst of joy. This was a man of the same kind, and a man who liked men. This discovery made Xianxia very happy. Moreover, he had obtained a supermarket with supplies so quickly, which made Xianxia happy. Xianxia's expression was very cold. I don't know how far the supermarket you mentioned is from here, and I don't know if you're lying. Ping and Shun immediately said, you can take me with you. If you find out that I'm lying, you can shoot me. I won't say anything. You're very smart. You used this method to get me to take you in. Xianxia smiled and reached out his hand. Grab my hand and get on. Ping and Shun looked at Xianxia's big hand and actually swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously. Ping and Shun despised himself in his heart. He was also a man. Why was he so nervous when he saw a man? His heart was about to jump out. Ping and Shun was pulled into the truck by Xianxia. When the others saw Ping and Shun get into the truck, they immediately shouted, What about us? What about us? Xianxia looked at these people's anxious expressions and said coldly, Our team doesn't accept useless people. You can keep the supplies and food in your car for your own use. We don't want them either, but don't even think about getting on our car. It was obvious that these people were not obedient. One of them was dressed in a suit and wore an expensive watch. It was obvious that he was an elite. If they put these people in the team, they would drag the team to death. Not to mention, the lives of people in the apocalypse were worthless. Even if they died, they wouldn't feel anything. One of the men in the team suddenly scolded, Which base are you from? How can you be so cruel? Aren't all the bases calling for humans to unite and move to the base? Is this how you treat people who want to go to your base? Yeah, this is outrageous. No, you can't leave today. Xianxia's face turned serious. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me? Did I tell you to go to our base? So what if our base doesn't take you in? People like you are nothing but parasites in our base. You want to use public opinion to suppress us? Dream on. You are too arrogant. The people in the team saw Xianxia's firm attitude and didn't know what to say. People bullied the weak and feared the strong. When the other party was firm, these people softened. They almost begged, we won't cause trouble for the team. Our car broke down. If we can't find the base, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the sky was getting dark. It was even more dangerous at night. Zombies could appear from all over the place. Staying overnight in the wild was a dead end, especially for people like them. Xianxia's expression didn't change. Some people saw that Xianxia couldn't get through, so they turned to Ping and Shun. Some people scolded Ping and Shun for being greedy. Some people said nice things to Ping and Shun, saying that they had supported and encouraged each other along the way. In short, they wanted Ping and Shun to beg for mercy and let them get on the car. Ping and Shun wouldn't agree. It wasn't easy for him to get on the car, and he even signed a military order. He only got on the car because he had something valuable on him. He didn't even have a firm foothold in the team, so how could he beg for mercy for these people? What if this burly and cold man threw him off the car too? When he thought of this man holding his hand, his fingers gently scratched his palm, bringing a numbing feeling. Half of Ping and Shun's body was numb. Ping and Shun frowned and didn't say anything. These people cursed at Ping and Shun, but Ping and Shun just pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Some daring people even climbed up. If they continued to stay like this, they would definitely die. A little bit of supplies was nothing at all. They could just give it to these people. Huijingqing sneered and took out his gun to shoot the people who wanted to climb into the car. The sound of gunshots calmed the rioting people down. Looking at the people lying on the ground with their heads blown open, their lips trembled. For a moment, the scene was dead silent. No one dared to rashly go up, especially when they saw that the other party was actually playing for real. If you have the ability, go to the base and complain about me. The premise is that you can reach the base. Huijingqing blew on the muzzle of the gun and sneered. Drive. The few cars started moving slowly. A few people stared blankly at the cars driving away. Finally, they came to their senses and chased after the trucks. Some people who couldn't run directly knelt on the ground, and some people wailed loudly. Ningxu looked at these people who had become small dots and didn't say anything. She didn't have the right to make decisions in this team. If she said anything, Huijingqing might kick her out of the car. Ningxu just hung high. She couldn't even control her own fate, let alone save people. If she wanted to save people, it would be better to kill a few more zombies. That way, no one would be bitten by this zombie, and no more zombies would appear. Here. Huijingqing gave Ping and Shun a bottle of water. Ping and Shun immediately took it and thanked him. Huijingqing sat next to Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun moved to the side. Huijingqing smiled and moved to Ping and Shun's side. Ping and Shun was speechless. Huijingqing's aura made it impossible for Ping and Shun to open the bottle. He was very nervous. Huijingqing raised his eyebrows. I can't open it. He took the bottle from Ping and Shun and opened it for him. Ping and Shun said, "Thank you." What did you say? Louder. Huijingqing moved closer to Ping and Shun. I can't hear you. Ping and Shun blushed and said loudly, "Thank you." Huijingqing dug his ears. That's more like it. You were so quiet. I thought you didn't eat. The crowd was speechless. Was it really okay to flirt with someone in front of so many people? Of course, there were also a lot of people who looked at Ningxu with subtle expressions. Now that he had a new lover, what should he do with his old lover? Ningxu felt that these people's gazes were mixed with pity and gloating. It was really strange that they were here to gossip. He and Huijingqing had never had any friction. These people's brains were filled with trash. Huijingqing also looked at Ningxu and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he wanted to make Ningxu jealous. Ningxu looked at Ping and Shun. Right now, Ping and Shun's strength shouldn't be that strong. The space didn't take in many zombies. This probably had something to do with the host's spiritual power. Right now, they couldn't take in a lot of zombies at once. Otherwise, Ping and Shun's head would explode. Right now, Ping and Shun should be easier to deal with. In the future, Ping and Shun could summon a lot of zombies with a wave of her hand. It would be so scary. Not to mention fighting, he didn't even have the confidence to look at it. Ping and Shun felt Ningxu's gaze and looked back at her. In the eyes of outsiders, it was like seeing a love rival with red eyes. In the eyes of the people around them, the two of them looked at each other like this, including Huijingqing. Huijingqing suddenly felt that it wasn't bad to have such a person to stimulate Xianxia. Otherwise, he would always rely on his love for Xianxia to do whatever he wanted. Now that there was such a person who could make him feel a sense of crisis, wasn't it good? Huijingqing was happy that the two of them were messing around. The premise was that it wouldn't affect the search for supplies. Ningxu looked at Ping and Shun with a calm gaze. There was no resentment or hatred. To Ningxu, Ping and Shun was a stranger. She was here to work for someone else. Therefore, they were on opposite sides. On the other hand, Ping and Shun felt a bit of hostility towards Ningxu. Perhaps it was because he was the most beautiful man in the car. Everyone else was covered in dirt, but this guy was actually red-faced and gentle. Also, when this cold and evil man came into contact with her, everyone in the car looked at him. He probably had an indescribable relationship with the leader of this team. Leader, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to stay. A team member broke the silence in the car and asked Huijingqing. Hua Jingqing looked at Ping and Shen and asked, "Where is the supermarket you mentioned?" Before they went on a mission, the base would give them a map. There were marked places on the map that had supplies. These places could be supermarkets or food factories. As for where the map came from, it was said that the base got it from a satellite. Their base used to be a military base, so it was relatively powerful. The military satellite could still receive signals. If they were close enough, they could go and take a look. If there were really supplies in the supermarket, they could return with a full load. It's not far from here. It's just a little remote. It's the biggest supermarket in the town. Ping and Shen said. Hua Jingqing got closer to Ping and Shen. If it's so remote, how did you know? I escaped from there and got on that car. But the car broke down on the way, and then I met you guys. I hope you're not lying to me. Hua Jingqing reached out and pinched Ping and Shen's neck. He didn't pinch hard, but his rough thumb stroked Ping and Shen's neck. Ping and Shen's neck turned red all the way to his hair. The thin calloused skin made his skin tremble. Ningxu was speechless. Hua Jingqing was flirting again, riding the wind and breaking the waves. As long as he didn't harass her, it was fine. Seeing the two of them together, Ningxu was very happy. Let the two of them be lovey-dovey. She only needed to focus on her own matters. Go to the supermarket. We'll travel through the night. Hua Jingqing looked at his watch. Forget it, let's take a break. Traveling through the night would be very tiring. If there were zombies attacking at this time, fatigue would increase the casualties. Hua Jingqing cherished these team members very much. They were also the foundation of his base. Okay. Next, they found a place to stay. They stopped at a gas station to refuel the truck. Then, they took a large bottle of clinker and put the remaining oil in the car. These things were as precious as food. Without oil, the car couldn't move. Everyone stayed at the gas station. There was a small supermarket next to the gas station. The supermarket was in a mess, and there was no food on the shelves. Everyone was mentally prepared. Seeing that there was no food, they weren't disappointed at all. They took out the food they brought with them and started eating. Ningxu also took out some biscuits and some water from his bag and sat down to eat. Hua Jingqing gave Ping in some soft packaged bread. He sat beside him and asked, "How far are we from the supermarket?" Ping An moved to the side. The way Hua Jingqing looked at him made his heart tremble. Ningxu wasn't hungry at all. He ate a little to deceive others, and then leaned against the wall to sleep. In fact, he was cultivating. The team members all found a place to rest before changing shifts. Ningxu, who was cultivating, felt very bitter. The air was really too turbid, to the point where it was unbearable. Would this planet become a planet that carried all the garbage in the future? The oxygen content was getting lower and lower. It wouldn't be long before this plane became uninhabitable. Then what was the use of a counterattack? Oh, perhaps it wasn't suitable for humans, but if the entire plane was purified, perhaps humans would be one of those purified. This was a little awkward. Ningxu scanned the entire gas station with his spiritual power. The situation of the entire gas station was under Ningxu's nose. Seeing Hua Jingqing and Ping An's ambiguous look, Ningxu's eyes burned. Showing off love was a quick death. Fortunately, they didn't do that at the gas station. They probably took advantage of the time on the road to flirt with Ping An. When they returned to the base, they would definitely do it with Ping An. According to Hua Jingqing's powerful flirtation, Ping An was almost a turtle in a jar. Sure enough, there was nowhere to run. Although there were people on night watch, because it was night, Ningxu still released his spiritual power to check the surroundings to prevent wandering zombies from sneaking up on them. Ningxu absorbed the power of the fiery sun. There was no sunlight at night, and the fiery sun's energy was very weak. In addition, this plane itself was lacking in yang energy. Ningxu cultivated for a long time, but there was basically no effect at all. It was simply a mess. "Boss, there are zombies." The team member reported to Hua Jingqing and vaguely heard the roar of zombies. They probably smelled the scent of humans and came here. The sound was getting closer and closer. Hua Jingqing's expression was dignified. It was night now, and there were many restrictions on combat. Although zombies moved slowly, they were very strong. If they were caught by zombies, few could escape. Get up and be on guard. There are zombies surrounding us, Xianxia said loudly. The team members who were still resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes in a second and took the guns and weapons in their hands. Xianxia took a knife and a gun in his right hand. Xianxia used his spiritual power to scan Ping An's expression in the dark. Ping An wasn't very nervous, which was very different from the vigilant and dignified people around her. In fact, the zombies were sending soldiers to Ping An. One came, one would be taken, and two would be taken. Moreover, the zombies in the space could be released to fight with the zombies. The zombies were getting closer and closer, with a strong smell of corrosion. The turbid air was mixed with a foul smell. This was the air of the apocalypse. Xianxia took the lead and blasted the head of a zombie. The other zombies rushed over. Because it was dark, they could only rely on flashlights to illuminate the area. They didn't know exactly how many zombies there were. Xianxia used his spiritual power to scan the area and felt that there were quite a lot of zombies this time. They were very ferocious and rushed over without fear of death. They were dominated by hunger. Xianxia chopped off the head of a zombie that rushed over with a knife. He even turned on the small electric drill and sawed off the zombie's neck. Xianxia had been paying attention to Ping An. When zombies rushed in front of him, he used his gun to shoot them. Then, some zombies disappeared into thin air. They were probably taken into his space. With the gun given by Xianxia and the space's absorption ability, Ping An managed to withstand the zombies, but it was a bit difficult. Xianxia approached Ping An and saw zombies appear around Ping An. These zombies didn't attack Ping An, but rushed towards the other zombies. Xianxia just watched. It was good to let these zombies kill the other zombies, but he didn't know what kind of power the space used to make these zombies obedient and attack the other zombies. Moreover, the instinct of zombies was to eat meat, so the space could control their instincts. Oh, this space was a bit awesome. Xianxia wore a mask and killed the zombies with all his might. The zombies that had been baptized by the space were stronger than ordinary zombies. At least they knew how to kill the enemy with skills. They were much better than the zombies that waved their hands and opened their mouths to bite people. They didn't care about the situation at all. Unfortunately, the space didn't have good intentions. That's right, a pie falling from the sky is either poisonous or smashing to death. And those who are chosen by the space are undoubtedly the lucky ones, making them more beautiful than the average person, more powerful than the average person, and receive the worship of the world. But the space has a purpose. The scene was very bloody, broken limbs and broken bones, Xianxia killed without any psychological burden. Anyway, these are all dead people, and there is no soul in the body, they are just walking corpses. Xianxia's spiritual power has been locked on the several zombies released by Ping An. Seeing these zombies twist off the heads of other zombies, Xianxia felt that he has never seen such a rare scene in his life. Because of the night, everyone is concentrating on killing the enemy, the actions of these zombies did not attract people's attention. If they are distracted, they will be scratched and bitten by the zombies. How can they dare to be distracted in this situation? Several team members were sacrificed, their intestines were torn and their stomachs were torn apart by the zombies, not even a complete body was left. There are also team members who were scratched. As long as they are scratched, they are basically declared that they are no longer human, and are gradually on the road to zombies. After a difficult battle, fortunately, the zombies were slowly cleaned up. Ping An saw that the battle was about to end, so he let the zombies come back. Xianxia raised his gun and directly shot a few times, directly exploding the heads of the zombies. Ping An's expression was frozen, and the word was stuck in his throat. Xianxia said to Ping An, "I saw those zombies coming for you, so I killed them first." Ping An's face twitched, and the whole person was not very good. Facing Xianxia's eager eyes, Ping An's mouth was like biting a bitter gall. If he said that these zombies would not kill him, wouldn't this arouse people's suspicion? Before he has a firm foothold, Ping An will not easily show his talent. What if he is caught and studied by others? It is said that these viruses were created by those scientists. They studied this, then studied this, then studied this, then came up with something. If he wants to take a zombie into his body, he will be tired as if his body is hollowed out, very tired. There are not many zombies in his space, and now several have been killed. Ping and Shun's heart is very sad. What happened to you? Ning Shu looked at Ping and Shun's complexion as if he had been constipated for 2 months and asked with concern, "Are you alright? Were you bitten?" "I didn't," Ping and Shun said. Thank you, you killed my zombies and I still have to thank you. This feeling is really King ridiculous. Hu Jingqing got rid of all the team members who had been scratched or bitten by zombies. There was no luck in getting infected. Killing them directly could prevent them from becoming zombies, and they wouldn't have to suffer the pain. Hu Jingqing's hand that was holding the gun was shaking. In the end, he closed his eyes and killed the infected team member. What are you talking about? Hu Jingqing turned around and saw Ning Shu standing peacefully with him. He walked over and asked. Hu Jingqing's voice was a little hoarse, and there was a hint of sobbing in it. It's nothing. This guy killed some zombies for me. Pingyan said to Hu Jingqing. This feeling was too King bitter. It was not easy to collect these zombies, and it would take a long time for them to become obedient zombies. It didn't mean that they would instantly become obedient zombies as soon as they entered the space. His heart ached. Hu Jingqing glanced at Ning Shu. Seeing that she was clean, he wondered if Ping and Shun was telling the truth. However, being able to survive a battle was also a skill. Hu Jingqing didn't expect to suffer losses as soon as they came out. He felt a little depressed. Although coming out meant that there would be casualties, sometimes if they were lucky, they could come back in one piece without suffering any casualties. Hu Jingqing glanced at Ping and Shun. They were attacked by zombies because they came here. Moreover, there were so many zombies. Could it be that the supermarket was fake? Many supermarkets were empty, but there was a supermarket with a lot of supplies here. Hu Jingqing was in a bad mood, and so was Ping and Shun. Ning Shu saw that the two bosses were looking at her with a secretive look on their faces. She walked away quietly and gave them a chance to flirt. Hu Jingqing approached Ping and Shun retreated. In the end, he leaned against the wall and couldn't retreat. Hu Jingqing put his hand on the wall behind Ping and Shun. You better have something in the supermarket you mentioned. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ping and Shun pushed Hu Jingqing away. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Why would I lie to you? What good would it do me to lie to you? Don't blame me for your teammates' deaths. Besides, there are zombies everywhere. Wouldn't you be surrounded by zombies if you went somewhere else? Ping and Shun knew that Hu Jingqing was venting his anger on him because of his team member's death. However, he was still angry. Who could he vent his anger on? However, he knew that he had to follow the team. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to reach the base alone. Ping and Shun adjusted his tone and said, "Do you know why there are so many supplies here? It's because there are so many zombies here. Zombies don't eat human food, so the supplies in the supermarket can be preserved. So, it's not easy for us to come here?" Hu Jingqing raised Ping and Shun's chin. Then why didn't you tell us the details before? Ping and Shun asked back, won't you run into zombies when you go out? The world is full of zombies now. No matter where you go, there will be zombies. Do I need to tell you? You have a sharp tongue. Hu Jingqing touched Ping and Shun's lips with his finger and stared at his lips. You missed the best opportunity for me to trust you. Is there something you haven't told me? Hu Jingqing played with Ping and Shun's lips. You better tell me the truth. Otherwise, you'll be very unlucky. Ping and Shun's heart tightened. He thought that Hu Jingqing was talking about him being able to release zombies. He shook his head and said, No, I'm not hiding anything from you. Hu Jingqing's hand slid down to Ping and Shun's but unpinched it. Don't let me find out that you have any thoughts of dying. I'll make sure you die in a very rhythmic way. Ning Shu, who was eavesdropping, clap 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 clap, clap 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 rhythm. Because of the loss of one of their team members, the atmosphere in the team was a bit low. Everyone was not in a very good mood. Hu Jingqing gathered everyone together and said that they would run into more zombies. It might be a dense zombie attack, so he asked if they should continue walking. Although they had to obey the orders of their superiors, Hu Jingqing still wanted to ask the team members if they should continue walking. He wanted everyone to be mentally prepared. They might even lose a lot and not gain anything in the end. Ningxu didn't have any objections. Since the two main characters were here, all he had to do was follow in their footsteps. Those who died would be cannon fodder. In this team, Ningxu and Ping and Shun didn't have the right to speak. If he objected, Huajingqing might just kick him out and kick him out. He wasn't really asking for his opinion. If he had any opinions, he could just keep them to himself. Outside, it wasn't the base, so Huajingqing could do whatever he wanted. Even if Ningxu died, he could just go back to the base and say that he died. No one would investigate. Too many people died every day during the apocalypse. They had to investigate one by one. Moreover, they weren't important people. Ping and Shun didn't say anything because he was a newcomer. He didn't have the right to speak. Everyone discussed for a while and decided to move forward. Now that there were fewer and fewer resources, they had to pay a price to get more resources. Everyone could only try their best to survive being surrounded by zombies. Ningxu followed the team. The next morning, the team left the gas station and went to the supermarket that Ping and Shun mentioned. On the way, they encountered wandering zombies. There were still a lot of zombies in this place. There were zombies on the streets and in all kinds of buildings. Ningxu couldn't help but look at Ping and Shun. To be able to escape from such a place, the protagonist's halo must be shining. Could it be that he turned invisible? So that the zombies couldn't see him, it was impossible to not see him. He had to hide his scent so that the zombies couldn't find him. Hey, Ningxu found a new way to deal with zombies. That was to put a thin layer of invisible barrier on his body. This way, the zombies couldn't smell him. He hid his scent. He really praised himself for being quick-witted. The barrier couldn't be seen by the naked eye. This way, he had a much higher chance of surviving under the siege of zombies. Sure enough, being in a daze was the best way to think. The thin barrier covered Ningxu's body so that the zombies couldn't detect his scent. Even if the zombies walked in front of him, the zombies wouldn't notice him. It wouldn't matter if he went deep into the zombie crowd. But the problem was, if he behaved differently, would it be noticed by others? She didn't need to set up a barrier. It wasn't like she couldn't defeat zombies. Seeing that there was a car coming, zombies from all directions rushed to this side. Be alert and prepare for battle, Huajingqing said in a deep voice. He held a submachine gun in his hand. This type of gun had a long range, so it was good for dealing with zombies. In addition to guns, there were also bombs. They were miniature bombs, but they were very precious. There were a lot of bullets, but these miniature bombs could no longer be produced. Every time they were used, there would be one less. Unless it was a last resort, they wouldn't use them. Ningxu also held a gun and shot at the zombie's head. The zombie's brain directly burst open. Even if its head burst open, the zombie's body was still lying on the ground twitching. It wanted to get up but couldn't. These zombies were really tenacious. Ping and Shun also fired, but he probably didn't have any training. His gun skills weren't very good, and most of his shots hit the zombie's body. This kind of injury was nothing to the zombies. Even if the zombies had their hands cut off and their intestines spilled out, they could still run. Seeing that there was a zombie in front of Ping and Shun that was about to climb into the car, Ningxu hit the zombie's head. The zombie's brain burst open and splashed on Ping and Shun's face. Ping and Shun quickly wiped the brain and took the time to thank Ningxu. However, his face didn't look like he was thanking Ningxu, because his face didn't look good. After dodging a wave of zombies, the car sped up and headed to the destination. Ping and Shun sat down weakly. He quickly wet a handkerchief with water and wiped the brain on his face. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt that the zombie's brain was stinky. He didn't know if he would be infected by the virus. Huajingqing saw Ping and Shun's pale face and couldn't help but laugh. As long as there were no wounds, he wouldn't be infected by the zombies. Ningxu loaded the gun and sneered in his heart. Even if Ping and Shun was bitten by a zombie, the space would suppress the virus for him. Ping and Shun wouldn't become a zombie. The car bumped a bit. More zombies were coming. There were already so many zombies before they reached the destination. When they returned, there would be a lot more zombies attacking them. Huajingqing's face became more and more serious. He was full of hostility. He was especially fierce when he was fighting the zombies. His shooting was very accurate, and he took one head after another. Ningxu thought about it and set up a shallow invisible enchantment on her body. If the zombies caught her, even if there was a way to suppress the virus, she would be killed by Huijingqing on the spot. Moreover, if she controlled the virus, the base would definitely ask her to hand over the method to control the virus. What if she couldn't hand it over? There were so many troublesome things to deal with. This world relied on unity to survive. Individual strength couldn't survive at all. If it was a peaceful time, she wouldn't work for them anymore. She would find another job to support herself, but the conditions didn't allow her to do so. She still had to figure out a way to deal with the zombies. She felt stifled. Ningxu thought that it was possible to save this world, but it wouldn't take long for everything to be purified. The most important purpose of her counterattack should be to solve the space that wanted to swallow this broken plane of heaven. This space wanted to form its own world and control all the creatures in the plane. It was the first time he saw such an ambitious system. It wanted to form its own world, while other systems wanted to plunder luck like a thief. The more daring a person was, the bigger their appetite. It was also suitable for this space. Under the siege of zombies, they almost didn't have a chance to breathe. When they finally could breathe, Huijingqing asked Ping and Shun, "Why are there so many zombies here?" Ping and Shun shook her head and said, "It's probably because the transportation here isn't very developed." Ningxu also felt that this place was quite desolate, except for a road that led to the outside. "You're from here?" Huijingqing asked Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun nodded, "I'm from here, but I escaped." Ningxu used his spiritual power to scan Ping and Shun's body to see if there were any traces of zombie scratches or bites on Ping and Shun's body. So many zombies were able to escape. Even if he had the protagonist's aura, he couldn't kill zombies with his gaze and let zombies explode their heads. Ningxu saw that there seemed to be some bite marks on his thighs and shoulders, but they were covered by his clothes. This situation made Ningxu think more. Ping and Shun had been bitten by zombies before, but now he was like a normal person. What if he started from there? Ningxu was in a daze again. The car drove to the entrance of a supermarket. The supermarket was really big and had several floors. Zombies were wandering around the entrance. When they saw people, they surrounded them. There were no people here, only zombies. How could zombies survive if they couldn't replenish their body's energy? In short, zombies were quite unscientific. They weren't zombies that absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, nor were they ghosts. They were just rotten corpses that were supported by some kind of power. All the team members got out of the car and took out their guns to shoot the zombies at the entrance of the supermarket. Then, they walked into the supermarket. There were a lot of supplies in the supermarket. The shelves were full of goods, but some of the shelves were knocked to the ground by zombies. The vegetables and fruits were rotten. Some of the meat was eaten by the zombies wandering in the supermarket. There were some zombies in the supermarket's uniform. There were security guards, men and women. Ningxu saw that there were clothes, so he stuffed 2 pairs of underwear into his pocket. Then, he and the other team members moved the supplies into the truck. Ningxu was quite strong, so she moved things very quickly. She made several trips. Whenever there were zombies, she would sweep them away, and their brains would explode. There were a lot of supplies in the supermarket. Several trucks were full, but they weren't finished. Huijingqing looked at the remaining supplies and felt distressed. He couldn't wait to put all the supplies into the trucks. However, he couldn't pretend anymore. There was nothing he could do. He could only go back to the base, unload the supplies, and drive a few more trucks. Ningxu saw that Ping and Shun was stuffing things into his space when he was moving things. There were all kinds of things, clothes, and even some expensive wine. Ningxu pretended that he didn't see it and didn't ask. Zombies came from all directions, especially at the entrance of the supermarket. It was a black mass. Everyone's face was a bit ugly. It was a big problem to break through with so many zombies. "Be careful. Everyone, get in the car," Huijingqing said. No matter how fast zombies ran, they couldn't be faster than cars. For a moment, there was a rain of bullets, but there were so many zombies that it was hopeless. Ningxu had the enchantment to hide his scent, so zombies rarely came near him. To zombies, Ningxu was like air. However, even though Ningxu was standing with her teammates, there were still zombies that rushed towards her. Ningxu's shooting speed was very fast, and the accuracy was very high. Using his spiritual power to scan, he found that Ping and Shun couldn't stand it anymore and released the zombies from the space. These zombies suddenly appeared in the zombie crowd and were not conspicuous at all. If it wasn't for Ningxu's spiritual power, he probably wouldn't have noticed. After these zombies appeared, they twisted the heads of other zombies and even bit them. Ningxu felt his hands itching. He wanted to shoot the zombies and Ping and Shun. Although these zombies seemed to have become tools for humans now, in the long run, these zombies were even more terrifying than the zombies that only had appetites. They were even unkillable. Let Ping and Shun's zombies kill these zombies first, and then kill them when the crisis was over. Ping and Shun breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously looked at Ningxu. Last time, this man killed his zombies. Seeing that Ningxu didn't pay attention to him at all, he was relieved. It wasn't easy for him to absorb a zombie into his body, but he killed one with a single shot. It wasn't difficult at all, and these obedient zombies needed time. They couldn't become obedient in an instant. If he killed them, his heart would bleed, and he would be heartbroken. Everyone got into the car and stood in the car to kill the zombies. Ningxu fired a few shots at the zombies near Ping and Shun and killed the zombies beside them. It seemed that these zombies were innocent victims of Ping and Shun's attack. Ping and Shun was speechless. Ping and Shun's face turned pale. Another 5 zombies were gone. Ping and Shun looked at Ningxu. Ningxu was still shooting, 1 shot for 1 head. Ningxu certainly didn't miss Ping and Shun's heartbroken expression. It was as if his flesh was being cut. Counting up, he killed almost 10 zombies. 10 zombies wasn't a lot, but with Ping and Shun's current strength, 10 zombies was not a small number for him. Ping and Shun stared at Ningxu. Was he intentional or not? Why did he kill his zombies twice, although these zombies could be released and retracted at will? But every time they were released and retracted, Ping and Shun's body would be weak, and his head would hurt. He said that it was because his spiritual power was too weak. One could imagine how angry Ping and Shun was when he lost his zombies. Ningxu turned his head and looked at Ping and Shun. His hands didn't stop moving. He fired a shot and hit a zombie's head. Why are you looking at me? Is there a zombie's brain on my face? Ningxu looked at Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun looked away and said, "You seem to be the cleanest person here. You flatter me. You also know that researchers like us are a bit of a cleanliness freak, so we never get close to zombies. If we can attack from a distance, we will never get close." Ningxu said. Researcher? Ping and Shun's pupil shrank. No wonder he didn't like this person. He had secrets on him, and he was most afraid of meeting this kind of person. He must expose this person, and he must study him to a conclusion. No wonder he didn't like this person, and even faintly rejected him in his heart. It turned out to be a sign of danger. The speed of the train was very fast. They got rid of the zombies chasing them. Even if there were zombies blocking them, they would directly rush over and knock the zombies away or run over them under the wheels. The train was loaded with goods. It was very heavy. When the wheels ran over, only a zombie's skin was left on the ground. Ningxu sat down beside Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun moved to the side and felt goosebumps all over his body when he was near Ningxu. Ping and Shun tried to calm himself down and asked, "Since you are a researcher, why did you come out to look for supplies?" Ningxu looked at Hua Jingqing with a faint smile. Hua Jingqing's expression was cold. He didn't even look at Ningxu and paid attention to the situation outside the train. Ningxu said, "I came out to experience life and see if the zombies have mutated." Ping and Shun was speechless. Ningxu tried to find a topic. "You were lucky to be able to escape from a place with so many zombies. What did you do before?" Ningxu asked Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun didn't want to talk to Ningxu at all, but he couldn't ignore him. Moreover, he was a newcomer to the team. Ping and Shun thought that he could control zombies. It was inevitable that he would be discovered later on. He had to think of an excuse. Ping and Shun thought for a while and finally said, "I'm actually a Taoist priest, a disciple of my master." A Taoist priest has a disciple? Aren't monks the only ones with disciples? Ningxu asked in surprise. A Taoist priest didn't differentiate between the sections. Wearing a cross necklace and saying that he was a Taoist priest was basically lying to his master. Ningxu looked at the necklace on Ping and Shun's neck and said, "You're a Taoist priest, and you believe in Jesus?" Ping and Shun looked down at the necklace on his neck and didn't know what to say. He felt like he was being seen through. Even Xianxia looked over. Ping and Shun was anxious and his forehead was sweating. He thought quickly and said, "My master said that I'm just a half-baked person. I saw that there were zombies, so maybe the cross necklace had a restraining effect on the zombies. That's why I wore one." Some young people wanted to be unique and would wear a skull or cross necklace on their necks. However, Ping and Shun was suddenly questioned by Ningxu and he wasn't fully prepared. Plus, there were zombies surrounding them, so who would care about the necklace? The necklace was a very, very small thing, but Ningxu used it to expose his lie. Ping and Shun was very unhappy and his hostility towards Ningxu reached its peak. Did he see something and want to study and dissect him? Plus, Ping and Shun didn't tell the truth. Ningxu said to Xianxia, "There are so many zombies this time. I think we should get everyone's blood tested when we get back, so we don't get infected." Xianxia thought for a while and said, "Okay." Ping and Shun's fingers on his leg trembled. He wanted to say something, but the leader of the team had already agreed. Anything he said now would be superfluous, and it would only make things worse. He didn't want to draw blood, but it wasn't up to him to say anything. The car bumped along the road. Even though there were zombies surrounding them, they couldn't keep up with the speed of the car. Finally, the car passed by the gas station and left the town. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. At least there weren't so many zombies surrounding them now. Fortunately, they gained a lot this time. Although they lost a few team members, the supplies in the supermarket were enough to fill a few cars. Xianxia still felt that it was worth it. It was worth it to exchange the lives of a few people for so many supplies. The most precious thing in the apocalypse was not human lives, but resources that could keep people alive. Some people even opened their kettles. The kettles were filled with wine, and the aroma of wine wafted out of the car. Xianxia kicked each of them. "What are you drinking for? We're not even completely safe yet, and you're already celebrating. When we get back to the base, even if you drink yourselves to death, no one will care. Now, cheer up." After a night of driving, they finally arrived at the entrance of the base. As the vehicles filled with supplies drove into the base, the people in the base cheered excitedly. Xianxia was once again welcomed as a hero. His body was filled with respect. Ping and Shun looked at the huge base. In the future, he would stand out in this base and take root here. This base seemed to be quite powerful. Ningxu jumped out of the truck and said to Xianxia, "Gather the team members later. I'll draw some blood and take it back to the lab for testing. Just in case, no one knows if the zombies have mutated, or if their brains or blood can be infected." Ping and Shun was originally happy, but when he heard Ningxu's words, he immediately fell to the bottom. He was originally happy. Why did he have to say that? Why did he have to draw blood? If someone was infected, they would turn into a zombie within 12 hours. Since no one had turned into a zombie after so long, it meant that no one was infected. With the help of Ningxu and some other researchers, all of the team members had their blood drawn, including Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun was very unwilling to have his blood drawn. After returning to the lab, Ningxu first put on his white lab coat, washed his hands, and took out Ping and Shun's blood for testing. As for the others, they were all just a cover. Ningxu wanted to study Ping and Shun's blood. Ping and Shun was so resistant to the blood test. He might have been bitten by a zombie, but he didn't turn into a zombie. Obviously, it was because of the space. Ningxu observed Ping and Shun's blood under the microscope. The cells in the blood were all normal human cells. There was nothing special about them. Compared to the rapidly dividing zombie cells, human cells divided very slowly. Generally speaking, the cell regeneration of human skin took about 28 days, the cell regeneration of bones took 7 to 10 years, the cell regeneration of lymphocytes took about 3 days, the cell regeneration of liver cells took about 1 year, the cell regeneration of immune cells took about 90 days, the cell regeneration of lymphocytes took about 2 days, and the cell regeneration of brain cells took a lifetime. If the brain cells didn't develop well, their IQ would be low for the rest of their lives. Of course, it would take time to accumulate wisdom. There was a limit to the number of times a cell could divide. When the cell stopped dividing, the human metabolism would stop and the human body would die. If the cell cycle was slow and the cycle was long, the human lifespan would be longer under the limited number of divisions. Ningshu focused on Ping and Shun's cell cycle. When Ningshu announced that no one in the team was infected with the zombie virus, Ping and Shun breathed a sigh of relief. When they returned to the base, Ningshu basically stayed in the lab. Xianxia had a new target, so he didn't bother Ningshu every day. He didn't come to the lab to block her. Occasionally, she would hear that Xianxia and Ping and Shun were getting closer and closer. When people talked about Ping and Shun, their tone was full of disdain. They said that Ping and Shun was a prostitute who was living a good life with Xianxia. In short, it was better to hope that gold would fall from the sky than to hope that men would say nice things. Sometimes, they even dragged Ningshu into it. They said that they only listened to the laughter of the new and not the tears of the old. Ningshu was speechless. Since when did she cry? She cried for Xianxia. If she could, she really wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate Teddy's departure from her. She was sacrificing herself for the great scientific research, not for Xianxia. Life in the base was too depressing. Every day was precarious, so everyone said all kinds of things without restraint. As long as they didn't kill people in the base, other entertainment activities, gambling, and so on were all supported. The gambling capital was all kinds of resources, a bar of soap, a box of biscuits, and so on. Money was useless now, and wiping ones but was prickly. Any gossip at this time was simply interesting seasoning in a lonely and desperate life. Ningshu had been observing Ping and Shun's condition and the cell cycle in his body. She used drugs to shorten the cell cycle by half. But even so, Ping Shun's cells still divided very slowly even though the time it took for the cells to divide was shortened. According to the rate of cell division, Ping Shun could live to 80 years old under normal circumstances. However, his lifespan might double or even more under such circumstances. Ningshu hurriedly told his colleagues in the research room about the situation and asked them to take a look at the cell division. Under the effect of the drug, the cell division was slower than that of a normal human. The wish of human beings to live a long life was about to be fulfilled. The slower the metabolism, the longer the lifespan. There was even a theory that the slower the heart rate, the longer the lifespan. For the sake of caution, the other researchers repeated the experiment over and over again. The mystery of the human body could never be fully explored. If there were any abnormalities, Ping Shun might be dragged to the research room to study his body structure. During this time, Xianxia took Ping Shun out for another mission. This time, Ping Shun didn't ask Ningshu to come along. He probably felt that it was a bit awkward for the three of them to travel together. Usually, when Ningshu and Ping Shun met at the base, the two of them would look at each other without saying anything. Occasionally, they would greet each other coldly. Ping and Shun felt that this pretty boy with red lips and white teeth was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He had to first gain a foothold in this base before dealing with this hidden danger. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. The director of the research room reported Ping Shun's situation to the leader of the base. The research had not made any progress at all, which made the people in the research room feel pressured. Ningshu told the director of the research room some of his speculations. He suspected that Ping Shun had been bitten by a zombie and that there were bite marks on his body. Ningshu only said that he suspected because there were bite marks. However, he wasn't sure if it was caused by a zombie. After all, only he knew about it. The person in charge looked serious. If Ping and Shun's body could resist the zombie virus, then their research had made progress. Maybe there was something special in Ping and Shun's body, or a special gene that could prevent the zombie virus from infecting him. This way, the research would have a direction. However, this matter needed to be reported to the leader. He wanted to talk to Ping Shun and ask him to tell them the specific situation. Maybe he really was infected, but the zombie virus was hiding in his body. It didn't erupt like the others. Not to mention whether he was bitten by a zombie, the research room could study his cell division for a while. After all, longevity was the eternal dream of human beings. The person in charge of the research institute submitted the report, which attracted some attention. But now that Ping and Shun was out on a mission, they would have to wait until Ping and Shun returned to the base. Ningxu was almost certain that Ping and Shun had been bitten by a zombie. In the plot, Xianxia probably knew this as well, but he chose to protect Ping and Shun. Firstly, it was because of benefits. Secondly, Ping and Shun's strength was getting stronger day by day. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone. Ningxu wanted to take advantage of the fact that Ping and Shun hasn't grown up yet. He wanted Ping and Shun to stay in the research institute. As for 2333's suggestion to slowly remove Ping and Shun from the dimension, Ningxu ignored it. The more time he gave Ping and Shun, the faster he would grow. When the time comes, she could summon a bunch of zombies with a wave of her hand. Would 2333 help her fight the zombies? Moreover, Ping and Shun was just an ordinary person in the base. Even if he had some connections with Xianxia, he would still have to be sacrificed for the benefit of the majority. She just didn't know if Ping and Shun and Xianxia had reached the stage where their relationship was stronger than gold. It shouldn't be possible in such a short time. Xianxia emptied the supermarket. He didn't leave a single thing behind. Pots, pans, ladles, and even threads. Xianxia had been in the limelight recently. The other teams couldn't even lift their heads. However, when he came back this time, he saw a row of soldiers. They said to him, "Please come with us, Ping and Shun." Xianxia was stunned. He immediately asked sternly, "Ping and Shun is my team member. Why are you looking for him? Tell me." The soldier said, "Sorry, we just received an order. We don't know why the higher-ups are looking for Ping and Shun. Please don't make things difficult for us." These people were very polite to Xianxia because of his ability and the many medals on his chest. "Who is Ping and Shun? Please come with us." The soldier asked the team. Ping and Shun had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he calmed himself down. Especially when he saw that these soldiers were all armed, Ping and Shun felt even worse. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. Ping and Shun had no choice but to step forward and say, "I am Ping and Shun." Xianxia asked his men to go back and rest. He said to Ping and Shun, "I'll go with you." With Xianxia with him, Ping and Shun was slightly relieved. With someone with power following him, there should be a chance of survival. Ping and Shun was thinking about whether he should just leave the base. He would be alone outside. When he collected enough zombies in his space, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone anymore. Ping and Shun raised his head and saw Ningxu leaning on the railing. For a moment, Ping and Shun felt that this matter had something to do with this man. He had been holding it in because this man had stolen his man. Ping and Shun had heard about the relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia. What was the name? A few sheep. However, a few sheep had never questioned him and Xianxia. They might have already acquiesced to the breakup of this relationship. But now, they were playing dirty tricks. Ping and Shun thought about the blood draw from before. He was afraid that a few sheep had done something to him. Xianxia followed Ping and Shun's gaze and saw Xianxia upstairs. He couldn't help but frown. Ningxu saw that Ping and Shun was taken away by the soldiers. Xianxia accompanied him the whole time. It was probably true love. In fact, Ningxu didn't feel much about true love. You just needed to love each other. However, there were always some people who would become the victims of true love. The word true love was a word dripping with blood. Love without twists and turns, without temptation, without other people's sacrifice and heartbreak, couldn't show the steadfastness and difficulty of true love. Ningxu and Ping and Shun both wanted to deal with each other. They just needed to seize the opportunity. It was a feeling that didn't need to be explained. Although Xianxia was with Ping and Shun, he wasn't allowed to enter when they arrived at the door. Xianxia frowned. What did Ping and Shun have that made the people in the base so cautious? Xianxia must know the inside story. Xianxia immediately went to the research institute to block Ningxu. You know what's going on, right? Xianxia asked Ningxu. Ningxu shrugged. Maybe Ping and Shun is talented in some aspect and the leader noticed it. Nonsense. Be serious. Hua Jingqing frowned in annoyance. It was clearly a matter of life and death, yet Ji Xiang was still acting so nonchalant, which made Hua Jingqing very annoyed. I'm serious. Why do the people at the base want Ping Shan to be questioned? Hua Jingqing asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu spread his hands. I don't know either. You're talking as if I should know. How would I know something that even you, Captain Hua, don't know? Hua Jingqing pinched the space between his eyebrows and looked sharply at Ning Shu. If I find out that this has something to do with you, Ji Xiang, you'll be in big trouble. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. It was hard to say who would be the unlucky one. Ning Shu only said, this has nothing to do with me. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Instead of wasting your time here, why don't you ask someone else? Ask someone who knows. Think about it yourself. Is there anything special about Ping and Shun? Or is there anything strange about him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Ning Shu's face was full of benevolence. You still want to blame me? Hua Jingqing looked at Ning Shu. You'd better not let me find out that you're trying to frame me. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. Ning Shu clicked his tongue. So that's how it is. Fortunately, I didn't have anything to do with you before. With your ruthless character, it's really bad luck to have anything to do with you. Oh, are you blaming me for abandoning you? Hua Jingqing pursed his lips and looked at Ning Shu. Don't forget that you're the one who's been acting all high and mighty all this time. Do I, Hua Jingqing, have to beg for your favor like a dog? Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't say anything about abandoning you. You and Ping Shan can live happily ever after. You're lucky, you don't have to be shy or impatient. This has nothing to do with me. Also, if anything happens to Ping Shan, you blame it on me. Do I look like a scapegoat? Hua Jingqing snorted coldly and turned around to leave. He was probably going to ask someone about Ping Shan. Ping and Shan hadn't been in the base for long. It was impossible for him to attract the attention of the higher-ups. There were so many people in the base. How could the higher-ups have the time to pay attention to an ordinary person? Besides, Hua Jingqing didn't think there was anything special about Ping and Shan. In terms of looks, he didn't have Ji Xiang's red lips and white teeth. In terms of ability, he didn't have much ability. After training, his gun skills were barely passable. There was nothing special about him. Perhaps it was because of Ping and Shun's special constitution that it attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Other than that, Hua Jingqing couldn't think of anything special about Ping and Shun. Ping Anchuan was brought to a dark room by the soldiers. Then, the lights in the room were switched on. Ping Anchuan felt that the light was a little dazzling, so he used his hand to block the light. Then, he saw that there were 3 people in the room, and they looked like they were interrogating a criminal. Ping Anchuan had a bad feeling. His eyes flashed with timidity and guilt. At this time, Ping Anchuan was hiding many secrets, but his current strength was not enough for him to protect these secrets. The people in the room saw Ping Anchuan's expression and politely asked Ping and Shun to sit down. Ping and Shun sat across from the 3 people. His hands were tightly clasped together under the table. Don't be nervous. We just brought you here to ask you some questions. Just tell us the truth. Ping and Shun nodded. I understand. Your name is Ping and Shun. You are 25 years old this year. Ping and Shun, we want to ask you if you have been bitten by a zombie before. The person who asked the question asked directly without any hesitation. Ping and Shun's face flashed with guilt. He quickly shook his head and said, No, I haven't been bitten by a zombie. If I had been bitten by a zombie, how could I still be human? I would have become a zombie a long time ago. Why are you asking me such an obvious question? Ping and Shun was most afraid of people asking about this matter. At that time, he was bitten by a zombie. When he was about to die, for some unknown reason, a space appeared in his body. Because of this space, the zombie virus in his body disappeared. Ping and Shun didn't know whether the virus disappeared or was suppressed. That was why he was still alive. The space could absorb zombies and turn them into its own fighting force. After obtaining the space's safety, it was able to survive and escape. Now that someone asked this question, Ping and Shun was shocked and angry. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "You are the ones who were bitten by a zombie. Then can we check your body?" The person who asked Ping and Shun asked. Ping and Shun's expression had been seen by these people. It meant that the person in front of them was hiding something. Ping and Shun's body stiffened when he heard that he was going to check his body. He shook his head and said, "No, I don't agree." "Why don't you agree?" "We just need to make sure that you have not been bitten by a zombie. This way, everyone will have no doubts." "Is there a special reason why you can't take off your clothes? Is it because you have been bitten by a zombie?" No, I. Ping and Shun's face was red. He finally said, I am gay. I am not used to taking off my clothes in front of men." Ping and Shun found a reason that was not a reason. The person who asked the question, "That's easy. We can find a woman to check you." The person who asked the question blocked Ping and Shun's reason. Ping and Shun was so anxious that his whole body was sweating. He looked around and saw that there were iron windows and thick iron doors in this room. It was not easy to get out. He had to defeat the 3 people in front of him first. There were guards outside the door. He also had to escape before the base sent out the alarm. Moreover, he had to avoid being caught by the people in the base. The process was very difficult. Moreover, his weapon was confiscated when he entered the room. He had no weapon to defeat the people in front of him, or he could let the zombies in his space kill the 3 people in front of him. Ping and Shun despaired as he realized that he was too weak, and he had to fight against an entire base. It was too despairing. "Do you want a man to check you or a woman? We can arrange for someone." Ping and Shun, who asked the question, didn't say anything. He lowered his head and rolled his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. "I refuse to check. Please tell me what crime I committed. Why do you need to check my body? I have human rights. It is illegal for you to check my body before confirming my crime." Ping and Shun said directly, "This is my body. You are not allowed to check my body." There was no need to mention the humiliation of having her naked body being touched here and there. The person who asked the question felt that he should try peaceful means before resorting to force to avoid wrongly accusing a person. Moreover, this person seemed to have some relationship with Xianxia. If you don't want to give face to the monk, you have to give face to the Buddha. However, he spoke gently, but the other party didn't seem to care about him, so he used force. If he was really innocent, it would be fine to check him. However, if he kept dragging his feet and refusing to be checked, there must be something wrong. He pressed the bell on the table directly, and the guard outside the door came in. "Take off his clothes and check his body. See if there are any injuries on his body." The person who asked the question said coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ping and Shun immediately stood up, and the chair fell to the ground. "Don't come over. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. I just don't want to be checked. Do you still have human rights when you force people like this? No human rights. In this apocalyptic world, no one will investigate if you kill someone. Even if you die in this room, no one will say anything. Moreover, it's just a check on your body. If you refuse to do so, it means that you have a guilty conscience." "What do you mean by guilty conscience? I'm a good person, and you want to check me? You're too arrogant. I have the right to refuse such an insulting check," Ping and Shun said as he retreated to the wall. There was no way to escape and he was surrounded by the guards. "I said, don't provoke me," Ping and Shun warned with a cold face. "Don't come over." Ping and Shun really wanted to release the zombies, but releasing the zombies was even more unbelievable than being bitten by the zombies. He would be treated like a monster. However, if the marks on his body were found after the check, he couldn't escape. Ping and Shun felt that he was now forced to the edge of a cliff. He couldn't advance or retreat. There was no way to solve the problem in front of him. Why couldn't that space remove the marks on his body? Since it could suppress the zombie virus, why couldn't it restore his skin to its previous state? Ping and Shun was now hoping that someone could come and save him. As long as he escaped this time, he couldn't be trapped anymore. He wanted to leave this base. He couldn't stay in this base anymore. His secret could be discovered at any time. Moreover, he couldn't resist a base with his own strength. Ping and Shun made up his mind. After he escaped this time, he would bring his zombie army and destroy this base. He would not be polite at all and would let these people have a taste of their own medicine. Bang, bang. The door was kicked open. Hu Jingqing had a gun in his hand, and his team members were all armed to the teeth. Hu Jingqing, what are you doing? The face of the person who asked the question darkened. The base valued Hu Jingqing a lot. Hu Jingqing saw that Ping and Shun was being pressed to the ground, and his collar had already been pulled open. Hu Jingqing's anger flashed through his eyes. He was so angry that he laughed and said to the person who asked the question, Captain Li, what do you mean by this? When did my subordinates get treated like this by you? Captain Li said coldly, it's not like I want to do anything to him. It's the higher-ups who want to ask him questions. He should just cooperate obediently. If he insists on being so stubborn, what can we do? If the soft approach doesn't work, we can only use the hard approach. Ping and Shun saw that Hu Jingqing had brought people to save him. His heart warmed, and his eyes turned red. His heart ached, and he almost cried. Hu Jingqing sneered and said to Captain Li, why are you looking at his body? I know my men's bodies the best. You can ask me anything. Hu Jingqing's words made the atmosphere weird. What did he mean by you know my men's bodies? Thinking of Hu Jingqing's peaceful relationship with Ping and Shun, these two people must be honest with each other. Ping and Shun was speechless. Now, he wasn't touched at all. What a bastard. How dare he say such words in front of so many people? He should be struck by lightning. Then, are there any marks on his body, such as teeth marks or scratches? Captain Li asked. This was his mission, and he had to complete it. If he couldn't complete such a simple mission, the higher-ups would doubt his ability to work. Captain Li was angry and jealous of Hu Jingqing, but he couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't help but feel weak in front of Hu Jingqing. Hu Jingqing glanced at Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun raised his head and looked into Hu Jingqing's eyes. Hu Jingqing should know his body very well. Hu Jingqing looked away expressionlessly and said, no, there are no marks on his body. His skin is smooth. And his skin is very good, very good. Hu Jingqing's expression was very flirtatious and he enjoyed it very much. It was as if he had already touched Ping and Shun's skin. Ping and Shun was touched and wanted to kick Hu Jingqing's face. Captain Li's face darkened. What are you doing? A dignified voice sounded from the door. A middle-aged man in a military uniform walked in with many soldiers behind him. Sir. Hu Jingqing and Captain Li quickly saluted. The officer looked at the small dark room and looked at Captain Li. I asked you to check. How did it end up like this? This. Captain Li looked at Hu Jingqing. Hu Jingqing looked at the officer and said carelessly, Sir, you should have told me that you touched my people. I can't even protect my own brother. Isn't this a joke? The officer was quite nice to Hu Jingqing. He said, it's precisely because he's your subordinate that I let Little Li take over. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Why did you bring so many people with you? Training? This is nonsense. Hurry up and take him away. That's my man. Hu Jingqing pointed at Ping and Shun. Check him. If there's nothing wrong, let him go. The officer said. Hu Jingqing immediately frowned. What was going on? Ping and Shun was a little desperate. So he still had to be checked? Sir, okay, this matter is settled. I'm the one who came today. If it were anyone else, they would have locked you up long ago. The officer said firmly. Ping and Shun was being escorted. Someone began to take off Ping and Shun's clothes. Hu Jingqing wanted to say something, but when he saw the serious expression on the officer's face, he couldn't say anything. Especially when Ping and Shun stared at him with tears in his eyes, it made his heart ache. Ping and Shun was like a beast that had been forced to the extreme. His eyes were filled with despair and viciousness. Ping and Shun took a deep breath and released the zombie. The zombie that appeared in an instant tore the soldier in front of him in half. Blood splattered everywhere. This sudden event made everyone feel like they were in a dream. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this absurd scene. Zombies appeared in the small dark room, and they appeared in an instant. This was the base. How could there be zombies in the base? Since he had been discovered, Ping and Shun decided to fight. He released more than 10 zombies, which he had recently collected in the space. Shoot. The officer quickly calmed down and shot the zombies in the head. These zombies moved quickly. As soon as they came out, they slaughtered the people in the room. It seemed that killing people could arouse the zombies' interest. They were much more powerful than killing zombies. They scratched, bit, and even twisted necks. When humans were alive, their skin was elastic. Although they wouldn't be twisted like zombies, they wouldn't be able to survive. Xianxia was also shocked. What was going on? There were zombies, and where did the zombies come from? However, his body moved faster than his mind. He held the gun and shot at the zombies' heads. However, these zombies seemed to move faster than normal zombies. Ping and Shun shouted, "Let me out, or I will release more zombies." Xianxia looked at Ping and Shun with a complicated expression. He seemed to have never understood this man. This man under her body could release zombies. Why didn't he go to heaven? The officer's face was cold. "What do you want?" "Let me go," Ping and Shun said. He didn't look at Xianxia's complicated expression. He was now forced to the point where he had no other choice. He didn't want to be exposed like this. Under the strong firepower, several zombies' heads had already exploded. Some bullets passed through the zombies' heads, but the heads didn't explode. The zombies were still able to move. No one had expected that a simple question would lead to such a situation. The officer decided to treat this man as an SSS-level dangerous person. He didn't know if he was a human or a zombie. For such a dangerous mission, the base had already offended him. Only destruction awaited. Otherwise, the entire base would suffer. The only way was to eliminate the source of the problem. Xianxia was in the research room. She heard from others that zombies had appeared in the detention room. Someone could control zombies. In this world, other than humans, there were no other zombies that could compete with humans. If someone could control zombies, wouldn't they be invincible? Xianxia raised her eyebrows. She wanted them to find out that Ping and Shun's body had been bitten by a zombie before and that he could resist the zombie virus. That way, they could study his body. However, they didn't expect that Ping and Shun would actually release zombies. This was even more frightening than being able to resist the zombie virus. He could summon zombies anytime and anywhere, just like summoning ghosts. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly appeared? This was not scientific. It wouldn't be easy for Ping and Shun to leave the base unless someone helped him. He wondered how Xianxia would feel when he saw that Ping and Shun could turn into a zombie anytime. Xianxia also followed his colleagues over there to watch the fun, but he was very far away. What if he was accidentally hurt? Xianxia put his hands in the pockets of his white coat to observe the situation. He didn't expect Ping and Shun to be so reckless as to release the zombies. More and more teams headed towards the small dark room and surrounded it. Even with Xianxia's help, the chances of successfully escaping from the base were slim. Did they really think that the base was useless? The colleague next to him looked at the zombies and was very surprised. These zombies are different from other zombies. They don't seem to attack Ping and Shun. Could it be that these zombies were more intelligent than other zombies? Could it be that the zombies' brains were implanted with chips? That's impossible. Another colleague retorted. We haven't reached that level yet. You can go back and try implanting chips in the zombies' brains. The zombie's body is already dead. Xianxia listened silently. He didn't participate in the conversation. The world was so big, there were still many mysteries that had not been discovered. Some things could not be explained by science. Ping and Shun stood in the middle of the encirclement with several zombies standing beside him. This scene was really strange. How could zombies and humans stand together so harmoniously and not attack humans? It was really confusing. The officer seemed to want to capture Ping and Shun alive. He didn't shoot Ping and Shun and ordered the zombies to be killed. Sigh, how good would it be if we could study these zombies? What is the reason why these zombies don't attack Ping and Shun? The colleague looked at the zombies with burning eyes. Xianxia said, there will definitely be a chance to study it. Even if you don't want to study it, the people above will let you study it. It was so abnormal that people would feel uneasy if they didn't study it. Moreover, it was already past the era where things couldn't be explained, so they could only use ghosts to explain. When they encountered something they didn't understand, they could study it. The situation was like this. Ping and Shun was now riding a tiger. If he was caught, he would only have the fate of being sent to the research institute. However, he couldn't force a way out. He didn't have that many zombies to help him break out. Ping and Shun couldn't help but look at Xianxia. There was a pleading look in his eyes. Save me, save me. Xianxia's heart was in a mess, but he also understood that Ping and Shun was weak. Even if he joined, he might not be able to leave the base. There was no way he could compete with the power of the base. Xianxia felt that Ping and Shun was hiding something very well. If he had told him about this earlier and let him prepare in advance, this wouldn't have happened. Xianxia shook his head. Ping and Shun's eyes suddenly dimmed. Xianxia was right. They only had that kind of relationship. Xianxia wouldn't risk his life for him and become the enemy of the entire base. Ping and Shun decided to release the zombies that had just merged into his body space. These zombies might hurt the enemy 1,000 times, but they might also attack him and not listen to him. Xianxia saw Ping and Shun's determined expression and immediately said loudly, Ping and Shun, don't be impulsive. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Being impulsive won't solve anything. The most important thing now was to stay alive. Ping and Shun's heart was filled with grief and anger. He must have been framed. The person who framed him was the researcher. Ping and Shun knew that if he was caught, he would definitely be locked up for research. Then, he would live a dark life. His glorious life had just begun. He would rather die than live in dishonor. When the officer saw that Ping and Shun didn't listen to his advice, he directly aimed at Ping and Shun's leg. There was a large artery in the thigh. If he didn't pay attention, it was very likely that he would bleed profusely. However, he couldn't care less about that now. No. Xianxia's voice was hoarse. He watched the bullet fly towards Ping and Shun. The sound of a bullet entering flesh was the sound of a bullet. A bloody hole immediately appeared on Ping and Shun's thigh, and blood spurted out. Ping and Shun fell to the ground and covered his thigh. He fainted from the intense pain. The officer quickly ordered his men to take care of the zombie and tied a rope around Ping and Shun's thigh to prevent excessive blood loss. Ping and Shun was carried away on a stretcher. Capture a zombie alive and send it to the research institute, the officer ordered. The soldiers threw down a net and tied the zombie's body up. The net shrunk, and the zombie inside couldn't move. It was dragged to the research institute. Xianxia said, here comes our work. The zombies were locked in the bulletproof glass. The zombies seemed to be very irritable. They slammed the glass loudly, as if they were going to break the bulletproof glass. It made people feel intimidated. The thick bulletproof glass did not give them any sense of security. Should we inject a tranquilizer? A colleague said timidly, but the others immediately rolled their eyes. Would tranquilizers work on zombies? What an idiot. This zombie was more energetic than the other zombies. It kept banging on the bulletproof glass, which made the people in the research institute tremble. No one rushed in. If they went in, they wouldn't be able to come out. They would definitely be torn apart by the zombies. They had no choice but to study the dead zombie first. The researchers began to study the structure of the zombie's body. Ping and Shun was carried to the hospital in the base for emergency treatment. The bullet in his thigh was taken out and the bleeding stopped. However, the door was full of guards to prevent him from escaping. Xianxia was also guarding the door of the ward. When the base doctor said that the patient was fine, he was relieved. Although Ping and Shun acted strangely, Xianxia was still worried about him. Xianxia wanted to go in to see Ping and Shun, but he was stopped by the guards. No one was allowed to visit Ping and Shun now. Xianxia glanced at the ward and wiped his face to find Xianxia. The research institute was very busy now. Everyone had a task to do. Ping and Shun's zombie had been dismembered. They were now studying it to see if there was any difference between these zombies and other zombies. Her colleague told Hua Jingqing to wait for her outside. Not everyone could enter the research institute. Secondly, there were dangerous things in the research institute. Outsiders could get into trouble if they came in and encountered something. Ningxu only responded with an "oh" and continued with the work at hand. He didn't plan to go out and argue with Hua Jingqing. He didn't even need to think to know that Hua Jingqing was here to criticize him. What did it have to do with her if something happened to Ping and Shun? Shouldn't she have reported the abnormality in Ping and Shun's blood? This was the decision of the entire research institute. She added fuel to the fire, and Hua Jingqing came to her. Ningxu expressed that she was really busy. Hua Jingqing waited outside the research institute, but Ningxu didn't come out. He immediately kicked the wall angrily, but it hurt, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. Hua Jingqing decided to wait here until Jixiang came out. He didn't believe that Jixiang would stay in the research institute forever. Jixiang must know the inside story. With Ping and Shun's strange condition, he would definitely be sent to the research institute to be studied once his body recovered. Don't ask why, but Hua Jingqing felt that Jixiang couldn't get away from this. He used to be quiet, but he didn't expect him to be hiding something. Plus, Ping and Shun was in the research institute. Whether he lived or died wasn't up to the researchers, so he had to greet Jixiang no matter what. As soon as Ningxu came out of the research institute, she felt a gust of wind blow towards her. Ningxu blocked the leg with her arm and took 2 steps back. She looked at Hua Jingqing with a half-smile. "Captain Hua's way of greeting me is so special." Ningxu glanced at the area 3 inches below Hua Jingqing's navel. She didn't know if Hua Jingqing could still hold his head high. Although the power of the fiery sun was very destructive, Ningxu only used a little bit of it. It would destroy Hua Jingqing's kidney meridians, and it would affect his kidneys. A person's qi came from the kidneys, which stored the qi that was born in the mother's womb. People who indulged in sex had weak kidneys, so they used up the qi. It would probably take a while for the qi to lose its effect. Anyway, it wouldn't have anything to do with her. Hua Jingqing looked at Ningxu. "What's going on?" Ningxu crossed her arms and said casually, "Do you want to know?" "Tell me, what do you want?" Hua Jingqing said. Ningxu quickly shook her head. "I don't dare to take your things. If I take your things, you'll say that I'm forcing you. You'll take revenge on me in the future. I'm scared." Hua Jingqing didn't want to talk nonsense with Ningxu. "I'm just asking you, what's going on with Ping and Shun?" "Sai, you're the closest person to Ping and Shun. You don't even know that I know." Okay, don't be jealous. It's just that last time I said that I was going to draw blood from a team member, and then the people at the research institute found that Ping and Shun's situation was a bit special. I was just asking nicely, but who knew that something like this would happen? I didn't expect Ping and Shun to be able to control zombies. Then you know what happened next. Hua Jingqing looked at Ningxu. "Did you have a plan before this?" Ningxu was astonished. "What am I plotting? What do I have to plot?" "It's because I'm close to Ping and Shun that you're using this method to frame him." Hua Jingqing stared at Ningxu's expression, not letting go of a single trace of Ningxu's expression. Ningxu rolled her eyes. "How could I frame him? Did I make him create zombies out of thin air? Did I make him have a special body? There are so many people at the research institute. Do you think a small researcher like me has the right to make these decisions?" "Hua Jingqing, are you out of your mind? Don't put all the blame on me. You've been with him day and night, and you don't even know that." "How could I know anything about Ping and Shun when I don't know anything about him? Don't talk about this in front of me. Also, don't try to drag me to replace Ping and Shun. I don't have that ability, and I don't have a special body," Ningxu said bluntly. If she didn't act strong, she would think that she was easy to bully. She would question her as soon as something happened. "Do you really think that you can feel superior in front of me just because we had something in the past? You're nothing in my heart." Hua Jingqing snorted. "If anything happens to Ping and Shun, I'll kill you. Don't talk to me about being wronged. Your life is now tied to Ping and Shun's. If he dies, I'll kill you too." How domineering. "If he dies, you'll all die with him." Crazy. Ningxu felt that she was really unlucky to know Hua Jingqing. He specifically picked on people he knew and bullied them. Otherwise, why would Hua Jingqing threaten her instead of other researchers? Weren't you just relying on the fact that the two of them knew each other and had some friction in the past? Now, you're threatening your ex for the sake of your current lover. He even wanted someone to protect his current lover. It wouldn't be too much to kill him. So, you want to tie me to Ping and Shun? Do you think Ping and Shun will be fine? Ningxu pursed her lips, feeling speechless. That was what Hua Jingqing meant. If nothing unexpected happened, Ping and Shun would definitely be sent to the research institute. At this time, they had to find someone who was connected to Ping and Shun's life. If anything happens to Ping and Shun, or if he dies, you will die too. You can treat this as a threat. So, you have to think of a way to protect Ping and Shun. You can't let anything happen to him. Hua Jingqing pulled out his gun and pointed it at Ningxu. You can only live if he lives. Don't point a gun at me. I don't like it. Ningxu hated guns. When he wasn't on a mission, he was pointed at by a gun. Now that he was on a mission, he was being pointed at again. This feeling was really king unpleasant. Hua Jingqing's expression was cold. You better take my words to heart. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. It's not impossible to protect Ping and Shun's life, but I have a condition. Ningxu leaned against the wall and said lazily. You can ask for anything. I can fulfill it for you. But in exchange, if Ping and Shun dies, I will cut you into pieces. Ningxu said directly, give me back the beef you took from me. The more you take from me, the more upset Ping and Shun will be. I can't lose anything, including the things I lost before. Send them to my dorm now. Hua Jingqing nodded. That's easy. I'll get someone to send a box of beef to your dorm. A box? Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Hua Jingqing. Hua Jingqing's expression was cold. How much do you want? I didn't ask for much. You should give me back what you took from me. Ningxu put his hands into the pockets of his white coat and straightened his back to look at Hua Jingqing. If I eat well, Ping can eat well too. Hua Jingqing laughed coldly. Ji Ziang, you're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to ask me for things now. Do you think you've grasped my weakness? Ningxu shook his head and refuted Hua Jingqing's words. Correction, I'm not asking for anything from you, I'm taking back what's mine. There's no such thing as asking for anything. Don't make me sound like a beggar. Also, I don't know if Ping is your weakness, but it has nothing to do with me. Hua Jingqing looked at the man with red lips and white teeth. His heart itched so much that he wanted to press him to the ground and rub him against the ground. He originally thought that he was a gentle and harmless man, but he didn't expect him to be so difficult to deal with. Humph, the things you want will be sent to your dorm. Hua Jingqing had to make plans for Ping. Even if he had to lower his head to others, he had to think of a way to see Ping. Ping was really mean. If he had known about this beforehand, he wouldn't have agreed to donate blood at that time. If there was anything you wanted to say, just say it. There were many opportunities to say it, but Ping didn't tell him. This made Hua Jingqing's heart a little cold. Because of their skin contact, the two of them could be loyal to each other, but he didn't expect this guy to keep such a big secret. Ningxu, there's canned beef to eat. Ningxu returned to the dorm, and a guard sent 3 boxes of canned beef over. Ningxu was very satisfied. He moved the canned beef into the room and tasted one of them. He felt like he was alive. Although he didn't need to eat with the fasting pill, his tongue didn't taste anything. Now that he had eaten something, his numb tongue finally had a sense of taste. When Ping Yan's wound was almost healed, he was secretly sent to the research institute. The research institute was now a highly confidential place. During this time, Hua Jingqing tried all kinds of ways to see Ping En, but the base classified Ping En as an SSS-level dangerous person and prohibited anyone from contacting him. Even Hua Jingqing couldn't find a way to see Ping En. Hua Jingqing even begged the officer, but was told that he couldn't. Ping En was injected with tranquilizers and sent to the research institute. Everyone in the institute surrounded Ping En and looked at Hua Jingqing. He looked like an ordinary man. Some drew blood, some studied his hair, and some wanted to cut open Ping An's stomach. However, the higher-ups said that they couldn't harm Ping An's life. They had to do all kinds of research. How could a dead person be more valuable than a living person? Ningxu took a tube of blood drawn from a zombie. It wasn't really blood, but the body fluid of a zombie. He had to inject it into Ping An's body. Xiaoji, don't do this first. If he can't resist the zombie virus and turns into a zombie, we can't explain it to the higher-ups. When the others saw that Ningxu was about to inject the virus, they immediately stopped him. Who knew if Ping An could really resist the virus? Ningxu shrugged his shoulders with some regret. Well, let's first study how he could release the zombies in an instant. Could it be a wormhole? It's a special method to bring the surrounding zombies here. Someone guessed. Ningxu said in his heart, Ping An didn't have a great ability. That was the law of space. Impossible. If there were zombies in other places, why didn't the zombies bite him? Don't zombies bite people when they see them? But Ping An's zombies are protecting him. Someone retorted. Ningxu said, maybe these zombies ran out of Ping An's body. Suppose there's a space like a house in Ping An's body. He put the zombies in the space of his body so that he can release them at any time. When the crowd heard this, they shook their heads. It's a bit strange, and we did a physical examination for Ping An, and there was no such thing. Maybe that space is a piece of intestine or a gallstone. Didn't the Buddhist scriptures say that there is a world in a grain of sand? Ningxu's expression said, I'm just talking nonsense, I'm just saying. The others rolled their eyes and went to do their own things. Ping An woke up and looked at the white ceiling. His head was empty. Then he looked around and saw all kinds of instruments and experimental props. He was sent to the research institute. He still couldn't escape this fate. You're awake. Ningxu stood by the bed and watched Ping An Shun struggle, but he was firmly tied to the bed and couldn't move at all. Let me go, let me go. Ping An Shun's face was red, and there were all kinds of instruments on his body to record his heartbeat and physical condition. He didn't even need to get out of bed to relieve himself. Ping An Shun felt that this was an extreme insult. He was locked in the bulletproof glass like a lab rat for these people to study. Don't move, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Ningxu comforted Ping An Shun, we just want to know how you can resist the zombie virus and release zombies. Get out. Ping An Shun spat out Ningxu. He had no other weapons at this time, so he could only express his anger in this way. When the other zombies in the space mature and become obedient, he must tear this person to pieces. Ningxu avoided Ping An Shun's spit and closed the bulletproof glass with an indifferent expression. Ping An Shun was trembling with anger. Through the bulletproof glass, he looked at the busy researchers in white coats coming and going. These people were all crazy, all perverts. They looked at him as if he was a lab rat, their eyes were burning hot. Anyway, they didn't look at him like he was a human. These perverts. The Research Institute's current task was to let the zombie virus fuse with Ping An Shun's blood to see if anything would happen. If the blood didn't work, they might even cut open his stomach and take out some of his liver cells for research. Under the microscope, they would observe the situation of the two and observe the serum samples. In addition to the research, they had to take good care of Ping An Shun. When the time came, they had to feed Ping An Shun. They couldn't let him starve to death, and they also had to clean up his filth. Ningxu held the pig liver rice and fed it to Ping An Shun. Pig liver nourished the blood, and eating more could replenish the blood loss. Ping An Shun tilted his head and refused to eat. Ningxu turned his face, eat, no one can starve themselves. I also promised Hua Jingqing to take care of you. Ping An Shun sneered, you can't wait for me to die, and you're pretending to be obedient in front of Hua Jingqing. Why are you pretending to be obedient? I asked Hua Jingqing for 3 boxes of canned beef. It has nothing to do with pretending to be obedient. Ningxu stuffed the rice and the spoon into Ping An Shun's mouth. Ping An choked. Ningxu gave him a little more water. Ping An swallowed the thing stuck in his throat with great difficulty. Ji Ziang, you're really treacherous. As your research subject, I won't die, but you asked Hua Jingqing for supplies. Ping An Shun felt that this person was shameless. Of course, Ningxu knew that Ping Shun wouldn't die even if he entered the research institute. However, why wouldn't he want something that he could get? It would be good to scare Hu Jingqing. Ningshu felt that although Ping and Shun wouldn't die, it was basically impossible for him to leave the research institute in this lifetime, unless something unexpected happened. Under Ningshu's rough feeding mode, Ping finished the bowl of pig liver rice smoothly. Ningshu took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Good boy. Psychopath. Researchers were all psychopaths, especially those in science. What kind of human-zombie hybrid was this? It was disgusting and perverted. Ping and Shun narrowed his eyes and saw Ningshu open the bulletproof glass door. Suddenly, a zombie was released. The zombie clawed at Ningshu's back. Ningshu stepped on the bulletproof glass wall and did a backflip. He jumped behind the zombie, pulled out his gun and pointed it at the zombie's head. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded. The headless zombie rushed over to Ningshu. Ningshu quickly ran out of the bulletproof glass room and locked the door. He took out a medical device from the cabinet. It was a chainsaw. He turned on the switch and entered the room. The headless zombie rushed over. Ningshu waved the chainsaw in his hand and cut the zombie in half. The zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Ningshu looked at Ping and Shun, who was lying on the bed. I wanted to be polite to you for Hu Jingqing's sake, but you don't seem to appreciate it. Forget it then. Since you don't want to eat, we'll eat once every 2 days. Ningshu dragged the two halves of the zombie out of the room. Ping and Shun's face was pale. Through the bulletproof glass, he saw that the people outside were gathered together to study something. He couldn't hear what they were talking about. He thought that he could kill Ji Xiang, but a few sheep escaped. He thought that Ji Xiang was just a researcher. He didn't expect him to be so skilled. He lost a zombie. It's so dangerous. How did the zombie appear? Yeah, and there's bulletproof glass. If it was ingested, how did it get into the room? Everyone was really puzzled. This was too strange. Was there really a room in Ping and Shun's body that could store things? The people in the research institute reported this matter. This kind of thing had to be reported to the higher-ups. This person was really ridiculous. It was too bizarre. Because of this, no one dared to feed Ping and Shun. If a zombie appeared, they would definitely be eaten by zombies. Not everyone was as lucky as Xiao Ji. Previously, Ping and Shun had gone on a hunger strike to protest, but now, no one cared about his hunger strike at all. They didn't even dare to go in and give Ping and Shun a bottle of water or a nutrient injection. They just watched as Ping and Shun was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Ping and Shun was speechless. He was so damn hungry. When Ping and Shun was starving, Ningshu went in to feed Ping and Shun. The others didn't dare to do so, so they pushed Ningshu in. This time, he fed Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun was well behaved. He just ate and didn't say anything. He didn't dare to summon zombies out. They would be killed as soon as they came out. Ping and Shun found that the longer the zombie stayed in the space, the more powerful it was. Just like the previous zombie, it could kill enemies without a head. He endured it for the time being and made a more powerful zombie to help him escape from the base. Today's humiliation, he would pay back double in the future. He had deeply remembered the faces and names of these researchers. They couldn't run away. Ningshu felt that there should be zombies in Ping and Shun's space. Maybe Ping and Shun was counting on these zombies to escape. But it was impossible. Regardless of whether they could escape or not, once they couldn't get benefits from Ping and Shun, the space would leave him. The Research Institute had repeatedly studied it and found that there should be something in Ping and Shun's blood. This substance could protect the body's cells from being invaded by the virus. It was like adding a protective membrane to the body's cells. This was a major discovery. If so, Ping and Shun's blood was very precious and could be used as a vaccine against the virus. For example, if you were bitten by a dog, you could inject a rabies vaccine to make the body produce antibodies. If this serum was produced, then if you were bitten by a zombie or caught by a zombie, you might be fine after being injected. Ningshu felt that this substance should be the credit of the space system. This substance was a bit like spiritual energy, but it was not spiritual energy. It was a special substance. No matter what, Ping and Shun had now changed from an SSS-level dangerous person to an SSSSS-level important target of protection. Ningxu felt very stifled. Until now, she had not found a way to solve the zombie virus. This virus was said to be sudden and had great transmission. It was the self-purification of this plane that gave birth to this kind of thing. It was not so easy to find a solution, and it was deliberately not found. Because this virus was mutating at any time, it was impossible to figure out. The people in the research institute were under a lot of pressure every day. They scratched their heads until they were bald. It was not feasible to find a solution. Now that there was such a breakthrough, the researchers in the research institute were almost crying with joy. There was finally progress. At the same time, they thought that since Ping and Shun had this kind of constitution, it did not mean that there were people with this kind of constitution. Ningxu carefully studied the substance in the serum. This substance was in the space. It was the substance in the space that was going to be formed into a plane. Did the evolved space have this kind of substance? Ningxu felt that this mission might fail. This virus might be made by the plane itself. It made humans and zombies kill each other to purify the entire plane. Because this plane could no longer bear the burden. If it was not purified, the creatures inside would be annihilated with the space. Unfortunately, one of the missions was to find a solution to the zombie virus. If she really solved the zombie virus, the human side would have an absolute chance of winning. Her merit points would probably be deducted. Besides, she did not have the ability to solve it. This was the first time that Ningxu had encountered such a situation, as the mission and the actual situation contradicted each other. This was a scam mission. Ji Xiang, the person who commissioned this mission, was probably chosen by the main system because of the space that threatened the plane. Xiao Ji, you look so dispirited. Are you unhappy? At the same time, she saw Ningxu's head knocking on the table. His head was bouncing like a ball. The research institute can finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the serum, we can resist the zombie virus. Ningxu nodded. I'm happy. I'm very happy. The experiment this time was done quietly and secretly. The people above first found people who had been caught by zombies and injected the serum. They locked them up for observation and found that they didn't turn into zombies. After testing more than 20 people, they didn't turn into zombies. In the end, all the people involved in the experiment were killed. When Ningxu saw this scene, he felt that the lives of people in the apocalypse were really worthless. It was probably because they were too capable that the plane that gave birth to them had chosen to purify them. The heavenly Tao was heartless, and it instinctively chose the way to maintain this plane. Therefore, these two missions conflicted with each other. As for how to deal with the zombie virus, one could use spiritual energy to envelop the virus and expel it from the body. However, there was no spiritual energy in this world. As for using scientific methods to solve this problem, Ningxu could only say that he did not have the ability. Ningxu asked 2333, do you want to choose this realm or this quest? What nonsense are you talking about? Doing quests is to maintain the stability of the plane. Of course I want to choose the realm. There's no need to think about it at all. 2333 said directly. In this kind of situation where the quests contradict each other, the choice is to choose the realm. You can't let the realm collapse and create trash that affects the neighboring realms. Between realms, it's like dominoes. When one falls, there will be a chain reaction behind. Ningxu, of course, chose the entire realm. But if I fail the quest, it's very likely that I'll be obliterated. I'll lose one of my talismans. That's 2F** King Bad. It's a huge loss. No, even if the client is not satisfied, the system will not judge your quest as a failure. The individual, the entire realm, and the other realms next to this one, it's easy to guess which is more important. Moreover, the client can no longer counterattack. If he wants to come back, he can come back. If he doesn't want to come back, he can enter reincarnation. We can give him some preferential treatment. Anyway, we just tried to make both parties satisfied, 2333 explained. Even if the main system directly kicks the client to reincarnation, it's not impossible. You'll be exposed if you open your mouth. Ningxiu felt that 2333 should be a person who ignored the rules. It was not easy to use Ping and Shun's serum to control the damage of the zombie virus to the human body. But this was all thanks to Ping and Shun. If Ping and Shun died, the serum would be gone. If he was bitten by a zombie, he would still die and join the zombie army. The human side found a solution. The zombie virus would even change and become easier to infect. It was really fun to fight with the heavens. Moreover, the human body could not lose too much blood. If too much blood was lost, the human body would die. This kind of antivirus serum was destined to be produced in small quantities and could not benefit ordinary people. Most of it was used by the leaders of the base or stored. Ningxiu was a little curious. He wondered if the blood in Ping and Shun's body still had antivirus effects after the realm left him. Ping and Shun had some value now, but when he was no longer useful, he would not be far from death. Ping and Shun was now forced to eat some blood-producing food every day. He ate whatever nourished his blood. Every once in a while, he would draw a bag of blood. Ping and Shun felt like he had become a blood cow, a blood supplier. He kept drawing blood. No matter how much blood his body had, it could not withstand such a demand. Since the discovery of the serum, the people in the research institute had been living a little better. They also received some benefits and more daily necessities. Ningxiu was distressed about his mission. He had been busy for half a day, but this mission might fail. 2333 could get the energy of a realm, but she had nothing. Moreover, they could not look for the origin of the world in this world. The world was full of zombies. Moreover, this plane could not even take care of itself. How could they have the time to create an extra world origin? So Ningxiu did not get anything from this mission. She hoped to get some merit. But, a mission like saving the world was not suitable for her. Ningxiu walked out of the research institute and saw Xianxia waiting for him. He looked travel-worn. He should have returned from outside the base. How is Ping and Shun? I heard that a serum that can resist the virus was found from Ping and Shun. Is that true? Xianxia asked. Ningxiu tilted her head and looked at Xianxia with a half-smile. Who did you hear that from? Aren't you afraid that the base will riot if you say something like that? This kind of thing hasn't been researched at all. Or are you saying that you're also greedy for that so-called serum? Ningxiu looked at Xianxia with a "what are you greedy for" expression, which made Xianxia's eyebrows jump. Benefits were definitely a test of one's emotions. A person's performance in the face of benefits was most likely a reflection of their true character. If Xianxia was also here for the serum, then their relationship was still weak. Wasn't there a saying that love that couldn't be upgraded to money wasn't love? However, everyone felt that the combination of love and money was vulgar. Only when money was involved could love be considered true love. Money represented a family's status, and worldview, and all of that were revealed. Xianxia looked at Ningxiu. You just need to tell me yes or no. Ningxiu shook his head. This is a secret of the research institute. Why should I tell you? Also, I've already taken care of Ping Shun for me. I have no obligation or responsibility to tell you these confidential things. Haha. Xianxia sneered. What do you mean you took care of him? You swindled something from me before. Ping Shun has such an important position now. He has good food and drinks at the base. Other than losing his freedom, he's more precious than a national treasure. How could anything happen to him? Ningxiu rolled his eyes and kicked him. Xianxia blocked Ningxiu's leg and took 2 steps back. He frowned and looked at Ningxiu. Ningxiu didn't hesitate and kicked his shiny leather shoes at Xianxia. Gee. Xiang, don't go too far, Xianxia said in a low voice. I can go even further. Ningxiu clenched his fist and punched Xianxia's chest. Xianxia groaned. Xianxia rushed back. His tired body was no match for Ningxiu for the time being. Ningxiu hadn't missed a single day of training. He was very powerful when he swept his legs. Xianxia's body couldn't take it anymore. Xianxia felt that his body was a little weak. If he wasn't a match for Xianxia, he pulled out his gun. Ji Xiang, I just need to know how Ping Shun is doing. Xianxia pointed his gun at Ningxiu. Ningshu also pulled out his gun and pointed it at Xianxia. This is the Research Institute's secret. I'd rather die than tell you. What are you trying to do by snooping around the Institute's secrets every day? Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood after being accused by Ningshu. What did he mean by asking about the secrets of the Research Institute every day? He was only asking about Ping and Shun's current situation. She made it sound like he was up to no good. Xianxia directly fired a shot at Ningshu. In Ningshu's eyes, the bullet was very slow. Ningshu dodged the bullet and fired a shot at Xianxia's wrist. However, he did not hit him. The bullet only grazed his wrist, and Xianxia dodged it. Gunshots rang out in the base again. The guard hurried over to stop the two of them and shouted through a loudspeaker, "Both of you, stop. Stop now. Otherwise, you will be punished. Both of you, throw your guns over. Throw them over." Ningshu and Xianxia looked at each other through the wall. When the two of them threw their guns, they fired at each other at the same time. Ningshu did not intend to hurt Xianxia. He only wanted to attract the attention of the base. Xianxia and Ningshu were taken to a small dark room and locked inside. Ningshu pulled a chair and sat down with a calm expression. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Ningshu with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, the metal door opened and the officer came in. He looked at Ningshu and Xianxia. "This is the second time. You opened fire in the base openly. How should the two of you be punished for violating the rules of the base?" Ningshu said calmly, "Do you think I want to fight with him? He is always trying to find out the secrets of our research institute. This time, he came to ask me if I found a serum that could resist the virus in Ping and Shun's body. These are all secrets of the Research Institute and the base. Of course, I would not tell him. So, he got angry and started the fight." "Nonsense. You were the one who started it. Xiang, you are shameless." Xianxia pointed at Ningshu with a gloomy face. "Stop spreading rumors. Then why did you come to ask about Ping and Shun? Ping and Shun is a secret of the base. In order to avoid causing panic in the base, this matter was suppressed. Why did you suddenly come to ask me about Ping and Shun? Who knows what you are thinking? I have some connections with Ping and Shun. Plus, Ping and Shun was my subordinate before. What's wrong with me asking?" Xianxia felt that the topic was going in a direction that was disadvantageous to him. "Not only did you ask about Ping and Shun, but you also asked me if there was a serum in Ping and Shun's body that could resist the zombie virus. What are you thinking? Do you want to betray the base and take Ping and Shun away? With Ping and Shun, you can build another big base. You are talking nonsense." Xianxia's blood was boiling in his chest. He almost spat out blood. "Xiang, don't talk nonsense. Don't accuse me of something I didn't do. I am just making a reasonable guess. After all, you have a lot of people under your command. If you have Ping and Shun, you can recruit a lot of people with the help of some random serum." Ningshu spread his hands and said, "Sir, this is what happened. This is the reason for our conflict. It started when Xianxia came to ask about Ping and Shun and the serum. I told him that it was a secret of the base. The two of us had a disagreement and started fighting." Ningshu said to the officer. The middle-aged officer's expression was unfathomable. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, Ningshu was sure that the base didn't want the serum to spread. Having the serum was like having an extra life, especially after being bitten by zombies. The serum was even more precious than a gold mine. After all, gold couldn't be eaten at the end of the world. "I know the details. You can leave now, Dr. G," Ningshu said. Ningshu bowed and left, leaving the officer and Xianxia in the dark room. Ningshu couldn't hear what was being said in the room. He released his psychic power to check the situation in the room. "How did you know about the serum?" "The base didn't tell anyone about it," the officer asked Xianxia. That meant that the higher-ups in the base had leaked the secret. Xianxia said directly, "I don't know anything about the serum. I just wanted to ask about Ping and Shun. Then Xiang framed me and said something about the serum." The officer's expression was serious. You just need to tell me who told you about the serum. I already told you that Ji Xiang framed me. F***ck, didn't he understand human language? Hua Jingqing's muscles tensed up. He felt a sense of danger. He was framed by Ji Xiang, but he was the one who took the initiative to find Ji Xiang. Then Ji Xiang took the opportunity to fabricate the story. He was no longer a gentle and harmless lamb. The officer repeatedly asked Hua Jingqing where he heard about the serum. Hua Jingqing repeatedly denied that Ji Xiang was the one who set him up and that he didn't know about the serum at all. Hua Jingqing couldn't admit it directly. Yes, he was asking for death by saying something like that. He could only insist that Ji Xiang was the one who set him up. Ningxu was standing guard not far from the dark room. He saw the situation in the dark room through his psychic power and rolled his eyes when he heard Hua Jingqing's words. Framing you was just a matter of convenience. You definitely asked about the serum. Weren't you the one who asked? The officer looked at Hua Jingqing. Did Ji Xiang tell you? Hua Jingqing was silent for a moment. I don't know. I only found out about the serum when I got here. It's obvious that Ji Xiang set me up. The officer asked, why would Ji Xiang set you up? There are so many people out there. Why would he do that? It's confidential. Didn't he know about it? Sigh, it's just a personal thing. I didn't expect Ji Xiang to be jealous. Now the situation has become like this. Then why did you fight again? The officer asked. What were you doing outside the lab? You have to give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. I can't protect you. It's so serious. Hua Jingqing frowned. His expression became extremely serious. So, Pingshuan's body can really produce the serum to resist the virus? The officer asked, why did you two fight? Ningxu thought for a moment and returned to the dark room. She was stopped by the guard at the door. Ningxu took out a pen from her white lab coat and said to the guard, help me bring this in to the officer. Then, everything will be clear. It was a recording pen. There was still electricity in the apocalypse. After all, there was still solar power. Even if there was no electricity, there was still electricity. When she was talking to Hua Jingqing at the entrance of the lab, she put her hand in her pocket and turned on the recording pen. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to put her hand in her pocket in front of Hua Jingqing. If she wasn't careful, she would be held hostage. The guard opened the door and brought the pen in. The officer turned on the recording pen. The content of Ji Xiang's peaceful conversation could be heard clearly. Then, there was the sound of gunshots. What do you say? The officer looked at Hua Jingqing seriously. The recording might be fake, Hua Jingqing said with a pale face. But in such a short period of time, you have to fake it for me. Even the sound of the soldiers shouting through the loudspeakers was recorded, so it couldn't be faked. I've asked you a few times, but you didn't tell me the truth. What do you want me to say? The officer looked at Hua Jingqing. If the recording falls into the hands of other leaders, you will die. Hua Jingqing gritted his teeth. Ji Xiang was too sneaky. He actually hid the recording pen on his body. What exactly did he want to do? He was so scheming, and the key was that he took the initiative to look for him. Hua Jingqing was drenched in sweat. The sweat flowed from his forehead to his eyelashes and fell on his face. Sir, what do you want to do with me? As far as I know, there are many people who know about this secret. It's useless for you to kill me. Why don't you let me help you find these people and eliminate them one by one? I promise that this secret won't be revealed. If it is, it won't be too late to kill me. In front of the evidence, Hua Jingqing didn't quibble anymore. He simply made a military order. This way, he could buy some time for himself. At least, he could get out of this small dark room. Hua Jingqing's heart was in suspense. All right then. The officer waved his hand. Don't tell anyone about this. Act quietly. Thank you, sir. Hua Jingqing bowed and turned to leave the small dark room. The officer quickly took out his gun and pointed it at Hua Jingqing's back. Hua Jingqing reacted very quickly. He turned around and fired a shot at the officer. Xianxia was paying attention to the situation in the small dark room at all times. He used his mental strength to distort the trajectory of Huixingqing's bullet. The bullet hit the wall beside the officer. F***ck, I'm so lucky. Huixingqing was furious. His gun skills were so bad that he couldn't even hit the target at such a close range. The officer saw that he had escaped death and was extremely glad. Fortunately, the bullet didn't hit him. Huixingqing, how dare you attack me? The guards outside the room heard the gunshot and rushed in. They pointed their guns at Huixingqing. Huixingqing sweat wet the ends of his hair and dripped down. He had a bad feeling in his heart. When he heard the officer's words, he said, "You want to kill me? Am I supposed to let you kill me obediently? Don't use the excuse that you think highly of me. I'm thought highly of because of my ability. I rely on a group of brothers and I to support the entire base. Otherwise, you bunch of trash who don't do anything can go eat shit." Huixingqing sneered. "Do you believe that when these guards shoot me, you'll be dead too?" The officer's face turned pale as he looked at Huixingqing. "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just want to leave this place. I've poured my heart and soul into this base in order to find supplies and fight zombies. But now, I'll have to leave this place. Also, bring Ping and Shun from the Research Institute to me," Huixingqing said directly. Today, he had offended the officer. There was no way he could stay in this base any longer. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to bring Ping in with him. Ping and Shun's blood was precious. Plus, Ping and Shun was the person he liked. Impossible. The officer refused immediately. Huixingqing raised his gun and walked towards the officer. However, no one dared to shoot. If they killed Huixingqing, the officer would be killed by Huixingqing. Huixingqing was a famous sharpshooter in the base. Not only was his gun skills good, but he was also praised for his gun skills. Huixingqing wrapped his arms around the officer's neck. "Prepare what I want. Otherwise, he will die." With Huixingqing's gun pressed against his temple, the officer said, "If you, Huixingqing, really have the ability, then shoot me. What's in it for me if I kill you?" Huixingqing dragged the officer out of the dark room. Moreover, he wanted to take away Ping and Shun, who had Rh-negative blood. Dream on, a mere officer was enough to threaten the base. Xianxia touched his gun. This was the best way to get rid of Huixingqing. If he escaped from the base, it would be difficult to find him. It was hard to guarantee that Huixingqing would not rise to power. When that time came, the person who entrusted him would be in trouble. The guards of the base rushed over and pointed their guns at Huixingqing. Also, Huixingqing's subordinates didn't know if they should help Huixingqing after seeing him kidnap the commander of the base. If they did, they might lose their lives. However, if they didn't, Huixingqing was their leader. If something happened to their leader, how were they supposed to survive in the base? Also, they didn't know what had happened. They went out to find a lot of supplies. One second, they were the heroes of the base, but the next second, their leader kidnapped their commander. The world was changing too fast. They couldn't keep up with the pace. "Huixingqing, are you trying to rebel? Let go of the commander." Captain Li shouted at Huixingqing with a megaphone. He was overjoyed. Huixingqing was arrogant. He had some skills, but he didn't care about anyone. Now, he kidnapped the commander who was always nice to him. He was looking for trouble. Huixingqing looked at Captain Li with disdain. His disdain for Captain Li was evident in his words. "Can you get someone more important? You can't even make decisions for me." Even though he was surrounded, Huixingqing still looked calm and relaxed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was sweating profusely, one wouldn't be able to tell that he was nervous. Captain Li's mouth twitched. He didn't know why Huixingqing was so arrogant when he was about to die. Another senior leader of the base arrived, and Huixingqing stated his conditions. "We can let you go, but not Ping and Shun. Ping and Shun can release zombies. Why would we let such a dangerous person out?" The leader said. "Release zombies?" The leader's words caused an uproar. What did he mean? Could Ping and Shun really turn zombies into zombies? Not everyone in the base knew about Ping and Shun. They only talked about it in private. However, most people didn't believe it. How could there be such a strange thing in the world? Hua Jingqing sneered. You're not studying Ping and Shun's ability to release zombies. You're studying Ping and Shun's body. Hua Jingqing looked around and found that everyone was listening intently. He then said, Ping and Shun's body has the ability to. Hua Jingqing, watch your words. No matter how much you say, it's just to cause chaos in the base. Everyone has a place to settle down, yet you insist on stirring up trouble. The officer immediately interrupted Hua Jingqing. Hua Jingqing was a little impatient. He aimed his gun at the officer's arm and shot him in the arm. The officer was in so much pain that his face turned ashen. Ningxu originally wanted to make a move, but he saw that there were snipers everywhere. It was better for these snipers to make a move. With Hua Jingqing's attitude, it would not be easy for him to walk out of the base today. Besides, she would not allow Hua Jingqing to leave. Hua Jingqing's move shocked many people, and they looked at Hua Jingqing warily. One of the leaders of the base was a man with a strong official aura. He wore a military uniform and was also a member of the military. This base hadn't been attacked by the zombies because it had many soldiers and some secret weapons. Hua Jingqing, don't do anything you'll regret, and don't say anything you'll regret, the leader warned Hua Jingqing. If he told the leader about the serum, the base would probably be in chaos. Hua Jingqing said directly, it's fine if you don't want me to tell you. Bring Ping in here and prepare an off-road vehicle. Fill it with gas and prepare some food and water. Prepare it for him, the leader ordered his men to prepare according to Hua Jingqing's request. What about Ping'an? The leader's men asked. Ping'an was much more important than an off-road vehicle. Of course, give it to him, the leader said calmly. Also, withdraw the snipers. Hua Jingqing had goosebumps all over his body. He had a feeling that danger was approaching. He knew that there were snipers waiting to ambush him. They would shoot him in the head when he was not paying attention. Withdraw. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. If the leader was so easy to talk to, he wouldn't be a leader. Ningxu thought for a moment and knew what the leader was planning. He couldn't help but pout. Playing mind games with people in high positions was simply asking for trouble. Ningxu couldn't help but look at Hua Jingqing with pity. He could get Ping'an, but he couldn't guarantee what Ping'an would look like. Ping'an was pushed over. He was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was pale and he had lost a lot of weight recently. His cheekbones were protruding. There was no flesh on his face. He looked like a monkey. Hua Jingqing was a little sad. He knew that Ping'an wouldn't have an easy time in the research institute. However, he didn't want to see him like this. Even if Ping'an hid something from him, it was to protect himself. The person you asked for is here, the leader said. Push him over, Hua Jingqing said to Ping'an. Ping'an didn't expect to be able to leave the base one day and see Hua Jingqing again. However, his current situation, was Hua Jingqing going against the entire base for him? Was he betraying the base? Ping'an's sunken eyes were a little hot. Tears flowed through his eyes. It was a little painful. Ping'an was pushed to Hua Jingqing's side. Hua Jingqing asked Ping'an, are you okay? Ping'an smiled bitterly. He was already in this state. His body, thank you, Hua Jingqing. Ping'an raised his head and said to Hua Jingqing. Hua Jingqing looked at Ping'an Shun, his bright eyes filled with gratitude. For a moment, he was a little speechless. Hua Jingqing didn't want things to develop to this point, but Jixiang made things develop to a point of no return. Hua Jingqing had indeed saved Ping'an out of selfishness. It was already the worst-case scenario. Why didn't he plan for more benefits on this basis? Ping'an was part of Hua Jingqing's plan. However, Hua Jingqing felt very conflicted when Ping'an looked at him like that. The moment Hua Jingqing was distracted, a sniper opened fire, but Hua Jingqing reacted in an instant and dodged the attack. The halo was huge. You cheated. Hua Jingqing hugged the officer's neck tightly. The officer's face was pale because of excessive blood loss. He was in unbearable pain. Although the snipers on the surface had already retreated, there were still some snipers who were hiding in plain sight. If it wasn't for his years of foresight, he would have been dead by now. More and more guards surrounded them. Hu Jingqing had to break through the encirclement alone like Zhao Zilong. He also had to take Pingyan, who was dying, with him. Hu Jingqing's face was getting darker and darker as he hugged the officer tightly. Pingyan Shen, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was twitching and breathing rapidly. Hu Jingqing quickly asked, "What happened to you?" Before I came, my blood was almost drained." Pingyan Shen couldn't stop gasping. The blood in his body couldn't support his body anymore, and his whole body was cold. What the hell, did he really give him a dying man? "You can go." Pingyan Shen tried his best to release two zombies. As soon as the two zombies appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Countless bullets were fired at the zombies. The number of bullets was enough to turn the zombies into honeycombs. However, the zombies' skin was stronger than normal zombies. The bullets were embedded in their bodies, but the zombies were unharmed. Ningxu pulled out his gun and aimed at the zombies' heads. He wrapped the bullets with the power of the sun and shot them, blowing off the zombies' heads. There was another one. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and aimed at the zombies' heads. He shot again and blew off the zombies' heads. However, the zombies without heads were still very strong. They were still able to hurt people. Because there were too many bullets, even Pingyan Shen, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was scanned by the bullets. His body was full of holes. Hu Jingqing took advantage of the chaos caused by the zombies and quickly left. He dragged the officer into the crowd. Looking at the motionless Pingyan Shen, his heart was about to explode. These people were too despicable, too despicable. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and aimed at Hu Jingqing's head. Hu Jingqing seemed to be able to sense the danger. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Ningxu. Ningxu stood on the building and smiled at Hu Jingqing's gaze. "Goodbye." Hu Jingqing's scalp was about to explode. The bullet quickly arrived in front of him and was about to enter between his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw that the bullet seemed to explode. Before Hu Jingqing could react, the bullet pierced between his eyebrows. Everything seemed to have stopped. Hu Jingqing had thought that he would die, but he didn't expect to die in Ji Xiang's hands. In his heart, he thought that although Ji Xiang was now awkward and arrogant, he still had him in his heart. But he didn't expect that he would die in his hands. Kill him. What was he chanting now? Was it scripture? Kill him and then release him from purgatory. How interesting. This must be a hallucination before death. Ningxu wanted to see Hu Jingqing's soul enter the cycle of reincarnation with his own eyes. As for the space inside Pingyan Shen's body, when Pingyan Shen died, it left Pingyan Shen and took Pingyan Shen's soul. Pingyan Shen didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. He had completely disappeared from this world, and this world no longer had such a person. A pie falling from the sky might not be poisonous, but one had to pay a higher price for it. Perhaps some people didn't care and used their past life to exchange for their current life's fortune and glory. But everything had a price. According to the law of conservation of energy, the loss was proportional to the gain. But sometimes, no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't even get what you wanted. 2333 went to devour the space. When 2333 said that it was done, he asked him, "There should be a lot of souls in this space. These souls haven't been purified. Can you absorb them all?" Some systems and spaces would devour the host's soul. To squeeze the last bit of value out of the entrusted person, one had to give first before taking. 2333, there aren't many souls, just a few. And I didn't want to absorb them. I just collected them. 2333's voice was very weak. I just fought with the space and wasted a lot of energy. I can't do it anymore. Don't change the topic. Everyone who saw it has a share. Give me some of your soul power, Ningxu said. I already said that there isn't much. I can't even fill the gaps between my teeth, 2333 said. Ningxu, it's not little. I can't even get a task taker's soul in one mission. Just now, you got a whole soul and even the source of the soul. You'll be struck by lightning if you keep it to yourself. 2333 was silent for a while. Finally, he said, when the time comes, I'll share some with you. Ningxu did not believe 2333's vague excuse at all. She asked, then how much are you going to give me? I'm the one doing the quests. Besides, I'm also the main contributor. All you need to do is to come out and reap the rewards when the system disconnects. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to control that space. You have to understand, 2333 said. Ning Shu, you don't understand the cause and effect. You said that you needed this kind of thing to increase your strength. That's why I came to do this kind of mission. I don't want to do this kind of mission. Now that you've taken advantage of me, why are you still acting like you don't deserve it? I just want a little bit of your soul power and you're already acting like this. But I've already given you a part of my soul stone. We've been doing this for a long time and you want to keep it all to yourself. Is this right? It's more or less my goodwill. Ning Shu and 2333 already had a conflict of interest. It wouldn't be nice for them to fight over a little bit of profit. Her relationship with 2333 was really complicated. They couldn't even achieve a win-win situation like normal business partners. Even if they couldn't, at least it made her feel a little better. The two of them really couldn't go far together. 2333 only saw her as a springboard. He didn't really care about her. Everyone has their own goals. Ning Shu didn't want to force him. He couldn't force him anyway. Although forcing him to do it would quench his thirst, why not choose a better one? Ning Shu felt that he was looking for trouble again. He knew who 2333 was, but he had to say it out loud. It was so awkward. It's okay. Go and digest the energy. Ning Shu didn't want to argue with 2333 anymore. She pretended to be confused and treated it as a favor for saving her life. Even though they were in the same boat, he had saved her life. Although he had spent 500,000 merit points, Ning Shu didn't want to fuss over whether or not he had kept 2,333 of them for himself. So be it. 500,000 was enough to buy a life. Didn't we talk about splitting the soul power? Don't you want it? 2,333 asked. Of course, why not? You can give me as much as you want. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. As for how much 2333 gave him, Ning Shu couldn't be bothered. Sometimes, Ning Shu couldn't be bothered with things. He just needed to live his life and work hard to become stronger. What he lost today, he would get back in the future in a different way. Ning Shu comforted himself in his heart. The law of conservation of energy. Oh, 2333 replied before disappearing. Ning Shu holstered the gun on his waist. The farce was finally over. The officer was sent to the hospital. He had a gunshot wound that needed treatment. The base was in chaos for a while because of this incident. The two headless zombies were caught and cremated together with Ping and Shun and Hua Jingqing's bodies. Especially when so many people saw Ping and Shun suddenly release the zombies, they were all scared. The leader of the base generously released Ping and Shun because Ping and Shun's body had been dissected and there was nothing special in his body. Because of the severe blood loss, his bones and blood cells could no longer produce blood. Therefore, Ping and Shun had no value since he couldn't produce blood. The serum in the leader's hands was extremely precious and became a limited edition. By doing so, they would be able to quell the rumors that had been spreading in the base during this period of time, saying that Ping and Shun was sent to the research institute because the serum in his body could resist the zombie virus. Now that Ping and Shun released the zombies in front of everyone, it meant that the base locked him up because they could release zombies anytime and anywhere. It was so dangerous that they placed him in the research institute. There was no such thing as a serum. Ning Shu could only say that people who sat high up were all black scientists. Ning Shu returned to the research institute and rested for a while before starting to process the blood left by Ping and Shun. This might be the last batch. It almost drained all the blood in Ping and Shun's body. The people in the research institute gathered together and discussed that each person should keep a bottle, no, half a bottle for self-defense. Even the person in charge of the research institute acquiesced in this matter. The serum that was produced before was handed in. Ning Shu followed the advice and took half a bottle. The bottle was very small, only the size of a penicillin bottle. One bottle could only inject one dose. Half a bottle was not much. Then everyone looked at each other and laughed. That way, everyone would have a share and no one would have to be afraid of betrayal. Although there was the serum, it still couldn't stop humans from quickly turning into zombies. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the human population had sharply decreased. Without the birth of new babies, there would only be fewer and fewer humans. Perhaps not long after, this plane would become an empty plane. Everything would be covered up and reborn, returning to its original state. There were gigantic dinosaurs, as well as creatures so large that it made people shudder in fear. There were humans wearing animal skins and holding sharp sticks in their hands chasing prey. Starting over, everything would be new. But the premise was that this plane had to be able to purify itself, complete a great cleansing, and get through this hurdle. It was like a sick person, there was nothing they could do even if they couldn't. Quest complete. Do you wish to leave the quest world? 2333 asked. Leave, Ningxu said. Ningxu didn't have any expectations for this task. She hadn't found a way to deal with zombies. The only thing he could look forward to was the soul energy and soul origin purified by her soul stone. Quests and whatnot could not be expected at all. Ningxu had just laid down on the sofa when 2333 gave him a piece of explosive news. I have a piece of bad news. Do you want to hear it? Ningxu really wanted to smash 2333's face with a brick. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Yeah, the organization killed a bunch of mission enforcers again, 2333 said. Why? Ningxu was really shocked. They must have done something wrong. In the past, it didn't matter if they killed them or not. Maybe the organization was afraid of chaos, so they just killed some of them to intimidate them. They can even restrain their soul energy. How much soul energy is that? And it's the soul energy of a mission enforcer. 2333's tone was filled with envy. Ningxu's heart was digging and digging. It was cut off again. It was a little scary. Ningxu asked, what kind of people were killed? There are low-level, mid-level, high-level, and super-level ones. All of them are considered eliminated. One of the law incarnations was killed as a warning, 2333 said. We'd better tuck our tails between our legs during this period of time. You know how to be afraid? Ningxu asked in surprise. Why wouldn't I be afraid? Even if I've lived for a long time, I still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. I'm King afraid. Didn't they just force you to donate? The donation was a one-time exemption. Why would a law incarnation be killed? Ningxu suddenly felt his butt tighten. They took the money and went back on their word? I don't know the details, but he must have done something that made the organization want to kill him. The law imprint was taken away. After all, law incarnations are very rare. Go and ask the other law incarnations. I only have a list of names to kill, 2333 said. That's a little scary. What are you afraid of? Did you do something out of line? Ningxu rolled his eyes. 2333 was silent. Ningxu was shocked. You didn't really do something, did you? No. If I really did it, the 2 of us would be annihilated. Why don't you believe me? 2333's tone was filled with resentment. Then why are you silent? Ningxu patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't get killed. It was not the right time to do missions. The items were expensive and 10% of the soul power would be taken away. Moreover, the more mistakes one made, the more careless one would be killed. Scary. Fortunately, I escaped. This feeling was like going through a tribulation. If one was not careful, lightning would strike down on one's head. Didn't I tell you there was bad news? You're relieved so early. 2333 said faintly. Ningxu, I'm going to be killed too. No, because the mission enforcers killed a little too many. The other mission enforcers have to complete a certain number of missions within a certain time limit. 2333 said. Pfft. Ningxu almost knelt down in front of the crazy organization. Since they're short of manpower, why kill them at this time? Perhaps the organization is more lacking in soul power, so they just killed them. Moreover, the missions are completed better by the experienced mission enforcers. Those who broke the rules, did not perform well, or were reckless and went beyond the limit, so they just killed them. 2333 said. Ningshu's legs trembled. This was a crazy organization. What the hell happened? 2333, I'm so scared. Maybe something happened. I've been locked up all this time. How would I know what's going on outside? Even a pig would know what's going on in this situation. Ningshu rolled his eyes. She did not want to do missions anymore. She wanted to take a break and go get soul stones. She would not make any mistakes. Life was great. However, the organization had killed so many mission enforcers. She had to do missions. Moreover, it was mandatory. Can I not do missions? Ningshu wanted to go to the second level of 9 Palace Mountain to find soul stones. Soul stones were Ningshu's favorite. Sure, but you have to hand in enough missions. 2333 said. I still have to do missions. Ningshu felt that there was a problem with her communication with 2333, so she did not answer his question. 2333 meant that if you don't want to do the mission, then don't do it first. Then, when you want to do it, you can do it until you bleed. That way, you can ensure that the number of missions is met. Ningshu didn't know what to say about 2333. He understood what she meant when she said that she didn't want to do the mission. She meant to avoid the chaos during this period of time and focus on finding soul stones. When the price of goods went down and the organization stabilized, people wouldn't be so anxious anymore. That way, she could do the mission peacefully. If something really happened to the organization, it was fine to tell them. It wasn't good to let everyone guess. If Ningshu was only a beginner, he wouldn't care so much and do what he should do. But now, Ningshu had too many things to consider. Ningshu sighed and lay on the sofa. He picked up a withered black flower and sniffed it. He was caught off guard by the stench. It was very smelly. Even Ningshu, who was in spirit form, almost vomited. Wasn't this flower always fragrant? Why did it become so smelly now? And he couldn't feel happy anymore. Ningshu threw the flower away with a look of disgust. He sniffed his hands. His hands were covered in the stench. Ningshu looked at the withered flowers on the coffee table. Unfortunately, they weren't like roses, which could stay fresh forever. A bouquet of fresh flowers was about to wither. Ningshu threw the flowers into the trash can. With a tap of his finger, water appeared in front of him. Ningshu washed his hands and picked up the red rose. He lay on the sofa and sniffed it while preparing to open the attribute panel. However, before she could click on it, the chat system rang. The sound was a little loud, and coupled with the silence in the room, Ningshu almost peed in fright. Ningshu grumbled and opened the chat system. He couldn't bear to look at it. The thing he hated the most now was to hear the chat system's voice. He always felt that something was going to happen. It was another message from the main system. It was a list of people to be killed. It was written on black paper with white handwriting. There were several names of people to be killed and the crimes they had committed. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey again. One of the law incarnations was highlighted, and the reason why it was killed made Ningshu tremble. The reason was that it wanted to destroy the plane. When Ningshu heard this, he felt that it was a little inconceivable. Logically speaking, those who could become the embodiment of the law were more experienced mission enforcers, so they would not do such a thing. How could such an idiotic act of wanting to destroy the world appear in the hands of an experienced mission enforcer? Could it be that he had been possessed and his mind wasn't clear? Or did he encounter something in the plane that made him want to destroy the entire plane in a fit of rage? No matter what the reason was, half of the dimension had been destroyed by this law incarnation. If it wasn't for the fact that the organization had managed to locate this law incarnation in the trillions of dimensions, the entire dimension would have been destroyed. This was a domino effect that caused a chain reaction. If he didn't kill this kind of lawless mission enforcer, was he going to keep him for the new year? The bravery of an ordinary man could only cause blood to splatter 10 feet. However, for someone with such great power, if they were careless and couldn't control themselves, then even billions of lives wouldn't be enough to destroy them. If an ordinary person was living peacefully, and then disaster struck out of nowhere, they should have died of old age, but they died without knowing why. Could it be that someone important had died? Some people were in pain, so they wanted the whole world to suffer with them. They wanted to destroy the whole world. Venting anger was a normal human reaction to alleviate the pain in one's heart. It was the world's fault. He heard that they didn't kill her immediately, but took her away. It was probably too easy for her to be killed directly. She must be suffering some kind of torture now. After all, everyone had to pay the price for their actions, no matter what the reason was. The organization has an ultimate torture. Do you want to know? I think she must have been sent there to be tortured. 2333 said mysteriously to Ningxu. Ningxu said, I don't want to know. He knew that it would leave a psychological shadow. 2333 said, that is to hang the mission enforcer up and let the souls of the dead in this world gnaw on her soul. The pain of the soul being gnawed on is heart-wrenching, and the pain must be magnified 10,000 times. It is 10,000 times more painful than giving birth to a child. Because these souls have grievances, it will affect the world. There are too many of them, and if they are placed in the world of reincarnation, it will be a burden to the world of reincarnation. Since that is the case, a special space will be opened, and the mission enforcer will be locked in with these souls, and let these souls gnaw on her flesh and blood. Ningxu's chrysanthemum tightened. The torture will only end when the mission enforcer's soul is completely gnawed. However, these are all ordinary souls. Even if they gnaw on them, they can only gnaw on a little bit. To gnaw on the entire soul, especially the soul of a veteran mission enforcer, it will take an immeasurable amount of time. And the mission enforcer's merit and faith will enter the body of the soul gnawing on her soul. This is also a kind of compensation. How much you can get depends on your own luck. When the mission enforcer is completely gnawed, these souls will be forced into the pool of rebirth by His Excellency. Because the resentment will dissipate a little, and with some compensation, even if the mission enforcer is reincarnated, there will not be any rebellious thoughts, and it will have a huge impact on the world. This kind of mission enforcer is the most hated and detested by His Excellency. Not only His Excellency, but the entire organization will also carry out inhumane torture on these mission enforcers. Not only will it destroy the life dimension, but it will also cause great harm to the world of reincarnation. Ningxu, damn, I'm so scared. Sure enough, there was a psychological shadow. Suddenly, he felt that being wiped out was not so hard to accept. After all, even if he died, it would be a matter of a moment, and it would not be painful for long. Countless souls gnawed at one's soul. The tougher the soul of the mission enforcer was, the longer the pain would last. Damn it. I told you these things because we are tied together. No one can escape. Then what about the mission enforcer system? Ningxu asked. Of course, it will be tortured together with its mission enforcer. If its mission enforcer did such a thing, the system will not be able to absolve itself from the blame. Also, if the report is too late, when the organization goes, the world will be filled with wandering souls that cannot enter reincarnation. It will be like hell on earth. Ningxu hammered his chest. How scary. How much karma would be involved in destroying the world like this? The key was that it would be a painful death. How do you know? Ningxu asked. He did not expect 2333 to take the initiative to tell him this. At the time, the main system was in charge of informing every mission enforcer. 2333 said. The organization gave Ningxu the feeling that he had more important things to do now. If you jump up and down, you will die a terrible death. It was probably to avoid chaos in the organization. Ningxu felt that ordinary mission enforcers would not be able to affect the organization at all. After all, an individual could not leave the organization. However, if they caused trouble in the world and destroyed the world, it would be different. Ningxu replied to the main system with 2 words, got it. Then the main system sent another message, listing in detail the missions that mission takers of all levels needed to complete. At the end, it even acted cute, cheering everyone on. Ningxu was speechless. Not cute at all. As a super mission taker, Ningxu had a lot of missions. All mission takers were like this. Ningxu sighed. At this time, he could only try his best. He was tied to the organization, but he had to suffer a little. He didn't know what these missions were. The organization would rather go without than have substandard missions. In this situation, they actually killed a large number of mission takers. The mission takers' resources obviously couldn't maintain the situation of hundreds of millions of planes. Ningxu had a rough idea. The organization faced all the planes born from the Sea of Law, and they had to ensure that these planes were normal. There were internal reasons for the planes to be damaged, so there were mission takers. There could also be external damage. Maybe the planes were damaged from external sources. The organization was trying their best to save the plane's external injuries. He suddenly had a trace of respect for this crazy organization. When he felt that he was incomparably miserable, there were still unknown people protecting him. When he felt that the sky was falling, there were actually people holding it up. It was just that it was a little crazy to kill for no reason. The founder of the organization was probably crazy. It caused him to be completely unable to figure out the organization's methods. He had no idea what the other party wanted to do. No matter what, Ningxu now felt that he was on the same boat as the organization. As an ant that lived on the big tree that was the organization, Ningxu really didn't want anything to happen to the organization. He had to do missions again, and he had to do all kinds of missions. The workload suddenly increased. To be honest, now was not the best time to work. Ningxu put his hands together. Everything was fine. There was still a bright future waiting for him. Ningxu looked at his attribute panel. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker Points card, 223, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 16 health value, 14 wisdom, 16 luck, 18 charm, 11 spiritual power, 14 force, 17 aptitude, 17 faith, 2706980 merit, 845211 soul strength, 71 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none law comprehended, water elemental law incarnation, construct a world. It might be the world of samsara. Items, calming halo, calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet +2. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Level Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Level Code Programming, Beginner Level Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Level Cooking Skill, Intermediate Level Embroidery Skill, Trash Hypnosis. Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass Blessing, Best Friend of a Lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Healer of the Dying, Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Lady, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai San Yang's Blessing, Brave Heart, Wang Ying's Blessing, Bloodthirsty Tyrant, and I Bingyan's Blessing. Completed Ji Xiang's Wish, research a way to eliminate zombies. Mission completion rate, 60%. Mission reward, 5-point cards, 5 attribute points, 50% of soul power, 7,500 faith power, including previous world's accumulation, 70,000 merit points, and an additional 40% of soul power. Ningxu originally did not have much expectations for this world, and the mission completion rate was only 60%. However, he actually received 70,000 merit points, which made up for the sadness in his heart. This 70,000 merit points was probably because he solved the problem of the space. However, the soul power was a little low, only 50%. That meant that the system took away 40%, leaving 2333 with a fixed 10%. Fortunately, the soul power from the purified soul stone was enough to make up for the loss. From now on, Ningxu felt that he had a lot to learn. He had to learn how to solve the system's problems. Relying on 2333 was not a long-term thing. In the future, when he encountered a system mission, if 2333 did not help, he could only watch the system choose a new host and start another round of fighting. He would be as tired as a dead dog. Many skills, many paths, I want to develop in the direction of omnipotence, ha 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 ha. Ningxu's heart let out a barbell-like smile. Ningxu sat cross-legged, absorbing the soul power this time. Because he had collected a lot of soul stones with golden soul origin, this time the soul origin was unprecedented. Ningshu opened his eyes and looked at his own soul. It seemed to have changed. He could not tell what was different, but he felt that it was more real. It was a lot stronger. It was great. Even the texture of the clothes he was wearing was different. Ningshu put his hands on his waist and turned a circle. The feeling of the skirt falling was incomparably good. As he walked, it swayed, very elegant. It looked good. Ningshu showed off for a moment and added the attribute points. Name, Ningshu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker points. Card, 223 plus 5, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 16 health points, 14 wisdom, 16 luck, 18 charm, 11 spiritual power, 14 plus 5 martial strength, 17 aptitude, 17 faith, 270, 6980 plus 7500 merit points, 845211 plus 70,000 soul strength, 71 plus 10 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation, constructed world, suspected to be the world of reincarnation items, calm aura, heart setting pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, war god. Empress, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Xianxia's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, lifelong friend, meow. Meow Meow's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Sunyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, lawful lady, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing. Ningshu directly added all his attribute points to spiritual power. He was too lazy to add them bit by bit. Moreover, the attribute points this time were very few, only 5. This time, the mission barely passed. However, it was very dangerous. If he accumulated a certain amount of points, he might face the possibility of being obliterated. Ningshu took the bottle of spirit liquid to the 9 Palace Mountain to exchange for more spirit stones. When he had accumulated enough spirit stones, he would go and complete the mission given by the main system. Ningshu suddenly thought of something. He did not know if Xianxia had returned to the incomparably difficult post-apocalyptic era. The apocalypse would definitely destroy the world. There was no way one person could turn the tide. This was for the sake of the entire world. Him? I tricked him into reincarnating. I told him that there are many worlds in this world, and there are all kinds of worlds. There is a world where you can live forever through cultivation, an ancient world where you can have 3 wives and 4 beautiful women in your arms, and a world with advanced technology. 2333 said. Ningshu asked, then where did he go? After jumping into the pool of rebirth, everything from the past was erased. Everything had to start from scratch. I told him that he had some merit on him, and he would definitely join a good person's family in the future. No matter what world it was all about the father. He wouldn't be bad. In the modern world, he might be a domineering CEO. Ningshu was speechless. Then where did he choose to go? Ningshu asked. After talking for so long, he didn't get to the point. He went to the ancient world. He said he wanted to build a career, but who knows which world he would join. Ningshu could imagine 2333 shrugging his shoulders and curling his lips when he said this. He only cared about tricking people away. If she had to choose, she would definitely choose a world where she could live forever. Although it was cruel, she could obtain power. But everyone's choice was different. According to Xianxia's personality, building a career? But maybe Xianxia would become a decisive general in the ancient world. The soul that jumped into the pool of rebirth was very blank. It depended on what color was painted on the soul. This was good too. Everyone was relatively satisfied. If it wasn't for me, this Xianxia would have failed, 2333 said. Ningshu just said, you said that in a situation where the world and the mission are in conflict, even if the person who asked me to fail the mission, the main system would still say that I passed the mission. So, 2333 was asking for credit. Ha ha ha, did you forget what you said just now, 2333, tisk, not cute at all. 2333 took out a jade bottle and started to use his spiritual power to fill it. Ningxu hummed a little tune as he packed the bottles. When he saw these bottles, Ningxu's mind automatically replaced them with soul stones. There were so many soul stones. Ding dong, Ningxu wanted to roll her eyes. Recently, her chat system had been ringing frequently. It hadn't been ringing for a long time. Ningxu placed the bottle in his messen space and opened the chat system. It was a reply from Mei Ziqing. She sent a very tired emoji and asked to meet up for a drink. Ningxu looked at Mei Ziqing's half-dead appearance and asked, "You've fallen out of love?" "No, I didn't fall out of love." Ningxu pondered for a moment and went to Water City as well. He also went to see Tian's auction house to ask if there were any light and darkness attribute world sources. Ningxu didn't have much hope for the two stones on Xiaohua's body. He didn't know what kind of deformed objects they were, but they weren't. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to hatch. Moreover, she was no longer a fugitive, so she could go to every law city to see if there was anything she needed. Although prices were going crazy now, as long as it was something that was needed, it didn't matter if it was expensive. Building a world was an urgent matter. Earning money was to buy these things. Ningxu appeared in Water City. Walking on the limestone floor, she felt like she was walking on water. With a tap of her toes, ripples appeared. It was a little fun. She checked the barrier of Water City. Outside the barrier was the violent power of law. Although it didn't have much effect on her, it was a disaster for ordinary mission enforcers. Ningxu arrived at Mei Ziqing's restaurant. Mei Ziqing had already ordered a table full of dishes and drinks. She was slowly tasting them alone. Ningxu sat down and asked, "Where's Xiaohua?" "He ran away," Mei Ziqing said calmly. "Ran away?" Ningxu was surprised. "Did I think he ran away? Could it be that Xiaohua couldn't take it anymore and ran away from Mei Ziqing? Or maybe he didn't like the oppressive life of a mission enforcer. Could it be that Xiaohua was in puberty, and Mei Ziqing kept him locked up, so he ran away to resist? Perhaps Xiaohua was in his second stage of puberty. With the thought of "I'd rather die without freedom," he ran away. Facing the morning sun, she went to pursue her freedom, leaving behind a lonely Mei Ziqing to cry silently. Chapter 2192, Purely Seeking Death. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Mei Ziqing said unhappily. "Xiaohua said he wanted to go out and play." "I see." She was still not used to the dull life in the system space. When Mei Ziqing went to do missions, Xiaohua was alone. Even if there was a system in the system space, the system existed to help mission enforcers. It didn't exist to help mission enforcers' sons, lovers, child husbands, or siblings chat to relieve their boredom. It was a living and intelligent existence. It wasn't like feeding a pet, giving it food and drink, or even needing companionship. It didn't exist because you needed companionship when you were lonely, but because you needed companionship when you were lonely. It wasn't a puppet. Mei Ziqing was a mission enforcer. Completing missions was something she had to do. She didn't have much time to accompany Xiaohua. No one could ask the other to do anything. They just stayed there quietly. When I needed you, you would appear. When I didn't need you, you wouldn't appear. Where did he go? Ningxu asked. He ran away with Pan Chen, Mei Ziqing said as she took a sip of wine. Ningxu? You mean the stone spirit Pan Chen who kills without karma? Ningxu asked. Pan Chen was dealt with by the Grand Elder last time. Why did he run out now? Why was Xiaohua with him? He must have snuck out while the Grand Elder and the silver-haired man were asking for donations. Once he ran out, he came to kidnap Xiaohua. Damn, Xiaohua was no match for him. Even his mental strength was no match for him. Then why are you drinking so calmly? You're not in a hurry. Ningxu also took a sip. It was a little numb, but also a little sweet. It had a rich fragrance. It tasted better than the wine he drank in the plane. Xiaohua asked me, and I agreed to let him go out. Let him learn something from Pan Chen. I realized that I can't give him anything if he stays by my side. He doesn't even have freedom. It's better to let him go out and explore. He'll learn from his mistakes, Mei Ziqing said slowly. Ningxu was speechless. It's good that you thought it through. But Pan Chen is always thinking about Xiaohua. If he's not thinking about his strength, he's thinking about his butt. Pfft. Cough, cough. Mei Ziqing spat out the wine in her mouth, almost spitting it onto the food on the table. Ningxu quickly covered it with his hand. Cough, cough. Mei Ziqing took a sip and calmed herself down. You're thinking too much. What do you mean by thinking about his butt? Ningxu had just returned from the apocalypse and immediately thought of this. It was completely a conditioned reflex. You're wrong. If he's not trying to swallow Xiaohua's power, then it must be love. Otherwise, why would he always look for Xiaohua? Pfft. Mei Ziqing spat out the tea in his mouth. Please shut up. Ningxu, alright, Mei Ziqing gritted his teeth. If Pan Chen dares to do anything to Xiaohua, I won't let him off. Maybe you're overthinking. He's just trying to swallow Xiaohua's power. It's not love. Ningxu comforted him. I'm begging you to shut up. Both of these things would kill her. She would lose her life and lose her chastity. Ah, my Xiaohua. Mei Ziqing regretted letting Xiaohua go with Pan Chen. Then why did you let him go? Ningxu asked. After all, Pan Chen was a lawless rock spirit. He wouldn't be punished by the heavens no matter what he did. The only person who could barely hold him down was the judge. Xiaohua told me that he wanted to go out with a senior. This senior was Pan Chen, but Pan Chen said that he wouldn't do anything to Xiaohua. We're all rocks, born from the same roots. There's no need to be so anxious. He didn't look like he was lying. I went to do my mission. Xiaohua was very lonely in the system space, or in Water City, he was very lonely without any companions. So I let Xiaohua go out with him. Even if Pan Chen really does harm to Xiaohua, Xiaohua has experienced it before. He should be more careful. Pan Chen's attitude is very good, shut up. I know what you want to say. You're treating me like your mother-in-law, right? Mei Ziqing said. Pfft. Ningxu covered his mouth and laughed. If it's really love, then Xiaohua will have a companion to play with. They could play a game of paw, 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 paw. What love? Pan Chen has bad intentions. I have to find Xiaohua. The more Mei Ziqing thought about it, the more he regretted it. Of course, he felt that Xiaohua was pitiful and lonely. It would be great to go out and see the world. However, after hearing Ningxu's nonsense, Mei Ziqing became even more worried. We have to let Xiaohua experience the good and the evil. It's good to let him know the human heart. Don't worry. Although Xiaohua is young, he knows how to protect himself. This is his instinct. Ningxu clinked his wine glass with Mei Ziqing's. He couldn't keep him locked up forever. Mei Ziqing thought about it and said, should we contact Pan Chen's master? I don't think so. Do you have a way to contact him? Besides, looking for him for this kind of thing is simply courting death. Ningxu quickly shook his head. I was forced to donate it. Besides, the organization is busy right now. Otherwise, why would Pan Chen run out? Even if we called him, he wouldn't have paid any attention to us. Ningxu was most afraid of losing his money. Whenever he saw someone, he would leak out his money. He would hide far away like the plague. In the past, when he was a fugitive, he would run whenever he saw someone. Now that he was no longer a fugitive, he would still run whenever he saw someone. You say how much of a failure a judge is. Mei Ziqing was just saying. He didn't expect anything at all. He just sighed. Sometimes, I envy those who are alone. They have companionship and their troubles. Loneliness has its benefits. Mei Ziqing sighed. You say that I never learned to be obedient or that I'm soft-hearted, Mei Ziqing said. Back then, when I saved Xiaohua, I couldn't fulfill my responsibility. Ningxu thought of Mei Ziqing's ex-boyfriend who had died. He had sacrificed a plane to create his own world. In the end, he had been obliterated. Don't be afraid. There will be more setbacks in the future. Hang in there. There's nothing you can't get through. There will be more setbacks ahead. Ningxu comforted Mei Ziqing. Everyone has had so many setbacks. Do you feel better? Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. Not at all. Forget it. Let's drink. Xiaohua is an individual. I can't tie him to my belt for the rest of his life. He has to experience it himself, Mei Ziqing said. Sir, this is a complimentary dish from our restaurant. The waiter brought a plate of exquisite dishes to them. Ningxu raised his head and looked upstairs. Shubai was leaning against the railing. She was still wearing an intellectual qipao and holding an embroidered fan. She smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu returned a smile. Ningxu wanted to control his own fate one day. He also wanted to open a small restaurant and do some business occasionally. It was quite interesting. However, he had to control his own fate first. He didn't expect the restaurant to make money. He could use his skills to sell something. Living the life of a retired old lady was also quite interesting. She was carefree and relaxed. Oh, I like it. When he was strong, no one would dare to find trouble with him. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he was. However, Ningxu suppressed this impulse. He had too many things to do now. It was better to wait for such things. He wanted to stand at the top of the Forbidden City. This meal was Mei Ziqing's treat. As a woman, she was in a bad mood. She bought. Swiping her identity card was satisfying and heart-wrenching. In short, it was very satisfying. Ningxu arrived at Tian's auction house. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing wanted to join in the fun. They really didn't want to buy anything. Really? Tian arranged a private room for Ningxu. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing sat in the private room. Tea, pastries, and fruits were served. It was much more comfortable than in the main hall. It was much more comfortable to watch the fun. However, it seemed a little apologetic to not buy anything and occupy a private room. Tian was a very calculating person. She definitely wouldn't participate in the auction this time. Ningxu asked Tian, "Is there a world source?" Tian replied, "No. No matter what attribute you want, we don't have it. However, there are many treasures this time. You can take a look." Okay. I'm really just looking around. The auction started. It was a beautiful female auctioneer. Women had advantages. Beautiful women had even more advantages. Men didn't want to be looked down upon in front of women. Sometimes, they would spend a lot of money to boost their spending. Being pretentious was a human need. Even mission enforcers were the same. Ningxu nibbled on a sweet melon as he looked at the auction items. Ningxu didn't bid once because he didn't have much money. Secondly, Ningxu didn't need these items. However, there was a space up for auction this time. It was a space that could form a plane. As long as the source of the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness worlds were gathered, it was possible to form a life world that belonged to oneself. Mission enforcers who entered the space of laws were all super mission enforcers. At this stage, everyone was thinking about how to take the next step and break through to a higher level. That was to form their own life world. Therefore, when this space appeared, it attracted many heated gazes. They stared at the space. This space was a pearl. As soon as the world carrier appeared, all the super mission enforcers' emotions fluctuated. Ningxu didn't feel much about this bead because he already had a world carrier. He hadn't gotten his hands on another one, so he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. If he missed out on this bead, Ningxu wouldn't feel anything. However, he had missed out on the world tree previously. That was a world tree with a single leaf and a world. Therefore, Ningxu's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Even if he bought this bead, he would put it on the shelf and collect dust. He hadn't even succeeded in one world yet, so he didn't know when he would succeed in this one. Ningxu saw from the corner of his eye that Mei Ziqing was staring at the bead on the tray on the auction stage. This bead emitted a colorful glow and was very beautiful. However, Mei Ziqing's expression turned gloomy. This kind of world carrier was too expensive. She couldn't afford it. Mei Ziqing was discouraged and her shoulders drooped. Mission enforcers dreamed of having their own living world. With a living world, they would be able to jump out of the shackles of ordinary mission enforcers and have a wider world. They wouldn't have to worry about being obliterated. Even if they did something wrong, they would be punished, but their lives wouldn't be in danger. Ningxu didn't say anything. He watched the auction progress. The price was 450,000 merit points, and each increment was at least 10,000 merit points. A world carrier like this cost so much merit points. She only got 70,000 merit points for saving a world. Businessmen were simply robbers. The image of Xianxia in his wide-sleeved robes appeared in Ningxu's mind. He looked elegant, but these people's minds were filled with schemes. Mei Ziqing heard the price and felt hopeless. 45 merit points, and she had to compete with so many people. Her chances of getting it were close to zero. Moreover, she didn't have 45 merit points. Generally speaking, mission enforcers who weren't city lords and didn't do business didn't have much merit points. Unless you saved one world after another and accumulated a terrifying amount of wealth. However, such people were rare. However, mission enforcers also had a lot of ways to make money. If they encountered any treasure in the mission world, they could sell it and make money, merit, or faith power. Some people made several tentative bids, and the price rose to 500,000 merit points. Mei Ziqing wanted to say something but stopped. Ningxu kept his mouth shut and waited for Mei Ziqing to speak. The price was too high. Mei Ziqing saw that the world carrier was about to fall into the hands of others. He took a deep breath and said to Ningxu, "Ningxu." Ningxu turned his head to look at Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing didn't have the courage to speak. He shook his head and said, "Nothing." Mei Ziqing knew that Ningxu might have money on him. As the city lord of Water City, she was supported by a huge amount of taxes, but that was still her money. The relationship between the two of them was just that they could talk. Sometimes, they would get together to chat. However, when it came to money, they weren't that close. The bidding continued. Mei Ziqing encouraged him again and again. He said to Ningxu, "You know what I want to say. I want this world carrier. I have been a super mission enforcer for a long time. I want to give it a try. This is not a small sum. We can form a contract. I can return all of this to you, no matter how long it takes. If something happens to me along the way and I die, my soul energy and soul origin will be yours," Mei Ziqing said to Ningxu seriously. "Contract?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Mei Ziqing said, "There is a contract in the shop. It's similar to an IOU. It has the ability to collect debts. If I die, my soul power and soul origin will be yours." Ningxu didn't know about such a tool. He usually didn't pay attention to such things. If something happened to the borrower, his soul would be hers. This was the legendary saying that even the dead wouldn't be spared. Hundreds of thousands of merit points. Ningxu felt that he should consider it. The contract was very overbearing. If you wanted to escape with your life, your soul power and soul origin would be the creditors. Aren't all the souls collected by the main system? How can they be in the hands of the borrower? Ningxu asked. Then, is the soul power and soul origin of the borrower pure? If it wasn't pure, the main system would have to purify it. Then, the main system would have to give a portion of it away. Damn, Ningxu more or less understood the tricks of these dogs. They were all King evil. I didn't pay attention to that. Let me check the description of the contract, Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu also opened up the system exchange store and flipped to the contract book. The contract book was created by the system to prevent conflicts between quest takers. It also had the ability to ask for payment. When the time came, it would automatically ask for payment. There was no need for the creditor to hesitate and ask for payment. Ningxu was more concerned about whether the soul of the borrower would be pure if something happened to her and she was killed. After flipping through the description for a long time, the last page said that the cost of purification would be 20% of the profit. Ningxu was speechless. Familiar formula, familiar tricks. Mei Ziqing and Ningxu looked at each other. Ningxu. Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu. With this contract, I will have to repay my debt for the rest of my life. Even if I die, it will be yours. With such a strong contract, there was basically nothing to worry about. Furthermore, mission enforcers who had reached this stage wouldn't easily die, let alone die for a little debt. Mission enforcers had plenty of time. The debt might seem huge now, but it would take a long time. Ningxu was now calculating how much money she had on hand. She had forced him to donate nearly 700,000 yuan. She had also bought cultivation manuals and spirit stones. He now had more than 18 million faith power and 540,000 merit points in his account. If he lent Mei Ziqing more than 500,000 merit points, he would lose all his merit points. How much do you need? Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing said, I have 150,000 merit points. Mei Ziqing was good at making money. It was good enough for a normal mission enforcer to have so much merit points. Then I'll lend you 400,000. Ningxu said. He took out his identity card and transferred 400,000 to Mei Ziqing. He only had 100,000 merit points left. He would have to wait for the next tax, which would take a long time. Ningxu, thank you, thank you. Mei Ziqing hugged Ningxu. Ningxu pushed her away. Remember to pay the money on time. Damn, this city is so dangerous. Ningxu was almost cut by the space blade again. Even if my soul is water, if the water is stored in 2 different sealed bottles, how can it be gathered together? Although this city is dangerous, the flow of people here is bursting. The more dangerous it is, the more people are attracted. If I can master such a powerful law, I will be invincible. This was only the city, and the power of the laws was just a little bit. If it was outside the city, it wouldn't be much of a scene. In an instant, the power of space would have shredded everything into nothingness. This is awesome. I heard that some people used the law of space to create a living world and create their own space. However, a living world must have a carrier. Only with a carrier can it last for a long time. Ningxu was exhausted from walking in the city of space. She lost her way and couldn't find where she should go. If one day she understands a little bit of the law of space, she will be able to move freely in the city of space. After all, there is a small test before entering a city. It tests if you can pass a little bit of the law of the city. Ningxu said to 2333, take me back to the system space. How long will I have to walk around here? It's fine if I can't find the world origin, but I still have to go to 9 Palace Mountain to exchange for some soul stones. I have to enter the 2nd floor of 9 Palace Mountain. Ningxu felt like she didn't have enough time. Her schedule was really packed. She even said she wanted to learn how to fight the system. Ningxu scratched her head. Why am I getting busier? Fine, I'll do it one by one. Ningxu returned to the system space and took the mess in space from the table. With a tap of her finger, she walked into the black hole. Ningxu stood in front of 9 Palace Mountain and looked at the vast black land. She didn't know how the world of reincarnation has evolved. A world without the pool of reincarnation is not the world of reincarnation. Ningxu placed her hand on the stone wall of the 9 Palace Mountain and was instantly pulled into the 9 Palace Mountain. Looking around, it was a familiar place. Why didn't 9 Palace Mountain send her to the 2nd floor? It kept wandering around the 1st floor. Could it be that she can only enter the 2nd floor after passing it? He had nothing to say about 9 Palace Mountain. He felt that it was a mountain with principles. Could it be that her strength was only enough to enter the 1st level, so she could only wander around the 2nd level? If she passed the 2nd level, perhaps she would be pulled to the 2nd level. With 9 Palace Mountain's intelligence, how could it differentiate strength? Ningxu felt that with his power of laws, he could be considered quite powerful on the 1st level, so he wanted to try the 2nd level. They had to pass through the wind blades and enter the 2nd layer. Ningxu first went to the soulstone mine to look at his fish tank. It had been there for so long, and he wondered how much damage it had absorbed from the soulstone mine. Ningxu flew above the soulstone mine. There were still wind blades flying everywhere. The fish tank was safe and sound inside the enchantment. If there were any wind blades that came into contact with the fish tank's law of nothingness, they would be swallowed. Sometimes, Ningxu really envied the law of nothingness's ability to fuse with any attack. Was it fusing with his own power or devouring it? Either way, it was quite awesome. Ningshu decided to give it a try. His entire soul turned into a drop of water and dripped into the fish tank, causing ripples. But in the next second, a drop of water rushed out of the fish tank. Ningshu felt as though she had seen a ghost. As soon as she entered the tank, her soul began to melt. This melting feeling made her feel as though her body was disappearing bit by bit. He struggled with all his might, but his struggles were very weak. It was like a broken boat in a tsunami. It was very weak. Fortunately, he had the power of laws. The water pushed him out of the fish tank. Ningshu looked at his own soul. It seemed to have dimmed a lot. He didn't have the ability, yet he was still dreaming. Ningshu smiled bitterly. He wasn't strong enough yet, so he was still daydreaming. He was biting off more than he could chew. Ningshu slapped himself in the face. His mind was muddled. If he couldn't get out, there would be no Ningshu in the world. I'll wait. I'll come back when I'm more powerful. One day, I'll be able to deal with him. Not only did she covet the law of nothingness's power, but she also didn't want to waste the hundreds of thousands of merit points. Speaking of which, how long had it been? She had already used up most of the merit points from the tax. If she encountered something precious, she definitely wouldn't have enough merit points. However, he still had more than 2 million faith power. Otherwise, Ningshu would be very worried about having no food at home. He lost some of his soul power again and melted it into the law of nothingness. He couldn't afford to offend this ancestor for the time being. Ningshu adjusted his mentality and decided to challenge the second level of Nine Palace Mountain. The entrance to the second level was guarded by a few big families in the city who took turns collecting taxes. If he wanted to enter, he had to pay the taxes first. Ningshu handed over 2 bottles of spirit liquid and entered the pitch-black tunnel. Fortunately, he had mental power. It didn't matter if his eyes couldn't see. In an instant, countless wind blades flew towards Ningshu. Especially in the narrow passageway, there was nowhere for him to hide. When Ningshu saw these wind blades, his face turned green. Damn, these weren't wind blades at all. They were spatial blades that were 10,000 times more dangerous than wind blades. If they were wind blades, Ningshu felt that he could pass through. However, if they were spatial blades, Ningshu wasn't confident. He also didn't know how long this tunnel was. The attacks from behind would definitely be more intense. Ningshu cried out and turned around to run out of the tunnel. The guards guarding the tunnel couldn't help but laugh. They had seen many people who wanted to go up, but under the threat of the wind blades, they all ran back with their tails between their legs. Ningshu gave a middle finger to the entrance in his heart. Wait for me to learn the law of space. I'll come again. Just you wait. Ningshu arrived at the mansion of the previous young master and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was a servant. When he saw Ningshu, he immediately closed the door. Ningshu didn't care and continued to knock on the door. After knocking for a while, the servant opened the door and opened a gap. From the gap, the servant said to Ningshu, "My young master is not at home." Is he really not at home? Ningshu raised his eyebrows and asked. There is no place to hide from my divine sense. I am looking for your young master. The servant said with some grief and indignation, My young master is really not at home. He went back to the main house. He really is not at home. It doesn't matter if he is not at home. I just want to ask you, which family in the city has a lot of soul stones and is short of spirit stones? The servant said with a bitter face, Great aunt, how many soul stones does a family have? I am just a servant. How can I know how much wealth a big family has? If you want to talk about soul stones, then it must be Lu family. They are all souls and need soul stones to cultivate. The servant said. Lu family had already exchanged 2 secret books last time. If they wanted to exchange again, they wouldn't be able to exchange for any high-quality soul stones. Even if she went to the Lu family, she would definitely be chased out of the house. Over and over again, the Lu family would probably be pissed off. Except for the Lu family. Ningshu sat on the steps and patted the stone steps beside him. Let's have a good chat. The servant was speechless. Who's close to you? But under the threat of strength, the servant sat down and said, I really don't know which family has more soul stones. Then you should know which family has soul stone mines. Ningshu's appetite was a little picky now. He wanted golden soul stones of higher quality. When there was nothing left on the first level, he would go to the second level. When there was nothing left on the second level, he would go to the third level. There were 9 levels. Ningshu could see an endless stream of soul stones flying towards him. The Li family, the Lu family, and our master's family all have soul stone mines. Among them, the Lu family has the most soul stone mines. They use their spirit veins to exchange for soul stone mines from other families, the servant said honestly. Ningshu rubbed his chin and pondered. So he still had to catch the Lu family's sheep. Ningshu took out a bottle of spirit liquid and gave it to the servant. Here. Thank you, thank you. The servant immediately reached out and received it with a smile. The purity of a bottle of spirit liquid was more than 20 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was easier to absorb in liquid form. Ningshu stood up and stretched. He couldn't take advantage of the Lu family for the time being. After all, the 2 secret manuals had cost the Lu family a lot. The Lu family couldn't exchange any more precious items. Even if they could, they might not be satisfied with the price. It seemed like he had to learn how to purify soul stones himself. The main system took away so many soul stones. It really made his liver hurt. He had no choice but to accept this distribution method. Now, Ningshu had to set up a stall to exchange soul stones of lower quality. Ningshu felt that it was very troublesome. It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. Moreover, he didn't have anything precious on him. The prices were as unstable as mad dogs. Therefore, Ningshu avoided using high prices to exchange for things with high prices. He would use the spirit liquid to exchange for some ordinary soul stones first. Young master? The servant saw a young master in soul form running towards him. He rubbed his eyes. Didn't the young master have a physical body? How did he become a soul? Furthermore, it was such a weak soul. Ningshu looked at the disheveled young master. His soul was so transparent that it was about to dissipate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ningshu couldn't help but think to himself. Now that you've become a soul, I want to see how you're going to do that with a beauty. When the young master saw Ningshu, who was wearing a long dress and smiling, he immediately looked as if he had eaten a fly. He quickly wanted to enter the house, but he was surrounded by the people who had followed him. These people had weapons that targeted the soul. Not only did they want to destroy young master's physical body, they also wanted to destroy his soul. The servant's neck was suddenly choked, and he no longer dared to call him young master. Firstly, he was afraid that it would distract the young master. Secondly, these people were all very strong. He was only at the golden core stage, and he simply could not deal with these people. As for the great aunt beside him, if he remembered correctly, she had a grudge against the young master. At this time, it was already very kind of her not to join the team that surrounded the young master. Ningshu looked at the young master's dispirited appearance with a face full of grief, indignation, and helplessness. He gritted his teeth and was full of hatred. There was also deep sadness and despair in his eyes. Don't ask how Ningshu could tell, because he shouted, "Why do you want to kill all of us? Why? Second young master only needs to die." When Ningshu heard this, he instantly imagined a plot of brothers fighting against each other and killing each other in the same clan. He guessed that the young master also wanted to be a hated existence in the family. The young master caught a glimpse of Ningshu, who was watching the show from the corner of his eye. He immediately shouted, "Stupid woman, how long are you going to watch the show for? At most, I'll chase all the singers out of the mansion and leave you alone in the mansion. I'm about to be killed now. Do you have the heart to do that?" Ningshu shrugged. The servant? Young master, what are you talking about? Do you think that there aren't enough people who want to kill you? The people chasing him looked at Ningshu. She seemed to be a beauty. According to the second young master's animal, he would definitely eat her. But it was just a soul. Ningshu pointed at the young master. You're so fickle. Even if you die outside, I can't be bothered to care about you. Ningshu said as she entered the door. Then, she closed the door with a bang. The young master? The servant? That great aunt must have slipped away. The young master's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He originally wanted to distract himself so that he could enter the residence. Once the powerful array inside was activated, he would be temporarily safe. Although he didn't have a physical body, where there was life, there was hope. Why didn't this damn woman follow the rules? Why didn't she quibble? Not only did she say that there was nothing between the two of them, she even closed the door from the inside. What was she doing? The young master's face was filled with despair. If his soul didn't scatter today, he would be captured and become the artifact's spirit. He was even going to be used by the person he called Big Brother. He might as well die. The manservant paced around anxiously at the door and whispered through the crack of the door, "Madam, don't joke around. Now it's a matter of life and death. Open the door so that the formation in the house can protect the young master." Ningxu felt that this young master needed to be taught a lesson. It was good that he was taught a lesson. Young master, who had become a soul, could only rely on his instincts to fight. He was used to his physical body and didn't even know how to use his soul to fight. When the artifact that harmed the soul hit his body, the young master felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. The key was that his soul was getting dimmer and dimmer and was about to scatter. The servant's hair stood up and he knocked on the door furiously. Open the door, open the door. Ningxu used his mental strength to sweep and saw that the young master's soul was about to scatter. He snapped his fingers and the assassins were covered by a bubble-like barrier. Ningxu pointed and the assassins felt like the blood in their bodies started to flow in the opposite direction. Their internal energy couldn't be stabilized anymore. Poo, pu, pu. All of them started to spit out blood. The blood vessels in their bodies swelled up like their blood was about to surge out of their bodies. The barrier slowly closed and they felt like the pressure within was getting bigger and bigger. They found it hard to breathe. Their bodies were under huge pressure and they started to spit out blood. They were about to spit out 3 liters of blood. Young master was stunned when he saw that. He guessed that it might have been that girl who did it. But his words definitely annoyed her. Would the F***ck swallow him up? Some strong soul cultivators would swallow souls. The stronger the soul, the more beneficial it would be. He really left the tiger's den and was about to enter the wolf's mouth. Who knew how that girl would treat him? Was it too late to kneel down now? Ningxu released the barrier and these people rolled and crawled away. They didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. He hadn't even attacked and they were already like this. They couldn't beat him. Young master looked at the door of the house and didn't have the courage to walk in. The servant hurried over to help him, but his hand went through young master's body. He forgot that young master was now a weak soul. Young master. The servant cautiously called out to the young master. Did something happen when you went to the main house this time? Are you a pig? It's so obvious. Young master said directly. Can't you see that I've become a ghost? With a creak, the door opened. Ningxu walked out with her arms crossed. She looked at the young master with a smile. You said that you want to dismiss the singers in the house for me. Is that true? Young master, there are no singers in the young master's mansion. Those singers are all hired from the opera house to put on a show. My young master is very clean. The servant quickly said. Ningxu, young master, did I allow you to speak? Young master was angry. He reached out to kick the servant, but his soul went through the servant. The servant was afraid, but seeing that young master couldn't do anything to him, he laughed. Young master saw that the situation was better than him. He could only say to Ningxu, Miss, I had no choice. Please don't take offense. To be honest, young master didn't want to be devoured by this woman. He was made like this. If he didn't get back, he wouldn't be able to take it. Ningxu laughed. Her expression was disdainful. Young master's face darkened. What expression? Hee, your sister, Ningxu thought of the first time he saw young master. He had a beauty in his arms and a beauty lying on the bed. That was called indulging in luxury. In the end, it was all fake. Ningxu said, we have some debts to settle. You wanted to kill me. You got cheated on your first business deal. He didn't get cheated. It was really bad. He had just gotten away with one wave, and now he wanted to find trouble with him again. Big Brother's people wanted him dead. If he fell into the hands of this woman, would he suffer a fate worse than death? If it was a fate worse than death, he would rather die in Big Brother's hands. Ningxu said, "Don't be nervous. I'm here to exchange soul stones with you." "I don't have any soul stones." "I've already exchanged all my soul stones with you." It seemed like he had become a spirit now. If he wanted to cultivate, he would have to absorb the energy from the soul stone. *CK, he didn't have any soul stones. Previously, he had despised the soul stones for being useless. Now, he needed them. He wanted revenge. "Then what's the use of you?" Ningxu looked at Gongzi expressionlessly. "Don't forget that I saved you." "I didn't ask you to save me." Young Master straightened his neck and said. "Young Master, don't say any more. You can't beat her." If those people were all beaten away, with Young Master's current state, he wouldn't even be able to stretch out his fingers. The Young Master was silent. Looking at Ningxu's eyes, he finally said, "Nothing happened to you in the past?" "Hee, it's nothing. I'm the only one who can beat you. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be ruined and robbed." "You want to rob me of my spirit liquid?" Ningxu said. "You're a spirit. How can I ruin you? Who in the spirit liquid city doesn't want your spirit liquid? I'm the only one who made a move." The Young Master couldn't help but say with a green face. Who was so amazing to ruin a spirit? "Yo, you still have reason, right?" Ningxu condensed a whip in her hand. With a snap, a loud sound rang out in the air. "Are you asking for a beating? Didn't we have a deal? What do I owe you that you want to kill me?" Ningxu stared at Gongzi with a cold expression. It was as if she was going to kill a god or a Buddha. Gongzi felt that if he said something wrong, he would be whipped to death. What does this woman want to do? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you being so noisy? Gongzi felt that what he did was unreasonable, but who asked you to be alone? It would be a waste not to take advantage of this situation. There were countless people in the city who wanted to snatch the spirit liquid in her hands. Say it. Ningxu swung the whip. The whip let out a loud sound that made one's hair stand on end. How painful would it be if it hit the body? Ningxu said, "I specialize in targeting the spirit. If it hits the spirit will be torn apart many times. It's very annoying." What a vicious woman. "Great Aunt, what do you want?" the manservant asked in horror. Could it be that she wanted to capture Young Master and use the whip to whip him? There wasn't such a huge hatred. "Young Master, you're crazy. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have provoked this lunatic. He could use the spirit stones that he didn't exchange for. Where would he go to find spirit stones to cultivate in the future? Returning to the main house now was pretty much courting death. He didn't have spirit stones and even provoked this lunatic. His life was so bitter. What do you want? Give me a definite answer." Ningxu beckoned to Gongzi. "Come here." "What?" Gongzi asked hesitantly. "I told you to come here." "Gongzi, go over," the manservant said. Apart from showing weakness, there was no other way. Gongzi slowly moved in front of Ningxu. Looking at the whip in Ningxu's hand, he felt a chill down his spine. Especially when the whip shone with a dark light. "I will come over," Gongzi said. "Anne, do you know which family has more spirit stones?" Ningxu asked. "Lu family," Gongzi said. His eyes rolled and he said, "Actually, the Li family has many too." Ningxu looked at Gongzi's scheming face. "Is the Li family your home?" He wanted her to find trouble with the Li family. Gongzi touched his nose. That was what he meant. Sending out such a crazy woman who he didn't know what she was thinking was enough to annoy his brother. Who knew what she wanted so many spirit stones for? Ningxu asked. "Actually, I want to toss you to mine." Mine? What was going on? He was a noble Gongzi. To ask him to mine, what kind of joke was that? Gongzi looked at Ningxu coldly. "Even if I die, I won't be controlled by you. Moreover, why should I mine?" Ningxu said, with your soul, it will dissipate in a few days. Then, you can go and die. Even if I die, I won't mind. Gongzi said directly. I have my own way to get spirit stones, so why should I mine? He was a pampered young master, and a powerful one at that. Why would he want to go mining now? That was something that only people with low strength and no strength would do. Oh. Ningxu dragged out her last syllable. So you still have soul stones? What does that have to do with you? Gongzi frowned. Damn, a gust of wind blew over. It felt so good to blow right through his body. But looking at the woman opposite him, her dress was moving. That dress looked real and she looked real too. But she was a soul. His soul was so thin that it was about to be blown away. Ningxu said, because I saved you, so now you have to repay me. I didn't ask you to save me, so what right do you have to ask for things from me? Young master said right away. Ningxu's expression hardened as she whipped the young master's soul body. The young master was in so much pain that he rolled around on the ground, howling in pain. I want to kill you now, so you need to pay for your life. Ningxu held the whip and said. Damn, crazy. The servant nearly knelt down. He told young master not to be stubborn, and this was the result. His soul seemed to have become even thinner. Madam, let's talk inside, let's talk inside. The servant cupped his hands towards Ningxu and instinctively wanted to help young master up. In the end, his hand passed through young master's body. Servant, he felt really complicated. This great aunt had no intention of killing young master, she just wanted to get something from young master. Young master didn't know why he was so stubborn. If it were any other senior, they would have thanked him for his kindness. Why did he find this killing god so annoying? What was the point in arguing with her? He had to. Look at his current situation. Moreover, she wasn't weak, so why did he have to argue? Couldn't they just sit down and have a good chat? The servant felt like his heart was about to break. How would he understand young master's complicated feelings? He wanted to scold this crazy woman when he saw her, but he wasn't strong enough, so he could only rely on his pride to support himself. He was a young master and had suffered many losses in the hands of this woman. Now, she wanted to do whatever she wanted to him just because she had saved his life. How could this be? If he took a step back, this crazy woman would come looking for him if she had any problems in the future. She would want to squeeze layers and layers of oil from him. No, definitely not. A man's pride couldn't be touched. A cultivator's pride couldn't be touched. A male cultivator's pride definitely couldn't be touched. Ningxu felt like this person was asking for a beating and had no conscience. He kicked young master. I saved you and you didn't even say a word of thanks. Forget it, let's not interact with each other anymore. Ningxu felt like it was pointless and didn't want to talk to young master anymore. He wouldn't cooperate with him in the future either. I didn't ask you to save me. You saved me, and then you want me to thank you. What kind of logic is this? The young master sneered, you're responsible for your own decision. Why should I thank you? Ningxu nodded. That's true. Everything is up to you. I don't need your thanks. Whether you thanked me or not, it didn't matter to me. Ningxu wasn't angry at all. She could only say that she couldn't work with Gongzi. Originally, she thought that there were many souls in this plane. Perhaps she could start cultivating her own people. Fighting alone wasn't a long-term solution. Forget it then. There were benefits to working with the big clans. They would have more resources and information. As for the young master, he would not interact with him in the future. There were always people who wanted to jump out of the Nine Palace Mountain. The world outside of the Nine Palace Mountain was vast and exciting. There were always people with such ambitions. The whip turned into specks of light and merged into Ningxu's body. Ningxu turned around and left. Young master was confused. She left just like that. She was staring at him like she wanted to trample him. Now, she just left. Ningxu knew that young master was arrogant. If they wanted to work together, they had to show him their strength. It seemed like this young master looked down on women, especially when he couldn't stand being defeated by her. Ningxu actually wanted to find women. But there weren't many with high cultivation in this world. Those with low cultivation would be captured and used as cultivation vessels. Unless you had a strong background. Even if you had a strong background, you had to be careful that your Tao partner wouldn't go crazy one day and open the door to a new world to kill his wife. Destroying emotions and desires was common in the cultivation world. To cut off one's emotions and desires, one would even harm one's own family. Under such circumstances, there weren't many strong women. Moreover, some of them were focused on cultivation and wouldn't come out at all. "Senior, why are you leaving? Stay and drink a cup of spiritual tea. In any case, you saved the young master's life." The servant stopped Ningxu and bowed. His great aunt had even given him a bottle of spiritual liquid. Following a generous person would bring benefits. Although he didn't know why young master was so stubborn, he didn't want to offend an expert. "You are not bad. There is no need for spiritual tea. Whether or not I save him is my own matter. I don't expect him to be grateful." She felt that she had good intentions, but others might not accept it. "Senior." The servant looked at Ningxu and then at his young master and didn't say anything. Ningxu jumped up and flew away. Since that didn't work, then he would change. He would definitely find a suitable one. After flying to another town, Ningxu set up a stall. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and wrote the exchange method on a rag. People came to exchange for spiritual liquid one after another, but the soul stones weren't good. The main reason was that the soul stones Ningxu saw were too good. Ordinary soul stones didn't catch Ningxu's eye at all. It was better than nothing. Ningxu observed the situation in the town. These towns all had a very retro lifestyle. The people here pursued supreme power, but there were also many people who did not have enough to eat or warm clothes to wear. There were many beggars on the street. There were rich people, poor people, and also respected immortal masters. Everyone's fate was different. How could one jump out of the shackles of fate and live a mediocre life? The more things Ningxu experienced, the more things settled in his heart. At that time, Ningxu recklessly did missions and was afraid of being obliterated. Ningxu saw a child fall in front of his stall. He raised his hand and the child was helped up by an invisible force. Ningxu said indifferently, "A child who steals is not a good child." The child was only 7 or 8 years old. When she heard Ningxu's words, her face was filled with fear and tears seemed to fall. "I'm not a thief, I'm not a thief." Ningxu smiled. "A child who lies is not a good child." The little girl turned and ran. A bottle of spiritual liquid flew out from her body and back into Ningxu's hand. The little girl's face changed and she ran even faster. However, as a punishment, the little girl couldn't speak for 3 days. Since they were exchanging for soul stones, then they were cultivators. How could they steal like this? Ningxu put the bottle of spiritual liquid on the ground and continued to set up his stall. Ningxu was leisurely and carefree. If there was business, he would do it. If there was nothing else, he would take out some snacks from his spatial ring and put them in front of him to eat slowly. If there was a sofa, Ningxu would lie down on it. When the spiritual liquid exchange was finished, the sky was dark and a beautiful sunset appeared on the horizon. Ningxu placed his hands in front of his eyes and looked into the distance, watching the setting sun. This world already had its own light and darkness, and it was already a mature world. It was already impossible to take it for his own use. Because there was a mature heavenly Tao. They would not accept any form of fusion with the heavenly Tao. Forcing it would only cause this world to collapse. Furthermore, there were so many living beings in this plane. If a person who could speak, think, and decide their fates appeared one day, they would be very repulsed. The heavenly Tao was heartless because it was indifferent and would not be biased. Therefore, it was fair. Ningxu coveted the 9-palace mountain, but she also knew that her current strength wasn't enough to deal with the heavenly Tao. Moreover, if the 9-palace mountain collapsed, the plane's trash would pile up in her world of samsara, causing irreparable damage to her world of samsara. It might even cease to exist. If he didn't have the ability to do so, he would only end up with nothing left. There was nothing that couldn't be solved with time, and there was nothing that couldn't be solved with strength. This time, the spirit liquid had been exchanged for a lot of soul stones, but the quality was not very good. However, there was no way around it. There was no mine, and no clan like the Lu clan could produce high-quality soul stones. After all, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. It was better than nothing. Ningshu opened the black hole and walked into it. He left Nine Palace Mountain and felt his world. It seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, as if it was starting to evolve into other worlds. Next to each other, a world was formed. Ningshu discovered that the world of samsara seemed to have formed another world, becoming two worlds of samsara. Just like a bubble, the two of them were next to each other and connected together like conjoined twins. Ningshu was horrified. Who asked you to grow so blindly? You should develop a world first, and then we'll talk about it after you succeed. If this world collapsed, where would she put the Nine Palace Mountain? Furthermore, she had no way of taking the Nine Palace Mountain away. Without the Nine Palace Mountain, there would be no source of soul stones. Ningshu felt that his entire body was not too good. Could it be because this world had fused with the Mirage Stone, causing the Mirage Stone to form one illusion after another? These illusions were all short-lived worlds, just like a person dreaming. That was why this world was growing so crazily. Was it like picking up grapes? The world was densely packed with grapes. Everyone was growing crazily together, squeezing each other. In the end, they couldn't contain it and something happened. Ningshu returned to the system space as if his boat was on fire. The system space was filled with bottles of elixir. Ningshu tiptoed and jumped onto the sofa. He said to 2333 anxiously, "There is a problem in the world of samsara. Do you have the contact information of His Excellency?" "Nope." Ningshu clutched his head in despair. These big shots were really interesting. Every time he tried to contact them, they would immediately disappear. It was as if they had the guts to contact him, but he was not allowed to contact him on his own accord. He was afraid of being coquettish. There was a hint of disturbance. She would have to consult the Abyssal Prefect about this matter. There were many secrets in this world, and she didn't know everything. Could it be that she went to ask for the silver-haired man's contact information? Now the silver-haired man probably didn't even do his small business. He must be busy with other things. He probably followed the judge to rob houses everywhere. How can I find the Abyssal Prefect? Abyssal Prefect, can you hear me? Ningshu went to the City of Water and went to the silver-haired man's consultation room. Well, there was no one in the consultation room as expected. 2333 said, "Do you want me to help you contact the judge and let her contact the Abyssal Prefect?" Ningshu showed a look of disdain. "The judge may not pay attention to you." Ningshu's brain spun and returned to the system space. He asked 2333 to send the soul stone he exchanged this time to the main system to be purified. 2333 screamed, "I haven't seen such a poor quality soul stone in a long time." Ningshu was speechless. See, he was used to it. He had seen too many good things. Now that he saw an average quality soul stone, he suddenly screamed. "Send it to the main system." Ningshu said to 2333. Sigh. 2333 sighed and took the soul stone away. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the sofa and opened the chat system, waiting for the main system to send him a message. After a while, the main system sent a few question marks, asking, "Why is the quality so poor this time?" Ningshu rolled his eyes. Sure enough, they were all hard to please. Just be responsible for the purification. Why do you care about the quality of the soul stone? Main system, the soul stone this time is a waste. Ningshu. No. Waste? Ningshu quickly changed the topic. There's a problem with my world of reincarnation. I want to find the Abyssal Prefect. I have a question to ask him. Can you give me his contact information? Main system, what's the problem? It seemed that if he didn't explain clearly, the main system wouldn't help him contact the Abyssal Prefect. The Abyssal Prefect should be very clear about this kind of hell, no, the world of reincarnation. In the past, there was still the black-hearted silver-haired man to ask, but now there was no way to ask. Things that could be solved with money were not a big deal. The most terrible thing was this kind of situation where there was no way to ask for help. Ningshu, my world has evolved into another world, so I would like to ask about it. Ningxu felt that he should set up a special consultation website. Spending money to consult was also a good choice. The main system was silent for a while and gave Ningxu the contact information of the Abyssal Prefect. Ningxu wanted to add him as a friend, but he found that he didn't have the right to do so. This was 2F** King embarrassing. Ningxu greeted the Abyssal Prefect and directly told him about the situation in his world. He wanted to ask him to help see what was going on in the world. The Abyssal Prefect didn't reply. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding his chin with his hand and looking helpless. He clicked on the exchange store of the system. He felt that there was some information that the organization didn't disclose. For example, when he was a junior mission enforcer, he didn't know what the world building was. Even if he knew, it was useless. One class knew about another class. Ningxu silently felt that he was about to enter another class. There were many things that he was ignorant of because he didn't know anything about the higher class. Looking through the exchange store of the system, he found that the exchange store of the system seemed to be able to be upgraded. He could upgrade it by spending 50 merit points for a data package. Ningxu couldn't resist spending 50 merit points to upgrade it. Well, Ningxu looked again. There seemed to be more variety and more fancy. The price seemed to be more expensive than before. It was 4 times the price before, but now it seemed to be more expensive. So after the update, the things inside were more expensive. It was at least 1% more expensive. On the basis of 4 times the price, it was another 1% more expensive. Things that cost 100 merit points now cost 101 merit points. What a scam. Ningxu really wanted to smash the system store. He was so angry that he laughed. The schemes were as deep as the ocean. Some mission takers with obsessive-compulsive disorder couldn't help but click on the upgrade window when they saw it. Upgrading required money, and the upgraded product seemed to be even more expensive. Maybe it was because the product was upgraded, so it was more expensive. In any case, Ningxu only saw that in order to earn money, the schemes were getting deeper and deeper. Ningxu's head hurt. Why don't you tell them yourself? The things inside are expensive, and most people wouldn't order them. Ningxu closed the system store helplessly. He felt hurt every time he looked at it. His Excellency still hadn't replied to his message. Most probably, she was busy and didn't see his message. Ningxu could only wait like this. What if she replied that she wasn't here anymore? The most important thing now was his own world. It concerned the 9 Palace Mountain, and the 9 Palace Mountain concerned her supplies. Also, this black hole had swallowed so many things that Ningxu couldn't even count them. If something really happened, Ningxu would vomit blood. As for missions, he wouldn't do them for now. If nothing happened to the world, Ningxu felt that he should go to the City of Space to learn the spatial laws. He would head to the 9 Palace Mountain after he learned the spatial laws. But the problem was that the 9 Palace Mountain might not be able to survive. She had no way to merge with the 9 Palace Mountain. If the world collapsed, the 9 Palace Mountain would definitely disappear as well. Ningxu felt his heart aching. Things happened so suddenly that he was caught off guard. With a ding-dong, the chatting system rang out. Ningxu woke up and hurriedly took a look. It was His Excellency who replied, asking him where he was and asking him to meet at Little Silver's shop. Ningxu clasped his hands together and did a gesture of gratitude. He flew to the City of Water and went to the consultation room. There was no one in the consultation room. Ningxu just waited. After a long while, His Excellency finally came. His Excellency was still pale. His face was pale, his hands were pale, and his neck was pale. However, he was wearing a dark-colored robe, making him seem even paler. "Sorry, I'm late." His Excellency sat down. Of course, Ningxu didn't think that the Abyssal Prefect was really apologizing to her. It was just a statement, not an apology. These were all minor details, so there was no need to pay attention to them. Ningxu said, "Thank you for coming. I've been thinking about this matter for a long time, and only you can answer the fear in my heart. If it weren't for the accident, I would never have bothered you." Since the other party was being polite, Ningxu had to be polite too. Tian crossed his pale fingers casually, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged slightly. It was a pair of beautiful hands. He asked Ningxu, "What's the problem? Has the rebirth pool evolved?" Ningxu, "No. It's an extra world. I'm afraid that something might happen. That's why I'm so worried right now," Ningxu said. "I see. Do you mind if I head over to take a look?" Abyssal Prefect asked. Sure. That was exactly what she wanted. She was so gentlemanly that Ningxu didn't know what to say. Facing a gentlemanly person really made her feel a little uncomfortable. As the person in charge of hell, she was still so polite. Could it be that under this pale skin was some kind of destructive Xianxia? Ningxu opened the black hole and walked into the world with Abyssal Prefect. They walked into the derived world. This derived world was exactly the same as the other world. The two worlds were the same, except that this derived world didn't have 9 Palace Mountain. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the ground was black. There was no end. Ningxu followed beside Abyssal Prefect. Stepping on the black sand, he observed Abyssal Prefect's expression, trying to figure out whether this was a good thing or a bad thing from her expression. However, Abyssal Prefect had a calm expression from beginning to end. Ningxu couldn't reach this level of calmness. When would she be able to reach this level of calmness where everything was under her control? Ningxu hoped that this was a good thing. It was good to have more worlds. However, he was afraid that it would become a disaster if it continued to grow. Abyssal Prefect didn't speak much along the way. Ningxu could only follow her and observe this derived world. Let's go back and talk. The Chief of Heaven opened the door with complicated patterns and walked in. She disappeared. Ningxu also hurriedly followed her out of the black hole. He asked Abyssal Prefect sitting on the chair, "Will it be fine?" "It's fine. It's a good thing. Just like a tree, it will take root and sprout. It will grow branches, and leaves. Some of the branches will sprout, and some will die. Do you understand?" Ningxu thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "You're saying that my world, it sprouted?" "You can say that. Since it's a tree, it needs all kinds of nutrients. If it doesn't have enough, it will die in the end. Do you understand?" Abyssal Prefect asked Ningxu. Ningxu's heart was shocked. Oh my god, are we going to start feeding the world now? Is the world not eating enough? Ningxu felt that she had to start living a more miserable life again. She had to tighten her belt. Who knew what the world wanted to eat? "You're saying that my plane may derive many worlds?" Ningxu asked Abyssal Prefect. He was really surprised and happy. He only felt that it was very important. "According to my calculations, quite a number of worlds will be formed. However, if the worlds run out of energy, they won't be able to bear the burden and will eventually collapse. You'll have to pay the price for the resulting world garbage and broken spatial walls," Abyssal Prefect said unhurriedly. Now, there was only shock. There was no joy at all. "I want to know, what kind of energy do they need?" Ningxu asked. "If the reincarnation pool forms in the main world, it will be easy. The reincarnation pool can not only deprive the souls of their memories and emotions, but also deprive a part of their soul power for their own use. This is the source of the power of the world of samsara. In a normal world of samsara, there will be a few huge reincarnation pools." Abyssal Prefect said, "If your world doesn't have a source of power, it will continue to be weak. Now that it has sprouted, you can imagine the consequences. This seed might wither and rot, never to grow again." "Ningxu, I'm already scared. Don't scare me anymore. This wasn't a good thing, okay?" Abyssal Prefect seemed to be comforting Ningxu. "Actually, this world of samsara is not bad. In the future, no matter how many worlds you form, it will correspond to how many world of samsara it will form. One yang, one yin." Ningxu's face was filled with despair. This was equivalent to telling him that this kid would be so handsome when he grew up. But now, he was going to die. He didn't know if he could come back to life. So what if he was handsome? So what if he was amazing? He couldn't pass this stage. It needed soul power. *CK Ningxu was really in despair. Did he have to throw soul stones into this world often? Who knew if he could absorb the soul power in the soul stones? Ningxu would rather hope that the world would evolve and not grow so quickly. Without enough energy, there was no point in being anxious. If the world was malnourished, he didn't know what it would look like. It would be weak and die, or it would grow into a deformed product. Ningxu didn't want anything to happen to the world. Even if there was only one, it could evolve steadily. She didn't have any energy, and she couldn't control the evolution process of the world. Ningxu's face was blank. He didn't know how to react. In other words, the current world of samsara needed the rebirth pool, and it needed the power of the soul to grow. Ningxu was at a loss. Ningxu thought of a solution. He asked His Excellency, "Can we get a rebirth pool here?" The key is the power of the soul. It has nothing to do with the rebirth pool. Souls have to enter the world of samsara and be reborn from the rebirth pool. Only then will the rebirth pool have power. Secondly, your world of samsara hasn't evolved successfully. It can't connect to the world of the living because there's no way to carry the surging souls. Although souls aren't heavy, the whole world is densely packed with souls. There are all kinds of souls flying in the sky and running underground. Ningxu was dejected. Oh my God, what's the use of sprouting at this time? It would only make the world weaker. Sometimes, the evolution of the world was very stupid. It couldn't be sure that the direction of evolution was right. Besides, it's not good to transplant it to the rebirth pool of the world. After all, they are not of the same origin. There will be rejection. It's like a person swapping another person's heart. This rejection is fatal. In the end, the whole world may collapse. Therefore, we only need to wait quietly for the world to evolve into the rebirth pool and become the real world of samsara. His Excellency said slowly, "Therefore, what we need to do now is to find the energy that the world needs to shrink." Ningxu sighed in his heart. After calming down, he had to take care of his family. Again. Especially now that the price of goods was soaring, he had to tighten his belt to live. "Thank you. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best," Ningxu said. His Excellency just said lightly, "There will be such a day." Ningxu was speechless. She suddenly felt that it was really hard to repay a debt of gratitude. Ningxu felt that the path ahead was boundless. If the world of reincarnation required energy, then it would need the rebirth pool. If there was the rebirth pool, then it would need souls. If souls were to enter the world of reincarnation, then there would be a world of living beings that was connected to the world of reincarnation. There was life and death, forming a cycle. When would the rebirth pool be formed in this world? Ningxu didn't feel too good. What should have been a gradual process had been disrupted by this world. Ningxu knew that he was struggling because he was not strong enough. If her world of reincarnation was completed, she would definitely need to connect the countless planes. Only then would the dead souls be able to enter the world of reincarnation. Ningxu's head was about to explode, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. Even if he wanted to go crazy, it wouldn't be in front of an abyssal prefect. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a good thing. If the world succeeded, the rewards would be bountiful. She would have her own world of reincarnation. Just these worlds of reincarnation were enough for her to have her own world. She would not be punished. She was also a person with a world, although it was the world of samsara. Also, the peerless martial arts were lacking the source of two worlds. Ningxu felt that he was really busy. There were really too many things to do. Many thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind. He said to Abyssal Prefect again, "No matter what, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what would have happened." "Thank you." Abyssal Prefect nodded slightly. The atmosphere became cold. Ningxu was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and asked Abyssal Prefect, "The flowers that Abyssal Prefect gave me this time withered for some reason." Abyssal Prefect raised his brows and said with a relaxed expression, "Flowers don't bloom for 100 days. It is normal for them to wither. Those flowers are rootless and without nutrients, they will definitely wither." Ningxu nodded. He thought that the flowers were similar to roses and could resist the damage of time. They would always be tender and beautiful. "If you want such flowers, I will give you a pot." Abyssal Prefect said as he reached his hand into a black hole and took out a pot of black flowers. Black roses, black leaves, black branches, and most probably the roots were also black. Ningxu wanted it, but his face was not thick enough. He asked someone to help him and took a pot of flowers away. Ningxu asked, I don't know what kind of nutrients this kind of flower needs. Nourishment? It is very simple. Soul energy. This flower originally grew beside the reincarnation pool. But I like it, so I planted some and watered them with my soul energy. Ningxu knelt down. This was a true nouveau riche. Watering flowers with his soul energy? How could he be so inhumane and say such words? Actually, it only requires a small portion of your soul energy. If you water it more frequently, the flowers will look better and the fragrance will be stronger. Abyssal Prefect placed the pot on the table. A delicate fragrance floated in the consultation room. It was so fragrant. This flower grows beside the reincarnation pool. It will attract some souls to jump into the reincarnation pool. It will absorb some of the soul energy obtained from the reincarnation pool. Its purpose is to let these souls go to the afterlife with a feeling of happiness. Ningxu wanted to laugh, but he could not say anything. Ningxu was crying tears of blood in her heart towards Abyssal Prefect's extravagant behavior. For a little bit of soul energy, she was running around like a dead dog. In the end, he used this to water the flowers, her heart suffered countless blows. When could she be so extravagant and be so extravagant? If you want, this pot is for you. Abyssal Prefect's expression was calm. He did not think that this pot of flowers was anything special. Ningxu only wanted to say that she could not afford to raise this kind of flower. She shook her head and said, Thank you, but I don't want it. I don't have so much soul energy to water it. With soul energy, she had to protect the world of reincarnation. Otherwise, if the world of reincarnation collapsed, 9 Palace Mountain would disappear. Abyssal Prefect did not say anything. He casually placed the pot in the black hole. Finally, the black hole disappeared. It looked like he had taken something from another world. Now, Abyssal Prefect's label in Ningxu's heart changed from pale as a ghost. The head of the world of reincarnation had now become someone who used soul energy to water the flowers. This made the poor girl's heart tremble. Ningxu thanked him again and then walked into the black hole. Looking at the dark world, Ningxu grabbed a handful of black veils and sighed in her heart. Although it was a desert, there had never been a sandstorm. But when a sandstorm appeared, it should be a sign that the world was unstable and about to die. Soul energy /BK. She had to quickly obtain more soul energy from the 9 Palace Mountain and stabilize this world. What a troublesome little fairy, what happened? Now she owed His Excellency a favor, she didn't know how to repay this favor in the future. Ningxu sat on the ground, the sand felt cold, there was no day or night here. Ningxu tore off her arm, it was painful, the soul in her arm turned into a drop of sand, quickly seeping into the sand and disappearing. A drop in the bucket. Now she had to stabilize this world and not collapse, losing a bit of soul didn't do much harm to Ningxu's soul. Ningxu returned to the system space, lying on the sofa with a broken face. She was under a lot of pressure. Ningxu took out a golden soul stone. If she threw it into the world should be able to absorb the soul source inside. If the world could absorb it, then she could throw the soul stone inside. It didn't matter if the soul stone wasn't pure, because the reincarnation realm's pool of rebirth would take away the soul's 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as a portion of soul power. But if the world came into contact with too many negative things, it would collapse. What if it grew into something inexplicable again? Ningxu was so annoyed that she was about to explode. Such a change in the world really caught her off guard. Although it was developing in a good direction, Ningxu didn't have the ability to let it continue to grow. But now that she had a child, she had to raise the child, milk powder, diapers, raise it into an adult, and teach it. The process was filled with all kinds of things. If the world was a troublemaker, it would grow randomly, it would collapse. God, this was completely Ningxu's rhythm, plus the organization was in a state of frenzy recently, it was even more annoying. Every time the soul stone was brought to the main system for purification, the main system would take away a portion, and the remaining portion would be given to 2333, she also needed to use it, and a portion would be given to the world. Ningxu felt her liver hurt, she felt that the soul power she got was too little. She spent money to buy soul stones, but she still had to spend a lot of effort to exchange for soul stones, and find a way to mine them. And the main system purified so much soul power every day, her soul stone must be purified as well. However, the contract had already been signed, so there was no point in making a fuss. Therefore, Ningxu kept all the good stuff for himself. Now, they were even more strapped for cash. So poor, back to the days before liberation. Ningxu opened up the chat system and saw that Abyssal Prefect's contact details were still available. He clicked on the friend request, and to his surprise, it actually worked. This meant that the names of Abyssal Prefects would no longer disappear from her list. If there was anything he needed, he could contact the Abyssal Prefect directly. However, he couldn't ask too often. Otherwise, it would be hard to repay the debt of gratitude he owed. If there was any problem, he would settle it himself. He wouldn't ask for help unless it was absolutely necessary. Although Ningxu needed help from others, he would rather solve it himself if he could solve it himself. Ningxu turned off the chatting system and opened them all. He wanted to find out what kind of negative things about the soul could do to the world of samsara. If the world of reincarnation could digest these negative things on its own, then she could directly place the soul stone in the world of reincarnation. There was no need to purify it at all, and she wouldn't be deprived of half of her soul power. Ningxu felt that he really needed to spend every penny he had. Poor people were like this. Why couldn't taxes collect soul power? Ningxu remembered that Xianxia's gambling house seemed to be able to pawn soul power. He guessed that Xianxia had kept all the soul power for his own use. Smart people could find business opportunities everywhere. He was really poor to death. Ningxu flipped through books and materials in the mall, trying to find some clues. Ningxu felt that the negative emotions of humans, such as despair, hatred, resentment, and so on, would definitely be harmful to the plane. The world of samsara was also a plane. It was just that there were souls in this plane, and they were also very sensitive to these negative emotions. Moreover, the reincarnation pool in the world of samsara would eliminate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the soul. Many negative things would allow the soul to enter the world of the living without being tainted by a speck of dust and be able to reincarnate again. Then, did the world of samsara have to digest these negative things by itself? Ningxu used what she knew to deduce. After thinking about it, Ningxu felt that it wasn't appropriate to directly throw the soul stone into the world. She instinctively felt that it was inappropriate. This was because there were many impurities in the soul stone. If something happened to the plane, the current world was like a baby. Any harm from the outside world would affect it. These negative emotions were like a virus. If it was infected, it would be fine if it could survive. If it couldn't, it would collapse. Therefore, she still needed to send the soul stone to the main system to be purified and feed the world with pure soul power. When the world was slightly stronger, she would try to use the soul stone to make it have resistance. Since she had decided, Ningxu didn't have much hope. Now that she was more cautious and invested more, there wouldn't be any problems. When the time came, she would absorb less and distribute more to the world. Then, she would have to find more soul stones, and she had to find better quality ones. Now, she had to feed herself and a world. She was King exhausted. Ningxu tried to think in a positive direction. In the future, she would have 2 worlds, 3 worlds, 4 worlds, countless worlds. Just thinking about it made her excited. Next, she would prepare to go to the spatial city to learn about the spatial laws. She also had to bring the handwritten notes from the auction. Although the drawings were abstract, what if they were useful? The spatial laws were very intangible. It wasn't like the water laws, which could be touched. After learning this, Ningxu planned to go to the 2nd level of the 9 Palace Mountain. Ningxu felt that the 1st level didn't have anything she wanted. Now that she had 1 more to feed, the more the better. She would try her best to get something better. Thinking of this, Ningxu's heart was filled with joy. Life was full of hope and ambition. She had goals and plans. Her life was fulfilling. After living for so long, Ningxu didn't feel bored. She also felt that she didn't have enough time. Ningxu appeared in the spatial city. As soon as she entered the spatial city, it was as if she had seen a kaleidoscope. All kinds of space-time and space twisted and twisted. It was completely confusing and made her feel very irritable. The city of water felt like it was going to drown her, and the city of fire felt like it was going to burn her soul. The spatial laws didn't affect the pain of the soul, but this feeling of powerlessness could devour a person. There was no end to it, and it made her feel frustrated and desperate. /BK For example, Ningshu clearly saw herself standing at the entrance of the restaurant. She was about to cross the threshold, but in the end, she was no longer in the restaurant. The restaurant had run to the street behind her. Moreover, Ningshu couldn't walk over no matter what. She didn't step into that space. This was a little awkward. She couldn't even enter the restaurant. Even if she wanted to enter, she would have to master some spatial laws. Ningshu scratched her head and ran towards the restaurant. It was right in front of her, but she couldn't run over. Moreover, Ningshu was sure that she had run a very long distance. Ningshu had no choice but to sit down and take out the handbook to have a look. However, she still felt that it was very abstract. This mission enforcer must be a fan of abstract art. Otherwise, what kind of drawings were these? Ningshu sat on the ground and pondered. She began the process of learning the rules from Little White. She didn't know who the law incarnation of this city was. It seemed like it had never appeared before. It also didn't appear in the group. It was noble and cold. If there wasn't a law incarnation, everyone who cultivated here could become a law incarnation. Ningshu vaguely felt that this city had a master. This was a connection between the laws. However, the person wasn't here. Now, she should think about how to enter the restaurant. Even if she wanted to eat something, she couldn't eat it. Ningshu put away the abstract art. Without reaching that realm, she couldn't understand it. Ningshu walked and walked and walked. In the end, she successfully got lost. Now, she couldn't even see the restaurant. She was dazzled by all kinds of things. Her eyes were about to go blind. She went from one space to another, completely unaware of what she was doing. Ningshu was lying on the ground. Someone even walked past her and glanced at Ningshu, who was lying on the ground. These people were obviously newbies. They couldn't even enter the restaurant. Ningshu climbed up from the ground and sat up. I'm willing to lie like this. I'm comfortable. Ningshu ignored the gazes of others. After they left, she climbed up and continued walking. Ningshu released his spirit and looked around as he walked. He even left some traces of water to see if he was taking a detour. Learning the law of space was truly a blur. He could not make heads or tails of it at all. He felt as if his entire being was shrouded in clouds and mist. He often wondered who he was, what was he doing, where was he, and where was he going. His sense of spacetime was messed up, and he was at a loss. Ningshu's head was full of question marks. He was truly at a loss. It was no wonder that it was a high-level law. This kind of law was known as a divine law along with the law of time. It had caused Ningshu to fail. After a long time, Ningshu's mind was confused. The confusion of his senses had seriously affected Ningshu. Ningshu simply sealed off his senses and randomly walked around. In any case, he couldn't comprehend the laws of space, so it didn't matter if he didn't see or hear anything. She was fearless. If she really couldn't reach the second level of Nine Palace Mountain, she decided to mine on the first level. Although it was dangerous, she had a barrier to protect herself. If she really couldn't do it, she would exchange for some armor and carry a hoe to mine. With a pop, Ningshu felt as if she had entered another space. It was as if she had entered another bubble from one bubble to another. Once again, she began to walk in a circular motion. Sometimes, she even bumped into people. Ningshu apologized. She couldn't see or hear anything. If she didn't use her spirit, she was a blind person. In the end, Ningshu still failed. After walking for a long time, she felt extremely tired. Therefore, sealing off her senses was a mistake. Since it was a space, there were space nodes. Once she found the space nodes, she could achieve a breakthrough. 2 nodes formed a line, and 3 nodes formed a sealed space. Ningshu released her divine sense and looked at these spaces. She tried her best to find a way to break through. It couldn't be that she couldn't even buy anything in this city. The law of space was really perverted. Ningshu's head was about to explode. In the end, she decided to do some physical work to relax her mind. Ningshu opened the black hole and walked in, disappearing from the city of laws. Only this black hole followed her like a shadow. As long as she opened it, she could leave at any time and appear in the world of reincarnation. Ningshu asked 2333 to prepare a defensive tool for her. She also asked 2333 to get her a weapon to mine. She really wanted to mine. The surroundings of the mine were very dangerous. Ordinary people couldn't mine at all. Therefore, Ningshu had to do it herself. He exchanged for a soft armor, which could protect his soul to the greatest extent. He also exchanged for a powerful hoe, which could hoe anything like tofu. There were also nails and hammers, which could be used to knock out soul stones embedded in stones in a small area. Although the introduction didn't seem very reliable, the real situation should be reduced by 50%. The effect of 50% was already very good. It was like an advertisement. No matter how awesome it sounded, it was just an advertisement. Ningshu carried the hoe and held the hammer in one hand. She prepared to enter Nine Palace Mountain to be a miner. Perhaps there would be some good quality soul stones in the mine. Perhaps there would be golden soul stones. She was a little excited just thinking about it. Ningshu pressed her hand against the stone wall of Nine Palace Mountain and was sucked in. Appearing in the square, Ningshu carried the hoe and headed towards the fish tank. If she really couldn't do it, he could carry the fish tank on his back and block attacks for her. The law of nothingness in the fish tank could fuse with anything anyway. Senior. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Even Ningshu was frightened by this shrill voice. Ningshu turned and saw the servant's expression as if he had seen his savior. His eyes lit up. Ningshu raised an eyebrow. What was this? If one didn't know better, they would think that they had seen their mother. Senior. Although the servant was surprised that Ningshu carried the hoe and hammer, he still ran over and anxiously said to Ningshu, Senior, please save my young master. What happened? Did your young master's soul scatter? Ningshu didn't care and asked. She felt that she wouldn't have anything to do with that young master. His soul hasn't scattered yet. Soon, his soul will scatter. Young master's people came and directly broke the formation of the house. Young master is in danger now. The servant quickly said. Ningshu's expression didn't change. What does this have to do with me? It indeed had nothing to do with her. She wasn't related to that young master. Strictly speaking, they even had a grudge. Does your young master know that you came to find me? Ningshu wouldn't do things that didn't benefit her. As for seeing injustice, Ningshu felt that it was already a virtue for her to not cause trouble for others and not drag them down. Since they didn't accept it, she went over. If she died, it would be a cheap death. She didn't have any obligation to save that young master. If she saved him, she wouldn't gain anything and might even offend the Li family. There was no benefit and they wouldn't be grateful. /BK Therefore, Ningshu couldn't see any benefits in saving people, especially when she and young master still had some grudges. Saving people this time was already because of their previous cooperation. This time, Ningshu felt that she should put a label on herself. There is no one in the world that I hate, no one in the world that I don't love, and no one in the world that I can't forgive. She was a goddess that emitted the light of the Virgin Mary. She wasn't such a selfless person. Ningshu did not pay any attention to the manservant. She carried the hoe and hammer and left. The servant quickly followed. Senior, wait, my young master still has something to say. Ningshu stopped. What is it? If it's valuable, I don't mind listening, but if it's not valuable, don't hinder me from doing valuable things. She was very poor now, and time was money. The servant looked around and whispered to Ningshu, young master asked me to come. He said that he offended you because he didn't want to. Senior, please forgive him. When this matter is resolved, young master will try his best to help senior find soul stones for the cooperation you mentioned. Ningshu casually asked, did you say that, or did your young master say that? Don't tell me you're lying to trick me into saving your young master. Anyway, your young master is so dead, you might as well leave him. Senior, you may not know this, but I am in the same boat as the young master. If anything happens to the young master, the first young master will definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Although the second young master has a bad temper, he is also very good to me. For a servant like me to reach the Golden Core realm, the young master has given me a lot of resources. Xianxia asked, is your young master retarded? One more strong person in the family means one more power to protect the family. Why fight among brothers? Well, the first young master will inherit the Li family, but the second young master's talent is slightly better. There are also voices of support in the family. Power, status, wealth, and resources are all things that cultivators can't avoid. The servant answered Xianxia honestly. Xianxia was weighing in her heart whether she should go or not. How long have you been waiting here? Xianxia asked. It's already been 3 days, the servant said. Xianxia casually swung his hammer, then there's no need to go. It's already been 3 days. Your young master must have turned into ashes by now. No, senior, the mansion's barrier can last for a few days, but the other side has a formation master. Young master can't hold on for much longer. Not dead yet? Xianxia thought about it and decided to go. After all, this young master was a native, and there were some things that she, an outsider, knew more about. Therefore, she had to find someone she could cooperate with. As for this young master, he could try to get in touch with him and see if they could work together. It's men who like to pretend. Wow, I have so many women. Wow, I'm so flirtatious to show off my masculine abilities. This young master was a pretentious prick, and he even found someone from the Songsters Club to fill up the scene. In the future, he wouldn't be able to pretend even if he wanted to because he was a spiritual body. The manservant quickly led the way for Xianxia. When they arrived at the entrance of the house, they saw that there were several people surrounding the house. These people all had powerful auras. At the front was a guy wearing a jade crown. There was a purple gold belt around his waist. He had a dignified aura and looked extremely noble. These two brothers weren't related by blood, right? The eldest one looked quite handsome and was quite good-looking. As for the second young master, he didn't pay attention to him. He didn't leave a deep impression. Either his genes were mutated or he was swapped. Senior, that is the eldest young master. He came personally, but young master didn't dare to let him in. He could only activate the formation. Now, the formation is about to break. The manservant said softly to Xianxia. Someone from the eldest young master's side also whispered into his ear. A pair of bright eyes looked towards Xianxia. The eldest young master saw Xianxia carrying a hoe and walking over. He sized up Xianxia and said solemnly, is this how the second brother treats his own woman? He even wants to plant his own food. Xianxia said casually, he does it himself. Souls need to eat. The eldest young master smiled. Xianxia said, eldest young master, I can tell that you haven't experienced the hardships of the human world. I don't need to eat, but I need to earn soul stones. The manservant, what are you guys talking about? Li, why aren't you opening the door? As a servant, this is how you treat your guests. The second brother probably can't come out now. I heard that he was injured. As his older brother, I came to see him, but I refused to let him in. This is your fault as a servant. The manservant Li didn't move. The eldest young master's expression turned serious. What's wrong? The master of the Li family can't order the servant of the Li family? Li, the eldest young master's voice was filled with danger. The people he brought over were eyeing him covetously. It looked like they were about to fight. Li looked at Xianxia. Xianxia put down the hoe and hammer on his shoulder and said to Li, look after my things for me. What's the use of making things difficult for a servant? Although he's a servant of the Li family, he serves his master. Since you know that he's injured and can't come out, you still insist on coming to see him. This is the respect you're showing your brotherly love, Xianxia said directly. How dare you talk to the eldest young master like that? Xianxia, who was behind the eldest young master, scolded. Xianxia ignored him and said to the eldest young master, my brother is injured, and you still want to see him? He is in seclusion. You are disturbing him, so please send him away. The eldest young master's face did not show any signs of anger. He said to Xianxia, I can give you whatever the second young master can give you. Why are you protecting the second young master who has no future? The second young master's soul is about to disperse. Are you trying to recruit me? What can you give me? Ningxu asked. What do you want? The second brother asked, full of confidence. Li Si, who was holding the hoe and hammer, was sweating profusely. Cultivators could control their sweat, but Li Si was very anxious. If Senior really reached an agreement with the eldest young master, then when the formation was broken, the only thing waiting for the eldest young master was not his soul dissipating, but he would become an eternally imprisoned artifact spirit. He wouldn't even be able to die. To be honest, cooperating with the eldest young master is indeed worth it. However, the eldest young master has so many people around him. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to find a place. Cooperating with him is very easy. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Ningxu said with a smile. He is now my man. Take him and leave immediately. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Ningxu said to the eldest young master. The eldest young master's face only sank. He looked at Ningxu with a meaningful gaze. Ningxu didn't like that gaze. Are you sure there won't be any accidents? BK the eldest young master said to Ningxu, so you've chosen him. There's no benefit in choosing him. If you need soul stones, I can give you a soul stone mine to exchange for spirit liquid. Capturing second young master alive will be your proof of allegiance. How about that? Ningxu felt that she had fought until now for the sake of becoming stronger. What was the purpose of being strong? It was to follow her heart. She would not be forced to do things that she was unwilling to do because she was not strong enough. She was not willing to compromise. She would not be forced to make a choice because she was not strong enough. Otherwise, why would she be strong? There was a vast world outside. She wanted to be someone else's subordinate in a small world of the 9-Palace Mountain for a few soul stones. Why did she have to suffer so much? She could have dug the soul stones herself. At this time, she chose to leave with the eldest young master. Why did she work so hard to become stronger? She did not want to suffer for some small benefits. A strong person should have the heart of a strong person. Even if she was strong, her heart was weak. That was not a strong person. A strong person's heart was a strong person. Ningxu said directly, hurry up and leave now. Otherwise, you might die here. I really like souls. I like them very, very much. The eldest young master also said directly, you will regret it. Ningxu could not be bothered to say anything. He flicked his finger and sent the eldest young master flying. She was cooperating with the second young master, but the eldest young master wanted to enslave her. It was as if using a soul stone mine to exchange for spirit liquid was a great favor to her. It was a deal, but it seemed like she was doing him a favor. She had never seen such a thing. The eldest young master was sent flying by Ningxu. He hit the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Eldest young master. When the servants saw that their master was injured, they rushed towards Ningxu with their magic weapons. Ningxu waved her hand and a water enchantment was set up in front of her. These people who rushed over directly hit the enchantment and bounced back. Unwilling to give up, Ningxu rushed forward again. Ningxu directly used a barrier to wrap them up. The barrier slowly shrank, and the pressure within the barrier continued to increase. It directly ruptured the blood vessels of these people, causing them to spew out blood. If this was the law of space, then these people would have been crushed to pieces by now. Ningxu filled the bubble-like enchantment with compressed water, which could drown even self-cultivators. These people struggled in the enchantment, unable to breathe. Cultivators could stay in ordinary water for a long time. Although it was not as easy as walking on flat ground, they would definitely not drown. The eldest young master looked at the strength of Ningxu's hand and spat out blood as he looked at Ningxu. I'm from the Li family. It doesn't matter. If you have the ability, come and find me. Ningxu broke the enchantment bit by bit. The followers trapped in the enchantment fell to the ground and breathed with all their might like dying fish. I didn't kill these people not because I didn't dare to, but because he's from the Li family. If there's a next time, I'll cripple your bone structure and make your talent, which is inferior to his, completely disappear. You can try, Ningxu said coldly. The eldest young master touched his chest and stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. There will be a chance to meet again. Ningshu did not care. If you want revenge, come and find me. The eldest young master released the spirit ship and flew on it. The other followers followed, and in an instant, the spirit ship flew away without a trace. When the eldest young master was far away, the door to the house opened. The second young master's spirit body poked his head out. When he saw that the eldest young master had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw Ningshu, he hurriedly cupped his hands to Ningshu. Thank you for saving my life. Ningshu casually acknowledged. He would not help him kill the eldest young master and let this guy get away with it. And that's how you thank me for saving your life. Pai Lupi's words are really valuable. The eldest young master laughed. We're all friends in adversity. Don't you need soul stones? Let's all work hard to get soul stones. Ningshu just looked at him. That means you have a lot of soul stones. I've already exchanged my soul stones for spirit liquid. From now on, I have no use for this spirit liquid. I still have to use it to exchange for soul stones. The eldest young master hurriedly shook his head. I don't have any soul stones. I really don't. I'll use the spirit liquid to exchange with others. How much spirit liquid do you have? I'll help you exchange for some soul stones. Consider it my gratitude for saving my life. Ningshu raised his eyebrows and took out the space in his ring. There are spirit liquid bottles in here. Help me exchange for them. The eldest young master, just how much spirit liquid do you have? The spirit liquid that he was forced to exchange with her was all in his hands. Now that he took out so much, where was he going to exchange for so many soul stones? The eldest young master wanted to punch himself. There were a few soul stone mines in the family, but they all belonged to the family. Was he going to take this spirit liquid back to the family to exchange for soul stones, but now his big brother must hate him to the bone. If he went back, he would peel off his skin. If he took it to other families to exchange, the family would have opinions. Wouldn't this increase the strength of the other families? This was a pure spiritual liquid. The eldest young master just wanted to kneel. Ningshu ignored the eldest young master's conflicted expression and patted his almost empty soul. In the end, her hand passed through his body. The eldest young master looked at this crazy woman's hand passing through his body and silently looked at Ningshu. I wanted to encourage you, but your soul is really too weak. TSK, Ningshu shook her head. Do your best. I believe in your ability. I have more important things to do now. She carried a shovel and hammer to open a mine. Normal people couldn't mine that mine, so she would mine it herself. The eldest young master laughed. Hee hee, she clearly had the ability to kill his big brother, but she kept him alive. She just wanted to use him to restrict him. He could use her name, but she wasn't tied to his belt. What kind of deterrence did someone who wasn't by his side have? Ningshu saw that the eldest young master's soul was really weak, so she took out 2 soul stones. Here, for you. The eldest young master looked at the 2 soul stones and his nose turned sour. He was about to cry. How did he become so poor? This woman took all the soul stones for him. In the past, he used soul stones to exchange for spirit liquid, and now he had to use spirit liquid to exchange for soul stones. The eldest young master felt that the heavens were playing with him. If not, they wouldn't torture him like this. You're welcome. Take it. You'll make anyone who sees and hears you cry. Ningshu picked up the things and left. Eldest young master? After Ningshu left, Li Si looked carefully at the eldest young master's expression of despair. He couldn't help but shout. Li Si, don't you think that I am so sad? I am the eldest young master of the Li family. The eldest young master asked Li Si. Li Si, in this slave's heart, the young master has always been unparalleled. Li Si said. Ningshu carried the things to the soulstone mine, which was full of miasma and surrounded by countless wind blades. The fish tank was still stable and there was no fluctuation at all. Ningshu released his spiritual force to see where the heart of the mineral deposit was and found the nearest place to the mineral deposit to start digging. However, the miasma here is so powerful that even the spiritual force can't penetrate it and is swallowed up. Ningshu can only lie on the ground, face to face with the ground, and use his spiritual force to explore, but it is not easy to penetrate layers of soil to explore the mineral deposit. Do you really have to dig a hole in the mountain casually? How long will it take to dig? Ningxu simply took out a compass and simply used a little Taoist's unique skill to find the dragon vein and gold and silver mines to try to find a place to move the soil. However, when the compass was taken out, the pointer turned like crazy and it was useless. After all, the soul stone is formed by the soul and the attribute is yin, which is why the compass is like this. A wind blade slashed on Ningxu's body, but with the protection of the soft armor, although it is a little painful, it is not much damage. The spiritual force can't penetrate, the compass is useless, what can he do? He observed the terrain and then pointed with his finger at random. Gold choose, silver choose, I chose the kerosene lamp. Ningxu pointed to a hill. Well, let's start digging here. Ningxu took the hoe and began to dig, but this hoe is really a bit powerful. It doesn't take much effort to dig. Even if there is a stone, it is really like digging tofu. Awesome, it is not in vain for such a high price. Ningxu dug a hole and dug deeper and deeper. He dug the soil outside and used his spiritual force to avoid digging in the wrong direction. Although the soil layer will affect the penetration of spiritual force, at least he can see the situation in front of him. Ningxu will not dig a road to the dark, and he will dig a fork in the road, like a tree, with branches everywhere, so that no matter where the mineral deposit is, he can dig it. Ningxu was like a groundhog, digging here and there, busily going back and forth. A day passed, and Ningxu did not find anything. He was also in his soul state, and he did not eat or drink. He did not feel tired either. It was just that when they arrived at the night mine, it was a bit gloomy and cold. Ningxu was not afraid. Strictly speaking, she was also a freaking ghost. Ningxu continued to dig. With the help of his tools, he dug out a spider-like tunnel. In order to obtain the soul stone, Ningxu felt that he was going all out. After digging for a few days, they were covered in dirt and grime. If they weren't using shovels, they were using hoes and all kinds of tools. Could it be that this soulstone mine was a fake soulstone mine? The map indicated that this was a soulstone mine. Had he been cheated? The people here had their own methods of detecting mineral veins. What if the detection was wrong? Ningxu's heart was a bit shaken. After digging for so long, the only thing that came out of the soil was a stiff layer of rock. There were no soul stones at all. He was not willing to give up. What if there were soul stones not far ahead? Forget it, he would continue to dig. Perseverance was very important. If it really didn't work, he would dig through the mountain. That way, whether there was a soul stone mine or not would be obvious. Ningxu took the tools and continued to dig. During this time, the wind blades harassed him in all kinds of ways. Moreover, they were gloomy, and there were whales and hells. He even dug out some rocks with strange expressions. Ferocious and terrifying ghost faces. However, Ningxu did not care at all. However, the fearful Ningxu added a soft armor to his body and spent a lot of merit points. Some of the tools were directly cut by the wind blades, and Ningxu had to buy new tools. He had not seen any soul stones yet, but Ningxu had already spent money like water. He could not even get back his capital. However, the investment in the early stages was necessary. After all, if he found soul stones later on, no amount of merit points would be able to buy them. Ningxu basically bought, and bought. He bought as much as he could. After digging for a few more days, the tunnels in the mountain became more complicated and denser. Ningxu dug, adding soul power to the digging tools, making them even sharper. Ningxu had once tried to lift up the mountain like she had lifted up a skull to check the situation inside the mountain. However, reality told Ningxu that she could not do it for the time being. If she had the power of space, she would be able to split the mountain into two. Ningxu used the law of water and used the law of water to invade the mountain. However, it would take time for water to penetrate a stone. It was faster to just dig. Finally, a ding sound rang out. It was the sound of the shovel colliding with something hard. The shovel was very powerful. It could even smash rocks into pieces. Now, it had actually collided with something hard. Ningxu's heart was filled with joy. He guessed that what he wanted might have appeared. He stayed here for more than a month. According to 9 Palace Mountains time, it was more than a month. He did not go out at all. He bowed and busied himself non-stop. Ningxu sped up. He swung the hoe in his hand until he finally found some hard rocks. These rocks were embedded with black stones. These black stones were soul stones. Ningxu put down the hoe and quickly took out a hammer and a large steel nail. He began to dig out the soul stones from the rocks. However, the rocks were very hard. He had to dig out the soul stones from the walls. Ningxu didn't think it was a big deal. She picked up the hammer and began to chisel out a soul stone of average quality. Ningxu also felt that it was not bad. After all, if he found a soul stone, there would be better quality soul stones. The cave was filled with the sound of clanking and Ningxu humming. Ningxu collected all the soul stones that were dug out. One more soul stone meant one more soul power. It could feed the world more energy. Ningxu was almost trying to earn money from the milk powder. He desperately dug out soul stones from the walls. The deeper he went, the better the soul stones. There were not as many impurities. Ningxu kept everything, no matter if it was good or bad. The more, the better. He was too satisfied. Ningxu felt really tired and couldn't concentrate anymore. Ningxu sat down to rest for a while and strengthened the barrier around her. She dug in front. After digging for a distance, she would turn around and pull the fish tank to her side. At least the fish tank could block a lot of attacks for her. Some attacks accidentally entered the fish tank and were quickly devoured. Therefore, holding the fish tank at the back was also very good. Ningxu, who was resting, took out a soul stone with a lot of impurities and threw it into the fish tank. It was directly devoured by the laws in the fish tank. After resting enough, Ningxu continued digging out soul stones. The clanking sounds continued. The quality of the soul stones now was very bad. There was a trace of golden soul origin in it. /BK There were golden soul stones in the mine. Maybe there were golden stones in the mine. Maybe he could dig out some golden soul stones. Thinking about it made him a little excited. It was as if Ningxu had been injected with chicken blood. Not to mention how excited she was, she began to knock on the table. The deeper he went, the more yellow the soul stones became. Ningxu was so excited that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. It couldn't be helped. He was too inexperienced and too poor. It was so exciting to suddenly become rich. Ningxu dug in excitedly. The most important thing now was these golden soul stones. Drip, drip, drip. Ningxu was chiseling through the hard rock wall when she heard the sound of water dripping. She looked up and saw a dazzling golden light. The top of the rock was actually dripping with golden liquid. The liquid that dripped onto the ground flowed slowly, making the soul stones on the ground shine with a golden light. The golden liquid also dripped onto the ground, creating a depression. This depression was filled with the golden liquid, and some of it overflowed everywhere. Ningxu felt as if fireworks were exploding in her heart. This golden liquid must be the source of the soul. The golden stone was nothing, but the liquid of the scenery was the most precious thing. The liquid should be purer than the source of the soul in the golden stones. The concentration of the spirit liquid and the spirit stone was higher. It felt like a windfall. It was worth it to be like a mouse in this cave for so many days. Sure enough, one had to take risks to gain riches. Although there was the danger of being killed by the wind blades at any time, the rewards were rich. The premise was that there was a chance of survival. Rushing in when there was no chance of survival was asking for death. Ningxu felt that he was not very lucky. It was better to not do things that risked his life. Ningxu looked for a tool to collect the golden liquid. He didn't know what bottle to use so that it wouldn't contaminate the source of the soul. Use a jade bottle. The pure jade bottle, 2333 said. No, jade is not pure either. There is no pure jade in the world. It's better to use 9,999 pure gold. It's purer than jade. Besides, one is metal and one is stone. Which is stronger? 2333 I'm speechless. Ningxu exchanged for a golden bucket the size of a bathtub and placed it under the dripping water. Then, drop by drop, the golden liquid fell into the bucket. Then, Ningxu began to dig out the golden soul stones. However, he didn't dare to dig out too many. If he dug out too many, the soul origin fluid wouldn't drip anymore. He had dug so many tunnels. Would it affect the entire mine? Ningxu decided to set up a yin gathering array around the area to gather all the yin qi in the world. Originally, the soul stone mine would absorb souls to form soul stones. After the arrangement was completed, Ningxu took the hammer and nails and began to knock on the golden stone. Previously, he thought that the golden stone was the best, but now he discovered that the golden soul origin liquid was even more precious. Ningxu knocked on the door. Ningxu felt the mine shaking and the ground shaking. Earthquake? Ningxu felt hot air on his back. It was very hot. It was breathing in and out. It was definitely a living creature. Could it be that there were other monsters hiding in the mine? Ningxu carefully stretched out his hand and pulled the water bucket to his side. He turned his head and saw a golden thing. Even its eyes were golden. This thing looked a little deformed. It looked like a dragon, but it didn't look like one. It had 2 horns and was very big. It didn't have legs and it was wriggling on the ground. It looked like a snake, but it didn't look like one. It looked like a nouveau riche. It was golden. Ningxu's heart ached. How much soul origin did this thing eat to be able to grow to this size? It probably lived here and didn't have anything to refer to. It just grew up casually. Anyway, no one saw it. It didn't matter if it was ugly or not. Is this a demon? A demon that was nurtured by the soul origin liquid, the demon's golden eyes were filled with demon energy. An alien creature had barged into his home. This was his place. The demon was furious. It swept its tail and the entire mountain shook. It revealed its golden fangs. The fangs were dripping with black venom. The black venom dripped on the ground and contaminated the golden soul stones on the ground. Ningxu, my heart hurts, it can even contaminate the soul origin liquid. This poison is too overbearing. The soul origin liquid was the foundation. If it was contaminated, it would be over. Wait, let's talk things over. Really? Ningxu hurriedly said, I was passing by and came to take a look. Ningxu was using a skill that allowed her to communicate with intelligent animals. She just didn't know if this strange-looking animal had any intelligence. Hee, this 2-legged monster is ugly and shameless. It woke me up and dared to lie to me. It dared to say that it was passing by. Hee, Ningxu, since it could communicate, it had some intelligence. He didn't know why it spoke like an old man. This is my place. Get lost. Ningxu said, this is my place. The demon's eyes widened. Hee, this is my place. You actually said that it's your place. Even a 2-legged monster is so shameless. Ningxu was basically sure that this demon had seen humans before. Get lost. The demon revealed its fangs. The fangs were oozing with venom. The venom was smoking and floating at the tip of the fangs. It looked very scary. Ningxu instinctively felt that it was very dangerous. What if his soul origin liquid was contaminated? This place was born long. You didn't build it, so it can't be considered yours. Ningxu said, fighting and killing is boring. Do you want to go out with me and see the world? There are many fun things outside. You can come back here anytime. Hee, idiot. Ningxu, what could he do when encountering a demon with such a personality? He could only fight. Ningxu said, let's go out and fight. If we damage these things inside, your heart will ache and mine will ache. The venom was flung everywhere, contaminating the soul origin liquid and the stone. Ningxu's heart ached. Hee, I can finish you with a drop of venom. Why should we go out? Hee, your sister. Do you know that Hee is very rude? When Ningxu heard the word hee, his head was filled with the word hashtag. Hee, Ningxu clenched his fist and lifted the fish tank with one hand. Do you know what's inside? Ningxu casually picked up a soul stone and threw it in. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. The demon's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Hee, Ningxu threw the shovel in again. The shovel disappeared without a trace. Finally, he cut off his fingers and threw them into the fish tank. Everything disappeared. Heh. Tell me, if I were to splash the law of nothingness on you, would you be assimilated? There would be nothing left and you would cease to exist. Heh. Do you dare? You definitely can't control this thing. The demon said directly. BK Ning-shu didn't pay any attention to the yellow earthworm beside him. The more soul stones he dug out, the more soul power he would get. Ning-shu needed this thing very much to stabilize the world of reincarnation that had taken root and sprouted. Instead of bickering with this monster, it was better to dig out more soul stones. She wouldn't retreat from this soul stone mine because it was too precious. This monster wouldn't retreat either because it couldn't bear to part with the soul stone liquid here. They confronted each other like this, trying to get as many soul stones as possible. The earthworm jumped into the golden bucket and drank all the soul stone liquid accumulated in the golden bucket in one gulp. Fuck. Ning-shu grabbed the earthworm. I'll strangle you to death and spit it out for me. Drop by drop, he had finally accumulated a little bit of soul stone and this guy had eaten it all. I've already eaten it and can't spit it out. What's in my stomach is mine. The earthworm said directly. I'm not saying that you dig yours and I'll eat mine. Ning-shu threw the earthworm on the ground and squashed it with his foot. I just don't want to kill you because you're a monster and it's not easy for you to form your own intelligence. Do you think I won't do anything to you? Bah, you snatched my things and then you act like you're doing me a favor. Do you think I'm stupid? If this wasn't the best soul stone mine I've found, I would have polluted this place long ago so that you won't get anything. Greedy and disgusting two-legged monster. The earthworm struggled under Ning-shu's foot and shouted. If you have the ability to defend it, I won't say anything if you kill me. But you obviously can't beat me now. This place doesn't belong to you. Maybe there were other monsters before and they were killed or driven away by you. Ning-shu stomped his foot hard and made the earthworm vomit blood. Ning-shu quickly took out a bowl to collect the blood. Don't go too far. If you're angry, I'll pollute the things here. You're guilty. You're not the first person to occupy this mine. I don't want to kill you. If I really want to kill you, I'll take you out and purify your blood. Then, we'll be fine. But if you really want to do that, then I'll have to take your corpse. Ning-shu had a better impression of gremlins than humans, but that was all. Nonsense, I'm the first one. What's the point of fighting for the first and the second? Ning-shu let go of her foot and set up a barrier around the golden bucket. She left a hole in the barrier for the soul stone liquid to drip in. However, if the earthworm wanted to drink the soul stone liquid in her bucket again, it could dream on. Ning-shu ignored the gloomy earthworms and continued to open the soul stones. Moreover, the soul stones that he opened were all soaked in soul stone liquid and were incomparably pure yellow. Ning-shu was speechless. This earthworm should have been hurt and abused by humans. Ning-shu had no interest in being his caring sister. Whatever you say, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. You two-legged monsters are disgusting. Ignored. You can't find it, so you want to enslave others to find it. Do you have to find maggots before eating shit and let the maggots lead you to find shit to eat? You are disgusting too. Firstly, we don't eat this. Secondly, it's because we can't find it that we need tools to find it. As Ning-shu spoke, her movements weren't slow. She became more and more proficient, and the speed at which she opened the soul stones became faster. Could it be that you have been enslaved to find something? Ning-shu guessed inwardly. Then, she had a look of realization. Don't tell me you have the ability to find soul stone veins? You feed on soul stones, so finding such things is your instinct? No, I've never been enslaved. It's just that many of our kind have been enslaved. They were all imprisoned by humans to search for soul stone veins. The earthworm hurriedly explained and ended up being exposed. Oh, so that's how it is. Ning-shu chuckled at the earthworm. You look like you're in despair after being abused. What kind of inhumane torture did you suffer? Perhaps a large family clan reared demons like this to search for soul stone veins. No wonder they could find a soul stone vein in a danger zone, but they couldn't mine it. Although they couldn't mine it, they knew that there was a soul stone vein here. Ning-shu initially thought that it was a fake soul stone vein. Hee hee. The earthworm sneered. If you have any ideas about me, I'll pollute the entire soulstone vein. Ningshu sneered. If I have any ideas about you, let's not talk about this place. There were several danger zones that had soulstone veins that couldn't be mined. If there weren't any left here, Ningshu could find another place to mine. That would be enough for Ningshu to obtain a lot of soulstones. If there weren't any left here, she would go up to the second level. However, how many people had died and how many souls had been absorbed by heaven and earth to form so many soulstone veins? There were souls of spirit beasts and humans. Yet, there were children born on Nine Palace Mountain. Where did these children's souls come from? The humans on Nine Palace Mountain were basically cultivators who entered Nine Palace Mountain. Perhaps when she finished climbing Nine Palace Mountain, she would be able to find the answer to this strange question. The most important thing now was to excavate this vein and the soul stones. She had to prepare more soul energy for the world of reincarnation. Everything else would become clear. The earthworm saw that Ningshu was ignoring him again. Speaking of which, this was the first two-legged monster that could communicate with him. He was also the person he hated the most for barging into his place and stealing his things. The earthworm faintly looked at Ningshu's back and opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. The fangs were suspended with venom. As soon as Ningshu turned around, the earthworm immediately closed its mouth and curled up like a gloomy snake. Ningshu, I have eyes on the back of my head. How do you produce your venom? Ningshu asked the earthworm. Why should I tell you? The earthworm saw that his things had been dug out by this thief and his heart ached. He bit down on a soul stone and swallowed it. Ningshu, F*ck, my heart hurts. Both the human and the monster felt their hearts ache. They trembled. Ningshu sped up his digging and exchanged for a more expensive light spear. He only needed to sweep along the edge of the soul stone and the rock wall would be vaporized. It was faster to collect the soul stones. The earthworm was dumbfounded. He was filled with anger and hatred. What a shameless two-legged monster. Ningshu dug faster and faster. He felt like he was invincible. The earthworm's stomach was full. He could only watch as Ningshu tirelessly dug out the soul stones. Wow, I'm going to pollute the entire soulstone vein. The earthworm became more and more angry. He bared his fangs with black venom floating on them. Soulstones are good, but don't be greedy. Ningshu shook his head and said. Then he laughed and continued to mine the soulstones. But when the earthworm saw the golden soulstone liquid dripping down, he hesitated. There was no need to pollute the vein for such a despicable two-legged monster. However, when the earthworm saw the other party take away the soul stones one by one, it wanted nothing more than to kill the other party and swallow him whole. It wanted to throw the venom all over her face and pollute her entire soul, turning her into an ugly two-legged monster that had no consciousness and was full of venom. Ningshu could feel the violent aura coming from the monster even from afar. She reckoned that the monster's heart was going off like a nuclear bomb. Ningshu said, the soul stones are delicious, right? Try your best. Ningshu now knew what the monster's venom was. It was the negative emotions of humans in the soul stones. Even the soul stone liquid couldn't guarantee that it was absolutely pure. This kind of monster was weaker, so it shouldn't have such venom. Because it ate less soul stones, it suffered less negative emotions. If this kind of earthworm was so dangerous, humans probably wouldn't dare to raise it to search for her veins. One bite would pollute the entire soul. It was a killing weapon for the soul. Even if it had a physical body, it could still poison the soul. If this monster's body swelled up, it would be thicker than the waist of a strong man. It could be imagined how many soul stones it had eaten and how much negative emotions had accumulated in its body to finally form venom. I'll just give you these things, right? The earthworm sneered. Ningshu nodded. Yes. What a shameless two-legged monster. The earthworm spat and smeared a mouthful of poisonous saliva on the ground. It immediately corroded a golden soul stone. The soul stone smoked and finally turned into a pool of black water. In essence, soul stones were the power of the soul. Ningshu was speechless. You've been struck by lightning. If you spit again, I'll chop your head off. Ningshu's expression turned stern. If this thing went out, it would definitely be a killing weapon, especially for souls. It would be over if they were bitten. Not only did it eat so many soul stones, but it had also evolved into such a powerful venom. The earthworm was also heartbroken. It felt like its food had been ruined. Xianxia mined the soul stones very quickly. He felt that it was too slow for him to mine alone, so he decided to exchange for a coolie robot to help him mine the soul stones. These things could be found in the mall. They were the result of technological development. As long as the program was set, they could be mined. Xianxia asked 2333 to exchange one for him. Then, Xianxia reached his hand into the black hole and took out a robot from the reincarnation realm. Hee, you're still looking for helpers, Earthworm mocked when he saw Xianxia take out a strange-looking item out of thin air. Where did you get this from? Earthworm stepped back and looked at Xianxia with vigilance. Xianxia smiled kindly. Don't be afraid. I won't lock you up in a dark, empty world. Hee, do you think I'm scared? I can use my poisonous fangs to bite the place where I'm trapped. The earthworm retreated. Start program, scan for minerals, excavate minerals. The sound of robotic machinery rang out. Then, various tools were propped up in their bodies. The complexity of the various tools made Xianxia's face turn numb. Was it necessary to open a mine? In the end, before they could even mine a single soul stone, they were scrapped by the wind blades. Lying on the ground, the pliers and hammers waved wildly. Program disrupted, requesting recovery, program disrupted, Xianxia face-bombed. Ahahaha. Earthworm burst into laughter. It was so funny that it was going to die. Xianxia put away the robot. So, he still had to rely on himself. He turned a deaf ear to Earthworm's laughter. God, I'm dying of laughter. Ahahaha. Earthworm rolled around. Xianxia swung the hammer. Clanking, 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 he used various high-tech cutting tools and took turns to mine. No matter if it was day or night, he had almost emptied half of the mineral deposit. Moreover, they were all yellow soul stones of good quality. As for the lower quality ones, he would come back when he had time. After all, it was better to dig out a single golden soul stone than 1,000 ordinary soul stones. As for the lower quality soul stones, this earthworm wouldn't eat them. After eating the soul stone liquid, it couldn't eat the ordinary soul stones. Therefore, she had to compete with this earthworm for the high-quality golden soul stones. She had a place to store the soul stones, but this earthworm only had one stomach. Once it was full, it couldn't do anything. Earthworm couldn't stop laughing. It took a lot of effort to stop laughing. Seeing Xianxia digging so many soul stones, it immediately shouted, "Why did you dig so many? Why? You eat yours, I'll dig mine. If you continue to make trouble, I'll throw you in here." Xianxia pointed his finger and a black hole appeared in front of him. The black hole rotated slowly as if it could swallow the universe. Hee, do you think? Earthworm saw the black hole and was immediately grabbed by the neck. Its whole body trembled. Xianxia withdrew the black hole. She wouldn't throw the earthworm into the black hole. If the earthworm's venom caused any harm to her world was just a small seedling. If it was poisoned by the venom, who would be responsible for anything that happened? She worked so hard for the sake of her world baby. She wouldn't lock this earthworm in her world for a moment of pleasure. She wanted to protect the world's safety and development. If she wanted to be happy, she would just kill it. Earthworm shrank to the side and subconsciously wanted to chuckle, but he stopped himself. Seeing that this intruder was about to empty his home, Earthworm felt hatred and despair in his heart. He secretly bared his fangs. "If you drip this venom on yourself, will you die?" Xianxia asked without turning his head. Earthworm retracted its fangs. Hee, I'm not a fool. I won't put venom on myself. Xianxia lived a dark life in the soulstone mine. He didn't know whether it was day or night. He didn't know how long he had been in the cave. Earthworm ate and slept every day. It ate to its heart's content. It was unwilling to let these soul stones be dug out by Xianxia. They laughed at each other and ridiculed each other. Even if it was a soul, Xianxia felt extremely tired. He couldn't help but sit down to rest. Seeing that the golden bucket was filled with golden liquid, Xianxia was so happy that his tiredness disappeared. He put the soul stone liquid away and then put the bucket under the liquid to collect it. He didn't know how long this could last. Even if the golden bucket was full, there was a barrier outside the golden bucket. The barrier could still collect the soul stone liquid. He was satisfied with this trip. You've been wandering around for a long time. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. There's not much time left. 9 Palace Mountains time is different from the organization's time. You've been gone for a long time. 2333 said. Ningxu looked around at the soul stones. He had dug up almost all the soul stones. The remaining soul stone liquid was protected by the barrier. Earthworm looked at Ningxu and bared its fangs. There was venom floating on its fangs. A pair of eyes stared at him with hatred. Ningxu didn't expect this monster to be grateful to her. It was reasonable for her to hate her. However, Ningxu didn't care about this hatred at all. This feeling was like an ant hating her. She didn't need to care about it and didn't need to worry about it hurting her. Because she was starting to get stronger, she wasn't afraid of anything. But it was impossible for her to give up this mine. She put away the tools and walked out of the cave under the monster's covetous eyes. She stretched her body and the wind blades around her hit the enchantment that covered her body. The income this time was equivalent to the missions Ningxu had done for decades. No matter how hard and tiring it was worth it. The earthworm also crawled out and looked at Ningxu with vigilance. Ningxu flew up and planned to leave. These soul stones would be sent to the main system to be purified to give power to the world of samsara. Seeing Ningxu leave, the earthworm heaved a sigh of relief. I must finish the soul stone water. I won't leave any for that person. Ningxu returned to the town and went to Pai Lupi's house. She knocked on the door and it was the servant Lisi who opened the door. Senior, you're back. Lisi quickly opened the door and let Ningxu in. He saw Ningxu holding a fish tank in her hand. There was water in the tank. Lisi found it hard to understand. Why was she holding the fish tank? Where's your master? Ningxu asked. He's in seclusion. He should be coming out soon. Senior, please wait for a while. How long have I been away? Senior has been away for almost 5 months. Damn, it's been so long. The speed of the 9 Palace Mountain was different from the outside world. It was estimated to be 10:1. According to the organization's time, she had been away for more than 40 months and hadn't done a single mission. I'm leaving first. I won't see your master. She didn't have time to waste with Pai Lupi. Senior, you're leaving? Lisi quickly asked. Okay, I'm leaving. Ningxu left the house and went to a remote place. He pointed at the black hole and walked into it, appearing in a dark world. Back in the system space, Ningxu placed the fish tank in a corner to collect dust. He then took out a portion of the soul stones and asked 2333 to send them to the main system to be purified. He did not take all of them out. As usual, Ningxu put away the golden soul stone liquid. This time, there were some golden soul stones mixed in with the soul stones sent to the main system. Ningxu kept the purer soul stones for himself. Get some normal soul stones and bring them to the main system for purification. Ningxu couldn't guarantee that the organization wouldn't try to rob him if he took out the golden soul stone liquid. After all, he was just an ordinary mission enforcer. If they killed him, they would get something. They could even take his soul power and soul origin. These good things should wait until he had the ability to purify them. Wealth and silk moved people's hearts, especially now that the organization was so poor that Ningxu was more afraid of biting her flesh. If they cut her flesh, it would be fine. She might even lose her life. 2333 said, the quality of the soul stones is quite good. Ningxu nodded, yes, it is very good. Ningxu lay on the sofa and planned to take a nap. He was very tired. After working continuously, although his soul would not be tired, his mind would be tired. When he woke up, Ningxu said to 2333, let's do the mission. When the mission was completed, he would go and earn some extra money. 2333 nodded and asked as usual, do you want to do a quest? That's awkward. What if I refuse? Ningxu shrugged. He opened the shop and bought some fasting pills and medicine. It's not awkward. It's not the first time you refuse. It's okay. 2333 said. Ningxu said, you make it sound like I don't do the system mission. Okay, let's do the mission, 2333 said, oh, right. If your reincarnation realm evolves into the pool of rebirth, you will be famous. What do you mean famous? Ningxu asked casually. He did not care about being famous at all. If it could bring her benefits, then it was fine. Ningxu did not think of himself as a selfless person who would give up everything to help others. Most of the mission enforcers build living worlds. Living worlds are relatively easy to build. However, if there are living worlds, there must be a balance between life and death. At this time, the mission enforcers have to connect the world of reincarnation. Only then can there be life and death. 2333 explained. Ningxu's eyes turned and reacted, all the mission enforcers' worlds with living creatures will be connected to the reincarnation realm? Of course. His Excellency is in charge of countless reincarnation realms. The dead souls of the mission enforcers' living worlds will also enter the reincarnation realm. When they are connected, there will be new souls entering the world, allowing the world to achieve a balance between life and death. This way, the world will be stable. Ningxu rubbed his hands. What you mean is that when the time comes, there will be people who want to connect with my reincarnation realm. His Excellency is eager. No matter how many reincarnation realms there are still billions of worlds. The reincarnation realm is always full. He is eager for someone to help reduce the burden of the reincarnation realm. 2333 said, so don't be fooled by his gentlemanly appearance. That guy is very ferocious. No matter how ferocious he was, she did not offend His Excellency. Moreover, she did ask for his help. Even if he did not help, she had no choice. Helping was a favor. Not helping was her duty. She owed him a favor. If the pool of rebirth was really formed in the future, it would definitely accept souls to obtain energy for its world. Most importantly, Ningxu saw that the reincarnation realm would bring him a lot of favors. If a mission enforcer successfully built a world and it was a world with living creatures, he would need to connect with the reincarnation realm to ensure the balance of his world. He would definitely find her and connect with the reincarnation realm. People who could build worlds were all experts. Ningxu felt that he had diligently taken care of the fertile grassland and attracted many horses. He did not need to look for good horses and they would automatically come to him. Ningxu decided to feed his world well. In the past, he did not care about it. Now, he would treat it as his treasure. The formation of this world was completely out of Ningxu's expectations. From the start to the end, a world was formed. He was stunned. Another world was formed. He was still stunned. He was like a child who fell from the sky. He just kept eating. He would eat whatever was good and now he wanted soul energy. As for the world of living creatures, he only wanted the source of the world. One was picky about food and the other ate everything. When the reincarnation realm was completed, Ningxu could just sit there and collect soul energy. The pool of rebirth would take away the 7 emotions and 6 desires and karma. It would also take away a portion of soul energy. Apart from the soul energy that the world needed, some of it would be hers. No wonder His Excellency was so rich that he used soul energy to water flowers. To put it simply, she wanted to be rich and be friends with strong people. Even if they weren't friends, they could just nod their heads and people wouldn't look down on her. More importantly, she could get rid of the shackles of being a mission enforcer. She was gradually getting stronger. The premise was that she had to protect the seedling until it became a real reincarnation world. Ningxu calmed herself down. It was too early to be happy. Before she succeeded, nothing was set in stone. She had to do her best. Ningxu originally wanted to do missions, but now she was a little excited. Forget it, she should go and learn the space law. The space law already had a law incarnation. She couldn't become this law incarnation. However, it didn't mean that she couldn't learn this law very well. However, she would be suppressed when facing the space law incarnation. Even if someone had a good understanding of the water law, they would be suppressed when facing her. the law incarnation represented the law itself. You want to break through your own law if you're learning this? Ningxu felt that she should slowly start learning the law. After all, she was someone who couldn't even pick up the trash of a plane. A plane contained many laws: time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If she didn't learn, she wouldn't even be able to pick up trash in the future. She didn't know if picking up trash could make her rich. Ningxu felt that the more she came into contact with, the weaker she felt. She didn't know that the world was vast and fearless. The more she knew, the more she was in awe. She was as weak as a floater. Moreover, she was getting busier and busier. The secret of Nine Palace Mountain hadn't been solved. She didn't know if Nine Palace Mountain would cause any harm to the world. When she learned the space law, she had to open up a space to store the reincarnation world. Ningxu was a little worried that Nine Palace Mountain would affect the reincarnation world. Ningxu felt that she could give up on Nine Palace Mountain, but she couldn't give up on the reincarnation world. She had to prevent unnecessary harm. Go learn the space law, Ningxu said. She still felt that learning the law was more important. She didn't know when she could open up a space. You're still going? You don't have much time to do missions. 2333 said, I think it's because we've killed a lot of normal quest takers this time. Many mid-tier quests require people to complete. With your ability, you can complete a few of these quests in a row. Once you're done, you can continue to roam around. It's still safer to do it. Who knows what the organization will do if you don't complete it? Completing missions to repair planes is the job of quest givers. Since you don't want to complete the mission, they might just kill you. Don't try to reason with them, 2333 said. Ningxu felt that the organization had been filled with murderous intent recently. If he were to fail because of this, he would feel wronged. He was only one step away from success. Ningxu would vomit to death. Then he would go and do the quest. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand such a high-pressure environment, but as mission enforcers, everyone's hearts were still relatively resilient. 2333 sent Ningxu flying out of the space, and Ningxu fused into a body. The body quickly merged with the body. After all, the soul had turned into water. It moistened things silently, and there was no feeling of being forced in. However, his head was buzzing, and his ears were ringing. There was also someone screaming in his ear, Father, Master, and so on. Ningxu simply closed his eyes and accepted the plot. This time, Ningxu's client was the story of the loyal and chaste woman's father. Tang Prime Minister Wang Yun had 3 daughters. The eldest queen, Jin Chuan, married Su Long and was an official in the Ministry of Revenue. The second queen, Yin Chuan, married Wei Hu and was an assistant minister in the Ministry of War. The third queen, Bao Chuan, was unmarried. Wang Yun built a beautiful house in Chang'an City to find a son-in-law for his third daughter. Bao Chuan went to the garden to burn incense and pray. She saw a beggar outside the garden. He looked extraordinary and was lying in the snow. After asking, she learned that his name was Xueping Gue. Bao Chuan admired his talent and secretly promised him in her heart. She gave him silver rice and asked him to participate in the son-in-law selection ceremony. On the 2nd of February, Bao Chuan was ordered to go to the pavilion to select a son-in-law. She ignored all the princes and threw the colored ball to Xueping Gue. Wang Yin was angry and broke off his relationship with Bao Chuan. Bao Chuan married Xueping Gue and lived with him in the cold cave. Later, Xueping Gue made a contribution in subduing the red-haired horse. The Tang king was overjoyed and made him the commander of the rear army. Xueping Gue went to battle when Xueping Gue said goodbye to Bao Chuan, leaving behind old rice and 10 loads of dry firewood. Bao Chuan lived in the cold cave and endured hardships. She ate chaff and swallowed vegetables. No matter how her family tried to persuade her, she did not listen. The following story was very familiar. Her husband became the son-in-law of the king of Western Liang. Her husband had wine, women, wealth, and spirit. Bao Chuan ate wild vegetables. Finally, after 18 years of reunion, Xueping Gue still wanted to test whether Bao Chuan had a change of heart. He teased her and pretended to be her friend. He said, "If you love Xueping Gue so much, why don't you die for love?" After waiting for 18 years, she waited for a man who relied on marrying a princess to ascend to the throne. After a long separation, he thought, if she is faithful, come forward and acknowledge me. If she is unfaithful, kill her and bring her to see the substitute war princess. Bao Chuan's married life was different. With dust as her companion, she lived in the cold cave. She lived with wild vegetables and lived with heart. In the morning, she cleaned. At noon, she cleaned. In the evening, she cleaned. At night, she slept. Xue Pinggui's married life. Subdued a fierce horse and entered western Liang. He married a princess and succeeded the throne. He realized a successful counterattack of a loser. The brave Bao Chuan dared to pursue personal freedom of marriage. She stayed in the cold cave for 18 years. Her heart did not change and she was loyal. She embodied the hard-working, brave, upright, and noble sentiments of our ancient women. Haha, one person set up a memorial arch, the whole family was glorious. Then, Bao Chuan moved heaven and earth. The substitute war princess was moved by Bao Chuan's virtuousness. In the end, the two of them managed the harem together. Now, the person who commissioned it had fainted from anger. The embroidered ball had been smashed in Xue Pinggui's hand. Ningxu felt that this body was a little too tall. In a fit of anger, there were signs of a stroke. His body felt like it was completely out of control. Third sister, how can you be so angry at father? If anything happens to father, let's see how you explain it. A sharp female voice sounded. Someone wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. Ningxu felt much better and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the people around him and finally stopped at Bao Chuan's face. As expected, she was the most beautiful of his 3 daughters. Have you thought it through? Ningxu got up. A maid helped Ningxu put on his shoes. Daughter has thought it through. Father, please grant me my wish. There are thousands of princes and princes. The colored ball will be single to Xue Pinglang. The embroidered ball will be married off to a chicken and a dog will be married off to a dog. Bao Chuan said sonorously. Then you still want to sever your relationship with me? Ningxu asked calmly. If he was not agitated, his blood pressure would rise easily. If father agrees, we will not sever our relationship. Father, you don't need to worry about me. You will sit with me. If mother passes away, daughter will wear mourning clothes. If father dies, Bao Chuan will not cry. If you don't agree, I will not wear mourning clothes for you when you die. I will not cry at your funeral. Ningxu understood it this way. Only a person who is waiting for a pie to fall from the sky will say that I have the beauty to fulfill someone else's wish. Such a thing will happen to a noble's family. If your daughter fights with her life and refuses to acknowledge you, she will marry a beggar. You won't have enough to eat, no clothes to wear, and no shelter from the wind and rain. If you don't think that's a problem, I'll agree to the 2 of them. Jin Chuan was speechless. Jin Chuan's expression froze. She stared blankly and finally laughed bitterly. Father, how are you and Su Long? Ningxu asked. Su Long and I respect each other. Su Long treats me well. When Jin Chuan talked about her husband, her face blushed. Su Long was a considerate man, a smart and thoughtful man. See, you're talking as if the children of noble officials are trash. These children receive the best education in the country. Some are unfilial, but most of them are motivated. Wang Baochuan feels that she's different. It was easy to get into trouble when the embroidered ball was thrown. Who knew what it would hit? How could the prime minister of a country do such a thing? How could he forcefully link Pifumai with a beggar? Since they were of different social classes, the chances of them meeting were very low. He used such a brainless method. It was Wang Baochuan who fell in love with Xue Pingguo at first sight. Her heart was in a mess, and then she told Xue Pingguo to catch the embroidered ball. Ningxu, an outsider, felt resentful. The client's heart was probably chopped into minced meat and made into meatball soup. Ningxu waited for a moment of adrenaline. He hoped that it would always be like this. He would bring the beggar home to work and let them interact more. Anyway, she didn't want her face anymore. She was full of love. Her brain was damaged by her love. The fragrance was far away and the smell was near. Let's see how the 2 of you interact. Strictly speaking, Wang Baochuan and Xue Pinggui didn't have many opportunities to interact. Xue Pinggui went to war not long after they got married. Then he went to Xiliang to be the emperor's son-in-law. He was gone for 18 years. When they met again, he died in just 18 days. What did he use to support her? He used infinite beautification to support her. There were no shortcomings, only advantages. Otherwise, why would there be the saying of a 7-year itch between husband and wife? Both of them were unperturbed by each other. They were not as beautiful as they had imagined. They were tired of each other and had lost interest in each other. Jin Chuan knew that she couldn't persuade her anymore. She thought about it from another perspective. Her fair and tender daughter had married a beggar. She even had the heart to die. Ningxu finished his porridge and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Don't disturb me. I need to rest more. Jin Chuan looked worried and asked, Father, do you want Zulong to come over and talk to you? No need, I want to see everyone now. Jin Chuan went out with the bowl and chopsticks, closed the door, and went to the backyard. In the yard, she heard her mother crying with Baochuan in her arms, shouting sweetheart and son. Second sister Yin Chuan stood to the side, her face full of sarcasm and impatience, making her beautiful face appear somewhat harsh. The 3 daughters of the Prime Minister's residence were all very good-looking. However, Wang Yinchuan was sandwiched in the middle. Since ancient times, the second brother had always been ignored. Yin Chuan seemed to particularly hate her third sister, Baochuan, but Wang Baochuan always looked superior and didn't care about her. This made Yin Chuan target her more and more. Jin Chuan, what did your father say? Madame Wang hurriedly asked her eldest daughter. Jin Chuan shook her head. Father is tired. He said he is not feeling well and is resting now. Jin Chuan looked at Baochuan, who was wearing a maid's clothes. There was only a simple hairpin on her head. She was still a beauty, but this made her look pure and untainted. Father has already made the biggest concession. Third sister, don't make trouble anymore. Father said that he would wait for half a year. Why are you still crying to mother? Just treat it as half a year. Do your job well and be filial to father and mother. Wang Jinchuan frowned and said. Wang Baochuan felt that her eldest sister's attitude towards her was a bit strange. Everyone had always been gentle and considerate. If she could say such words, it meant that she was a bit angry. Wang Yinchuan pulled the corner of her mouth and said, Third sister is hating to get married. She is afraid that half a year is too long. If something happens in the middle, father will go back on his words and not marry that extraordinary bumpkin. Yinchuan, Baochuan is your younger sister. At this time, you still say such sarcastic words. Is this how an elder sister should act? Madame Wang scolded. A trace of hurt flashed across Wang Yinchuan's face, but she said more harshly, you treat her like a treasure. She is right in everything. She made father so angry that he fainted. Why don't you scold her? She wants to break off the relationship with father. Why don't you scold her? Wang Jinchuan saw that the situation was about to get out of control again. She immediately pulled Yinchuan. Yinchuan shook off her hand and snorted and left the room. Madame Wang slapped her leg. What a sin! She is so willful and unruly. Can't she be more sensible? Jin Chuan said in her heart. No matter how willful she was more sensible than Baochuan. Jin Chuan sighed and said to Baochuan, do well. Let father see your determination. Serve father and mother well. She had to go back to her husband's house to rest. She was tired, but her father was even more tired. While Madame Wang was still talking to Baochuan, Jin Chuan left with the servant girl. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. He sweated a lot and the sweat smelled a little. Other than that, there was no other cultivation effect. Although there was spiritual energy, his body couldn't absorb it. In the evening, a servant girl knocked on the door and said that dinner was ready. Ningxu washed up and went to Madame Wang's courtyard. Madame Wang poured tea for Ningxu attentively. A servant girl brought the dishes. Wang Baochuan was among them. Wang Baochuan, who was wearing a servant girl's uniform, was also slim and beautiful. In the end, she became an old woman in the cold cellar. She was not as good as wearing luxurious clothes and taking good care of herself. The table was full of dishes. Madame Wang quickly said to Wang Baochuan, "Sit down and help your father." Ningxu looked at Madame Wang expressionlessly. "Are you her mother or is she your mother? You are so attentive. How can a servant sit at the table when the master is eating?" Madame Wang didn't understand why her husband didn't like her. Didn't he love Baochuan the most before? Wang Baochuan felt sad. Ningxu looked at Wang Baochuan's aggrieved look. He probably resented her. It was natural for a person to be good to her and give her the best things every day. If one day he suddenly treated her badly and gave the good things to others, she would resent and hate him. If a person beat her with a stick every day, and then suddenly forgot that he didn't beat her, she would still be grateful in her heart. "Why are you crying? You can't eat anymore. Aren't you very strong? Why are you so aggrieved now?" "I'm not eating." Ningxu put down his chopsticks and left. Madame Wang and Wang Baochuan looked at each other. Madame Wang was very uneasy. She said to Wang Baochuan, "Talk to your father and don't talk back to him. He's really angry this time." Wang Baochuan bit her lip, looking worried. Fortunately, Xue Lang would come to work in the manor soon. Wang Baochuan had many things to do every day. Washing clothes, doing all kinds of rough work, sweeping the floor, and even pouring night incense. Wang Baochuan was so tired that she couldn't stand up straight. At night, she lay on the bed. The quilt was not the softest, and several servant girls slept in one room. There was a strange smell in the room, and there was no incense. Wang Baochuan gritted her teeth and persevered. Because of this incident, Ningxu didn't want to go to court. He was sick, but it wasn't good. He tidied himself up and went to court. Of course, when he left court, he encountered political opponents who were gloating. They praised Ningxu's beggar son-in-law for being extraordinary and said that Ningxu was really an honest prime minister. There were also people who said, "Prime Minister, you don't look well. Why are you forcing yourself to come to court?" Ningxu only said, "Taking a salary from the monarch and being loyal to the monarch, my matters are all small matters. The matters of the monarch and the people are the big ones." Some officials looked resentful. The eldest son-in-law, Su Long, and the second son-in-law, Wei Bao, walked over and cupped their hands to Ningxu. "Father, are you okay?" Su Long had heard about the Wang family's situation from his wife. Wei Bao was a straightforward bad guy. He asked directly, "Which shameless thing has designs on Baochuan?" Ningxu glanced at Wei Bao. Don't think that he didn't know that Wei Bao coveted Wang Baochuan's beauty. This was one of the reasons why he went against Xue Pinggue. Unfortunately for the second son, Wang Yinchuan, who looked arrogant, despotic, and mean, was an obedient person. She had never done anything out of line. In such an awkward position, her father neglected her, and her mother seemed to love her the most. Among the three daughters, Wang Baochuan was the most unfilial. However, the old couple loved Wang Baochuan the most. Or rather, she was fearless because she was favored. "Baochuan is my daughter, so I have to worry about her. Just treat Yinchuan well," Ningxu said. Wei Bao rubbed his nose. "I will definitely treat Yinchuan well and make her look good in front of mother-in-law." Wei Bao also knew that his mother-in-law didn't like his wife. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and smiled. The husbands chosen by the three daughters of the Wang clan were also compatible with their personalities. Perhaps Wang Baochuan thought that Xue Pinggue would be successful in the future and become an emperor. But he didn't have the life to enjoy such riches and honor. Ningxu said, "Then follow me to my house for dinner." "All right." Ningxu brought his two sons-in-law back to the residence and happened to see the butler bringing Xue Pinggue to the residence for work. Xue Pinggue was wearing a short coat with patches on it. He looked valiant and extraordinary, full of the domineering aura of the protagonist. Perhaps this domineering aura would make Wang Baochuan fall in love with him at first sight, making her fall in love with him. Perhaps it was the natural incompatibility between villains and protagonists, but Wei Bao immediately asked the butler, "Where did this bumpkin come from?" Wei Bao was indeed a brainless villain. His eldest son-in-law, Su Long, was wearing an official's robe and silently observed Xue Pinggue. In the second son's family, Yinchuan was against Baochuan, while Wei Bao was against Xue Pinggue. The two of them were surprisingly united. Shui Pinggui was extremely embarrassed by Wei Bao's question. Su Long said to Ningxu, "Father, let's go in." Ningxu sized up Shui Pinggui and said to the butler, "Assign him something to do." Then, he entered the residence. Wei Bao curled his lips and sized up Shui Pinggui contemptuously, his disdain evident in his words. Shui Pinggui really didn't know where to put his hands and feet, but his pride supported him as he walked into the courtyard. Su Long walked behind Ningxu. He didn't understand what Ningxu meant by bringing Shui Pinggui over and arranging for him to stay in the residence. According to his father-in-law's character, he would definitely cause a ruckus. It was said that he had already severed their father-daughter relationship 3 times. Why did he change his mind? Su Long pondered in his heart. When he saw that his sister-in-law had become a servant girl when the dishes were served, Su Long couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wei Bao's eyes were wide open. The flesh on his waist was twisted off by his wife, Yin Chuan. Only then did Wei Bao retract his gaze. That. Wei Bao still wanted to talk to Wang Baochuan, but Ningxu coughed and looked at him with an extremely sharp gaze. Wei Bao trembled and immediately raised his wine cup to Ningxu and said, "Father, a toast to you." Ningxu raised his wine cup and took a sip. Wang Baochuan and the other servant girls were pushed out. She looked at the people in the room as if they were a family. She was just an outsider. Did her father sever their father-daughter relationship because of this? Did he want her to watch helplessly and feel upset? However, Wang Baochuan was very happy when she learned from the butler that Shui Pinggui had entered the residence. She did her best to freshen up. The butler arranged for Shui Pinggui to do menial chores such as chopping firewood and fetching water. Furthermore, servants were not allowed to enter the inner courtyard. It was not easy for servant girls and servants to meet. After the meal, the father-in-law and son-in-law went to the study. Su Long asked Ningxu, "Father, why did you bring Shui Pinggui into the residence? Did you agree to third sister's marriage with him?" "Why would I agree? He's just a bumpkin. I heard that he used to be a beggar. How can such a person be worthy of Baochuan?" Wei Bao immediately asked Ningxu. "Father, did you betroth Baochuan to such a person?" Ningxu was rendered speechless. This was the first time he had seen such an elegant and refined villain. "Why don't you make the decision for me?" Ningxu looked at Wei Bao. Wei Bao shook his head. No, father, you have the final say. Let's not talk about whether Shui Pinggui used to be a beggar or not. His character can't be guaranteed. It's always good to observe him. If his character is good." Ningxu shut his mouth. "No, it's just a delaying tactic to prevent them from getting married so quickly." After getting married, Shui Pinggui joined the army. Then, he subdued the red-haired horse and was fancied by Emperor Tang. He was given the military governor's office. He caught a horse and went straight from a small soldier to the central government. This promotion speed was simply like carrying a rocket launcher and reaching the sky in a single bound. He was invincible. Since he wanted to marry Wang Baochuan, then he had to wait for half a year. What? You can't even wait for half a year? It seems that you don't want to marry Wang Baochuan. Also, Shui Pinggui had a birthmark on his body to prove his identity. At that time, Emperor Tang's brain was also cramped. He told his 2 pregnant concubines that whoever was born first would be the crown prince. Basically, it was obvious that the 2 concubines would have all kinds of friendly exchanges. Then, Shui Pinggui, who was originally a son of the dragon, was stranded in the human world and relied on a woman to inherit the throne. If he didn't join the army, he wouldn't have caught the red-haired horse, he wouldn't have gone to Xiliang, he wouldn't have encountered a war, and he wouldn't have become the emperor's son-in-law. It was too easy to deal with a commoner. Ningxu felt that the mission this time should be a relatively simple one. It should be a low-level or high-level mission. It seemed that the organization had really killed many mission enforcers this time. She even took on such missions. Moreover, the plane suppression was especially strong. She couldn't use any power of law, and her cultivation was also very slow. Of course, this didn't exclude the possibility that this body was old and had a weak foundation. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was a little big. He had the advantage, but the other side was like cheating. It was an honor that others could only achieve after decades of accumulation. As for the eldest and second son-in-law, Ningshu didn't plan to do anything. At most, he would give face to his daughter so that these two sons-in-law wouldn't dare to bully her. Wei Bao wanted Wang Baochuan's beauty, but he had never succeeded. He was also a little afraid of Wang Baochuan. A brainless villain with lecherous thoughts but no guts. He felt that many people in this show were brainless. The king was brainless and let his son wander among the people. The prime minister was brainless and actually let his daughter throw an embroidered ball to choose a husband. Even his son didn't rebel. Was it to capture Xue Pingui, to make it convenient to help Xue Pingui ascend the throne? In terms of the importance of cannon fodder. Anyway, there were many bugs. The two sons-in-law looked at their father-in-law and smiled. It was inexplicable. His smile was too strange. Could it be that his father-in-law was so angry that he lost his mind? To be honest, Wang Yun wasn't a good-tempered person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken off their father-daughter relationship. Now that he was able to bring Xue Pingui into the residence, it was really beyond Su Long's expectations. The two sons-in-law brought their daughter home. Ningshu heard the housekeeper report to her about Xue Pingui. He said that Xue Pingui was quite obedient in the residence and would do whatever he was told to do. For the time being, he wasn't dissatisfied. Ningshu asked the housekeeper to continue assigning him work. Let the two of them meet occasionally. How cruel it was to be separated by a wall and not see each other. The housekeeper responded and went to make the arrangements. Xue Pingui obviously felt that there were more and more things to do recently. The tasks assigned to him were very physically exhausting, such as chopping wood, fetching water, and sometimes even moving things. Xue Pingui felt that these were deliberately tormenting and humiliating him. But when he thought of the prime minister's daughter, Xue Pingui felt that he could endure any hardship. While he was working, a manservant came over and whispered to Xue Pingui, "After dinner, come with me to pick up the weeds in the pond. I heard that the beautiful maids of the inner court will pass by there." Xue Pingui's eyes suddenly lit up. To be honest, he had not seen Wang Baochuan many times. The first time, Wang Baochuan ran to him, asked if he had a wife, and then said that he must take over the embroidery house. In the end, the embroidered ball landed in his hands. Only then did he know that the prime minister's daughter was from the prime minister's residence. Originally, Xue Pingui thought that he had come to the prime minister's residence to meet the prime minister's daughter. He did not expect that he was here to be a manservant. Furthermore, he heard that the prime minister's daughter had become a servant girl. Maid? However, Xue Pingui didn't mind. After all, she was the young miss of the prime minister's residence. With this layer of blood relationship, the prime minister wouldn't do anything to her. Now, he was just punishing her. However, Xue Pingui hadn't been able to see her since he came to the mansion. Hearing that he could see Wang Baochuan, Xue Pingui was excited. Being favored by the prime minister's daughter from a respectable family was enough to make any man excited and proud. Xue Pingui and the manservant scooped up some moss and rubbish from the pond. A maidservant passed by them and giggled, which was crisp and pleasant to the ears. The manservant's eyes lit up when he saw these maids. However, Xue Pingui didn't care about these maids at all. Instead, he constantly paid attention to whether Wang Baochuan passed by him. Wang Baochuan mixed in with a few maids. When she saw the stalwart figure of Xue Pingui, her heart suddenly beat wildly. She looked at Xue Pingui with some infatuation. Xue Pingui turned his head and looked at her. Wang Baochuan's face flushed red. No matter how bad her father said this man was, in Wang Baochuan's heart, this was the husband she had chosen. Naturally, he was very good. However, Wang Baochuan couldn't come into contact with him in public, so she left with the other maids. Xue Pingui's eyes flashed. He felt that the prime minister's daughter was the prime minister's daughter. Even if she was wearing a maid's clothes, she was still very eye-catching. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she had a unique temperament. Xue Pingui said to the manservant beside him who smacked his lips and couldn't forget the maids, "I'm going to the toilet." "Okay, come back quickly. I can't finish so much work alone," the manservant said without thinking. Xue Pingui arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Seeing Wang Baochuan waiting for him, he was delighted. Could this be considered telepathy? Wang Baochuan couldn't resist the shyness in her heart. She followed Xue Pingue to a remote place in the courtyard. Then, she anxiously asked Xue Pingue, "Are you okay? Did father make things difficult for you?" Every day, he would do the lowest and most laborious tasks. Whatever was difficult, he would give it to her to do. Xue Pingue thought that the prime minister must want him to back off. However, looking at the beautiful Wang Baochuan, he said, "No, I'm fine." Wang Baochuan took a deep breath. "Since I threw the embroidered ball at you, I will only marry you. Father said that we will get married in half a year. Just hold on for half a year." Xue Pingue expressed his doubts. Half a year was too long. What would happen? Would Wang Yan really marry his daughter to him? When Xue Pingue arrived at the prime minister's residence, he had already heard the manservant say behind his back that he had great luck and guessed that he was so lucky. When he arrived at the prime minister's residence, he saw that it was so big. There were pavilions, artificial mountains, fish ponds, pavilions, and gardens. This was the most luxurious place Xue Pingue had ever seen. He was going to marry his daughter who lived here. Not to mention others, even Xue Pingue felt that it was a little unbelievable. This was something that could only happen in a dream. "Are you serious? Are you really willing to marry me?" Xue Pingue couldn't help but ask, feeling uneasy. "Of course I'm willing. I threw the embroidered ball at you. If you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. I will definitely follow you," Wang Baochuan said. "That's why it's good to get through this half a year." Wang Baochuan took out a sachet and took out a piece of jade from it. This piece of jade was made of two halves. When put together, they formed a whole piece of jade. Wang Baochuan gave half of the jade to Xue Pingue and kept the other half. "This is a token. Keep it well." Ning Shu, who was peeping with his mental strength, was speechless. This could be considered a private exchange. In this era, private exchange might be used to prevent some men from popping out of nowhere from taking a woman's private things and threatening her by saying that she had an affair with him. This would ruin the woman's reputation and achieve some goal. BK Wang Baochuan probably wanted to stabilize Xue Pingue's heart, give him courage, and show her determination. She gave Xue Pingue half of the jade to show that they were a couple. Xue Pingue looked at the jade in his hand. It was white and oily. It was obviously a high-quality jade. "I understand. I won't let you down." Xue Pingue kept the jade stone close to his body. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He retracted his mental strength. Anyway, he did not know what Wang Baochuan was after. Was it because of Xue Pingue's face and figure? If she was obsessed with looks, there were also princes who were very noble and had outstanding temperaments. Of course, there were also records that Xue Pingue came to Chang'an as a beggar. He lay on the ground with a red light covering his body. Of course, this was definitely beautifying Xue Pingue. A beggar with unkempt hair and a red light covering his body. Perhaps Wang Baochuan thought that Xue Pingue was a dragon. Who knew? Xue Pingue's parents were already dead. Was he begging because his adoptive parents were dead? Ningxu was speechless. He asked the butler to arrange more work for Xue Pingue. This bastard was tired to death. He did not believe that he could persevere. Xue Pingue was now working a lot. He slept late and woke up early. He was as busy as a spinning top every day. Moreover, the servant in charge of the prime minister's residence did not treat him well. Xue Pingue was the main character. If someone treated him badly, he would definitely be angry. Moreover, it was deliberately targeting him. The two sides immediately fought. This matter was brought up to the head steward, who came to report it to Ningxu. Ningxu looked at Xue Pingue, who was beaten black and blue by the other manservants. "Is it because you don't have enough food or clothes? You were originally a beggar. Now that you have work in the manor, you can support yourself, but you still cause trouble. What's wrong with being a beggar? A beggar is also a human." Xue Pingue looked at Ningxu with suppressed inferiority. It was a cry that transcended time. Ningxu said, "If you really can't survive and beg, it's fine. But for someone as big as you should feel honored to be given food." Even if Xue Pingue were to lay out a broken bowl or curl up into a ball, no one would sympathize with him. He was not pitiful at all. Xue Pinggui was certain that Ningxu was humiliating him, so he straightened his neck. Ningxu couldn't be bothered to say, "You're amazing. It's right for me to marry my daughter, who I've raised carefully for so many years, to you. Otherwise, I'd be despising the poor and favoring the rich." If she couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship, what was the point of marrying over? To be honest, although Xue Pinggui had lived among the common folk since he was a child, he did not suffer much. He was raised by his adoptive parents and met Wang Baochai after his death. Because of his family background, Xue Pinggui joined the army and subdued the Red Mane fierce horse. After that, he went to war. In the end, he ran to the enemy's side and became their son-in-law. He lived a life of glory and splendor. If Xue Pinggui hadn't returned because he had fought against the enemy and defended the country for 18 years, then Wang Baochuan had waited for Xue Pinggui for 18 years, waiting for Xue Pinggui's triumphant return and reunion. This was such a touching thing. How many generals had died on the battlefield yet to return, for the country, for the world? As for Wang Baochuan and Xue Pinggui, Ningxu really didn't have any sympathy for them, nor was he touched. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even felt a little disgusted. Perhaps it was the heart of a pervert. A Confucian general conquers a barbarian woman, and the barbarian woman cries and wants to marry a Han Confucian general. Conquering softness with toughness, this was also considered conquering. If one's physical strength couldn't defeat the enemy, they would use this method to conquer. Such words should have been written when the country's strength was not strong and its military strength was weak, to conquer the enemy with spirit. Ningxu only wanted to roll his eyes at this. Therefore, Xue Pinggui hadn't suffered much hardship at all. It seemed that he was a grassroot and a loser, but he didn't rely on his own strength to make a comeback. It wasn't wrong to say that he was the king of sponges. Dai Zhan was a very powerful woman. She could kill the enemy and do anything. In the end, she still had to help a weak man win glory. This was because no matter how capable a woman was, she still had to help her man, thinking that her husband was noble and his wife was glorious. She was obviously a barbarian woman, but she seemed to have been influenced by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues for a long time. If it was Ningxu, Ningxu would directly take the position of the Queen of Western Liang. What's wrong with that? I'm the boss. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the weak Xue Pinggui was easier to control. It was also quite good to control Dai Zhan secretly. As for Wang Baochuan, who had waited for 18 years and lived for 18 days, Xue Pinggui asked Wang Baochuan if she had any wishes. Wang Baochuan said that she had spent the Spring Festival alone for the past 18 years, and then Xue Pinggui accompanied her for the 18 days of the Spring Festival. "I've given you whatever wishes you have, you can go and die." How ironic. What a touching love. Would the woman praised in the song give her life for her husband without any regrets? Thinking about it carefully, it was full of malice. Xue Pinggui ate human blood-steamed buns and was praised for having a conscience and not forgetting his wife. It could still be passed down to this day and was still being sung. Ningxu looked at Xue Pinggui and thought of the birthmark on Xue Pinggui's arm. It would be dug out by you sooner or later. What kind of place is the Prime Minister's residence? 10 strokes of the rod. Ningxu said coldly. Xue Pinggui was pressed down on a bench. There was a servant holding a large rod. It would be painful to be hit by such a large rod. Ningxu sat down and drank tea. Pa. The rod fell on Xue Pinggui's buttocks. Xue Pinggui's face was distorted from the pain, but he still shouted, "Why did Prime Minister punish me alone? It takes 2 to clap." It was obvious that he was being targeted. Ningxu sneered, "If you didn't cause trouble, would this have happened?" Xue Pinggui's hatred couldn't be dispelled. His eyes were red. "Father." Wang Baochuan ran over and snatched the rod from the servant's hand. "Stop hitting him. Impudent. You're just a servant. What are you doing?" Ningxu slammed the table and roared at Wang Baochuan like a storm. It seemed that the beams of the house shook. Wang Baochuan was scared silly. She had never seen her father like this. The majestic aura directly suppressed her to the point that she couldn't breathe. Moreover, it was not unfamiliar to her, but mixed with a sense of disgust. Wang Baochuan's nose turned sour. She thought of how her father loved to hold her and lift her up when she was young. Continue to hit him, Ningxu said coldly. Seeing that Wang Baochuan wanted to speak, Ningxu bared his teeth. Whoever says another word will be hit together. Wang Baochuan, you don't want to be pressed on the bench and beaten in front of so many people, do you? In fact, it doesn't matter if you get hit. It will add to your legacy and make you more loyal. Anyway, I'm already unfilial. I don't care about this little bit of reputation. She didn't want any reputation in the beginning, but she insisted on sticking to it. She was crazy. That was why Wang Baochuan's image was so contradictory. Wang Baochuan trembled at Ningxu's words. Father, must you use such words to stab me? Hit, Ningxu said with a happy expression. Building happiness on other people's pain was really too satisfying. BK the manservant took the wooden stick from Wang Baochuan's hand and began to hit Shui Pinggui. Why are you like this? Why do you have to say such harsh words? Wang Baochuan trembled when she heard the sound of the wooden stick hitting the body. There are worse words. Do you want to hear them? Also, don't call me father. I don't have a daughter like you. Really, please don't call me father. When people talk about you, they will definitely not say that you are Wang Yan's daughter, Ningxu said coldly. Wang Yan never owed Wang Baochuan anything. So what if you are my daughter? Stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Wang Baochuan pounced on Shui Pinggui. The manservant didn't pay attention and hit Wang Baochuan with the stick. Wang Baochuan was in so much pain that her internal organs shifted. Wang Baochuan suppressed her voice and said, Father, I hate you. I don't care. You can hate me as much as you want. If you really want to sever ties with me, you should cut your flesh and bones to repay your father. You still owe me, so what right do you have to hate me? Ningxu sneered. Pull him away. Continue hitting him. What are you playing at? He happily acted like a stick that separated an affectionate couple. Wang Baochuan, who was pulled away, looked at Ningxu in a daze. He was clearly her father, so why did he become so cold and heartless? She didn't even dare to acknowledge him. Ugh. Shui Pinggui, who had been hit with the stick, tried his best to suppress his voice. Wang Baochuan knelt down and kowtowed to Ningxu. Father, I beg you. I was wrong. Please don't hit him. When one person realized that they didn't have much weight in another person's heart, they would no longer be so forgiving. Instead, they would look you in the eye and not dare to be unscrupulous because of a little pampering. That was because it was useless. Ningxu smiled. If he dies, it's on me. Father? Wang Baochuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze. She then saw Shui Pinggui use more force and speed. If this continued, Shui Pinggui's legs would be crippled and he would lose his life. Father, you're using private punishment. You're breaking the law. Seeing that Ningxu was unmoved, Wang Baochuan could only resort to this method. You are the prime minister of a country. You are breaking the law knowingly. Indeed, but this servant stole something from the master's house. It wouldn't be too much to send him to the authorities and chop off his hands. Ningxu sat on the chair and said coldly. I didn't steal anything, Shui Pinggui shouted hoarsely. His face was deathly pale, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Search for the jade pendant on his body. How can a servant like you have such a good jade? The servant found a piece of jade on Shui Pinggui's body. This piece of jade was strung together with a red thread and worn around Shui Pinggui's neck. Where did this jade come from? It belongs to the Prime Minister's residence. Ningxu immediately confiscated the jade. Seeing Shui Pinggui wearing the jade pendant so closely, Wang Baochuan was both touched and sad. She was sad that her father was so angry because of the jade pendant. He caused Shui Pinggui to suffer such humiliation. Father, I gave this to him. He didn't steal it. Wang Baochuan said. Ningxu directly smashed the jade pendant into pieces. Shut up. Continue beating. Shui Pinggui was beaten until his flesh was lacerated. He gritted his teeth and suffered bitterly. He looked at Ningxu with hatred in his eyes. He also had some complaints about Wang Baochuan in his heart. He didn't want to be the son-in-law anymore. Why was he being humiliated like this? Ningshu's actions were much more vicious than Wang Yun's. Now, Xue Pingui hated him to death in his heart. He wanted to turn Ningshu into ashes. Ningshu didn't care about this at all. Perhaps Wang Baochuan was afraid that Xue Pingui would be disheartened or that Xue Pingui's body would suffer too much damage. She directly stacked on top of Xue Pingui, and the board fell on Wang Baochuan's body. Master. The manservant looked at Ningshu. He dared to hit Xue Pingui, but he didn't dare to hit the young miss. Although the master looked very angry now, they were father and daughter. If he were to cause trouble for him, he wouldn't even know how he died. Beat her. I guarantee you'll be fine. Ningshu said indifferently. Wang Baochuan was angry and anxious. The board fell on Wang Baochuan's body, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Xue Pingui, who was pressed under her body, said, "Get off me." I won't. Ningshu clearly saw Xue Pingui heave a sigh of relief. From the details, he could tell his character. If Xue Pingui really cared about Wang Baochuan, he wouldn't have allowed her to be hurt like this. Master. Madame Wang was escorted by maidservants. She cried and shouted, "Stop beating her. Stop beating her. Master, why are you so cruel? Do you want to beat Baochuan to death? Baochuan is our child." Madame Wang looked distressed. Here it comes again. He's being cruel again. She's your child, not mine. It doesn't matter anymore. Ningshu said coldly. Madame Wang didn't know what to do. On one side was her husband, and on the other was her daughter. Father, let him go. Wang Baochuan said to Ningshu. I won't. What are you going to do? Ningshu even curled the corners of his mouth. If it were Wang Yun, he would definitely compromise. However, she wasn't related to Wang Baochuan by blood. Since she was entrusted with the task, she didn't care about others. Father, are you forcing me to die? I'll return my life to you. Wang Baochuan stood up. Her face was stubborn and her expression was unyielding. If anything happens to Xue Pingui, I'll be Xue Pingui's woman in life and Xue Pingui's ghost in death. Ningshu patted his chest. I'm so scared. Then go die. Master. Madame Wang shouted sharply. Wang Baochuan was hot-headed. She was worried about Xue Pingui, and because of her father's attitude, that cold and malicious ridicule, Wang Baochuan really slammed into the wall. Before anyone could react, Wang Baochuan slammed into the wall and fainted. Her body went limp and fell down along the wall. With a bloody hole in her forehead, Madame Wang was so frightened that she almost fainted. Ningshu walked over. Wang Baochuan opened her eyes slightly and saw Ningshu. Ningshu's face was still cold. You're not dead. Wang Baochuan fainted. The scene was chaotic. Madame Wang was crying her heart out. Ningshu sneered in his heart. She could be described as heartless to others, but when it came to men, she had to sacrifice everything to fulfill her saintly love. She only dared to be unreasonable at home, and only dared to be unreasonable to her parents. She thought that by hurting him, she could make her parents sad and then compromise to face Xue Pingui. Haha, Ningshu thought of what Wang Baochuan said. There was a female substitute in Western Liang. Her kindness was more virtuous than his. If one day he ascended the dragon throne, she would be his wife. She was so virtuous and sensible. The reason why the original wife could give up her position so virtuously and become a concubine was probably because she was afraid that Xue Pingui wouldn't want her. Therefore, she was so humble. It was a stark contrast to the current Wang Baochuan. Could it be that 18 years of living in the cold cellar had worn away Wang Baochuan's temper? Xue Pingui did not expect the young miss of the Prime Minister's residence to be so unyielding. She was so determined to be with him that he fainted. Ningshu did not pay attention to Wang Baochuan's situation at all. Instead, he asked the servants to carry Xue Pingui into the room. He then asked the servants to sweep the charcoal before placing the engraved iron plate in the fire. The word on the iron plate was steel. The iron plate was red hot. Ningshu asked the servants to remove Xue Pingui's clothes. There was a red birthmark on Xue Pingui's left arm near the shoulder blade. The servants held Xue Pinggui down while Ning Shu pressed the soldering iron on Xue Pinggui's birthmark. The soldering iron successfully covered the birthmark and had the word steel engraved on it. The soldering iron made a sizzling sound as it touched his flesh. His flesh was so hot that it curled up. Xue Pinggui was awakened by the intense pain. He did not understand what was going on for a moment. His brain was in pain as he struggled with all his might. However, he was tightly held down by the servants. When Ning Shu removed the soldering iron from his body, Xue Pinggui vaguely understood something. Even if I print the word steel on you, the things in the Prime Minister's residence are not yours. As long as I am alive, you will not be able to have anything in the Prime Minister's residence, Ning Shu said. Words were engraved on the face or body of a person who had committed a crime. Wherever he went, he would be looked at with discrimination. Xue Pinggui's heart was about to explode. Why should he print words on him? Xue Pinggui now understood that the old bastard brought him here to humiliate him. The thing was clearly given by Wang Baochuan, but the old bastard insisted that it was stolen. After being beaten with a plank and now with a soldering iron, Xue Pinggui's body was covered in yellow sweat, wetting the quilt. Once the birthmark was solved, Xue Pinggui would no longer have the chance to be the emperor. Besides, the emperor had so many sons. There was no one with the surname Xue in the Li family of the Tang dynasty to be the emperor. Without Xue Pinggui, there would be someone else to be the emperor. Moreover, there was the word steel. She wondered if Xue Pinggui would be able to harden his heart to cut off that piece of flesh. If he did, the birthmark would be gone. Was it that easy to exchange private information? He wondered how Xue Pinggui felt about Wang Baochuan now. After all, he had been forgiven by Wang Baochuan. For some reason, Ning Shu's mind actually imagined a sadistic love story. Xue Pinggui cut off the flesh on his body and then came back a few years later for revenge. He killed all the people in the Prime Minister's residence and imprisoned Wang Baochuan, who had hurt him. All kinds of abuse, and finally believing in love. This was completely in line with the image of Wang Baochuan in the later period, who was kind and forgiving. No matter what he did, he would forgive. How could he be so cold-hearted and heartless to his own parents? He could feed Xue Pinggui's good friend while he ate wild grass and tree roots. What a scary person. Everyone who was related to Xue Pinggui was infinitely tolerant and forbearing. As for fighting on behalf of others, he forgave her. Her kindness was higher than the sky. MDZZ. Ning Shu went to take a look at Wang Baochuan. Wang Baochuan's forehead was dripping with blood. It was likely that it would leave a scar in the future. The doctor was taking her pulse while the maidservant gently wiped away the blood on her forehead. When Madame Wang saw Ning Shu, she immediately cried and complained, "How can you be so cruel? Are you really going to drive our daughter to her death?" Ning Shu only smiled and chuckled. It was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes. When one was involved in all aspects, they would either be soft-hearted or cry. Madame Wang still wanted to say something, but Ning Shu said directly, the body was given to her by her parents. If she doesn't cherish her body, why should I care about her death? Madame Wang burst into tears. If you really care about Xue Pinggui's identity, you are the prime minister of a country. Giving him a small official position is not a problem at all. Why do you have to force our daughter to do this? Ning Shu chuckled. Ha, ha ha, your daughter loves Xue Pinggui. Why would she care about glory and wealth? Do you think your daughter is such a person? She is so stubborn. She definitely won't accept it. Ning Shu saw that Wang Baochuan's eyelashes were trembling. She was about to wake up. Wang Baochuan shouted weakly to Madame Wang, "Mother, find a doctor to take a look at Xue Pinggui." Without a doctor or medicine, Xue Pinggui was in danger. Wang Baochuan's head was about to explode. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. She lay on the bed and vomited. Madame Wang was so distressed that she cried. After vomiting, Wang Baochuan begged Madame Wang, "Mother, let the doctor take a look at Xue Pinggui." Okay. Madame Wang hurriedly agreed and asked the doctor to take a look at Xue Pinggui in the servants' room. Ning Shu only looked at this coldly and turned to leave. He did not care about Wang Baochuan at all. Madame Wang was once again shocked by Ning Shu's heartlessness. Their daughter was already in this state. Did he not feel guilty at all? Did he have to force her to death? With such an incident happening in the Prime Minister's residence, the two married daughters and their husbands came to check on the situation. Su Long and Wei Bao often visited the Prime Minister's residence. Wang Yin only had 3 daughters and no sons. One son-in-law was half a son. Su Long and Wei Bao were like sons. They would take care of each other if anything happened. The eldest daughter, Jin Chuan, and the second daughter, Yin Chuan, went to see Bao Chuan. The 2 sons-in-law followed Ning Shu to the study. Ning Shu was too lazy to waste his breath. He picked up the teacup and drank some water. He asked the butler to tell him the ins and outs of the matter. Wei Bao was shocked when he heard this. Ah? Bao Chuan hit the wall. Is she okay? Ning Shu glanced at him. Wei Bao's focus was on. Su Long did not say anything. He probably knew what was going on. He said to Ning Shu, "Should we send Shui Pinggui to the authorities?" Wei Bao shook his head. What if, Bao, third sister, commits suicide? Again? Wei Bao wanted to call her Bao Chuan, but Ning Shu stared at him, so he could only call her third sister. Wei Bao secretly curled his lips and said, "How can Shui Pinggui protect Bao? Third sister? That's true. If anything happens to Shui Pinggui again, it will really harm third sister," Su Long said with a frown. Bao. Third sister, why are you so stubborn? What's so good about Shui Pinggui? Third sister, you're blind. Wei Bao slapped his thigh and said with great heartache. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. He put down the teacup and said, "There's no need to send him to the authorities. I already said half a year." After half a year, if Shui Pinggui's character is good, the 2 sons-in-law looked at each other. Su Long felt that his father-in-law wanted to keep Shui Pinggui at home and slowly torture him. Wei Bao widened his eyes and looked indignant. His lips moved slightly as he mumbled something. If he was sent to the authorities, Shui Pinggui would no longer be under her watch. It's good that you're fine. Wang Baochuan heaved a sigh of relief. As she was injured, she didn't have the strength to speak. Wang Baochuan almost begged Shui Pinggui, "Bear with it for a while." Shui Pinggui really wanted to say, "How about branding your body with a branding iron?" However, he couldn't say such words. After all, she was the daughter of the Prime Minister. She definitely couldn't stay here any longer. If she stayed any longer, she would definitely be tortured to death by that old bastard. However, it was easy to enter, but it wasn't easy to leave. He still needed Wang Baochuan's help. Shui Pinggui sprawled on the bed and said to Wang Baochuan with difficulty, "I think the Prime Minister will definitely not agree to our marriage. My status is too inferior to yours. I want to join the army. After I make a name for myself, I'll marry you openly." This? Wang Baochuan was a little hesitant. Although she was hot-headed, half a year wasn't considered long when compared to the time she didn't know how to make a name for herself. "I really can't give you anything if I continue like this. I thought about it, and this is the only way I can marry you," Shui Pinggui said. "Please believe me. Believe me." Shui Pinggui repeatedly promised Wang Baochuan. He wanted to move his body, but he pulled at the wound on his buttocks. He grimaced in pain and didn't feel too good. Wang Baochuan hurriedly said, "Don't move." Wang Baochuan thought about it. Her father would definitely target Shui Pinggui in the Prime Minister's residence. Only by letting Shui Pinggui leave the Prime Minister's residence could Shui Pinggui not be harmed. Back then, her father retreated in order to advance, catching Shui Pinggui like a turtle in a jar. Even if Shui Pinggui really died in the Prime Minister's residence, it wouldn't cause any waves. Even if it was for Shui Pinggui's life, she couldn't let Shui Pinggui stay in the Prime Minister's residence. "You have to come back. I'll think of a way to let you leave the Prime Minister's residence." Wang Baochuan gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you." Shui Pinggui hurriedly thanked her. Madame Wang chased after her and cried at her daughter, "Your injuries haven't healed. Why are you running around outside? What if you get caught in the wind? Mother, let Shui Pinggui leave the Prime Minister's residence. I beg you, Mother." Wang Baochuan cried as she knelt down in front of her mother. "You're going to cancel the engagement, aren't you?" Madame Wang asked happily. It would be even better if her daughter could come to her senses. Now that the family was in a mess, Madame Wang still hoped that her daughter would find someone with a similar family background. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Living was a problem for someone like Xue Pinggue. No, I will only marry Xue Pinggue for the rest of my life, Wang Baochuan said firmly. Madame Wang's breath was stuck in her throat, and she was so choked that she rolled her eyes. Then why did you send Xue Pinggue away? Aren't you afraid that he won't come back after leaving? Are you going to keep waiting for him? Madame Wang almost vomited blood. She helped Xue Baochai because she was her daughter, the daughter she loved dearly. Her heart softened, but it didn't mean that she didn't know what her daughter would face in the future. Did you hit your head? Madame Wang was both angry and anxious. She held her head and complained of a headache. Jin Chuan watched from the side. Things were really inexplicable. What was third sister doing now? Jin Chuan didn't suffer from migraines, but now she felt that her head was about to explode. She went back to her husband's house to rest. Su Long asked about the situation in the Prime Minister's residence. Jin Chuan sighed and told him about it. Su Long said, "Don't interfere in this matter. This is between third sister and father-in-law. I only know." Madame Wang had no choice. Wang Baochuan begged her like that and cried like that. Her body couldn't take it. Therefore, Madame Wang sent someone to send Xue Pinggue out. However, when they reached the door, they were stopped by the guards. They said that Xue Pinggue was still a guilty slave of the Prime Minister's residence, so he couldn't leave. Therefore, Xue Pinggue could only be carried back and lie on the bed to recuperate. Madame Wang told Wang Baochuan that Xue Pinggue wasn't sent away because the old master didn't allow him to leave. Wang Baochuan held her head anxiously. She felt that the wound on her forehead was throbbing with pain. She felt that blood was flowing out, and the cloth was wet and sticky. Father, he. Wang Baochuan got up to look for Ningxiu. She put on her shoes and rushed to Ningxiu's study, her face as pale as a ghost. Where did your manners go? Are you going to marry a beggar? Is that why you don't care about the etiquette and manners you've learned for so many years? Ningxiu said coldly. Father. Wang Baochuan bowed to Ningxiu. She didn't dare to be rash in front of Ningxiu. She knew that her father really didn't care about her life after the incident with the wall. It seemed that he really didn't have such a daughter. Now, she saw that he was still incomparably cold. There was no warmth in his eyes, let alone affection. Father, let Xue Pinggue leave. Wang Baochuan said to Ningxiu. Why? Don't you want to marry him? Ningxiu said indifferently. In front of Ningxiu, Wang Baochuan didn't dare to make a solemn vow like she did in front of Madame Wang. She almost sharply promised that she would marry Xue Pinggue in this life. Xue Pinggue wants to join the army and earn military merits. Wang Baochuan whispered. Ningxiu snorted. Why do you want Xue Pinggue to join the army? Military merits aren't that easy to earn. It's very likely that he'll die on the battlefield. You want to marry a general? Xue Pinggue said that he'll come back and marry me when he has military merits. Ningxiu didn't hide his disdain and ridicule. Wang Baochuan, why do you hate the poor and love the rich so much? Wang Baochuan's face was full of question marks. How did she hate the poor and love the rich? Don't you love Xue Pinggue's elegant and refined poverty? You're afraid that status and money will taint your love. Now, you want Xue Pinggue to join the army and come back with military merits. If you want to marry a general, you can marry a general now. Why do you have to wait until Xue Pinggue has military merits and becomes a general before you marry him? If you care about Xue Pinggue as a person, why do you want Xue Pinggue to become a high official and noble? So, why do you hate the poor and love the rich so much? You're the only one who knows how to say that others hate the poor and love the rich. Can't others say the same about you? You're going around in circles to prove that you have a unique vision. You can tell when he's still a pup that he'll have a bright future and bring you unparalleled glory and wealth in the future. You really hate the poor and love the rich. Wang Baochuan was confused by Ningxiu's words. She opened her mouth to refute but didn't know how to. If Xue Pinggue has military merits, you won't hate his status, Wang Baochuan said. Ningxiu smiled. In that case, your love has lost to reality. You love Shui Pinggui for nothing, and now you want Shui Pinggui to bring you glory and wealth. Dad, then what do you want? Wang Baochuan said to Ningxu in despair. Can you not force us? Oh, I'm sorry, but I still have to force you. Ningxu rolled his eyes. I won't compromise on the matter of the jade. How can you just walk away after stealing something from the main house? Is there such a good thing? Can't everyone just walk away with something from the Prime Minister's residence? Dad, Shui Pinggui didn't steal it. I gave it to him. I gave it to him. Wang Baochuan was afraid that Shui Pinggui would be dissatisfied with her because of this matter. Now, her father was still talking about it. Dad, why did you give Shui Pinggui a seal and use a soldering iron? Normally, seals were made with potions and needles, but her father used a red-hot soldering iron. I'm willing to do what you want. Strictly speaking, everything you have belongs to me. If you give it to someone else without my permission, it'll be considered a steal. Ningxu said with a smile. This made Wang Baochuan tremble, but she knew that there was no hope. Her father was no longer the father of the past. Wang Baochuan really didn't know what to do. It was impossible for the two of them to get married. It would take at least half a year. Now, Shui Pinggui couldn't leave. Ningxu saw Wang Baochuan's state and felt that parents were nothing in the face of love. After all, many people committed suicide for love. If they didn't even give up their lives, their parents were nothing. Wang Baochuan went to Shui Pinggui's room in a daze and heard the painful and suppressed sounds from inside. Wang Baochuan hurriedly opened the door and saw Shui Pinggui cutting his own flesh with a dagger, digging out the seal. Shui Pinggui was in so much pain that his hands were trembling. What are you doing? Wang Baochuan snatched the dagger from Shui Pinggui's hand. The dagger was stained with blood. Shui Pinggui was in so much pain that the veins on his face bulged. He gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. His body was trembling and sweating profusely. He asked, Has the Prime Minister agreed for me to leave? Wang Baochuan was silent. Shui Pinggui was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Seeing that Wang Baochuan didn't speak, he was frustrated. Can you leave or not? Dad said no. I knew it. I knew it. He wants to torture me to death. Shui Pinggui clenched his fists and said with bloodshot eyes. Let's not talk about this for now. Your wound needs to be treated. I'll ask my mother to find you a doctor. Wang Baochuan was going to find a doctor. Shui Pinggui suppressed the pain in his voice as he said to Wang Baochuan, Do you know why I dug out the brand? It's because I don't want to bear such a groundless accusation. I want to join the army, but how can I join the army with this? I've already cut my flesh, yet you're telling me I can't leave the Prime Minister's manor? Shui Pinggui's voice was filled with accusation. I've already cut my flesh, yet what have you done for me? Wang Baochuan said, Just wait. I'll let you get out of the Prime Minister's mansion safely. Because there were too many things to do, Wang Baochuan had a fever that night. The fever didn't subside. Because of the injury on her forehead, the wind, and the constant running back and forth, her body naturally couldn't take it. Madame Wang stayed by Wang Baochuan's side the entire night and didn't sleep to take care of her. Ningxu cultivated in his courtyard and then fell asleep. He didn't care what happened to the two of them. Ningxu wouldn't let them die, especially when one of them was the daughter of the person who entrusted her. He was only deepening the relationship between the two of them. In the face of all these difficulties and setbacks, the two of them could work together to tide through the difficulties. It was just that this soft rice king couldn't really do anything for others. He only received and didn't give anything. Otherwise, how did the label of soft rice king come about? Furthermore, Shui Pinggui was very hypocritical and selfish. Shui Pinggui wasn't willing to give up anything for the beautiful future that Wang Baochuan envisioned. Shui Pinggui had been waiting for Wang Baochuan, but due to her health, she couldn't even take care of herself. The doctor applied good medicine on Shui Pinggui, and his body slowly recovered. The wound on his buttocks and the flesh that had been cut out of the brand were slowly recovering. However, Shui Pinggui didn't want to stay in the Prime Minister's residence for even a day. No matter how good it was here, even if the Prime Minister's daughter was here. Xue Pingui even heard the servants chattering, saying that he was lying in bed doing nothing. The Prime Minister's residence was still raising such a good-for-nothing who stole things. The Prime Minister was really benevolent. When Xue Pingui heard such words, his gums almost bled. That old bastard was benevolent? Benevolent my ass. He was lucky enough to be chosen by the Prime Minister's daughter. Ever since he was chosen by Wang Baochuan, he suffered so much. When he came to the Prime Minister's residence, he suffered every day and was even beaten. Now, he was cutting out his own flesh. Cutting out his own flesh was even more painful than the other party cutting out his own flesh. Xue Pingui wanted to ask Wang Baochuan about leaving the residence, but Wang Baochuan was in the inner courtyard and couldn't be seen at all. The wounds on his body gradually healed. Once his body recovered, he had to work again. Seeing that he was injured, the housekeeper arranged for him to do some light work, but he couldn't leave the residence. Xue Pingui wanted to sneak out of the residence several times, but there were guards at the front door and back courtyard, preventing him from going out. Was he being locked up like a prisoner? Xue Pingui was so angry that he threw the broom on the ground. He wanted to talk to the old bastard, but he didn't dare. If he provoked him again, would he be branded with some words? He didn't want to be cut out of his flesh alive. He kept waiting for Wang Baochuan to come find him, but Wang Baochuan seemed to have disappeared. Could it be that he couldn't leave the residence and was avoiding him now? Xue Pingui really wanted to scold him for dragging him into this and then ignoring him. Wang Baochuan, who was being nagged by Xue Pingui, was lying on the bed. His face was so thin that it was like an elephant. There was no color on his face at all. He was bedridden and couldn't get up. The main reason was that there were too many things on his mind. He was very anxious and his body wasn't strong enough, which made things worse. Madame Wang was so angry that she had blisters on her lips. Seeing Ningxu eating and sleeping well every day, she felt that he was in a better state than before. His body was as light as a swallow and he looked younger. He didn't seem to have a lot on his mind at all. Madame Wang wanted to say that Ningxu was cruel several times, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She wanted to ask if he really didn't treat Baochuan as his daughter. His daughter was like this, but he was living so comfortably and calmly. Now Madame Wang didn't dare to look at herself in the mirror. She didn't want to see her haggard face. Compared to her husband, she was much older, but she couldn't really leave her daughter alone. That disappointing Baochuan. As for Wang Baochuan's poor health, of course, it was because Ningxu didn't want her body to recover. He made Wang Baochuan's body weak and unable to do anything but lie in bed every day. Then there was the news that the third miss, Wang Baochuan's body wasn't very good. She hurt her body after hitting the wall last time. Wang Baochuan was bedridden while Xue Pingui was doing manual labor every day. He was assigned to do whatever he wanted and had no chance to escape. The Prime Minister's residence was like an iron bucket, a cage. Xue Pingui felt like he was going crazy. The only thing he wanted to do every day was to escape. He wanted to resist, but the injury on his shoulder reminded him that the old bastard would do anything. He didn't know what words to print next. Xue Pingui felt a little guilty and afraid of the old bastard. He didn't even care about his own daughter. Someone with a heart of stone wouldn't feel sorry for an outsider like him. Even if his own daughter was dead or alive, he didn't say a word about her death even after crashing into a wall. He was definitely ruthless and merciless towards him. Therefore, even if others were to find trouble with Xue Pingui would endure it. Now, he felt a sense of hopelessness and despair. Xue Pingui had spent the meager amount of money he had on managing his interpersonal relationships. He found a young maidservant and wanted her to pass a message to Wang Baochuan. He only hoped that Wang Baochuan could deal with him and let him leave this cage. He really couldn't take it anymore. However, the money he spent didn't work at all. Wang Baochuan still didn't come to see him. He heard that she was seriously ill. Why didn't she come at this time? Xue Pingui really wanted to scold her. He was beaten with a plank and had his flesh cut off. How long would Wang Baochuan have to lie down for if she had recovered after such a long time? Xue Pingui became more and more impatient. He tried everything but couldn't leave this place. Xue Pingui thought about it and could only start from the root of the matter, which was to talk to the owner of this residence. Xianxia was dealing with his work when he heard a maid come in and say that someone wanted to see her. It was Shui Pingue. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Shui Pingue couldn't hold on anymore. Xianxia said to the maid, "Call third miss over. If she can't walk, just carry her over." Xianxia left Shui Pingue outside for a while before letting him in. Shui Pingue entered the study and shivered for a moment. However, he really wanted to leave the residence. Since Wang Baochuan couldn't do anything, he could only think of a way himself. Prime Minister. Shui Pingue and Xianxia bowed and cupped their hands. Xianxia's psychic scan detected a pale-faced Wang Baochuan heading towards the study. He then glanced at Shui Pingue, who had lost a lot of weight. "Why are you looking for me?" "I don't remember saying anything to you," Xianxia said casually. Shui Pingue hesitated for a long time without speaking. Xianxia did what he was supposed to do and simply ignored him. Wang Baochuan stood at the door and did not enter. Shui Pingue said, "Prime Minister, what will it take for you to let me go? Didn't I say half a year later? This half a year is the time for me to test you. If you want to marry my daughter, you can't even last half a year?" Xianxia said indifferently. "Test your ass." Shui Pingue cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. He said, "Prime Minister, I want to join the army." "Oh, join the army in half a year. You have a lot of time to join the army. Why didn't you join the army in the past? Can't you wait for half a year?" Xianxia refuted Shui Pingue directly. Shui Pingue was speechless. Xianxia then seemed to realize something. "Could it be that you can't last half a year and feel that working in the residence is too hard, so you want to escape? Could it be that your love for my daughter won't allow you to last half a year?" Xianxia stared sharply at Shui Pingue. Shui Pingue felt helpless. What half a year? He couldn't last half a year. Someone was deliberately making things difficult for him, and someone with great power at that. "What are you hesitating for? If you want to marry my daughter, shouldn't you pay a price?" Xianxia asked. "Your heart is wavering." Shui Pingue said, "Prime Minister, I don't want much. I just want to leave the residence." "Then don't you want my daughter? You can marry my daughter in half a year, and you can't even hold on?" Xianxia said with a smile. Wang Baochuan, who was outside the room, leaned on the door and couldn't stand up. "I'm just a country bumpkin. The daughter of the Prime Minister's residence is noble. I don't have the qualifications to marry the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence," Shui Pingue said with difficulty. He was very reluctant to give up Wang Baochuan. Xianxia smiled. "You're clearly the one who wants to retreat, but you're using such an excuse. TSK, you're very hypocritical." Shui Pingue let out a long breath. "Prime Minister, you're a high and mighty person. You can do whatever you want to me. I'm a bumpkin, so you can look down on me." Xianxia curled his lips. "So what if I look down on you? Don't you deserve to be looked down on? I can only say that your love for my daughter isn't that strong." Shui Pingue said, "I know you don't want me to marry your daughter. You're wrong. Even if you marry into my family, I don't want you, let alone marrying my daughter to you." Shui Pingue was speechless. Marry into your family? Shui Pingue had never thought of marrying into anyone's family, even if it was the Prime Minister's residence. He would be laughed at. "If you want to leave the Prime Minister's residence, it means you're giving up on my daughter, right?" Xianxia asked. Yes. Shui Pingue said. "It's good that you can give up on your own. Other than this, do you have any other requests?" Xianxia scanned Wang Baochuan outside. She covered her mouth and fainted at the foot of the wall. "You can ask for anything, but the premise is that you and my daughter are done," Xianxia said. "I also hope that Prime Minister can give me 100 taels of gold. That way, I can break up with Miss quickly," Shui Pingue said. Xianxia looked Shui Pingue up and down. "You're a little cuter when your nature is exposed." Shui Pingue's nature was exposed. He felt that he did not get anything. He wanted 100 taels of gold, not silver. "Shui Pingue, am I only worth 100 taels of gold?" Wang Baochuan stood at the door with tears in her eyes. Xianxia said, "How can you be worth 100 taels of gold? If I marry you, I'll have to feed you and take care of you. Wang Baochuan ignored Ningshu's heart-wrenching words. Otherwise, she would have vomited to death. Shui Pinggui felt a little guilty and said, I'm like this. I was implicated in this matter from the beginning. You gave me money and then asked me to catch the embroidered ball. Ningshu tugged the corner of his mouth and laughed. He's telling you that he was passive from the beginning to the end. It was your wishful thinking. To some extent, Shui Pinggui had always been passive. This was because he did not need to pay much. He only needed to accept passively. Being passive and marrying the Prime Minister's daughter was simply wonderful. Wang Baochuan's heart was like a honeycomb. However, Ningshu, as her father, had no qualms about saying such heart-wrenching words. Wang Baochuan's body trembled as she asked Shui Pinggui, is that really what you think? That's what I think. I'm just a commoner. I'm sorry that I can't marry the Prime Minister's daughter. Shui Pinggui said what he wanted to say, but he felt unexpectedly relaxed. He felt much more relaxed. The pain he had suffered during this period of time was about to end. Wang Baochuan's face was as pale as a ghost, her lips trembling. Betrayal, sadness, and despair were written all over her face. Ningshu, who was drinking tea and watching the show, almost trembled. Damn, this show was really wonderful. He had set it up for so long just to see this scene. Wang Baochuan was living in her own fantasy, judging others by her own standards. She felt that Shui Pinggui treated her the same way she treated him. In the end, she realized that it seemed to be wishful thinking. The blow was indescribable. Wang Baochuan was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She cried as she said to Shui Pinggui, did my father force you? Ningshu rolled his eyes. In your eyes, the father who raised you for more than 10 years is such a person. He eats my food, lives in my house, and even slanders me. I didn't tie Shui Pinggui up. His legs are on his body. This is my study. I didn't go to the servant's room to threaten Shui Pinggui. Father. Wang Baochuan felt that she was about to die. Her heart was in so much pain that she was about to die. Do you have to force me to death? I don't care whether you live or die. I don't care who you marry. The problem now is that he doesn't want you. He vented his anger on me. I owe you money. Ningshu's face was cold as he looked sharply at Wang Baochuan. Anyone can blame me, but it's not your turn to do so. Wang Baochuan's body swayed twice. Her face was pale, and she looked like she was about to faint. Shui Pinggui, do you really think so? Yes, I think so. Shui Pinggui didn't want to have anything to do with the Prime Minister's residence. Wang Baochuan's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ningshu let the maidservants help her away. Prime Minister. Shui Pinggui looked towards Ningshu. Ningshu supported his head with his hand and looked at Shui Pinggui. It seems that you really don't like my daughter. Seeing her like this, you didn't even ask about it. Even your eyes didn't change. Shui Pinggui said, from the beginning to the end, I was forced into this matter. Hee, I asked you to pick up the embroidered ball, so just do it. Aren't your hands growing on your body? Ningshu rolled his eyes. You are very innocent, aren't you? Prime Minister, can I leave now? Shui Pinggui just wanted to leave, just leave. You've already sold yourself to the Prime Minister. Ningshu said with a faint smile. When? Shui Pinggui exploded. I didn't sell my body at all. You did. When you were injured, your handprint was imprinted. You've already sold yourself to the Prime Minister's residence, so you can't leave. Ningshu took out the slave contract. Your slave contract. Old bastard, why did you sign the slave contract when I was unconscious? Shui Pinggui was furious. He wanted to snatch the slave contract, but Ningshu put it in a box. Now you can't leave for the time being. Moreover, Baochuan's health is not good. If you leave, she will definitely die. So, you have to stay in the Prime Minister's residence, at least until my daughter's health is better. Ningshu said in an indifferent tone. Shui Pinggui was so angry that he was like a trapped beast in a cage. He panted heavily and looked at Ningshu with bloodshot eyes. There was an uncontrollable hatred in his eyes. After Wang Baochuan returned, her body's condition took a turn for the worse. Her high fever did not subside. It seemed that a coffin was about to be prepared. Her 2 daughters and son-in-law rushed back. The servants tidied up a room for them to stay in. Anyway, the Prime Minister's residence was in a mess. When Madame Wang heard the doctor say that her daughter's condition was very bad and that the fever would not subside, she felt like her head was about to explode. Madame Wang was so anxious that she had a headache. Ningxu begged, "Let Shui Pinggui come over and talk to her. Let her endure it." "Old master, I can't lose my daughter." Ningxu said indifferently, "So what if he talked to her? So what if she endured it? If she wakes up, she will have to face another blow. What's the point? Why are you so cruel? Now the child can't endure it. If she can't endure it, do you really want to see her die?" Madame Wang hammered her chest and said painfully. Ningxu sat by the bed and said indifferently to Wang Baochuan, "It's fine. If you die, I'll let Shui Pinggui build a coffin for you." Madame Wang was speechless. "Old master, what are you saying?" Madame Wang nearly fainted. "What do you mean by building a coffin? Am I not good to her? If she dies, will I let the person she likes be buried with her?" Ningxu asked Madame Wang. "What's important is the child's life. It's not a burial or a funeral." "Old master, if the child dies, she can't accompany us," Madame Wang said bitterly. "Then what should I do? I'm not a doctor. I can't treat her. If she doesn't want to live, I'll fulfill her wish," Ningxu said. Madame Wang burst into tears as she grabbed Wang Baochuan's hand. She cried that Wang Baochuan was ruthless and that Ningxu was ruthless as well. They were all ruthless and wanted her life. Ningxu pretended not to hear her. Seeing that it was late and it was time to return to bed, he said to Wang Baochuan, who was feverish on the bed, "Don't worry. Daddy loves you so much. He will definitely fulfill your wish. Since we can't be together in life, your wish will be fulfilled in death." Madame Wang was rendered speechless. Madame Wang was nearly blind from crying. She didn't know what to say. None of them had left her heartbroken. Old master didn't treat Baochuan as a daughter at all. Therefore, he still had the heart to fulfill his daughter's wish when faced with such a daughter. Wang Baochuan's fingers moved as her eyelids trembled in an attempt to wake up. However, she ultimately didn't wake up. Her body was probably too uncomfortable. Ningxu said to everyone, "I'm going to bed. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." Everyone was rendered speechless. The 2 daughters looked at Ningxu in horror. Wang Yanchuan looked at him with a look that said, "Dad, are you serious?" Ningxu rubbed his waist and left under everyone's gaze. Madame Wang and her 2 daughters stayed by the bed. After staying up all night, Wang Baochuan finally pulled through. When Ningxu heard that Wang Baochuan had woken up, he deeply suspected that Wang Baochuan had managed to pull through after hearing about Shui Pinggui being buried with her. Whether Wang Baochuan died or not was none of Ningxu's business. However, when Wang Baochuan woke up, Madame Wang collapsed. She was overjoyed and overjoyed. Coupled with her physical exhaustion, she was so angry that her heart was attacked. Ningxu asked people to take good care of Madame Wang. Ningxu still did his best to take care of Madame Wang. He often visited her and asked about her health. Madame Wang was seriously ill this time and couldn't even get out of bed. Her 2 daughters stayed by her bedside to fulfill their filial piety. In any case, Madame Wang had been devastated during this period of time. Raising a son hastened aging, raising a daughter hastened aging as well. Caring and caring were all fairy tales. Fairy tales were all lies. Behind every unparalleled love, there was a pair of cannon fodder parents. Parents were the biggest enemies of love. Shui Pinggui was still doing the dirty work every day. He was teased and humiliated by others. Shui Pinggui wanted to resist, but he couldn't. He was alone and a beggar. How could he resist? How could he leave this place? "Shui Pinggui, there's a letter for you." The servant girl secretly passed a note to Shui Pinggui. Shui Pinggui opened the note and saw that it was from Wang Baochuan. She questioned him, asking why he gave up this relationship. Shui Pinggui was so annoyed that he wanted to die. He couldn't get out, but this young miss of the Prime Minister's residence still came to find trouble with him. Now, many servants of the Prime Minister's residence had joined forces to make things difficult for him. They were jealous of him for being able to gain the favor of the young miss. Now, this young miss of the Prime Minister's residence came to ask him. The young miss of the Prime Minister's residence didn't have to worry about food and drink. She could be sad every day. She already said that she didn't want to get married. Could it be that the young miss of the Prime Minister's residence couldn't get married? Shui Pinggui was annoyed that Wang Baochuan kept looking for him like this. Did she know how much trouble she had caused him? Because of this, these servants found him more and more unpleasant. This was the rhythm of wanting to kill him. Shui Pinggui only wanted to leave this place, leave. After Wang Baochuan could get out of bed, she went to find Shui Pinggui and asked in a sobbing voice, "What did I do wrong to you? Why are you doing this to me?" Shui Pinggui was so annoyed that he exploded, "Then what did I do wrong to you? You dragged me to this place. I'm just an ordinary commoner. You said that you would marry me, and then I entered this place to suffer. Do you know what kind of life I'm living now?" Shui Pinggui felt that if he continued to endure and stay here, he would definitely die. Subconsciously, he felt that his fate would be different. He shouldn't have such a fate. Wang Baochuan's body wasn't well to begin with. When he heard Shui Pinggui's words, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His body staggered twice and he couldn't keep his balance. "Then what did I do for you?" Wang Baochuan couldn't help but ask. "I even gave up my life for you. Did I ask you to do that? You were the one who wanted to do it, and then you're blaming it on me. I never wanted you to do that." Shui Pinggui said coldly, "I've never asked you to do anything. You've given up, so you want to get something in return from me. Now that I can't repay you, you can say that I betrayed you and that I can't give you what you want." Wang Baochuan felt wronged, and so did Shui Pinggui. "Do I have to accept it just because you said you're going to give it to me? I don't want to accept it now. I don't want it, okay?" Shui Pinggui said in a low voice, his tone full of annoyance. Perhaps it was because he knew that Wang Baochuan liked him and that it was natural for him to like the person he liked, so he revealed his impatience in front of Wang Baochuan without any scruples. However, Shui Pinggui didn't dare to say anything in front of Ning Shu because he knew that he would be treated very ruthlessly in the end. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Of course, Shui Pinggui didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Ning Shu. Wang Baochuan touched his chest and staggered away. Then, he became seriously ill and looked like he was about to die. Ning Shu was speechless. "Fine, do whatever you want." There were 2 patients at home who needed to be taken care of, one more serious than the other. Shui Pinggui's daily chores became heavier and he was exhausted every day. Furthermore, when it was time to eat, the food would be snatched up by others. The leftovers could only make him half full. Shui Pinggui's days were extremely difficult. He didn't know what to do. If he continued to bear it, he really wouldn't be able to survive. However, if he showed weakness, would the other party accept it? Even if he showed weakness, the other party definitely wouldn't let him go. They were going to lock him up and torture him. Was that old bastard sick in the head? Why did he have to torture people in such a way? If he hadn't taken the embroidered ball, he wouldn't be suffering like this now. If he hadn't taken the embroidered ball back then and joined the army directly, he would be in the army now. At least he would still have some dignity and might even be able to earn some military merits. He wouldn't be unable to get out of here and be tortured and raped by others. Each of them relied on their wealth and power to torture people regardless of their father or daughter. Even if Wang Baochuan really died, Ning Shu wouldn't care. If he could survive, then so be it. According to Wang Baochuan's current temperament, even if he came back to life, he would still try to kill himself. Sometimes, Ning Shu really didn't understand what Wang Baochuan was thinking. She had clearly discovered that he was a scumbag, but instead of immediately stopping her loss, she was still so desperate. No wonder she shouldn't be glad that she discovered his qualities. Fortunately, they weren't married yet. There was still room for negotiation. She was using this method to prove that she was incomparably affectionate and loyal. Was she crazy? Was she in a relationship with the person she imagined? There were people like her who still wanted to go south even after breaking through the southern wall. He was really speechless. If Wang Baochuan really died, Ningxu would immediately kill Xue Pinggui and put the two of them in the same coffin. Therefore, Ningxu didn't care about Wang Baochuan's life or death at all. If Wang Baochuan really died, this mission was more or less over. Ningxu was still willing to see Wang Baochuan disdain Xue Pinggui and live a good life. However, if she humiliated herself, then there was nothing he could do. Everything he did was just to make Wang Baochuan give up. If Xue Pinggui died at this time, Wang Baochuan would always keep him in her heart and continue to beautify him. If Wang Baochuan couldn't make it and wanted to die, Ningxu's mission was more or less over. People would save themselves and others would save them. It was useless to save someone who had fallen into a fanatical state and never wanted to wake up. If she wanted to go crazy, then let her go crazy. If Wang Baochuan didn't survive, he would definitely ask someone to write a story and let Wang Baochuan's reputation be passed down for generations. Perhaps her infamy would be passed down for thousands of years. She was clearly a brainless woman, yet she had to be eulogized and praised every day. She was sick. Moreover, Wang Baochuan herself didn't feel that this was a kind of destruction to her humanity. She should be happy and happy. As for Xue Pinggui, he should be scraped. Ningxu wouldn't be soft-hearted at all. The protagonist was able to successfully counterattack in a situation where he had a slim chance of survival. Therefore, Ningxu wouldn't let Xue Pinggui live. He had to kill him under his nose and watch him enter the reincarnation passage after killing him. This mission should be completed. When Wang Baochuan's matter was settled, it was time to get rid of Xue Pinggui. Wang Jinchuan and Wang Yanchuan were so exhausted that they couldn't sleep. They had to take care of 2 patients every day. Furthermore, they were extremely sick. Wang Baochuan lay on the bed as she groggily called out Xue Pinggui's name. She looked like she was in a dream and couldn't forget him. To be honest, Ningxu felt a little disgusted when he saw Wang Baochuan's deep affection. Ningxu had seen many love scenes. Love was something between 2 people who loved each other. Wang Baochuan had acted out the love between the 2 of them by herself. It was a completely self-directed situation in a fanatical state. Ningxu sat by the bed and said to the groggy Wang Baochuan, "Who are you pretending to be affectionate for? I even killed Xue Pinggui." Wang Baochuan's eyelashes trembled as though she was about to wake up. Ningxu added, "Xue Pinggui said that no one wants the daughter of the Prime Minister and that she stuck to a man." Love made people feel humble, as though they were in the dust. Then, a flower would bloom in their hearts. In any case, Ningxu didn't see the flower. Ningxu felt that if these 2 people loved each other so much that they had to be with each other, they would help each other if they could. However, it was obvious that one of them was being cheap. Yet, they were using it as their true love. Wang Baochuan struggled to wake up and looked at Ningxu with a weak and lifeless gaze. "You killed Xue Pinggui." Ningxu was speechless. He had to give in. She didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Only by being carefree could she be so melancholic. Only then could she treat her feelings as everything. She felt that this was everything to life. What was the point of living without love? "Father, you killed Xue Pinggui?" Wang Baochuan asked. "Yes, I killed Xue Pinggui," Ningxu said with a smile. Wang Baochuan widened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with shock, sadness, despair, and hatred. Her gaze was quite similar to Xue Pinggui's. "Father, why did you do that?" Wang Baochuan asked. "Why? Is it really that difficult to help us?" "Yes, it's very difficult. It's as difficult as making you give up Xue Pinggui," Ningxu said calmly. "Then why don't you kill me?" "Kill me too!" Wang Baochuan roared as he pinched his chest. "How can I kill you like this? You won't be able to live for long anyway," Ningxu said directly. "Pfft!" Wang Baochuan immediately vomited blood. Only then did Ningxu say indifferently, "I'm just teasing you. I didn't kill Xue Pinggui. If I were to kill him, I would have to wait until you were dead before killing him. I would have let the 2 of you be buried together. Don't vomit blood. Your body isn't well to begin with. If you vomit blood like this, your body won't be able to take it. Ningshu wiped the corners of Wang Baochuan's mouth with a handkerchief. Why are you so careless, Baochuan? You've been the smartest since you were a child. I can't see your cleverness at all. Wang Baochuan looked at Ningshu in horror. Daddy, why have you become like this? Like this? Cold and heartless. Then why did you become so stupid? Ningshu asked. Wang Baochuan's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ningshu sighed. Why did she faint again? Wang Yanchuan was speechless. Daddy has become so scary all of a sudden. Daddy is such a monster. Wang Jinchuan comforted Ningshu. Daddy, sister will definitely recover. Wang Yanchuan played with her fingers at the side. Big sister, you're thinking too much. Daddy doesn't seem to care about third sister, okay? Ningshu asked, is your mother better now? Without a solution to Baochuan's matter, mother's body won't recover, Wang Yanchuan said. Her mother was suffering from a mental illness. Ningshu didn't say a word. The so-called family wouldn't be ruined because all the family members were present. At least, Madame Wang was special to him. After all, she was his wife, a wife who had served him for a lifetime. When Ningshu went to see Madame Wang, she transferred a little bit of spiritual energy into Madame Wang's body, which made Madame Wang's body feel better. After seeing Madame Wang, Ningshu locked Xue Pinggue in the secret prison of the Prime Minister's residence. Ningshu said directly to Xue Pinggue, my daughter can't do it. She vomited blood when she saw me. Xue Pinggue wanted to say that it was because he was too hateful, but Xue Pinggue, who was locked up, didn't say a word. Ningshu said again, because of this torment, my daughter is about to die, so I have to fulfill my daughter's last wish. Xue Pinggue had a bad premonition in his heart and asked, she's about to die. Does she want me to be buried with her? Ningshu's face was full of surprise, with an expression that said, how could you be so smart? Yes, my daughter's wish in this lifetime is to be with you. Since we can't be together in life, then we have to be together in death, to be a pair of lovebirds in the underworld. Xue Pinggue shouted angrily, are you crazy? How could he use such a calm expression to ask someone to die? Xue Pinggue was about to go crazy. What was this? Could it be that the woman was about to die, so she wanted to find someone to be buried with her? Was that why she chose him? He was here to be buried with Wang Baochuan. This fact almost drove Xue Pinggue crazy. Wang Baochuan knew that she was about to die, so she let him catch the embroidered ball and then brought him to the Prime Minister's residence. She wanted to kill him. For a moment, Xue Pinggue's heart was filled with hatred. His situation was a disaster from the heavens. How could he be buried with someone else? My daughter thinks you are handsome and tall, Ningshu said. My daughter likes you very much. Like my ass. Like what? Xue Pinggue looked at Ningshu. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Ningshu shrugged. I'm not afraid at all. At least before I get punished by the heavens, you will be dead. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid at all. You're a lunatic. Xue Pinggue held his head with both hands and pulled his hair in pain. He could only say that he was a lunatic. He could not find any adjectives to describe Ningshu. This was a lunatic, a deranged lunatic. What do I have to do for you to let me go? I have no enmity with you. Xue Pinggue hammered the ground, tears streaming down his face. Xue Pinggue knew that at this point, the Prime Minister's residence would definitely not let him go. Otherwise, if the Prime Minister wanted someone to be buried with a ghost, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and affect his future. You know it in your heart. Ningshu said with a smile. If I let you go, you will kill me in the future. She would never do something like letting the tiger return to the mountain. She should just buy a piece of tofu and kill herself by making such a simple mission too complicated. Ningshu locked the secret cell, leaving Xue Pinggue to wait for death. Not knowing when death would come was the most torturous thing to do. It could drive a person crazy. Ningshu understood the feeling of having a guillotine hanging over his head. It could fall at any time, but he did not know when it would fall. Xue Pinggue was locked in the secret cell. His heart was filled with despair. He could only curse Wang Baochuan. Wang Baochuan was about to die, so why did she still drag him along? What a troublesome thing. Wang Baochuan's body didn't make it and she died. She kept vomiting blood until she died. Ningxu still looked at the painful Wang Baochuan expressionlessly. Finally, she breathed her last. When Wang Baochuan breathed her last, Ningxu begged, "Dad, please let Xue Pingue go. He has nothing to do with this." Ningxu asked, "Why?" He was convinced. "Dad, you know what? I like Xue Pingue. I have no chance to be with him in this life," Wang Baochuan said weakly. Ningxu felt a headache coming on. "If you die, Xue Pingue will marry someone else. Get better. If you get better, I'll let Xue Pingue marry you." As she spoke, she injected some spiritual energy into Wang Baochuan's body. Wang Baochuan's eyes became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, they lost their luster and her breathing stopped. Ningxu frowned tightly. Wang Baochuan didn't want to live anymore. Although Ningxu had expected that Wang Baochuan would be sad, he didn't expect her to be like this. Some people were willing to drown in the mire until their heads were drowned. Generally speaking, if a lady found that the man she was going to marry was unbearable, she would definitely break off the engagement. She wouldn't marry him even if she knew what kind of person he was. After Wang Baochuan breathed her last, Ningxu went to the dark prison and killed Xue Pingue directly. Xue Pingue completely ignored Xue Pingue's begging and cursing. Seeing that Ningxu was unmoved, Xue Pingue cursed Ningxu directly. Ningxu directly pierced Xue Pingue's heart with his sword. Xue Pingue vomited blood and looked at Ningxu cursing, "I'll curse you forever." Ningxu smiled slightly. "You're not afraid at all. Then you can curse me forever. You can curse me as you please. After going through so much, why would I be afraid of a single person's curse? Do you think that my conviction halo is something I picked up from the ground? I'm not afraid at all." Ningxu began to recite the Reincarnation Sutra and watched Xue Pingue and Wang Baochuan enter the black hole of the world of samsara. Then, a grand funeral was held and the two of them were buried in a coffin. It was supposed to be half a year, but in the end, it didn't even last 3 months. Xue Pingue was about to back out and leave. Then, Wang Baochuan was done for. Ningxu felt that it was inexplicable. Why did Wang Baochuan die for such a person and not take his own life seriously? Some people lived for love and died for love. Ningxu only wanted to live. She was a layman and did not have the noble determination to die for free love. After Wang Baochuan's death, Mrs. Wang no longer paid any attention to Ningxu. The two of them felt as if they would never see each other again. Because of Wang Baochuan's death, the two of them became enemies. Madame Wang said, "Why did you force her to her death? Now her daughter can't even see her anymore." "Why? Why?" Ningxu said, "It's your daughter who doesn't want to live anymore. I said that they would get married in half a year. I hate you. If you didn't care about Xue Pingue's identity, things wouldn't have developed to this point." Madame Wang panted and her breath was unstable. "Are you crazy? You can hate and love. It's obvious that Xue Pingue didn't want Wang Baochuan anymore. Why are you telling me this? It's your daughter who wanted to die after Xue Pingue didn't want her anymore. Then, she vented her anger on me. If you need someone to hate you to live, then hate me." Anyway, she had become a sinner. Madame Wang wiped her tears and didn't want to look at Ningxu. When she turned and returned to her courtyard, she turned back and said to Ningxu, "You are so cold and heartless. No one will be by your side." Ningxu said, "Don't threaten people like that. Don't you think it's too pale and powerless to threaten people who you love will leave you?" Madame Wang closed her eyes. "Master, don't you think you are very cruel and heartless now? Have you ever considered the feelings of a mother? My daughter is dead. She's dead. She can't come back. Each of them is lying on the ground coldly. Do you know how much my heart hurts as a mother? If I had a choice, I would rather my daughter marry Xue Pingue. At least I can see my daughter. How can you be so cruel?" Madame Wang said with a pale face, "You forced my daughter to die. You forced my daughter to die." Ningxu pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Madame Wang turned and left, her back full of loneliness. It seemed that the couple was going to fall out, and Madame Wang knew what would happen in the future. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? 2333 asked. Yes. There's no need to return to the system space. Go directly to the next mission, Ningxu said. She didn't expect this mission to be a double kill. Everything she did was just to let Wang Baochuan recognize reality and Shui Pinggue. She didn't expect this to be the outcome. Perhaps Wang Baochuan wanted to use her death to protest and make those who opposed her sad. She did this only to make those who were really good to her sad. Why would those who didn't care about her be sad for her? Using her own death as a punishment was also to hold on to her pure love. To put it in a more noble way, it was to resist the feudal system. The problem was that if you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. If you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. Ningxu left this world and rushed to the next one. This mission wasn't very tiring. There was no need to fight and kill. He could solve everything with his life identity. He saved time to do the next mission. Ningxu felt that the time he spent traveling was a little longer. Then, he slowly merged into a body. Hearing the sharp sound of brakes, Ningxu instantly felt that something was wrong. She opened her eyes and saw a red sports car coming towards her at high speed. The car was going to hit her. Her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. She couldn't lift them at all. Her eardrums were filled with the sound of her heart beating rapidly. The strong light from the car's headlights made Ningxu's eyes hurt. She wanted to save herself, but her body seemed to be bound by something. She couldn't move at all. The car was getting faster and faster. It was about to reach her, and the car didn't slow down at all. Ningxu released her spiritual power to resist the car a little. She didn't know if she could use the law of water. She wanted to use a barrier to block in front of her. It was probably another low-level plane. Water droplets appeared in front of her, but she couldn't set up a barrier. Only low-level planes would be suppressed so badly. The lower the level, the more the suppression, because the plane was more fragile. The most important thing now was to hide. This should be the time when the client died. The client died in a car accident. If he wanted to change his fate, he had to be alive. The moment of entering a plane was always so subtle. Ningxu shook her legs. Her body froze and couldn't move. /BKF*CK, at such a dangerous moment, his body exploded with a strong unwillingness and resentment. This kind of unwillingness affected Ningxu's mood. Ningxu tried his best to lift his leg and retreated. At this time, people usually stood there in a daze because they couldn't react in time. Ningxu retreated and plopped down on the side of the road. His tailbone was almost broken and his skin was numb with pain. The red sports car braked. The car screeched against the ground and left a deep brake print. The person in the car hurriedly got out. "Miss, are you okay?" "I didn't do it on purpose." Ningxu was helped up by a beautiful woman. Ningxu held the woman's hand and slowly stood up. "Are you okay?" The woman looked around as if something was chasing after her. "You hit me," Ningxu said. The woman's face was a little frightened. "I'm sorry, I have to leave now. This is my phone number. Can you come and find me? I really have to leave now." First of all, something like this had happened during the mission. If it wasn't for her, the client would have been sent flying by this terrifying speed. This woman had killed the client. Ningxu grabbed her hand and didn't let her go. "You want to run after hitting someone?" "I don't want to run. Someone is chasing me." The woman was very anxious and said, "Do you want me to send you to the hospital?" Ningxu wanted to stand up, but his waist cracked. "My old waist." The woman looked anxious and said to Ningxu, "Do you need a car? I'll come and find you. I'll leave first." What the? Ningxu saw that the person who had hit him was about to escape and memorized the woman's face. The woman hurriedly got out of the car and started it. Ningxu sat on the side of the road and rubbed his waist. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. This was a situation that appeared in his body. After the woman hurriedly drove away, several cars chased after her. It seemed that someone was really chasing her. The client was probably killed by the woman just now. Ningxu accepted the plot. The story was very simple. My boyfriend fell in love with the woman who killed me. The client, Chui Murawei, was a woman who was about to get married. Her marriage partner was the CEO of a company. They were of equal social status. She had already picked out her wedding ring and tried on her wedding dress. She was waiting to get married. The two of them loved each other very much, so they should be able to become a good couple. However, a few days before the wedding, the client was killed in a car accident. The culprit was the popular female celebrity, Xianxia. Because she was popular now, the management company let the driver take the blame. Xianxia continued to make money for the company. Xianxia was at a drinking party. There was a rich man with some background who wanted to sleep with Xianxia, but Xianxia was unwilling. She escaped from the drinking party. Then, while driving, she took out her phone and called her agent. Holding a mobile phone while driving would definitely cause an accident. If Chui Murawei was killed, there would be no chance for rescue. Chui Murawei's fiancé had been unable to accept the departure of his fiancée. He also found out that Xianxia had killed his fiancée. Fu Tianhan, who was eager to vent his pain and hatred, tortured Xianxia in every possible way. This included obstructing Xianxia's work and tormenting Xianxia in all sorts of ways. It was said that he wanted her to atone for her sins and experience the sparks from the collision. In the end, Fu Tianhan fell in love with Xianxia. He was in all sorts of turmoil. In the end, he died. As for the person who commissioned it, he was using his life to help the couple. This was more serious than cheating. At least the person who cheated was still alive. Now that she was dead, her fiancé fell in love with the person who killed her in the name of avenging her death. In the end, they got together. Wasn't he afraid of climbing out of the coffin? She was dead. No wonder the client was unwilling to die when she was at her happiest. Her fate was only to be a red string for others. The client's wish was not to die. She wanted to live well. She was clearly in the best years of her youth. She did not want to die like this. Ning Shu rubbed his old waist. The mission was simple, but what should he do with the client's fiancée? To be honest, before he met Xianxia, the two of them were very in love. They could be considered a talented and beautiful couple in a wealthy family. However, after she died, Fu Tianhan took revenge. In the end, it was as if he was repaying a debt of gratitude. He offered his body and his heart. A person's feelings were not controlled by their will. In any case, Fu Tianhan was already in a dilemma. On one hand, he felt sorry for his girlfriend. On the other hand, he felt sorry for Xianxia. The more he tortured her, the more his heart ached. The more he could not extricate himself. In fact, it was a good thing that Fu Tianhan had found his own happiness. After all, Chui Murawei was already dead and could no longer accompany him. It might not be a good thing to start over. However, from the client's situation, she could not accept that you were using my name and then being together with the person who killed me. The dead had no human rights. Moreover, her fate was like this. Ning Shu rubbed his old waist and stood up. He took out his phone from his bag and called the chauffeur at home. He asked him to come and take her to the hospital. His palms were scratched and looked a little scary. Ning Shu waited for the empty car. He was thinking about how to deal with Fu Tianhan. Right now, Fu Tianhan and the client were really in love. They were very in love and were about to get married. In the end, they fell in love with someone else. Who could guarantee that they would fall in love once in their life? Fu Tianhan did not seem to be such an unforgivable thing. It was just that the client realized that her fate was a little laughable. The client's mission did not mention this. Even if they were really together, her heart would feel uncomfortable. It was not that this matter did not exist, but that time had returned. There was a cause and effect. After resolving this cause and effect, there was no need to bring this cause and effect to the world of reincarnation. A car stopped in front of Ning Shu. The driver quickly drove for Ning Shu. Ning Shu sat in the car and seemed to have sprained his waist. "Let's go to the hospital," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu went to the hospital to take a picture. His bones were indeed a little dislocated and his palms were bandaged. Ning Shu decided to stay in the hospital. Anyway, he was not feeling well and stayed in the hospital. Ningshu changed into a hospital gown and lay on the bed. He lay on his stomach and looked at his phone to check Tian Shanshan's information. Tian Shanshan was very beautiful and had a very unique personality. Her figure was perfect and she was the dream lover of many men. Now, she was a popular fried chicken. Her ability to attract money was as strong as a sponge. She acted in television dramas and was an endorsement. Even if she hit someone, the company would deal with the aftermath. Looking at Tian Shanshan's beautiful photo, it was no wonder that the two of them fell in love in the end. Tian Shanshan was indeed too beautiful. If the person who killed the client was an uncle, Fu Tianhan would definitely not put in so much effort and send him to prison. Ningshu was a little tired from lying down. He wanted to turn around, but his waist suddenly cracked. Ningshu was worried that he would be crippled. /BK however, she was extremely lucky that she had only twisted her waist and scraped her skin in a situation where she was bound to die. The client's wish to live was half fulfilled. If the plot insisted on killing the client to connect Fu Tianhan and Tian Shanshan, who knew if anything dangerous would happen in the future? It was like the god of death had come. If she escaped this time, there would be a next time. The next time, she would die in Tian Shanshan's hands and give Fu Tianhan a chance to take revenge. Ningshu hammered the bed. I don't want to die. In this situation, if it were Ningshu, he would also want to control his own fate when he realized that he was a marionette. If it was a marionette without intelligence, it would be fine, but this was a marionette with life, intelligence, and 7 emotions. Ningshu said to the driver, "Help me buy a serving of crayfish." "Thank you. Your hand is injured. You can't eat spicy things, especially things like crayfish." The doctor pushed the door open and said to Ningshu. He took the medical record and asked Ningshu seriously, "Does your waist still hurt?" "It hurts," Ningshu said as he lay on the bed. "How much does it hurt?" Ningshu turned to look at the doctor. He was very young and tall, but he should be an intern. He was a little nervous when facing Ningshu, and his voice trembled. "Are you afraid of me?" Ningshu raised his eyebrows. "Can I eat you?" He had seen many men who were in heat at any time, or men who were so abstinent that they had no feelings. This was the first time he had seen such a nervous man. "No, I'm not nervous," the doctor said. "How did you get your wound?" "A car accident," Ningshu said casually. "Miss, who hit you?" "Do you remember who it was?" the driver asked immediately. Ningshu was a little speechless. He wanted to expose Tian Shanshan's escape, but he also felt that this would definitely cause Fu Tianhan to be related to Tian Shanshan. If Fu Tianhan and Tian Shanshan did not have anything to do with each other, would she die again? Life and love could not be both. Bitter. The client did not have love and life. "Miss, do you want me to tell Master about the car accident?" The driver took out his phone and made a call. "No need, he's probably busy." Ningshu wanted to stretch, but he ended up stretching his waist again. He touched his waist and sighed. Sigh, melancholy. "What's with that look in your eyes? Is it pity?" Ningshu turned his head and saw the young doctor's eyes filled with pity and sympathy. What was so pitiful about her that she needed sympathy? "You'd better inform your family to come to the hospital as soon as possible," the doctor said. Ningshu nodded and continued to play with his phone. He pointed at Tian Shanshan's beautiful face. How should he deal with it? Should he add a stroke to the resume of this popular actress and make her more famous? She bumped into someone, escaped legal responsibility, escaped punishment, and was punished by Fu Tianhan. She even gained a beautiful relationship and a good man. Thinking about it, he was indeed quite unwilling. "Help me get the surveillance footage of the previous road conditions and make a copy," Ningshu said to the driver. "Yes, Mississippi, bring me something when you come back. I'm hungry. Thanks for the trouble." "Okay." Ningshu saw that the doctor was still guarding by the side and asked, "Is there anything else? Is there something wrong with my waist?" "During this period of time, you have to avoid carrying things. Don't sit for too long, and don't eat anything spicy," the young doctor instructed. "Okay." Ningshu nodded. Seeing that the doctor was still beside him, he asked, "What's wrong now?" Ningshu touched his face. Could it be that he was beautiful? There's blood on your face. Let the nurse wash it, the doctor said. Ningshu was speechless. Probably because the blood on his hand touched his face, Ningshu turned on the camera on his phone and pointed it at his face. Seeing that there was blood on his forehead, he wiped it with a tissue. Then, he sized up his face. He was indeed good-looking. He had bright eyebrows and kind eyes. He was a match made in heaven with the male lead, Fu Tianhan. Their family background and looks were on par. The doctor said that he had a good rest and left. Ningshu had nothing to do, so he clicked on Xianxia's TV series to watch. Her acting skills were not bad, but the internet had already praised her to God, saying that Xianxia was the best actress with the best acting skills. Her face was pleasing to the eye, and with some acting skills, she became a female celebrity who was in the limelight. Ningshu yawned as he watched the TV series. Someone called. It was Fu Tianhan. Ningshu picked up the phone. Hello, what are you doing? Fu Tianhan's female voice was transmitted to Ningshu's ears through the radio. Lying on the hospital bed watching a TV series, Ningshu said. Fu Tianhan was absent-minded for a moment and asked, watching a TV series on the hospital bed? Yes, I'm a little injured. I'm lying in the hospital now. You. Fu Tianhan hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed to the hospital. When Fu Tianhan arrived at the hospital, Ningshu was eating the small wontons brought back by the driver. It was very fresh and tasted very good. Where are you injured? Is it serious? Fu Tianhan asked anxiously as he sized up Ningshu. I just sprained my waist. Ningshu said casually. If it was the plot, Fu Tianhan would be looking at Cui Murui's corpse now. How did you sprain your waist? It wasn't like he was old and had bad bones that made it easy to sprain his waist. Ningshu placed the plastic bowl by the bed and said, I was hit by a car. Fortunately, I dodged it. I sat on the ground and hurt my waist bone. A car accident? Fu Tianhan was a little stunned. You're still so calm after a car accident. I'm not calm. I'm scared to death. I'm faking it, Ningshu said. Fu Tianhan was tall and handsome. He was wearing a custom-made suit and was extremely handsome. He felt that the love story of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was so moving. What hit you? Fu Tianhan's face was cold. Did you hit your person? Fu Tianhan looked around but did not see the driver. Where is he? Did he run away? Ningshu shrugged. He ran away. Mr. Fu, this was recorded by the road surveillance camera. The driver took out the USB flash drive. This is a copy of the video. Fu Tianhan turned on his laptop, inserted the USB flash drive, and clicked on the video. As it was late, he could not see clearly. However, looking at the gown, the person who hit him was a woman. Then, she abandoned his fiancé and ran away. This person looks a little familiar. Fu Tianhan touched his chin and looked at the video. She should look familiar because this is the popular actress Xianxia who is endorsing a product for your company, Ningshu said with a smile. He took out his phone and called the police. Of course, this video was evidence. It was a hit and run. Wait a minute. Fu Tianhan stopped Ningshu. Ningshu tilted his head and looked at Fu Tianhan. What's wrong? Can't I call the police? Could it be that he could love watching such a blurry video? /BK Fu Tianhan said, let's wait for a while before calling the police. Oh, why? Ningshu blinked and asked. We just asked her to endorse the company's products. If something like this happens to her, it will affect the company's products badly. We have to find something wrong to make the company terminate the contract with her, Fu Tianhan said. It sounded cold, but Fu Tianhan stopped him from calling the police. Alright, I'll listen to you, Ningshu said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you, Fu Tianhan said as he patted Ningshu's head. Ningshu nodded. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would be seeing my corpse now. Don't talk nonsense. You're not allowed to leave me, Fu Tianhan said angrily. Ningshu did not say a word. I have to rest. It's getting late. You should rest early too. Don't worry, leave this to me. If you make a mistake, you should be punished, Fu Tianhan said. In that case, let the law punish her. Ningxu looked up at Fu Tianhan. For a public figure, if this matter was exposed, she would basically bid farewell to her career. In a sense, Fu Tianhan was protecting Tian Shanshan when he said that he would not call the police. No need. We'll call the police and give her a fatal blow when she has nothing left. Fu Tianhan's voice was cold. Ningxu just smiled and did not say anything. He wanted to see how he would deal with Tian Shanshan. Have a good rest. I'll come find you tomorrow. Fu Tianhan closed the computer and took the USB flash drive away. Ningxu said to the driver, "Give me the copy of the video." The driver took out another USB flash drive. Ningxu took it and said, "Thank you. I'll give you more bonuses." "Thank you, Mississippi." A smile appeared on the driver's face. He came out to work to support his family. Ningxu put the USB flash drive in his bag and said to the driver, "Help me bring the computer over." Ningxu continued to watch Tian Shanshan's TV series. She had dabbled in all kinds of TV series. Ningxu felt that the things he had experienced were much more melodramatic than those in television dramas. After watching for a while, he lost interest. The driver brought the laptop over. Ningxu made a few copies of the video and set it as a secret lock. Then, he browsed through Tian Shanshan's Weibo. They were all small and fresh photos, as well as various TV series promotions, endorsements, and so on. It was very popular. In the plot, after the client died, Tian Shanshan had nightmares every day and lived in guilt. She wanted to turn herself in, but the company stopped her. In addition, Tian Shanshan still had a seriously ill father who needed a lot of medical fees. Therefore, Tian Shanshan did not dare to turn herself in. She had no choice but to accept all kinds of torture and humiliation from Fu Tianhan to reduce the self-blame and guilt in her heart. Fine, the client deserved to die. Ningxu was playing on the computer. Just as he was about to stretch, he remembered that he had sprained his waist and put down his hand. "I'm going to sleep. Tell my father that I was in a car accident. Then, I'll be fine. Tell him that the culprit of the car accident escaped. There's a problem with the road surveillance and they didn't capture anything," Ningxu said to the driver. "Yes, Mississippi. But are you really not going to tell Master?" Ningxu asked. "No need. I'll tell her myself," Ningxu said. The driver closed the door of the ward and left. Ningxu closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he absorbed some fiery yang energy. However, the aura in the hospital was really Yin. Ningxu was very familiar with the hospital. He felt like he had returned home. He had been lying in this place for more than 10 years. He felt both disgusted and familiar. Ningxu felt that he should be very relieved of the hospital. However, he would still think of the time when he was lying in the hospital. The tip of his nose was filled with the smell of disinfectant. This time, he was staying here with a healthy body. It would be fine to stay here for a few more days. Right now, Tian Shanshan should be very anxious. She was holding it in her heart but couldn't say it out loud. She was extremely anxious and was paying attention to the news of the car accident. Ningxu felt that it was quite good. He deserved to suffer such psychological torture. When he woke up, he felt quite good to see a handsome doctor standing by his bed. "Are you feeling better?" "Much better." Ningxu saw the client's father come in. Mr. Cui was a serious middle-aged man. He did not smile much. When he saw Ningxu lying in the hospital bed, his eyes softened. "How did you get into the accident?" "Just like that. I was almost hit by a car." Ningxu pouted. "I was going to marry brother Tianhan soon. Then, I got into a car accident. Should I not have married him?" "Don't think too much. You're just anxious before marriage. It won't do you any good to think too much." Mr. Cui sat down. "Fortunately, you are not seriously injured. Also, don't talk nonsense. You should know what the marriage between the Cui family and the Fu family means. Fortunately, you two are in love. I hope you can be happy." Ningxu nodded. "I'm thinking too much. but there's endless money in the world. Anyway, I don't have to do anything for the rest of my life to spend money. Dad, take a break when you're free. There's endless money in the world. You can also find a stepmother who can take care of you, Ningxu said to Mr. Cui. Even if she's here for the money, she has to take good care of you. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. Mr. Cui had many women around him. Although he had a daughter as old as Cui Murui, he had lost his wife in his early years. Now, Mr. Cui was still very popular. You don't have to worry about my affairs, Mr. Cui said. Because money will take good care of me, but it will also torture me because of money. There's no such thing as pure love between us. Sigh, it's really troublesome to have money and not to have money. Ningxu shook his head. Mr. Cui gently knocked on Cui Murui's head. Have a good rest. When you're better, marry Fu Tianhan. Ningxu sighed. Dad, rest more. Don't always earn money. Mr. Cui came and went in a hurry. Ningxu browsed through the news on the internet while eating breakfast. He mainly looked at Tian Shanshan's entertainment news and even browsed through Tian Shanshan's Weibo updates. This Weibo account was probably an operating account. As usual, it posted some photos and some words. It looked very normal. It was normal for there to be no news for a night. It had been less than 24 hours since the accident. He would wait a few days and see how Fu Tianhan would deal with Tian Shanshan. With this kind of strange aura, Ningxu could tell with his intuition that Fu Tianhan would not call the police. Usually, some scandals were not important at all. However, hit and run was a deliberate crime. If the victim was seriously injured and the perpetrator escaped, he would not be able to get help and died. This was intentional injury. Meanwhile, Tian Shanshan was asking around if various hospitals had accepted the victims of the car accident. Tian Shanshan was very uneasy. She did not know how that woman was doing. At that time, she did not bring that woman along because she was afraid that those people would catch up and implicate that woman. Moreover, that woman seemed to be fine at that time. Fu Tianhan came to the hospital to see Ningxu. His face was full of tenderness, and there was unconcealable gentleness in his eyes. He looked like he really loved the client. Are you feeling better today? Fu Tianhan tapped Ningxu's nose and asked. Ningxu smiled and said, much better. Thank you for your concern. Ningxu decided to wait for the relationship between the client and Fu Tianhan. If Fu Tianhan did not have anything to do with Tian Shanshan, Fu Tianhan was indeed someone worth entrusting. Moreover, this was related to the marriage between the two families. The benefits of the two families joining together were astonishing. It was not a big deal to wait for 10 days to half a month. The client's goal was to survive, and everything else was trivial. Fu Tianhan kissed Ningxu's forehead. Ningxu was speechless. Alright, this was the intimacy between an engaged couple. It was very normal. Ningxu did not ask about Tian Shanshan and left everything to Fu Tianhan. Get better quickly. Our wedding date is coming soon. I hope to see a healthy bride. Fu Tianhan hugged Ningxu from behind and saw the contents of the laptop. You're watching Tian Shanshan's TV series. Yeah, I heard that her acting skills are very good. Let me see what kind of acting skills this legendary plastic surgery is. Speaking of which, Ningxu was also someone who had been an actor before, but he had never seen plastic surgery acting skills. Fu Tianhan pursed his lips. What plastic surgery acting skills? It's just average. It's very exaggerated. Just listen to it. I'll immediately withdraw Tian Shanshan's endorsement. Why did she leave you behind? Fu Tianhan was filled with disgust for that woman whenever he thought of the dangerous moment. Someone should be chasing her. Ningxu said nonchalantly, I don't know much about business. Let's do as you say. It's not easy to survive. As for the rest, I don't care too much. You're so cute. Fu Tianhan pinched Ningxu's cheek. Ningxu was speechless. I'll wipe it. Get your paws off me. Ningxu grinned. His mother had always been so cute. Fu Tianhan chuckled and held Ningxu's hand. Luckily you're fine. Otherwise, what would I do if I was left alone? Thank you for being alive. Ning Shu sized up Fu Tianhan and saw the sincere expression on his face. This was a difficult question. Should she choose to leave because of what this man had done, or should she give up on this man whom she was still very much in love with? Ning Shu felt that they could wait a little longer. After the mission was over, he would decide whether to keep it or return it to the client. Ning Shu said, "I'm fine. Have a good rest. Don't always work, just like my father." "I know. I'll rest well. We'll be very happy in the future." Ning Shu, F***ck, don't say things like that. It's easy to get into trouble. Don't raise flags. You won't die, but I will. Ning Shu's face trembled. "I need to sleep a little longer." Fu Tianhan kissed Ning Shu on the cheek and left with his bag. Ning Shu touched his cheek. There didn't seem to be any saliva. It was just a waist injury, but Ning Shu didn't stay in the hospital for long. Every day, he just ate, drank, and pooped. His life was very leisurely. And the ward was a VIP. He would pay attention to the entertainment news when he had nothing to do. Fu Tianhan's company had revoked Xianxia's endorsement. This was a luxury brand endorsement. Usually, only the most popular celebrities would endorse it. Now that the company had unilaterally revoked the contract, it was a blow to Xianxia's career. Although there was compensation for revoking the endorsement contract for no reason, the outside world would speculate why Xianxia's contract was revoked. Xianxia had been envied by many people in the entertainment industry. Now that her endorsement had been revoked, she would definitely be mocked. Xianxia looked at the Weibo of the endorsement company and felt a little wronged. They had suddenly revoked her contract without informing her beforehand. Xianxia felt like she had been teased. "Hello, sisterly, I'm going to Fu's company. I have to ask why they've terminated the partnership for no reason." Xianxia called her agent and asked her assistant to drive to Fu's company. When she arrived at the company, to Xianxia's surprise, when the receptionist heard that it was her, she asked her to go up and look for the president directly, as if she knew that she was coming. Xianxia arrived at the president's office without any obstruction. She stood at the door and was a little nervous. She heard that the president, Fu Tianhan, was a very cold person, which was why the company was so prosperous. The company's products were what people in the entertainment industry wanted to endorse the most. The high price also meant that you were famous, because they would only find the most famous celebrities to endorse. There was more than one product under the company, and there were many spokespeople. The endorsement fee for a product was ridiculously high. Xianxia thought that if she had this money, her father, who was in the hospital, would be able to get better treatment. Xianxia took a deep breath and knocked on the door. A cold male voice came from inside. "Come in." Xianxia pushed the door open and walked into the office. She saw a man in a black suit. "President Fu, I want to know why you cancelled my endorsement." "There has to be a reason, right?" Xianxia asked. Fu Tianhan sized up Xianxia. Xianxia was able to establish herself in the entertainment industry because she had the capital. Being beautiful was her capital. Reason, of course there's a reason. Did you really not do anything wrong? Fu Tianhan looked at Xianxia with a cold smile. Xianxia's expression was uncertain and she did not say anything. She had done something, and even now, this matter was still weighing on her heart. She did not dare to tell anyone, afraid that it would be exposed. She was even more afraid that something would happen to that woman. "Do you want me to remind you that the car accident?" Fu Tianhan looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression froze as she looked at Fu Tianhan in horror. Leaving an injured person behind is your behavior as a public figure. Your behavior and morals are not enough to endorse my company's products," Fu Tianhan said coldly. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was because I participated in a drinking party and someone wanted to do something to me. I escaped. I didn't want to hit anyone. I didn't take her away because I didn't want her to be implicated by me. I'm sorry. If he took a woman away and was caught, it was very likely that he would be killed by those people. Then I have to thank you for abandoning her? Fu Tianhan was a little speechless. He looked at Tian Shanshan in disbelief. Then what did you do after that? Did you call the ambulance? I thought about calling. Tian Shanshan bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. The person you're sorry to is not me. She's still lying in the hospital. Fu Tianhan roared, his voice deafening. I went to see her. I'm sorry. Tian Shanshan cried, her face full of fear and helplessness. Do you have anything else to say other than sorry? Is this something that can be solved by just saying sorry? If she dies, who will be responsible? You can apologize for small things and be forgiven, but this concerns a life. Have you ever thought about how painful it would be for the person who lost her? Tian Shanshan was trembling all over. She realized in despair that she really did not know what to say other than sorry. Ningxu was currently cultivating. With a bit of strength, she could avoid any dangers faster. This world should be a vacation, so she should have a good rest. Seeing that someone had come, Ningxu stopped cultivating. Tian Shanshan, who was holding a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket, stood timidly at the door of the ward. Is it Miss Cui? Tian Shanshan asked. Ningxu looked at Tian Shanshan. You're the one who bumped into me. I thought you would find me soon. You're only here now. I am sorry. I really didn't mean to bump into you. Tian Shanshan almost knelt down in front of Ningxu. You found me through my fiancé, right? Ningxu lay down. I watched the TV series you acted in. Your acting is good. Oh, thank you. Tian Shanshan was a little confused by the sudden change in topic. She handed the bouquet to Ningxu and said, Please accept my sincerest apology. Are you really going to apologize? Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Tian Shanshan. What if I want you to admit your mistake? Miss Cui, can you not make this public? I need to establish myself in the entertainment industry. I need money to treat my father's illness. Other than making this public, I can do anything for you. Tian Shanshan knelt down and kowtowed to Ningxu. Miss Cui, please don't make this public. What about the harm I've suffered? Ningxu asked. In fact, every reincarnation weakened the power of one's soul. This was because the pool of rebirth would deprive a part of one's soul power. If one died in their 20s, they would reincarnate more than others. Who knew what kind of species they would become? I will try my best to make it up to you. I will let you see my determination. Tian Shanshan looked sincere. Ningxu could see that she was sincere. Then what are you going to use to make it up to me? Money? My family is rich. I don't think you can make it up to me. Besides, you did something wrong and should be punished. Tian Shanshan crawled on the ground in pain. Miss Cui, I really need money. Please don't expose this matter. You can expose me after my father recovers. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I'll have no regrets, please. Ningxu rubbed his eyebrows. It looked like he was bullying Tian Shanshan. Fu Tianhan pushed open the door of the ward and saw Tian Shanshan kneeling on the ground, crying until her body was trembling. He frowned and ignored her. He asked Ningxu, Are you feeling better? Much better, Ningxu said with a smile. Who are you kneeling for, Miss Tian? Are there reporters outside or secretly taking photos? Is a rich young lady making things difficult for a popular celebrity like you? Fu Tianhan looked at her with disdain. No, I came secretly. There were no reporters at all. Tian Shanshan quickly explained, I hope to make it up to Miss Cui. Fu Tianhan sneered and sat beside Ningxu's bed. He lowered his head and played with Ningxu's fingers. Ningxu realized that when Fu Tianhan faced Tian Shanshan, his emotions fluctuated a lot. Whether it was disgust or hatred, but when his emotions fluctuated greatly, it meant that he cared. Although Fu Tianhan was unconscious or did not notice it at all. When facing the person who entrusted him, he was gentle and protective. Hatred was such a strong emotion. After paying attention to it for a long time, it would also become love. Tian Shanshan kept kneeling on the ground. Even if Ningxu asked her to get up, she would still kneel. I won't forgive you even if you kneel, Ningxu said directly. Tian Shanshan kept kneeling and did not get up in the middle. Her face was pale from kneeling. When Fu Tianhan left, Tian Shanshan was still kneeling. When she came to see Ningxu at night, Tian Shanshan was still kneeling. Ningxu was eating snacks and watching dramas on the hospital bed. He did not care about Tian Shanshan at all and only asked her if she looked like a vicious villain who was making things difficult for the protagonist. She's still here? Fu Tianhan frowned. Ningxu nodded. She wants to use this method to make me compromise. Miss Cui, I didn't. I just hope that you can give me a chance to make it up to you. I'm not threatening you with this. Tian Shanshan's face was pale and her knees were numb from kneeling. Her voice was extremely weak. Tian Shanshan had a lot of work every day. She had to rush to various jobs and it was very harmful to her body. She did not eat and was very weak now. She closed her eyes and fainted. Fu Tianhan frowned and walked over to pick Tian Shanshan up and let the doctor take a look at her. Fu Tianhan saw Tian Shanshan lying on the hospital bed. Her face was pale and her knees were purple. Fu Tianhan turned around and left. After thinking for a while, he turned back and asked the doctor, "How is she?" "Low blood sugar. Her blood is not flowing well. If she kneels for too long, she will have to be amputated," the doctor said. Fu Tianhan's face was cold. He glanced at the unconscious Tian Shanshan and returned to the ward. Ningxu asked, "How is she?" "Don't let her kneel. The doctor said that if it's serious, she will have to be amputated. She's playing the sympathy card, but everyone sympathizes with the weak. When the time comes, how will the newspapers write about you?" Ningxu was not angry at all. From the moment he accepted this mission, Ningxu knew that the client was destined to lose love. If he wanted life, he would not be able to obtain love. Ningxu was actually not annoyed by Tian Shanshan kneeling here because there were other ways to connect the two of them. That way, there was no need to sacrifice her life. Tian Shanshan came to apologize, but she just did not forgive her. After a while, Fu Tianhan's heart would definitely soften. Public opinion is not something that can be controlled by anyone with capital. Are you afraid that the reporters will write nonsense? Ningxu tried his best to protect this love, but the result might not be satisfactory. I'm afraid that you'll be sad when you see her. She's just someone from the entertainment industry. You're a rich young lady. Why do you have to be entangled with such a person and lower your status for no reason? Fu Tianhan touched his head and said to Ningxu. Yes, I'll listen to you. But my legs are on Tian Shanshan's body. If she wants to kneel, I can't do anything about it. Ningxu looked at Fu Tianhan. I hope that we can spend the rest of our lives together. I won't waste our relationship for strangers. I trust you. If you don't want to be with me anymore, please let me know. Don't be conflicted. I can't waste my good time on a love triangle. Love was precious, but it could be abandoned in the face of life. What are you talking about? We're going to be together forever. Fu Tianhan looked at his watch. I have to go back and work overtime. I've been busy with a project recently. Ningxu nodded. Go. When Fu Tianhan passed by Tian Shanshan's ward, he asked the nurse, when will she wake up? Tian Shanshan was lying on the bed. When she was asleep, her brows were furrowed. She looked uncomfortable and pained. She looked pitiful. Fu Tianhan shook his head and said to the nurse, take good care of her. Fu Tianhan wanted to leave, but he walked into the ward. He stood by the bed and looked down at Tian Shanshan. Tian Shanshan was very weak in her sleep. She was sweating profusely as if she was having a nightmare. She muttered, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. Fu Tianhan sighed and reached out to smooth Tian Shanshan's furrowed brows. Tian Shanshan was almost transparent in front of him. He had investigated Tian Shanshan's situation clearly. A woman without any background was working hard in the entertainment industry. She still had a big family to support. It was indeed not easy. That night, the situation was indeed as she had said. Someone wanted to sleep with her. The entertainment industry was a big dive at. It was very, very difficult to remain pure. Fu Tianhan felt that this woman was not that detestable. At least, she had sincerely regretted it. Ningxu put his hands in the pockets of his hospital gown and leaned against the door of the ward. He looked at Fu Tianhan and said to the client, "No matter how good this man is, he won't be yours. It's more important to save your life." Ningxu was already calculating that if he wanted to break off the engagement, he had to get some benefits from the Fu family. Otherwise, he would not break off the engagement. If he did not break off the engagement, would she get into a car accident again to help these two people? Why don't he just kill these two people? There would be no need to worry about his life. Of course, he had to do it very secretly. Fu Tianhan turned around and saw Ningxu leaning against the door. He felt guilty for a moment. He coughed and asked, "Why did you come out instead of staying in the ward?" "I'm here to see Tian Shanshan." "Didn't you say you were going to work overtime?" Ningxu asked. "I'm here to see her too. After all, she's a public figure. If anything happens, it won't be good." "I've never liked entertainment news," Fu Tianhan said. Love stopped with lies, and this lie was for another woman. It was not difficult to say. Ningxu would not make a scene. "Yes, that's what happened. Go to work. I'll go back to see if she goes back." Once the heart flew away, it would be like a kite with a broken string, unable to return. Ningxu looked at Fu Tianhan's back and then at Tian Shanshan. He hoped that she wouldn't be smashed to death by a vase or hit by a car in the future. With Tian Shanshan by his side, Ningxu felt particularly unsafe. "Miss Cui, I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't do it on purpose." Tian Shanshan screamed and woke up. When she saw Ningxu in front of her, she completely ignored the 4 needle on the back of her hand and grabbed Ningxu's hand. Sweating profusely, he panted and said to Ningxu, "When my father recovers, I'll let Miss Cui do whatever you want. But I really need this job now." Tian Shanshan grabbed Ningxu's hand. Ningxu wanted to pull his hand out, but Tian Shanshan held Ningxu's hand tightly. "Let go. Miss Cui." Tian Shanshan was eager to atone for her sins. Ningxu only wanted to pull his hand out. Tian Shanshan did not know where she got the strength to hold Ningxu's hand. As the two of them pushed and pushed, the 4 stand beside the bed fell down and smashed straight at Ningxu. The 4 stand was not a heavy thing, but there was a glass bottle hanging on it. Ningxu's hand was also grabbed by Tian Shanshan. If the two of them pushed, Ningxu's head would definitely hit the metal bed. Ningxu cursed in his heart. He shook off Tian Shanshan's hand and took a step back. As a result, the 4 stand directly hit Tian Shanshan's face and then fell to the ground with a clang. The 4 bottle was torn into pieces. Tian Shanshan, who fell to the ground, had her face scratched by the glass shards and was dripping with blood. "Ah!" Tian Shanshan covered her face and cried out in pain. "What's going on?" The nurse rushed over when she heard the commotion. Seeing the mess, she quickly cleaned up and took Tian Shanshan to treat the wound on her face. "Miss Cui, are you okay?" The young intern doctor, Ningxu, asked. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Tian Shanshan, who was being helped up. It seemed that the plot had pushed her in the direction of a vicious female supporting lead because she had almost hit Tian Shanshan with her car. Now, she wanted to take revenge on Tian Shanshan and even scratched her face. Tian Shanshan did not care about her injury at all. She asked Ningxu anxiously, "Miss Cui, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" She was more like a vicious female supporting lead. "You go and treat the wound." Ningxu pointed at Tian Shanshan's face. A star who relied on her face to make a living would definitely be affected if her face was hurt. The plot still wanted to kill her. However, she had dodged it. She might as well let Tian Shanshan suffer some injuries to reduce Tian Shanshan's guilt. Ningxu sat on a chair in the corridor. The young intern doctor said to Ningxu, "Don't be afraid. There will be surveillance cameras in the ward. You can see what happened at a glance." "Thank you." Ningxu was not afraid at all, but he still appreciated the doctor's kindness. Ningxu glanced at the doctor's nameplate. His name was Bai Hao. Fu Tianhan rushed over and sized up Ningxu. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" "I just left for a while. The hospital called and said that you had a conflict with Tian Shanshan. Are you okay?" Fu Tianhan had turned back halfway. Dr. Bai said, Miss Chui is fine. Miss Tian's face was cut by the glass. Cut her face? Fu Tianhan frowned and looked at Ning Shu with a trace of suspicion. He said to Bai Hao, go and do your work first. Ning Shu naturally noticed Fu Tianhan's suspicion of her. People who had been together for so long would suspect her and not Tian Shanshan. Everyone sympathized with the weak. Tian Shanshan seemed to be the weak now. She knelt for half a day to atone for her sins. That was an accident. Moreover, she was fine. She was just scratched and twisted her waist. She did not die. However, she was so angry that she ruined Tian Shanshan's appearance. Damn, the logic was completely correct. There was no bug at all. What happened? Why did you have a conflict? Fu Tianhan asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu spread his hands and said, you can check the surveillance cameras. As for the situation at that time, the surveillance cameras should have recorded it clearly. Before you suspect me, please figure out the situation first. I'm not suspecting you. I know you're feeling aggrieved. I'm just worried that you'll do something when you're angry. Fu Tianhan comforted Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked straight at Fu Tianhan. In the end, he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and returned to his ward. Fu Tianhan went to see Tian Shanshan and saw the nurse wiping the blood off Tian Shanshan's face. He asked, how's the wound? It's a little deep. It might leave a scar, the doctor said. When Tian Shanshan heard that it would leave a scar, her eyes darkened and her expression became a little bleak and fragile. /BK use the best medicine. Don't leave a scar, Fu Tianhan blurted out. Thank you, President Fu. This is what I should bear, Tian Shanshan said sadly. I only hope that Miss Chui can forgive me. Fu Tianhan also felt a headache coming on. Forgiving Tian Shanshan seemed a little unfair to Chui Murue, but Tian Shanshan looked a little pitiful and was being blamed by her conscience. Fu Tianhan rubbed his temples. Ning Shu browsed the gossip news in the ward. Tian Shanshan's Weibo was still updated. It seemed that this Weibo account was operated by the management company and everything was normal. He also explained Tian Shanshan's endorsement situation. He said that Tian Shanshan had too many jobs and was too busy, so the endorsement was cancelled. This explanation could save some face for himself. Ning Shu saw Fu Tianhan come in and turned off the computer page. He asked, how's Tian Shanshan? It'll leave a scar, Anne. Fu Tianhan looked at Ning Shu. And the surveillance cameras are broken. They didn't capture anything? Hee. Ning Shu smiled awkwardly and politely. Why are the surveillance cameras in that ward broken? What a coincidence. This was to solidify the title of the evil female supporting lead. In order to make things difficult for Tian Shanshan, she had actually destroyed the surveillance cameras. She was scheming and vicious. Looking at it this way, the logic made sense. There was no bug at all. Ning Shu held his chin and smiled at Fu Tianhan. He asked, do you think I did it on purpose? No, you were hurt. I know you're uncomfortable. She should be punished. Fu Tianhan hugged Ning Shu and kissed the top of Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He still suspected her. She hurt Tian Shanshan because she was uncomfortable. This love couldn't be saved even if she wanted to. There was no way to save it. There are 1,000 ways to make Tian Shanshan unable to get up and crush her life into the mud. You don't have to do it yourself, Fu Tianhan said. I hope you can be happy and become my bride happily. Ning Shu turned to look at Fu Tianhan. So, you still think I'll hurt Tian Shanshan? The problem was that she didn't hurt Tian Shanshan. Would anyone believe that it was an accident? Of course not. I believe you, but don't dirty your hands when dealing with such people. Fu Tianhan said. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. What did he mean by dirty her hands? He just felt that she had done something to Tian Shanshan. *CK, the evil supporting female lead was about to explode. This feeling was really too much. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Go back to where you came from. Ning Shu laid down and waved his hand, not wanting to see Fu Tianhan. Fu Tianhan looked helpless. He patted Ningxu's head and said, "Rest well. I'll ask the doctor how you're doing." "The wedding horse is coming." Ningxu asked, "Do you really want to marry me?" "Of course. If I don't marry you, who will I marry?" Fu Tianhan said without thinking. Ningxu clicked his tongue. Although Fu Tianhan didn't seem to realize that he liked Tian Shanshan, now that he was telling her that he wanted to get married and enter the marriage hall, everyone would only get more and more entangled as time passed. Fu Tianhan was conflicted on both sides. Cui Murawei was delayed again. They definitely couldn't get married, and they didn't dare to be together with Tian Shanshan. Ningxu Guang's intestines were in knots just thinking about what would happen next. Ningxu looked at Fu Tianhan. "So we're getting married?" "Of course. The thing I want to do the most in this life is to marry you. Other than you, I won't marry anyone else in this life." Fu Tianhan Ningxu smiled gently. He definitely couldn't fulfill this promise and gave people hope for nothing. This kind of thing was really messy. If he kept waiting for Fu Tianhan to fulfill this promise, it would definitely be for naught in the end. Instead, it would only increase his sadness and despair. Ningxu scratched his neck. In order to prevent anything from happening, Ningxu felt that he shouldn't meet Tian Shanshan anymore. At that time, it would be either Tian Shanshan or herself who would be hurt. Tian Shanshan wouldn't die. What if she died? Ningxu clicked on Tian Shanshan's photo on his phone. He had to make the first move. Fu Tianhan left the ward and glanced at Ningxu, who was lying on the bed. He shook his head and closed the door. When he passed by Tian Shanshan's ward, he saw Tian Shanshan looking at her face in the mirror. Her expression was dim and she looked guilty and conflicted, but there was no resentment. Fu Tianhan pushed open the door of the ward. Tian Shanshan quickly stuffed the mirror under the pillow. "President Fu. There won't be any scars on your face. There will be the best doctors and medicine." What was the situation like at that time? Fu Tianhan looked at the scar on Tian Shanshan's face. It was indeed an eyesore. There was a scar on her originally flawless face. No matter how he looked at it, it was an eyesore. There was a feeling that something beautiful had been destroyed. Anyone who saw the flaw on her face would feel a sense of regret. Tian Shanshan said, "It was an accident. I hope Miss Cui can forgive me. However, if an accident happened, Miss Cui will only hate me even more. President Fu, believe me. I really want to do something. Don't look for her either. I'll handle this matter. I hope you won't disturb my fiancé in front of her," Fu Tianhan said coldly. Fu Tianhan said coldly, "As for your hit and run, when it's time for you to take responsibility, you will definitely take responsibility. President Fu, please wait a little longer. I still have a TV series to film. When this TV series is filmed, I will take responsibility for it if you want to make it public, expose it, or send me to jail," Tian Shanshan begged Fu Tianhan. When this TV series was filmed, she planned to leave the entertainment industry. The money she earned would be enough for her family to live and treat her father. When the time came, she would take responsibility. Fu Tianhan frowned and said with a cold smile, "What right do you have to ask us? I know I don't have the right, but I really need money. My father's illness and my family's life," Tian Shanshan said with some desperation. Although Tian Shanshan was so popular now, the money she earned would be exploited by the management company. Tian Shanshan did not earn much. If she wanted to terminate the contract with the management company, she would need a large sum of money to breach the contract. Tian Shanshan could not afford this sum of money. Without any background in the entertainment industry, Tian Shanshan could only be exploited by the company. "Alright, have a good rest." Fu Tianhan turned around and left. He looked back at the worried Tian Shanshan. Tian Shanshan looked up at Fu Tianhan and bowed. "I'm sorry. Take care/BK." Because she had let Cui Murawei down, Tian Shanshan faced Fu Tianhan with a sense of humility and fawning, wanting to atone for her sins. She hoped to be forgiven by Fu Tianhan and Cui Murawei. Tian Shanshan looked especially pitiful and delicate. She looked very fragile. She crossed her arms and sat on the bed, curled up into a ball. Fu Tianhan wanted to say something, but he felt that he had let his girlfriend down by saying soft words. It was up to his girlfriend whether to forgive Xianxia or not. I apologize on behalf of my fiancé for the injury on your face, Fu Tianhan said. It's because the surveillance cameras are broken, but I don't know what happened. But if she did anything to hurt you, I'll apologize to you, but that's that. Xianxia quickly waved her hand. No, Miss Cui didn't do anything to hurt me. Moreover, the bottle breaking was an accident. It's all my fault. I grabbed her hand, and that's why this happened. I'm the one who let Miss Cui down. Even if Miss Cui did something to let me down, it's only right for her to hurt me. Xianxia said sincerely, I only hope that you can let me finish my last drama safely. Fu Tianhan said coldly, as long as you keep your word, as long as the time is up, you can repent for what you did wrong. Thank you, thank you. Xianxia quickly thanked him, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Thank you and Miss Cui for forgiving me after such a thing happened. Forgive you, but I didn't forgive you, Fu Tianhan said angrily. Fu Tianhan said angrily. He did not know if this anger was directed at Xianxia or himself. Xianxia's expression darkened. Yes, I did such a wrong thing. I shouldn't be forgiven like this. Fu Tianhan was so annoyed that he turned around and left. Xianxia touched the scar on her face. She had to wait until the wound healed before she could film. Perhaps she could not film this drama at all. If she went to film with a scar, the wound would definitely be infected. Xianxia decided to do more things for Miss Cui while she was recuperating in the hospital. Xianxia thought of things in a positive direction. She came to the ward to pour tea for Ningxu. When Ningxu wanted to go to the toilet, she came to help Ningxu go to the toilet. He stayed by her side at all times, taking care of her meticulously. Ningxu was speechless. I'm really annoyed that there's someone like this by my side. If you show a bit of annoyance, then you'll be the evil female supporting character who's making things difficult for the female lead. Was it torture or not? I don't like you hanging around me. What you're doing now doesn't make me feel comfortable at all. It's annoying, Ningxu said directly. Please let me do something for you. I really want you to be safe. Let me take care of you, Xianxia said humbly. You only care about eliminating the guilt in your heart. Have you thought about my feelings? I don't want to see you now. I don't want to see you. Do you understand? Ningxu wanted to roll his eyes. Do you want to atone for your sins or do you want to use moral coercion? Others would only say, she has done so much, why can't you forgive her? I was so frustrated that I grabbed you and knelt in front of you. I had to beg you to forgive me. I had to forgive you. After being pestered to the point that she couldn't take it anymore, she naturally forgave him. How speechless and aggrieved would the person who was forced to forgive be? Xianxia quickly apologized, I'm sorry. If you don't want me to appear in front of you, I'll leave immediately. What's wrong? Fu Tianhan pushed the door open and saw Xianxia's servile appearance. He asked Ningxu, are you in a bad mood? She hangs around me every day and acts weak every day. Isn't she forcing me to forgive her? Ningxu spread his hands. I'm extremely unhappy. I'm sorry. I never thought of forcing you. I didn't think so. Xianxia quickly waved her hand. Alright, don't be angry over someone who isn't worth being angry over. Fu Tianhan comforted Ningxu and said to Xianxia, you can leave. But Xianxia hesitated. If I don't do anything, you're so annoying. What do you want me to do? Fine, I'll forgive you, okay? Ningxu said impatiently. Don't bother me. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She left the ward and cried at the door. Her voice was suppressed and she did not cry out loud. She just kept wiping her tears. She's in a bad mood. Don't take it to heart. Fu Tianhan came out and said to Xianxia, I believe she can see your sincerity. Your face? Thank you. My face is much better. Xianxia forced herself to say, Miss Cui really seems to hate me. After all, she escaped from the gates of hell. She must have resentment in her heart. Although she's a little mischievous, you have to bear with it, Fu Tianhan said. Thank you. you're such a good person. It's great that Miss Chui has a fiancé like you. You take care of everything for her and love her dearly, Xianxia said with a wry smile and walked away. Fu Tianhan frowned and turned back to the ward. He said to Ningxu, let's forget about Xianxia. She said that she will quit the entertainment industry after filming another TV series. When the time comes, she will bear the responsibility. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Fu Tianhan. Do you feel sorry for her? It's not that I feel sorry for her, but I don't think there's a need to be entangled with such a person. You look at her and feel bad. Why don't we just let it go? Fu Tianhan said. Even if you want revenge, there's no hurry. Ningxu smiled. I'll listen to you. Fu Tianhan patted Ningxu's head. We're getting married. Don't spoil the mood for an irrelevant person. Marriage is a big event in our lives. Actually, it's already a gift from the heavens to be able to escape death this time. Moreover, we have to cherish our blessings, Fu Tianhan said. Revenge is not as important as you. This was a little F**king awkward. Ningxu revealed an awkward but polite smile. Cherish your blessings. This was a chance for Cui Murawei to be reborn after sacrificing her soul. It was not a gift from the heavens. The heavens were full of malice. Even if they didn't die, they would still make you a vicious female supporting character. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ningxu's smile was a little complicated, which Fu Tianhan could not understand. Fu Tianhan frowned at the expression that seemed to be mocking and unexpected. I'll definitely help you take revenge. It's just that you're too emotional now, so it's inevitable that you'll do something you'll regret. Since Xianxia wants to make up for it and she said that she wants to admit her mistake, then we'll wait for her to admit her mistake. If she doesn't admit her mistake, then we'll take revenge. Moreover, by then, you'll have completely calmed down and won't be controlled by anger. BK Ningxu listened to Fu Tianhan's reasoning and his heart became colder and colder. Fu Tianhan's heart was already biased towards the pitiful Xianxia who was in a weak position. Wasn't it an accident? Aren't you fine? Why are you holding on to this matter? That was what Fu Tianhan meant. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Fu Tianhan was a good man, tolerant and gentle, but was he fair to Cui Murawei? Ningxu still only said one sentence, I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you. This is chicken soup. It's not easy for you to travel back and forth every day. Drink some. Ningxu poured some chicken soup from the thermos. Drink some. Okay. Fu Tianhan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Ningxu did not make a scene. Without thinking, he picked up the chicken soup and drank it. Ningxu poured out some chicken. Eat. These old hens are especially chewy. Speaking of which, this was brought over by Xianxia. Fu Tianhan ate the old hen and felt that the meat was extraordinarily old. He couldn't even move it, but he still swallowed it whole. I'll be here today. I heard from the doctor that your injuries are much better. When are you going to be discharged? We should be preparing to get married. Fu Tianhan lay down beside Ningxu and pulled Ningxu into his arms. I can't wait any longer. Ningxu curled his lips. My waist hurts. Don't hug my waist. Oh, okay. Fu Tianhan seemed to be very tired and fell asleep beside Ningxu. It was a hospital bed, and the two of them were squeezed together. It was too F**king cramped. Fortunately, Fu Tianhan, this experienced driver, did not drag her down the highway from the hospital bed. The next morning, Xianxia came to visit Ningxu. When she saw the couple squeezed together on the bed like two salted fish, her face darkened as she stood at the door of the ward. When Fu Tianhan woke up, Ningxu was already awake. Fu Tianhan couldn't be bothered with him and pretended to be asleep. Fu Tianhan tiptoed out of the ward and saw Xianxia standing at the door. He looked down and saw that she was carrying breakfast. Are you delivering breakfast to her? Fu Tianhan asked. Xianxia immediately nodded. Fu Tianhan said, give it to me. She doesn't want to see you. Okay, thank you. Xianxia immediately bowed. Does she like chicken soup? I'll make it for her. You stewed that? Fu Tianhan was a little surprised. He thought that Mu Rui's nanny had sent it over. It's my stew. Even if Miss Chui doesn't want to forgive me, I still have to do something. I caused the harm. Does Miss Chui like chicken soup? Tian Shanshan looked at Fu Tianhan with anticipation. The chicken soup had entered his stomach. Fu Tianhan looked at Tian Shanshan's pitiful and expectant look and could not bear to discourage her. I like it. I've finished it all. Then I'll make more for her, Tian Shanshan said happily. Ningxu knew that the chicken soup was from Tian Shanshan, but he accepted it. When Tian Shanshan delivered the chicken soup again, Ningxu threw 3 pills into the chicken soup that Tian Shanshan delivered. Then, he called Fu Tianhan to drink the chicken soup. Looking at the time, it was also time for Fu Tianhan to get off work. Fu Tianhan received a call and came to the hospital to see Ningxu. Of course, he was also drinking the chicken soup. Ningxu poured the chicken soup for Fu Tianhan. Drink it. Fu Tianhan knew that the chicken soup was made by Tian Shanshan. If he ate it, perhaps Tian Shanshan would be a little happier. She would feel better if she treated it as Mu Rui eating it. It was a gesture of goodwill. It was useless for things to continue like this. It would be better for the relationship between the two parties to ease up a little. Fu Tianhan's reason was to make his fiancée happier and not indulge in such hatred. Moreover, Tian Shanshan's face was injured to such an extent. When he passed by the ward, he saw Tian Shanshan pretending that nothing had happened and calling her family with a strong look on her face. No one wanted an accident to happen, but it had happened. If they held on to it like this, everyone would feel uncomfortable. Tian Shanshan's face was also cut. It could be considered a form of punishment. Fu Tianhan could feel that Tian Shanshan was sincere. Ningxu was speechless when she saw that Fu Tianhan could even drink chicken soup with such an expression on his face. Now, Fu Tianhan was starting to pity Tian Shanshan. Even if his fiancée really died in Tian Shanshan's hands, his heart would ache as he tortured her. Since he liked to drink so much, he should drink more. Every time Tian Shanshan delivered the chicken soup, Ningxu asked Fu Tianhan to drink the chicken soup. Then, he got someone to take a few photos of her ward. At the very least, he had to let people know that she had been hospitalized. Tian Shanshan's face was better and she went to film a TV drama, but she still insisted on sending nourishing soup to Ningxu. Moreover, these nourishing soups were all made by her personally. Tian Shanshan's body could not take it anymore since she had to film and boil soup. Fu Tianhan said to Ningxu, I'm tired of drinking chicken soup. I don't want to drink anymore. Don't you think I've gained weight recently? Ningxu sized up Fu Tianhan seriously. You're not fat. You have a rosy complexion and your fur is shiny. My fur is shiny? Fu Tianhan was stunned. Naughty. I'm not a pig. It's okay. Just treat it as more nourishment, Ningxu said. Fu Tianhan felt that if this continued, he would vomit when he saw the chicken soup. He went straight to the set to look for Tian Shanshan. Tian Shanshan was being put in a difficult position by the seniors in the entertainment industry. Fu Tianhan supported Tian Shanshan and could be considered a hero saving the beauty. Thank you for helping me out. Why are you looking for me? Tian Shanshan pushed away Fu Tianhan's hand that was grabbing her wrist and asked with her head lowered. You don't have to send her chicken soup anymore. You'd better finish filming the TV drama as soon as possible and admit your mistake, Fu Tianhan said directly. Tian Shanshan's body trembled. She bit her lip and said with a pale face, I understand. Fu Tianhan was a little annoyed when he saw Tian Shanshan like this. Firstly, he didn't want to drink chicken soup anymore. Secondly, he didn't want to see her running between the set and the hospital. He didn't really want Tian Shanshan to admit her mistake. Don't send the chicken soup anymore. I understand. If there's nothing else, President Fu, I'll go back to work. Tian Shanshan bowed and turned to leave with tears in her eyes. Sigh. Fu Tianhan wanted to stop her, but he didn't know what to say. He could only stroke his hair in frustration. He didn't know what he was frustrated about. Tian Shanshan didn't send the chicken soup anymore. Ningxu waited until then and didn't get the chicken soup, so he asked the servant at home to stew the chicken soup. Then, he put the pills in it and called Fu Tianhan to drink the chicken soup. Fu Tianhan was speechless. He wanted to vomit when he saw the chicken soup. Didn't he ask Xianxia not to stew the chicken soup? Fu Tianhan went to the hospital to drink the soup and said to Ningxu, "I'm really going to vomit. I don't want to drink this anymore. You're so thin and should nourish yourself more." "It's okay. I'm very happy to see you eat," Ningxu said with a gentle smile. BK seeing that Fu Tianhan's skin was obviously 2 shades whiter, he looked even more handsome, and his skin was exceptionally lustrous. Ningxu said, "Since you don't want to drink it anymore, then I won't drink it in the future," Ningxu said as he poured half a bowl for himself and drank 2 mouthfuls. "I probably won't drink soup for a year and a half," Fu Tianhan said with a smile. He paused for a while and said, "Are you still angry about Xianxia's matter? Didn't you say that you would wait for her to take the initiative to admit her mistake after the filming of this TV series?" "I'm waiting for her to take the initiative to admit her mistake. Our wedding date is approaching. I think I should prepare to be discharged from the hospital," Ningxu said lightly. "That's right. It's nothing more important for us to live our lives happily." Fu Tianhan laughed. Ningxu packed his things and prepared to be discharged from the hospital. The young intern doctor gave Ningxu a final examination. Dr. Bai was speechless. It was just a sprain and a scratch on his hand, but he had to stay in the hospital for so long. However, Dr. Bai only complained in his heart. This kind of rich young lady had too much money to burn. It was none of his business. Ningxu felt that Dr. Bai was looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but say, "Can I eat you up? I can stay as long as I want." "No, you can be discharged," Dr. Bai said. "Although I don't know what kind of entanglement you have with the patient, Xianxia, that patient sends you chicken soup every day. It's good for your health to be relaxed." Ningxu chuckled. "Are you here to seek justice for others? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." In the eyes of the doctors and nurses, Xianxia was weak. She was an arrogant and domineering young lady who lived in an IP ward and bullied others. It was as if she had cut Xianxia's face. What a vicious young lady. Baihao's face turned red. "I'm just saying. Do you know the truth? Just say it." Ningxu looked at Baihao's doctor's badge. "You saw her pitiful look. She didn't do anything wrong. Forget it, what am I talking to you about? We won't have any interaction after you leave the hospital." What did other people think have to do with her? Everyone sympathized with the weak. Her identity as a rich young miss gave her the identity of a strong person. It seemed like she was bullying others. "Don't worry, I will prove your thoughts. I won't bear this accusation for nothing." If he didn't do anything, wouldn't he be letting down the crime of bullying the weak? Ningxu picked up his bag and left. Then, he looked at Baihao. How gossipy. Baihao didn't know what to do under Ningxu's gaze, and his ears turned red. After returning to the huge villa, Ningxu waited for Xianxia to announce this matter. If he left the hospital, wouldn't Fu Tianhan and Xianxia have no chance to interact? Was she going to sacrifice herself again? Ningxu was preparing for the wedding and studying the recent project cooperation between the two families. If Fu Tianhan proposed to break off the engagement, how much benefits could the Chui family gain from it? There was no reason to lose both the person and the money. Moreover, Fu Tianhan had to take the initiative to propose this marriage. If Fu Tianhan really loved Xianxia, Fu Tianhan would be the one who would be anxious. When he had nothing to do, he would go to his company and pay attention to the company's project trends. At the same time, he would pay attention to the Fu family's company. If the relationship between the two families broke up, he had to minimize the losses of his company and get the greatest compensation. Ningxu called every day to urge him to get married. "Tianhan, there are still 18 days before our wedding. There are still 17 days. 16, 15, 14, every time Chui Murue called, Fu Tianhan's heart would become more frustrated. The countdown was like the countdown to his life. Fu Tianhan hated this feeling. He clearly wanted to marry Chui Murue, but now, he felt annoyed. It was a burden, as if someone was strangling his throat. It was uncomfortable. "President, Miss Tian is here to look for you," the secretary said to Fu Tianhan. "Let her in." Fu Tianhan coughed and tidied up his clothes. He looked at Tian Shanshan, who walked in with a serious expression. President Fu, has Miss Cui been discharged from the hospital? I can't see Miss Cui. President Fu, please bring me to see Miss Cui, Tian Shanshan said. She went to the hospital to see Miss Cui, but was told that she had been discharged. Fu Tianhan stood up and sat on the leather sofa. His long legs were crossed, and his fingers were crossed. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Tian Shanshan. She has just been discharged from the hospital. Are you trying to anger her to death by appearing in front of her? No, I've never thought of angering anyone to death. I really don't know what to do. I don't know what to do to make it up to her. I really want to make it up to her. I want to lessen my sins. Tian Shanshan waved her hands repeatedly. She was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. All right. Fu Tianhan stopped teasing her. You'd better not see her. So what if you see her? I just want to tell Miss Cui that my TV drama is about to be finished. I will do as I said and publicize this matter and bear my responsibility, Tian Shanshan said. Fu Tianhan frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Are you really going to publicize this matter? Aren't you afraid that this matter will affect your future? I've thought about it. Perhaps I'll be blamed by Wan Fu. I've decided to quit the entertainment industry, Tian Shanshan said tiredly. Her eyebrows were filled with weariness, as if there was a heavy burden on her body. All right, I'll bring you to see her, Fu Tianhan said. Thank you. Tian Shanshan immediately smiled brightly. Tian Shanshan was originally very beautiful. With such a smile, it felt like a smile that could topple a city, causing Fu Tianhan to be a little stunned. When Ningxu saw Fu Tianhan and Tian Shanshan coming to his house to look for her, he immediately felt that he had not fed Fu Tianhan so many contraceptives for nothing. Fu Tianhan had become much paler. Standing beside Tian Shanshan, the two of them were so white that they were about to glow. They were so white that they looked like bolts of lightning. Contraceptives usually contained estrogen. If a man ate it, the estrogen in his body would increase. A woman's sexual characteristics would appear, while a man's sexual characteristics would decrease. There would be many endocrine disorders. His Adam's apple would become smaller, his body hair would become lighter, and his skin would become whiter. If the dosage was too high, it would cause a man's **** to develop, his penis would become smaller, and his sexual function would decrease. It might also affect his reproductive function. Anyway, the chicken soup that Fu Tianhan ate was made by Tian Shanshan. He was very happy to eat Tian Shanshan's chicken soup. Seeing the two of them come to see her together, Ningxu's heart did not waver. He felt that what should come had finally come. You're here to ask for my forgiveness again. I will never forgive you, Ningxu said to Tian Shanshan with a smile. Mu Rui, Ningxu interrupted Fu Tianhan. Why? Are you going to help her too? I'm not helping her. It's just that things are getting more and more troublesome. Why do you have to make things so troublesome? Fu Tianhan did not feel that he was helping Tian Shanshan, but from a calm point of view. /BK Fu Tianhan kept saying that he was analyzing things calmly and objectively from the perspective of a bystander. However, from the beginning, Fu Tianhan's heart was crooked. It seemed fair and just, but it was unfair to Cui Murui. It was Ningxu now. Of course, she would not feel stifled by Fu Tianhan's attitude because Fu Tianhan was a stranger to her. This was something he had expected. Ningxu took a deep breath and said, You came here to disgust me, didn't you? If you really want to admit your mistake, do as we said before, admit your mistake publicly and then accept your punishment. So, why are you here now? Tian Shanshan said, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. This might be the last time we'll see each other because I'm about to finish filming this drama. We probably won't see each other again. This is the last time I'm asking for your forgiveness. Forgive me for the harm I've caused you. Tian Shanshan knelt down. I'm sorry. Fu Tianhan saw Tian Shanshan kneeling on the ground and could not help but take a few steps towards her. However, he immediately reacted and stopped in his tracks. He said to Ningxu, She's sincere. Of course I know that she's sincere. The truth is right in front of you. You can't deny it. Do you think that since I'm not dead and am standing here with my arms and legs, I should forgive her? No matter how one looked at it, she was in a strong position and was making things difficult for the weak Xianxia. Morway, I don't think so. Don't be so agitated. Don't you think you're very sensitive now? You've become a little neurotic because of this matter. I didn't ask you to forgive her. Ningxu exploded and pointed at his nose. I'm agitated, I'm sensitive, I'm neurotic. Fu Tianhan, are you crazy? Don't you feel sorry for Tianxian? Why? Do you love Tianxian? Don't forget that we're getting married. The two of you don't have a chance. If you don't want to make it clear, I'll make it clear for you. I'm tired of it. I have to grab the benefits quickly. Miss Chui, President Fu, and I are innocent. It's not what you think. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have invited President Fu to see you. I'm sorry. Tianxian quickly said, afraid that the two of them would not get along because of her. She was already tortured by this matter and felt very uneasy. Fu Tianhan rubbed the space between his eyebrows in frustration. Can you not be so unreasonable? How could I betray you? Then take her away. I don't want to see her at all. She begged you, and you brought her to me. Have you considered my feelings? Today was supposed to be a happy day, but you had to bring such a person to ruin it. If they were really here to apologize, then they should announce it. They should publicly apologize and take responsibility for their actions. Even kneeling down and apologizing would be useful. Ningxu was waiting for the day when Tianxian would announce it. If she didn't announce it, then don't blame her for taking measures. You're not in a good mood right now. No matter how much we say, we'll only argue. Let's talk about it when you calm down. Fu Tianhan picked up his suit jacket and prepared to leave. Tianxian hesitated for a moment before following behind Fu Tianhan. She turned around to look at Ningxu, who was sitting on the sofa. The two of them looked at each other. Tianxian retracted her gaze and shivered. She felt that that person's gaze was very calm. It was calm, as if there was no emotion in it. If there was some resentment or hatred in it, Tianxian might be able to understand. However, with such a calm gaze, Tianxian felt that the other party did not take her seriously. After leaving the villa, Fu Tianhan asked Tianxian to get into the car and the two of them drove away. He's been in a bad mood recently. You have to be more tolerant. Don't be in front of her. She really doesn't like you, Fu Tianhan said, feeling a little chest pain. I'm sorry for causing you and Miss Chui to quarrel. Speaking of which, this is all my fault. Otherwise, you two would be married now. Tianxian looked apologetic. Ningxu paid attention to Tianxian. He wanted to see when Tianxian would announce it. The drama had ended, but Tianxian did not announce it. She even attended various events. At the publicity meeting for the drama, Ningxu waited for Tianxian to admit her mistake. Didn't she say that she wanted to quit the entertainment industry? However, after the publicity meeting ended, Tianxian did not say anything. Moreover, her path was dragged away by someone. Ningxu spread his hands. He had been waiting for Tianxian to admit her mistake. After all, the client's mission was to protect his life. On this basis, Tianxian was responsible for what she had done. However, Ningxu decided to wait. He waited for half a month, but Tianxian still did not apologize. Ningxu urged Fu Tianhan to get married, but the reason Fu Tianhan gave him was that he was in a bad mood now. Marriage was a major event in his life, and he had to welcome it in his best state. In short, the marriage was postponed again and again. Alright, he did not want to get married anymore. Fu Tianhan's chest bulged and he gained some weight. At first, Fu Tianhan thought that he had gained weight and his muscles had turned into fat. He ran for 2 hours every day and did all sorts of training. However, when he was in the toilet, he still felt that his dick was a little abnormal. He felt a little dispirited. However, Fu Tianhan did not take it to heart. Right now, Fu Tianhan had more important things to consider. He wanted to see if he could spend the rest of his life with such a girl. In the past, he had not encountered anything. Ever since the car accident, Fu Tianhan realized that Cui Muruwei seemed to be different from what he had imagined. She was not that kind either. When Cui Muruwei died, it was when Fu Tianhan loved her the most. She became the white moonlight in his heart. However, after some unforeseen events, he felt that this person was not the person he wanted to marry. Ningxu knew what Fu Tianhan was thinking and pretended not to know. He went to the company every day to get a rough understanding of the company's situation. Right now, the company was working on a big project with the Fu family's company. If they signed on to this project, the company's liquidity would be almost depleted. If the project could not be returned in time, the company would face a situation where the capital chain would be broken. Ningxu decided not to sign the contract. It was obvious that it was not worth the risk. The premise of this risk was that the two families could become in-laws and advance and retreat together. However, Fu Tianhan did not want to get married now. If Fu Tianhan wanted to break off the engagement, he would definitely have to pay a certain price. Ningxu waited and waited, but Tian Xianxian's so-called apology did not come. With Tian Xianxian's status, it was obvious that she was popular. The price of exposure was a little high, and her path to stardom might be dim. Therefore, no matter how sincere Tian Xianxian was when she knelt down to beg for forgiveness, it was not as practical as an apology and taking responsibility. Ningxu turned on his computer and cracked his knuckles. It was time to be exposed. /BK Ningxu's wailing gave Father Cui a fright. What's wrong? Ningxu explained the whole story clearly. Father Cui raised his eyebrows. He defended the woman who hit you. Yes. I'll go talk to Fu Tianhan's parents, Father Cui said. Ningxu nodded. Dad, I want to marry Fu Tianhan in this life. We were clearly in love before, but everything changed after a car accident. Father Cui's face was stern. It was obvious that he wanted an explanation. Ningxu blinked. The more he forced Fu Tianhan, the more unwilling he was to get married. The more uncomfortable he felt, the more he wanted to break off the engagement. Father Cui looked for Fu Tianhan's parents. Fu Tianhan's parents vowed that they would definitely marry into the Cui family. As for that female celebrity, it was absolutely impossible for her to marry into a wealthy family. The daughter-in-law of the Fu family could only be Cui Muruwei. Then, Fu Tianhan was forced to get married by his parents again. He was extremely frustrated. This feeling was like a rope slowly tightening around his neck. He increasingly believed that Cui Muruwei was no longer the wife he wanted. Fu Tianhan's parents directly withdrew their investment from the movie that Tian Xianxian was in. Which female celebrity who had been in the entertainment industry didn't want to hang a rich husband? They didn't want to find a sugar daddy who supported them. Their son was stupid, but they weren't. This drama was originally a movie that Fu Tianhan had invested in to help Tian Xianxian stand up again in the entertainment industry. When the limelight passed, this matter would quickly be forgotten. The popularity of gossip only lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, new things would appear, making people forget what had happened before. Since the Fu family had withdrawn their investment, the movie naturally couldn't be filmed. How could they film without funds? Moreover, this movie wasn't a small amount. The Fu family was the main investor. When the other investors saw the Fu family withdraw their investment, there was a big hole that needed everyone to fill. The contribution was too great. The other investors also withdrew their investment. They just wanted to follow the Fu family and drink some soup. However, they might lose money, so they could only withdraw their investment. Tian Xianxian sighed. She was like a chicken in someone else's hands. She had offended a rich person. It was impossible for her to stay in the entertainment industry. Fu Tianhan was furious. His parents had withdrawn their investment without his consent. This was to show him and Tian Xianxian their power. Cui Muruwei had added fuel to the fire. Fu Tianhan angrily came to find Ningxu, his voice a little sharp as he roared at Ningxu, Cui Muruwei, I originally had nothing to do with Tian Xianxian. Don't you think you're going too far by doing this? You said that you would seek justice for me. Now, you are seeking justice for me on behalf of others. Ningxu looked at Fu Tianhan's snow-white face and really wanted to touch it. It's not easy for Tian Xianxian. Do you know how much she has suffered? As for this investment, I'm just pushing the boat along. I'll definitely make money if I invest. I'm not investing specifically for her, Fu Tianhan said. Ningxu asked the maid to bring a glass of fruit juice and handed it to Fu Tianhan. Drink some water. Look at how angry you are. What are you angry about? Fu Tianhan drank the fruit juice in one gulp. Of course I'm angry. You were the one who told my parents about the movie investment, right? In terms of business, this movie has nothing to do with Tian Shanshan. Ningxu nodded. I want to believe you, but it's fine if your actions make me believe you, but your actions make me very unhappy. This is a warning. If something like this happens again in the future, I'll look for uncle and auntie again. You're simply unreasonable. Fu Tianhan was so angry that he was trembling and left. Ningxu held his chin and looked at Fu Tianhan's back. He called the lawyer and asked when the court session would start. After all, he had been frightened, so he should compensate him for his mental damage. The lawyer said that the court session would start soon. Ningxu released the news. Now that Tian Shanshan was so popular, there should be a lot of reporters who were interested in her. Tian Shanshan received the court summons and rubbed her forehead tiredly. She looked at the lawyer that Fu Tianhan had arranged for her and asked, "Will I have to compensate a lot of money?" You bumped into someone is solid evidence. Now, we can only play the sympathy card and explain what happened that night. Tell us why you abandoned Miss Cui. The court should reduce the compensation. When the court session started, Ningxu and Tian Shanshan met at the entrance of the court. There were also many gossip reporters. Tian Shanshan saw Ningxu's guilty face and said to Ningxu, "I'm sorry. Although I have many reasons, I have to struggle for these reasons." Tian Shanshan felt that in front of a rich person, she was like an ant that could be easily crushed. Ningxu, she had become a bully again. If she, the daughter of a rich family, had bumped into someone today, she might have been scolded badly. Tian Shanshan, on the other hand, had been washed clean. Tian Shanshan had worked hard to make a living in the entertainment industry for her family and for her father. Ningxu was speechless. Who in this world didn't work hard? Their income was almost what an ordinary person could not earn in their lifetime. Shouldn't they work harder? People like Tian Shanshan didn't deserve the sympathy of ordinary people who worked hard to earn money. Tian Shanshan was definitely not a weak person. It was just that compared to her, the daughter of a rich family, Tian Shanshan seemed to be very weak. Ningxu entered the court and didn't say anything more to Tian Shanshan. After all, she was a vicious female supporting character. In the court, Ningxu's lawyer asked for 20 million in compensation. 20 million. Tian Shanshan was so scared that she stood up directly. 20 million was several years of income. It was good that she could earn a few million in a year. 20 million was definitely a large number. Although Tian Shanshan felt guilty, she couldn't pay so much money. It almost emptied her family's assets. Even if she emptied her family's assets, she couldn't pay so much money. Her father's life was now hanging on with money. Tian Shanshan's defense lawyer refused to pay so much money. If it was an ordinary person, even if they died, they wouldn't have to pay so much money. I'm not an ordinary person. I'm the only heir of the Cui family. My family's big company is waiting for me to inherit. If I die, who will pay for the losses? Ningxu said with a sneer. 20 million, not a cent less. I refuse to settle, Ningxu said lightly. Tian Shanshan was at her wit's end. Where could she find 20 million? She knew very well that Cui Muruwei was venting her anger on her because of her relationship with Fu Tianhan. I'll give you 20 million. Fu Tianhan opened the door, walked in and said to the judge, Tian Shanshan is willing to pay 20 million. There's no need for this case to be heard. What a handsome hero saving the beauty. Tian Shanshan's eyes sparkled as she looked at the stunned Tian Shanshan. Ningxu applauded in his heart. 20 million was in his account. Oh yeah, he liked this kind of stupid and rich person. /BK the 20 million came very quickly and easily. It felt like he had bought out this relationship. Fu Tianhan suddenly barged in and said that he wanted to pay the 20 million for Tian Shanshan. It was not that he did not want to anger her, but he wanted to help Tian Shanshan more. Ningxu held his chin and looked at the snow-white Fu Tianhan. Young man, taking too much hormones would shorten your life. Tian Shanshan was at a loss. 20 million was not a small amount. If Fu Tianhan paid the 20 million for her, what would she use to repay Fu Tianhan? Moreover, if anything happened to their relationship because of this, it would be her responsibility again. Tian Shanshan only wanted to resolve this matter and continue to survive in the entertainment industry. She could not live without money. Tian Shanshan would never agree to give 20 million. Even if the lawsuit continued, she could not give 20 million. Her father was still waiting for the money. Ningxu blinked at the serious Fu Tianhan. What do you mean by this? You didn't hit me. Why do you have to compensate me? The judge was speechless. Was he crazy? They were in court now. He asked, do you agree to the compensation of 20 million? No. Agreed. Fu Tianhan and Tian Shanshan spoke at the same time, but the content of their words was different. Ningxu smiled at the two of them. Tian Shanshan, you said that you wanted to compensate me, and ask me to forgive you. Now that money can get you forgiveness, you actually don't want to compensate me. This is your attitude of asking for forgiveness. It turns out that what you said before was fake. Then you two have reached an agreement and announced the result. The judge knocked on the hammer and it was over. Tian Shanshan did not even have time to say anything. Cui Murawei, don't vent your anger at me on others. Fu Tianhan looked at Ningxu. You know that she can't take out so much money. You should know what her family's situation is like. I should know everything. What does this have to do with me? By the way, transfer the money to my card. Also, we're getting married. You should put your heart away. Ningxu waved goodbye. Fu Tianhan was speechless. He thought that she would fly into a rage, but she left just like that. Ningxu used the 20 million yuan that Fu Tianhan had transferred to him to buy some shares of the Fu family's company. He bought some scattered shares and contacted some of the small shareholders of the Fu family's company. He did not expect to buy the shares of the large shareholders, and it would be easy to alert the enemy. It was also possible to buy the shares of the minority shareholders at a premium and slowly accumulate them. Fu Tianhan had paid 20 million yuan as compensation for the popular actress, Tian Shanshan. 20 million yuan immediately caused a huge uproar. Now that Tian Shanshan had interfered in Fu Tianhan and Cui Murui's relationship, the mistress had become a foregone conclusion. There was no way he would give out 20 million for no reason. My fiancé compensated me with $20 million for the perpetrator. This feeling was a little sad. Everyone on the internet was scolding Tian Shanshan. If Tian Shanshan wanted to act in a TV series, Ningxu would become the biggest producer of that TV series and directly remove Tian Shanshan. He would definitely not be soft-hearted. If he could use the power of money to solve the problem, he would use money. After a while, Tian Shanshan did not have a chance to act at all. Fu Tianhan probably wanted to be angry with Ningxu and also to get rid of Tian Shanshan's predicament. Fu Tianhan became an investor alone and specially made a show for Tian Shanshan to film. Moreover, he did not accept other investors. It was obvious that he was worried that other investors would remove Tian Shanshan. Ningxu brought his father to the Fu family to force the marriage. They were going to get married soon. Ningxu said to Fu Tianhan's parents, I don't mind Fu Tianhan and Tian Shanshan's relationship. After all, they are going to get married. I don't mind him facing the fear of marriage and wanting to have some passion. I am with her, and he has encountered a sense of novelty. It is normal for him to want to escape. I can understand, but the wedding still has to be held as usual. After all, this concerns the reputation of our two families. Otherwise, we will become a laughingstock in the entertainment industry. Ningxu pretended to be virtuous and made Fu Tianhan's mother pat Ningxu's hand. You are really virtuous. You are the most suitable daughter-in-law for our family. Don't worry, our daughter-in-law can only be you. Ningxu smiled shyly. Thank you, auntie. I will only marry brother Tianhan in this life. That unfilial son is simply outrageous. He was played around by someone from the entertainment industry. Fu Tianhan's father looked disappointed. Ningxu only smiled and listened to Fu Tianhan's father promise her that Fu Tianhan would definitely marry her. Ningxu looked convinced and nodded wildly. Fu Tianhan came down from upstairs and said to Ningxu, "I won't marry you." Ningxu's expression froze. "Why?" "I don't mind you and Tian Shanshan. Even if Tian Shanshan bumped into me, I don't mind you speaking up for Tian Shanshan. This concerns the reputation of our two families. Are you sure you want to do this?" "There's no reason. I just feel that the two of us are not suitable," Fu Tianhan said. "What are you talking about?" "We are about to get married." "What are you talking about?" Fu Tianhan's mother gave her son a look. "How can I know what's going on? We are about to get married, and then you say you are not getting married. Are you playing with our Chui family?" Father Chui's stern face became even uglier. "Old Chui, don't be anxious. The marriage will definitely be held as usual. He just made a mistake for a moment." Fu Tianhan's father quickly comforted Father Chui. Ningxu suppressed his laughter, his face full of shock and despair. "Why are you treating me like this? What did I do wrong? Just because I asked Tian Shanshan for 20 million, she almost killed me. What's wrong with me asking for some money? I also wanted to end this matter, so I used money to solve it. Are you going to say that I'm vicious again? How am I vicious? Using 20 million to make up for the mistake of a popular celebrity? How am I vicious again?" Ningxu was in tears. She wiped her nose and thought, "Oh my acting skills have improved a lot." Facing Ningxu's question, the Fu family was silent. Father Chui dragged Ningxu away. "What are you crying for? Isn't it just a man? Let's go." Ningxu was crying and snot as he was dragged away by Father Chui. He even turned around to look at the silent Fu Tianhan. After leaving the Fu family, Ningxu quickly wiped the tears off his face and said to Father Chui, "Let's sign the contract for the time being. Once we sign the contract, we will have to invest a lot of money. The Fu family didn't do this properly. Are we going to let it go just like that? Is he really going to be with that female celebrity?" Father Chui was extremely serious as he frowned. Ningxu blew his nose. "Anyway, his parents won't agree. The interests of the two families are tied together. Fu Tianhan's mind is not clear, but his parents won't be." Father Chui looked at Ningxu. "Don't cry. If you really can't marry Fu Tianhan, the company will be handed over to you in the future." When Father Chui saw Ningxu blowing his nose, he was speechless. "If you really want to marry him, you have to think of a way." "I got it." Ningxu got into the car. He had to think of a way to get some meat out of the Fu family. Her tears would be in vain. "Dad, give me some money," Ningxu said to Father Chui. The 20 million yuan had been used up. Now, he had to get more shares. When the time came, Fu Tianhan would have to pay a price if he wanted to break off the engagement. Father Chui probably felt that his daughter was sad and wanted to shop to relieve the pain. He gave Ningxu a black card. "You don't have any tricks. How did you get controlled by a female celebrity?" Ningxu sighed. "She is Fu Tianhan protecting her. What can I do? People with capital could definitely crush people in the entertainment industry." Father Chui said, "Let's wait and see what the Fu family's attitude is. Anyway, this matter won't be let go so easily." Ningxu nodded. Tian Shanshan was still doing well in the entertainment industry. With Fu Tianhan's investment, there would definitely be a show. As for this matter, it was forgotten as time passed. Now, everyone in the entertainment industry knew that Tian Shanshan had a sugar daddy supporting her. Moreover, he was the young and handsome heir of the Fu family. Many people said behind her back that Tian Shanshan had tricks up her sleeves, seducing Cui Murui's fiancé to her side now. Tian Shanshan was really troubled sometimes. She and Fu Tianhan were innocent, and there was no such thing as a mistress. Fu Tianhan's feelings for her were sympathy and pity. As for whether he loved her or not, Tian Shanshan did not dare to say. However, because of Fu Tianhan, Tian Shanshan went from being a person with no background to having someone to protect her. Tian Shanshan's career in the entertainment industry was also smoother. Sometimes, life was so helpless. Not everyone who did something wrong could be punished and still live a prosperous life, with both fame and fortune. The Cui Family Company issued an announcement that the Cui family's product endorsements and company endorsements would not cooperate with Tian Shanshan in the future. The Cui Family Company was prohibited from cooperating with Tian Shanshan. The moment this announcement came out, it was a slap to Tian Shanshan's face, making her very embarrassed. The Cui family's company had just said that they would not cooperate with Tian Shanshan, and Tian Shanshan had endorsed the endorsement contract that Fu Tianhan had said that he wanted to terminate. He had already rescinded his endorsement contract, and now he was endorsing again. He was wantonly broadcasting it on the big screen in the middle of the square. The two clans felt like they were competing against each other. Even Mr. Cui, who usually did not show his emotions, smashed things. What does the Fu family mean? What does it mean? Dad, don't be angry. Take it slow. Ningxu said lightly. Now that she was about to get married, others were the ones who were anxious. Anyway, if she did not get married, this marriage would not be successful, but she would definitely lose some flesh. Ningxu continued to collect the shares and even poached a few small shareholders. He now had a lot of shares in his hands. Almost pawning the jewelry at home was not in vain. Of course, most of the money was given by Fu Tianhan. Using the money you gave me to buy your family's shares was simply awesome. The wedding date was getting closer and closer. Ningxu was waiting for Fu Tianhan to lay his cards on the table for her. Finally, Fu Tianhan called. The two of them agreed to meet at the coffee shop next to the Fu family's company. Ningxu slowly washed her face, brushed her teeth, changed her clothes, and put on makeup. 2 hours passed in a flash. When they drove to the coffee shop, Fu Tianhan was already very impatient and frequently looked at his watch. Fu Tianhan's snow-white face had turned green. Why are you only here now? Women have to tidy up when they go out, especially when they come to see you, Ningxu said with a smile. Why are you looking for me? Is it about the marriage? Ningxu asked for a glass of fruit juice and took a sip. I don't care about your relationship with Tian Shanshan at all, really. Fu Tianhan took a deep breath. Whether you believe it or not, Tian Shanshan and I are really innocent. As for why I helped Tian Shanshan, it was purely because of Tian Shanshan's situation. Ningxu nodded. Of course I believe you. Since you said that there's nothing between the two of you, then let's get married. I believe you. He was so stubborn. He had fallen in love with Tian Shanshan and felt sorry for his fiancée. Was there a point in being so conflicted? Cui Murawei, let's break off the engagement, Fu Tianhan said. Ningxu took a sip of fruit juice. Why? Didn't you say that it has nothing to do with Tian Shanshan? Why do you want to break off the engagement? Something happened between us. I don't think we can make it to the end. Fu Tianhan tried his best to speak gently. Since they were going to break up, he would definitely bear the consequences of breaking up. I'll try my best to make it up to you. F*ck, they were indeed a match made in heaven. Everyone said that they had to make it up to each other, but what about it? No, I definitely won't break off the engagement. Ningxu shook his head and said. We won't be happy together. I hope you can find a man who treats you well. In the past, nothing happened to us, but now that something has happened, our relationship has changed. To be honest, it was normal for relationships to break up. Who could guarantee that they would only fall in love once in their lives? Even if they got married, they could still get a divorce. Fu Tianhan seemed to be pushing all the blame onto her. Ningxu couldn't be bothered to salvage any feelings. He said to Fu Tianhan, then what do you want to compensate me for? With Tian Shanshan in front of me, the compensation isn't enough at all. What can you give me? Then what do you want? Fu Tianhan saw that Ningxu was so easy to talk to and quickly asked, I'll try my best to satisfy you. Ningxu crossed his chest. You can accept anything I say? Tell me. Fu Tianhan picked up his coffee and took a sip. Give me 20% of your company's shares, Ningxu said directly. Pfft. Fu Tianhan spat out the coffee in his mouth and wiped it with a tissue. He took a deep breath and said, 20%? Why don't you rob it? Even the major shareholders didn't have 20% of the shares. See, this is the compensation you mentioned. You're just like Xianxia. You say you want to make it up to me, but you keep pushing it away. Xianxia couldn't afford 20 million yuan, and Fu Tianhan couldn't afford 20% of the shares. Ningxu sneered. Since you don't want to pay the price, then let's get married. Even if you interact with Xianxia after marriage, I'll beat her up every time I see her. Fu Tianhan was speechless. When did you become like this? Fu Tianhan frowned at Ningxu. Haha, you can't pay the price, so you said I changed. Why don't you say you changed? You fell in love with Xianxia. Ningxu carried his bag. If you want to break off the engagement, give me 20% of the shares in exchange. Sit down. We can talk again, Fu Tianhan said. I know the 20% you said is just asking for a sky-high price. So you're saying that you're determined to break off the engagement? Ningxu sat down again. You like Xianxia so much. Why? Weren't you in love with her before? This is between us. Why do you always drag Xianxia into this? After a long time, I realized that we're not suitable for each other, Fu Tianhan said. Is it because of time that your love has faded, or is it because Xianxia is pitiful and strong and independent that you found a sense of existence with Xianxia? Ningxu asked. Forget it. Since you want to break off the engagement, you have to pay something. Even if it's an engagement, it's still a contract. You've unilaterally violated the contract. 20% is impossible, Fu Tianhan said. The shares are the foundation of the company. I can't give them to you. Can I give them in cash? Of course. No, I only want the shares. 20% of the shares. Ningxu shook his head. There's no 20%. Otherwise, I would insist on getting married. As for whether you love me or not, I don't care at all. I have food and clothes, I drive luxury cars, and I'm wearing branded clothes. As for you and Xianxia, you can never be husband and wife in this lifetime. You can only be a wild couple. Are you willing to let Xianxia be a mistress? Don't say that it has nothing to do with Xianxia. I know you're in love with Xianxia, Ningxu said directly. Fu Tianhan said coldly, you really only want the shares. Of course. With the Fu family's shares, I can get money while lying down for the rest of my life. What a good thing. Moreover, using 20% of the shares in exchange for the love of you and Xianxia is not expensive, right? True love is priceless. Can't you bear to part with it? Fu Tianhan looked at Ningxu. 20% is impossible. I can consider 10%. Ningxu sneered and laughed in her heart. The lowest price in her heart was 5%. If she could get 10%, she would already be a major shareholder of the company. Do uncle and auntie know about this? You promised me 10%. Did uncle agree? Moreover, if uncle and auntie knew that you gave me 10% of the shares to let me help you and Xianxia be together, do you think uncle and auntie would beat you to death? Don't worry about this. I gave you my shares, Fu Tianhan said. I see. Then it's an 18% deal. Ningxu still wanted to fight for more. 10%, Fu Tianhan said. No more. 12% is my last offer. Otherwise, I won't cancel the engagement. I'll also target Xianxia to the end and make it difficult for her to move forward in the entertainment industry. Ningxu said with a straight face, a woman who almost killed me. Now, even my fiancé is gone. I can't take this lying down. If it weren't for the 12% shares, I would have fought to the death. Fu Tianhan looked at Ningxu's serious expression. You're serious? Of course, if you were me and a man almost killed you, how would you feel if I had to marry him? Ningxu said. She knew that Xianxia was pitiful. Then 12%. Fu Tianhan decided. I'll get the lawyer to draft a contract. Ningxu placed his hands on his hips and laughed in his heart. The price had far exceeded his expectations. It was simply awesome. Then wait here for the lawyer to send the contract. Once I get the shares, I'll cancel the engagement. Ningxu drank his fruit juice and glanced at Fu Tianhan from the corner of his eye. He saw that Fu Tianhan's Adam's apple had become smaller. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. They were about to get married, but now they were about to become strangers. About an hour later, the lawyer sent over the share transfer contract. Ningxu took the contract and read it page by page, line by line. Of course, it took him some time. All right, I'll sign it. Ningxu signed the contract and exchanged it with Fu Tianhan. Fu Tianhan said, "You've got what you want, so go back and tell your father about the engagement. Don't worry. Since I've taken the money, I'll definitely abide by the contract." Ningxu stuffed the contract into his bag and smiled at Fu Tianhan. "I wish you and Xianxia happiness." Fu Tianhan looked at the indescribable smile on Ningxu's face inexplicably. After getting the contract, Ningxu told Mr. Cui about not getting married. Mr. Cui disagreed. "If you don't get married, what about the project? Dad, why do you want to work with the Fu family? You can take it yourself. Dad, be more ambitious." Including the shares he had accumulated, he had 15%. He could be considered a major shareholder. Fu Tianhan is willing to give up 12% of the shares because he doesn't want to marry me. So, I don't have to marry Fu Tianhan. Everything was fine. How did things develop to this point? Mr. Cui frowned. Ningxu felt that it was already very good. At least he was still alive. A dead person was like a lamp going out. If he was dead, then there was really nothing left. After convincing Mr. Cui, Ningxu told Fu Tianhan's parents about breaking off the engagement. He said that he couldn't stand such an insult and that Fu Tianhan didn't care about her at all. He wanted to be with the woman who almost killed her. In short, the engagement between the two families was cancelled. Even though Fu Tianhan's parents repeatedly urged him to stay, Ningxu only said, "It's Fu Tianhan who doesn't want to marry me. He even gave me 12% of the shares." 12% of the shares directly caused the Fu family to explode. Fu Tianhan's father directly gave Fu Tianhan a slap. 12% of the shares was a large amount. He didn't have to do anything and the annual dividends were very high. Wasn't it crazy to spend such a huge price to chase away the most suitable daughter-in-law of the Fu family, just for an actress? An actress wanted to marry into a rich family. Dream on. How clean could the people in the entertainment industry be? Moreover, they were afraid of meeting someone who was shallow. No matter how much trouble the Fu family caused, Ningxu was already preparing to remove Fu Tianhan from his position as CEO. As a major shareholder of the company, he had the right to condemn Fu Tianhan's actions. The two of them announced to the public that they had broken off the engagement. Ningxu received many pitiful looks from the rich and noble ladies. Could he be any more cowardly to have his fiancée snatched away by a female celebrity? After breaking off the engagement, there were no more restrictions on each other. Fu Tianhan and Xianxia were together. From then on, Xianxia was also someone with a background. For a moment, Xianxia was in the limelight in the entertainment industry. Xianxia even brought Fu Tianhan to the hospital to visit her father on the hospital bed, saying that Fu Tianhan was their family's great benefactor. The shareholders of the Fu family company decided to hold a shareholders' meeting. The content of the shareholders' meeting was to target Fu Tianhan for using the company's money to invest recklessly. In the end, there was no return at all. They were to discuss whether Fu Tianhan could shoulder the burden of the company. As a major shareholder of the company, Ningxu would naturally attend. If he wanted to pull Fu Tianhan down from the position of CEO, it would take some effort. Not only would he have to pull Fu Tianhan down, but he would also have to leave him with nothing. Fu Tianhan's current image was not good. He could not be considered a successful and trustworthy entrepreneur. After all, getting married would give people a sense of reliability. But now, before getting married, he had fallen out with his partner because of a female celebrity. Could he be any more willful? Therefore, Ningxu received all kinds of gazes when he attended the shareholders' meeting. Ningxu sat steadily in his chair and browsed through his phone. He looked at all kinds of gossip about Xianxia on Weibo. Some said that Xianxia and Fu Tianhan were close. In short, the gossip was all related to Fu Tianhan. Fu Tianhan was very popular in the entertainment industry now. The Fu family of three appeared. Fu Tianhan's mother had 5% of the shares, Fu Tianhan's father had 20% of the shares, and Fu Tianhan himself had 20% of the shares. Now, he only had 8% of the shares. Fu Tianhan's mother did not like Ning Xiu. After all, as Mrs. Fu, she only had 5% of the shares. In the end, Ning Xiu broke off the engagement and asked for 12% of the shares. Originally, the family of three stood at 45% of the company's shares. Now, they had lost 12%. If anything happened to the company, it would affect the Fu family's management rights. The shareholders' meeting began. A few shareholders doubted Fu Tianhan's ability because the movie and television series that he had invested in had lost all his money. Could he manage the company well with such foresight? Ning Xiu almost laughed out loud. These investments were all invested by Fu Tianhan to support Xianxia. In order to prevent other investors from interfering, these investments were all undertaken by Fu Tianhan. They were investments in the trillions. A television series and a movie were not a small amount. In the end, the results were not satisfactory. They did not even recover their capital. The shareholders did not care if Fu Tianhan was acting cool or not. However, if he wanted to harm their interests, that was a big no-no. Some shareholders said that Fu Tianhan's position as CEO would be temporarily revoked. Everyone raised their hands to vote. A few shareholders raised their hands. Fu Tianhan's parents definitely did not raise their hands. Ning Xiu thought about it and raised his hand as well. Then, he received the Fu family's betrayed gaze. Wasn't he waiting for this day? Ning Xiu completely ignored the Fu family's gaze. Because someone had abstained and the Fu family had die-hard shareholders in the company, the two sides were in a stalemate. Therefore, the shareholders' meeting had to continue. Ning Xiu yawned and left the meeting room. He was stopped by Fu Tianhan's mother. She said to Ning Xiu, "Child, how could you vote in favor? Don't tell me you're still holding a grudge because of the broken engagement? Didn't you give him 12% of the shares?" Ning Xiu said, "I'm also a major shareholder of the company, and Fu Tianhan's investment did not pay off. He didn't even get his capital back. He's still continuing to invest. He's taking money from us shareholders. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Fu Tianhan should calm down." The company stopped investing in Xianxia and wanted Fu Tianhan to make up for the previous losses. Otherwise, Fu Tianhan would not be qualified to run the company. Wasn't this obvious? Fu Tianhan was very angry. Since it was an investment, it was very likely that he would make a fortune, but it was also very likely that he would lose everything. Since it was an investment, then everything was not fixed. Now, these bloodsuckers on the board of directors actually wanted to remove him from his position. What a joke. Xianxia's filming was also forced to stop. She was directly cut in half because she did not have the money to continue filming. The other production teams did not dare to rashly invite Xianxia to film. It was very dangerous to invite Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's reputation was not good now, and she had a financial tycoon behind her. It was like inviting a great Buddha back, and it was not easy to serve her. Without Fu Tianhan's support, Xianxia had fallen to the point where she had no show to film. Under the pressure of the shareholders and Ning Xiu, the company directly withdrew Xianxia's endorsement. Xianxia's advertisement was taken off the shelves and replaced with another female celebrity. Moreover, this female celebrity usually did not get along with Xianxia. Xianxia's heart was filled with bitterness. This was a fight between the big shots, and a small shrimp like her was implicated. This was revenge. It was Miss Cui taking revenge on her and Fu Tianhan. Fu Tianhan was so angry that he laughed. It seemed like she was waiting for him here. No wonder Cui Muruwei broke off the engagement so easily and cheated away 12% of the shares. Now, she was turning around to deal with him. She was forcing him to lower his head. Now, his mother said that she wanted him to break off contact with Xianxia and marry Cui Muruwei. Otherwise, the Fu family's management of the company would be shaken. He could not run the company and could only get dividends. This was not okay. "Dad, Mom, do you know how treacherous that woman Cui Muruwei is?" Fu Tianhan sneered. "I will never marry such a woman." Treacherous. If you weren't bewitched by her beauty and insisted on pestering that female celebrity and even wanted to break off the engagement, she would have had the chance to extort you. Only such a scheming woman can protect the Fu family's company with you. Fu Tianhan's father said with a cold face, if you marry Cui Muruwei, the 12% shares will come back. Hee, I have a vicious woman sleeping by my side. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. A woman doesn't even have the basic kindness. I won't be able to spend the rest of my life with such a woman. Fu Tianhan would never take Cui Muruwei again. The more they forced him, the more he did not want to marry Cui Muruwei. Back then, he would rather transfer 12% of his shares to break off the engagement. There was no reason for him to turn back now. Cui Muruwei's image in his heart was getting fainter and fainter. What she was like in the past was already blurred. He remembered that she was a kind, gentle, and understanding person in the past, but now, his mind was filled with her sloppy and scheming appearance. Fu Tianhan privately tried to rope in shareholders to vote for him, and there were also people trying to rope in shareholders. Both sides fought to win the next shareholders' meeting. Perhaps he had been schemed against by Ning Shu, but Fu Tianhan did not come to look for Ning Shu. The other shareholders were all looking for him, but they did not come to look for Ning Shu. They seemed to have a backbone. It did not matter. In any case, she would always vote in favor of removing Fu Tianhan from the position of CEO. On the other hand, Fu Tianhan's mother privately met with Ning Shu. She used the previous friendship between the two families and Ning Shu's feelings for Fu Tianhan to promise that Fu Tianhan would definitely marry her. Therefore, she either abstained or voted against it. In short, she could not pull Fu Tianhan down. Although Fu Tianhan's father was the chairman, Fu Tianhan had been removed. In the future, this company would still be handed over to Fu Tianhan. He definitely could not be removed. Ning Shu said, I'm doing this for the company, not for personal feelings. Moreover, Fu Tianhan clearly knows that it's a trap, but he still wants to invest. This is not putting the interests of the shareholders in his heart. Then we should elect a CEO who can lead the company. Ma Ning wanted Fu Tianhan to get lost. BK Ning Shu did not say a word to Fu Tianhan's mother. When the shareholders' meeting was held again, Ning Shu still voted in favor of removing Fu Tianhan from the position of CEO. Fu Tianhan's mother immediately looked at Ning Shu with a piercing gaze. There was one more vote in favor than against, and Fu Tianhan was removed by a difference of one vote. Fu Tianhan's position as CEO was gone, and the board of directors elected the son of a major shareholder to become CEO and take over Fu Tianhan's position. Not only did Fu Tianhan lose his position as CEO, but he also had to make up for the money he had lost because of the investment. Otherwise, Fu Tianhan would be considered misappropriating public funds. Every time Fu Tianhan wanted to invest, he would directly ask the finance department to allocate money. He would use the company's money to invest in several movies and television dramas, especially big-budget movies. A movie was almost 100 million yuan, but the effect of putting it into the market was not very good. Then, Fu Tianhan would need hundreds of millions to fill these loopholes. When Fu Tianhan's father found out that his son had spent so much money on a female celebrity, he gave Fu Tianhan a slap in the face. He was simply a prodigal. If Fu Tianhan was in the entertainment industry, it would be fine. But if he invested in it, there would be no splash. Even if he wanted to keep a female celebrity, it would be fine to give her a few million or even 10 million yuan. But investing so much to support such a female celebrity made Fu Tianhan's father so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Now that he wanted to fill up the company's accounts, he had to take out his family's assets. He had to beat a drowning dog. In the past, Fu Tianhan had taken out all the accounts from the company and let Fu Tianhan settle them. Otherwise, he would be embezzling public funds and going to the police station to drink tea. Fu Tianhan's mother said indignantly, it's all Cui Muruwei's fault. Now that she's so heartless to vote in favor, I talked to her in private and voted against it. I didn't expect her to vote in favor. It was just a difference of one vote. If Cui Muruwei had voted against it, Fu Tianhan would not have been removed from his position as CEO. Is there any use in saying this now? Fu Tianhan's father rubbed his brows. I thought I could trust you with the company, but in the end, you ended up in this state because of a female celebrity. You even fell out with the Chui family. It's fine if you fell out with them, but you even gave Chui Muruwei so many shares. You're putting a rope around your neck. Let's settle the company's accounts first. Otherwise, we will have to bear the crime of embezzlement. It will be difficult for us to inherit the company in the future. As I said, shares are life. Useless thing. Fu Tianhan's father really expected better from him. Let's put aside the matter of the female celebrity and interact more with Chui Muruwei now. I spent so much to draw a clear line with Chui Muruwei, and now you want me to go back to her. Is there really nothing wrong with that? Fu Tianhan would never look for Chui Muruwei again. Chui Muruwei was no longer the Chui Muruwei he liked. He would never marry Chui Muruwei again in this life. It was fine as long as the company's matters were settled, but if he was pestered by someone, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. Not to mention that this was unfair to Tian Shanshan. Chui Muruwei's family was also rich. If she deliberately targeted Tian Shanshan's life would definitely not be easy. Now, the Chui family had to take out a lot of money to make up for the investment losses, but suddenly taking out so much money still made the Fu family feel a little uncomfortable. If you need any money in the future, take it out from your own account. Don't pay from the company. If you want to keep a small celebrity, then use your own money to keep her. Fu Tianhan, who did not have a job, was very free. He went shopping with Tian Shanshan, cooked and ate together, and then went to see Tian Shanshan's father. There was a warmth and sweetness in it. Tian Shanshan felt very guilty. It was because of her that Fu Tianhan lost his job. Fu Tianhan said that it had nothing to do with Tian Shanshan. Ningxu knew about the two of them, but he did not appear in front of them. If love was gone, it was gone. If he fell in love with someone else, he fell in love with someone else. He could not pull it back. Sometimes, love could not be measured by right or wrong. Fu Tianhan might know that this was unfair to his fiancée, but he fell in love. Love could not be shifted by his own will. The relationship between the Chui family and the Fu family had already collapsed. The project that they had previously discussed had already stopped. However, because Ningxu was a major shareholder of the Chui family's company, the new CEO and the Chui family's project reached a consensus. Of course, Fu Tianhan had nothing to do with this. The new CEO had just taken office and was eager to have results to stabilize his position as the CEO. Therefore, Ningxu's suggestion was exactly what the new CEO wanted. If the cooperation was successful, both families would have huge profits. Ningxu was basically collecting money from both sides. The Chui family had shares and dividends. The Chui family was her family's company, so she naturally had shares. This feeling of sitting and collecting money was really too good. As a shareholder of the company, it was very easy for Ningxu to check the accounts. He also found out that there were many problems with the accounts. These problems would be filled in by Fu Tianhan. Fu Tianhan was speechless. This was a scam. This was targeting him. He might as well target him and not Tian Shanshan. Tian Shanshan had no status and no status. If he targeted Tian Shanshan, he would force Tian Shanshan to death. In order to fill in the company's accounts, Fu Tianhan had spent a lot of money. Basically, every shareholder had dug out money from the company. The accounts were all handled by the finance department, but once they were dug out, all the accounts would be placed on his head. It was simply a scam. However, who asked Fu Tianhan to be caught red-handed? If he did not fill in these accounts, he would be framed for embezzling public funds. It was probably because the Fu family was in dire straits that someone's ambition had arisen. Now, they wanted to beat Fu Tianhan while he was down. They wanted to make Fu Tianhan unable to make a comeback and seize the management rights of this company. The new CEO was a young man. His father was a major shareholder of the company and had a lot of shares in his hands. That was why he was elected as the CEO of the company. The CEO found Ningxu to cooperate, and Ningxu agreed without thinking. Following that, Fu Tianhan was arrested by the police. The reason was that he had embezzled public funds. When would he be able to come out? That would have to wait until the police investigated thoroughly. Because of this matter, the stock of the Fu family's company plummeted. Even Ningxu's shares of the Chui family shrank by a lot. When the stock price fell, it was to dig out the hearts of these shareholders. All of them were cursing Fu Tianhan. What exactly were they doing? When the stock price fell, the shareholders sold one after another, causing the company's stock price to fall further and further. It was as if they were about to sell out. Ning Shu felt that the new CEO was using the seven-inches fist, hurting others and himself. He used this method to completely destroy the Fu family's prestige in the company. Although Fu Tianhan might be able to get out of the police station safely in the end, the possibility of him being in charge of the company's management rights was very small. Everything that could be solved with money was a small matter. Besides, the shares in Ning Shu's hands were given to him by Fu Tianhan. Even if they fell, it did not matter. Ning Shu did not feel any heartache at all. When the stock price fell, the new CEO bought shares at a low price. There were also some small shareholders who saw that the situation was not good and directly sold their shares. They were either eaten by Ning Shu or taken by the new CEO of the company. The Fu family's shares were no longer the largest, and the shares in their hands were already cheap. In the blink of an eye, the Fu family's assets had shrunk by more than half. Fu Tianhan's situation in prison was very bad because Fu Tianhan had a red face and white teeth. Under the effect of hormones, Fu Tianhan was really beautiful. Those hungry prisoners were all thinking about Fu Tianhan's butt. They pressed Fu Tianhan under their bodies and sneered, "Why are you so short and small? Could it be that you can't do it?" Fu Tianhan was extremely disgusted by being touched by others and could not react at all. However, these men were still teasing him. "TSK, you look like a dog, but you're actually so small." The vulgarities in the prisoners' mouths were unbearable to look at. These people had all received money, so they had to do things well and teach Fu Tianhan a good lesson. Fu Tianhan's face turned red. That's not right. His ability was very strong in the past. Why was there a reverse growth? Why was he getting smaller and smaller? What was wrong with his body? Fu Tianhan asked for a checkup, but he was mercilessly rejected. With so many debts, even if they were found out, Fu Tianhan would have to stay in prison for a few days. Xianxia saw on the news that Fu Tianhan had been detained and was at a loss. She did not know how to save him, so she could only come to Ning Shu. Xianxia waited for Ning Shu at the entrance of the Chui family's company. She waited for an entire day. When she saw Ning Shu's car, she pounced forward to block the car with her body. Ning Shu sneered and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils dilated as she watched the car rush towards her. She could not move at all. The Grim Reaper blew cold air into her ear, causing the blood in her body to freeze. Just as the car was about to hit her leg, it stopped abruptly. Xianxia's legs turned to jelly as she sat on the ground, looking terrified. Ning Shu got out of the car and looked at Xianxia. "How is it? How does it feel to face death?" Xianxia panted heavily. She was still in shock and her face was pale. She almost cried, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to bump into you. Now that something has happened to Fu Tianhan, I can only look for you." "Oh, Fu Tianhan moved so much money just to support you. Now that he's locked up, I'm not a big deal. How can I save him? Fu Tianhan and I are really innocent." "There is no physical entanglement," Xianxia said. "Then it's a mental entanglement. I've already broken off the engagement with him. You don't have to come looking for me." It was a pity that this was a society governed by law. Otherwise, he would just kill himself and give him a taste of his own medicine. Ning Shu directly blocked Xianxia's resources in the entertainment industry. Xianxia could not film television dramas or movies. Even if she wanted to film, no one would look for her. When Xianxia's management company saw that Xianxia's financier had been detained, they slowly started to freeze Xianxia. They did not give Xianxia any resources and did not equip her with a car manager. Moreover, Xianxia's driver's license had been revoked and she would not be able to drive on the road for the rest of her life. Xianxia slowly retired from being a popular actress. Most importantly, Xianxia had no income now. If she did not have any jobs, she would not have any income. What should she do about her father's illness? Although she had savings, her father's *** had not been found yet. When she had the surgery, it would be another large sum of money. Moreover, his illness was repeated. She did not know if his body could accept the surgery. Fu Tianhan was detained and she was also frozen by the company. Xianxia was so worried about her family's livelihood that she did not know what to do. She felt like she was at a dead end. After a few days of being ravaged by his chrysanthemum, Fu Tianhan was finally released. The first thing Fu Tianhan did when he was released from prison was to go to the hospital for a checkup. Why was his body in such a condition? His asterisk was slightly bulging as if it was developing. It hurt when he touched it. The doctor took a look and through the blood test, he concluded that he had ingested a large amount of estrogen, causing the male hormones in his body to decrease and showing female characteristics. Estrogen? Fu Tianhan frowned. How did he ingest estrogen? Where did you ingest it from? Fu Tianhan asked. Food is unlikely. It could also be pills that are rich in estrogen, such as birth control pills. F*ck, Fu Tianhan was furious. The first thing he thought of was the chicken soup that Cui Muruwei had fed him. He directly confronted Ningxiu. When Ningxiu heard about birth control pills, he was dumbfounded and speechless. He looked at Fu Tianhan. Why did you take birth control pills? You gave me birth control pills. There were birth control pills in the chicken soup, Fu Tianhan said with a dark face. The doctor said that it had already affected his fertility. Xianxia gave me that chicken soup. I gave it to you because I didn't want to drink it. That means Xianxia put birth control pills in the chicken soup. Women who take birth control pills can't have children. What kind of intentions does Xianxia have? Ningxiu was furious. I thought she was so kind as to make me chicken soup. I want to call the police. Xianxia is too vicious. She wants me to not be able to have children. Ningxiu sneered. At that time, I wanted to pour the chicken soup away, but you would say that I wasn't kind and forgiving. I couldn't drink the chicken soup, so I let you drink it. I didn't expect her to add birth control pills in it. Fu Tianhan was originally here to denounce him, but he was choked by Ningxiu's words. You were the one who put the birth control pills in it. It definitely couldn't have been Xianxia. Call the police. Let's see what the police say. It's because I didn't forgive her that she put birth control pills in the soup. Ningxiu picked up the phone and called the police. Fu Tianhan snatched the phone and smashed it. Cui Muruwei, I won't argue with you about this. Fu Tianhan was worried that the police would drag Xianxia out again. The people in prison were extremely vicious. What do you mean you won't argue with me? First, you almost killed me, and then you gave me birth control pills. Even if you argue with me, I still have to argue with you. Scram. Ningxiu took his bag and left. He immediately called the police. The reason was that Xianxia had poisoned him. Using birth control pills could be considered poisoning. Although it wouldn't kill, taking too much would make a woman unable to have children. Her thoughts were equally vicious. Xianxia was at a loss. She was detained by the police and locked up in the detention center. After Fu Tianhan was locked up, Xianxia was also detained. One after the other, it was very interesting. Cui Muruwei, do you have to be so aggressive? Fu Tianhan was about to explode when he saw Xianxia being detained. If we don't investigate the matter clearly, you'll say that I drugged you. I can't bear this responsibility. Let the police investigate it clearly, Ningxiu said directly. She's going to ruin my qualifications to be a mother without me knowing. What right does she have to do that? Fu Tianhan gritted his teeth. Cui Muruwei, we still don't know who drugged me, yet you're calling the police. We just don't know who drugged you, so we have to call the police to investigate. Ningxiu said, only women take birth control pills. Giving women contraceptives is punishable by death. Fu Tianhan said, Cui Muruwei, you're really too vicious. Ningxiu said, thank you for the compliment, because the chicken soup had already been eaten by Fu Tianhan, he had already pooped. The evidence had already been destroyed. The only evidence was Fu Tianhan's case. It was endocrine disorder and he had ingested a lot of estrogen. Even the hospital's surveillance cameras did not show any abnormalities. There was no scene of Ningshu drugging him. In short, it had been too long, and the case was in a stalemate. On the surface, it was indeed Tian Shanshan who had drugged him, and it was not good for Tian Shanshan's situation. Fu Tianhan had no choice but to release Tian Shanshan on bail and not let her stay in jail. However, Ningshu did not allow Tian Shanshan to be released on bail. When questioned by the police, Tian Shanshan insisted that she had not drugged him. How could she have drugged him? She had made the chicken soup to make up for it. How could she have put birth control pills in it? Moreover, the chicken soup had been eaten by Fu Tianhan. How could this be possible? Could it be the person who made the chicken soup? Sometimes, when she was too busy, she would ask someone to help her make the chicken soup. Could it be that someone had drugged him? Tian Shanshan felt like her head was about to explode. This was an undeserved disaster. She would not harm Fu Tianhan and Cui Muruwei. Then, was Cui Muruwei the one who drugged him, but why did she give it to Fu Tianhan? Cui Muruwei should love Fu Tianhan. She was willing to let Fu Tianhan be hurt, because the case was in a stalemate. Tian Shanshan could not be released from prison. There was only one way to get out of prison, and that was for Ningshu to stop pursuing the matter. Fu Tianhan had no choice but to beg Ningshu. What do you want to let Tian Shanshan go? How about this? Give me 8% of your shares and I'll let Tian Shanshan go. Won't mind if Tian Shanshan drugged me? Ningshu said. Ningshu said. Fu Tianhan had 20% of the shares in his hands. Previously, he had given 12%, and now there was only 8% left. Ningshu directly wanted the remaining 8%. Hee hee. Fu Tianhan sneered. Aren't you too greedy? You want 8% of the shares. She wanted his shares, and he was the one who drank the chicken soup. Cui Muruwei didn't lose anything. Have t to be used to have to be used to it. T have to. To be used to be to to be used to be have to be to have to be to have to be to Ningshu spread his hands. Tian Shanshan will suffer for one more day. Besides, the Fu family's stock price has fallen to such a state. It's not worth anything anymore. Fu Tianhan took a deep breath. Will you let Tian Shanshan go if I give you 8% of the shares? Ningshu nodded. I'm a very trustworthy person. You used 12% of the shares to get me to break off the engagement. I broke off the engagement. Now that you're giving me 8% of the shares, of course I'll let her go. Fu Tianhan agreed to transfer 8% of the shares. Ningshu suddenly asked curiously, why can you do so much for Tian Shanshan? This was love. He was willing to give up everything for the other party. Because I like her, Fu Tianhan said. You won't understand this feeling. Ningshu nodded. He looked at the transfer agreement and signed it. 8% of the shares were in his hands. Now, all the shares in Fu Tianhan's hands were transferred to her. 20%. That was a big shareholder. I hope you can keep your promise, Fu Tianhan said. Ningshu nodded and informed the police to withdraw the charges. Tian Shanshan was fine. At this point, the Fu family only had 25% of the company's shares. They no longer had any autonomy in the company. At most, they were just a shareholder. The company had changed owners. There was only a small dividend every year, and the Fu family's power was greatly reduced. Fu Tianhan's parents were so angry that they wanted to kill this unfilial son. They actually transferred all the shares in his hands. However, Fu Tianhan still insisted on marrying Tian Shanshan. The wedding was held in a very low-key manner, but Fu Tianhan's parents did not accept this daughter-in-law, especially Fu Tianhan's mother. She even spoke ill of Tian Shanshan. It was all because of this woman that her son had become like this. He was originally the heir of the company, but now, he could only spend his days idle. Fu Tianhan's mother could not do anything to Fu Tianhan. She let Tian Shanshan work every day. The nanny at home had been fired. She let Tian Shanshan do everything, wash clothes, cook, and clean the house. The family lived in a villa. There were so many rooms, and every inch of the floor had to be mopped by Tian Shanshan. The family's clothes and 3 meals a day were all Tian Shanshan's work. It was fine if she did the work, but Xianxia still had to face her mother-in-law's difficulties every day. She said that Xianxia was from the entertainment industry. Who knew how many men dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family? Xianxia endured all these difficulties. Xianxia was best at enduring. She had endured all her mother-in-law's difficulties. She hoped that her attitude of giving in would let her mother-in-law see her heart. There was a conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but Xianxia did not say a word. This made her mother-in-law seem very mean. She was looking for trouble for no reason, which made Fu Tianhan very dissatisfied. He had already married Xianxia. What did his mother mean by doing this? Fu Tianhan was very dissatisfied with his mother and always made things difficult for his wife. Fu Tianhan's mother was furious. Her son had separated from her because of this woman. The son that she had painstakingly given birth to was now siding with another woman. After causing the Fu family to become like this, she targeted Xianxia even more. Xianxia still compromised. She silently swallowed all the grievances she had suffered, and her mother-in-law became even more domineering. Fu Tianhan's mother was the wife of a wealthy family. In the end, she could not stand Xianxia's look of being wronged and silently swallowing it. She looked like an abused daughter-in-law. Fu Tianhan's mother did not target her anymore. She only whispered in Fu Tianhan's ear that the Fu family had become like this because of Xianxia. Otherwise, Fu Tianhan would still be the CEO of the company, and Fu Tianhan's father would have become an empty chairman. The company had become someone else's, and he had already married the heir of the Cui family, Cui Murui. Cui Murui had wealth, looks, and status. Now that she was attending all kinds of business big shots gatherings, she was already preparing to inherit the Cui family's company. Fu Tianhan's mother always nagged in Fu Tianhan's ear. In the beginning, Fu Tianhan did not care at all. However, after hearing too much and hearing too many hints in his heart, Fu Tianhan's heart felt a little uncomfortable. However, for Xianxia, Fu Tianhan had sacrificed a lot. He repeatedly told himself in his heart that Xianxia was the person he loved. Everything was worth it, worth it. When a person was weighing whether it was worth it or not, they already felt that it was not worth it. Xianxia tried her best to be a good wife and mother, hoping that one day, everyone could get along peacefully and take a step back. However, her mother-in-law hated her more and more, and even her husband started to treat her coldly. Her mother-in-law scolded her for being a chicken that could not lay eggs. Xianxia's heart ached. Sometimes, Fu Tianhan's condition was not enough to make her pregnant. However, Xianxia endured all of this. Even if she endured it, she would only cry silently and then put on a virtuous appearance. Fu Tianhan, who was suffering in his heart, had nothing to do now. Without his job, he had to find something to rely on every day. Therefore, Fu Tianhan was led astray by a group of bad friends. He liked to go to bars, drink red wine, indulge in luxury, and many women. A place like a bar was filled with all kinds of people. Fu Tianhan was actually poisoned. Once he touched this kind of thing, his family would be ruined and his wife and children would be separated. Someone probably saw that Fu Tianhan was rich and generous. Someone secretly put this thing in the fruit wine and caused Fu Tianhan to be infected. That group of bad friends brought Fu Tianhan here to get some money from Fu Tianhan. Moreover, there was someone behind them who wanted to mess with Fu Tianhan. It was a complete accident that he got poisoned. Moreover, it could make Fu Tianhan happy in that aspect, so Fu Tianhan really liked this kind of thing. Pornography, gambling, and drugs could distort a person's mind and make their behavior different. In order to buy these things, Fu Tianhan took money from home and sold his mother's or Xianxia's jewelry. He even opened Fu Tianhan's father's safe and took the money and shares. Ning Shu and CEO Li sat in the coffee shop, stirring the coffee and said, "You're quite ruthless to let Fu Tianhan get infected with this kind of thing. Once infected with this kind of thing, one would be crippled." President Li was the new president of the company. He was gentle and good-looking, but she didn't expect him to be so cruel and merciless. "Miss Cui, I only gave the former president a place to spend his time. I didn't let him get involved in this kind of thing. After all, his family is still a major shareholder of the company." If anything happens, the company will also be implicated. President Li took a sip of coffee and glanced at Ning Shu. Miss Cui, would you consider it? I want to marry you, President Li said to Ning Shu with a faint smile. Why? Ning Shu asked. Is it because of benefits or because of love? Because of benefits, and also because of love. President Li said, don't worry, I won't mess around with a female. Celebrity in the entertainment industry. Ning Shu laughed. You're quite frank, but I'm going to inherit my family's company, so I might not marry you. That doesn't matter. You'll inherit your company, and I'll be the president of JP Morgan. This has nothing to do with whether we get married or not, President Li said. Consider me. Are you interested in the 20% shares in my hands? Ning Shu asked. You definitely won't believe me if I say no. Of course, I hope that my position as the president can be stable to prevent the Fu family from making a comeback. I don't want to see Fu Tianhan high and mighty again. President Li said very straightforwardly, I hope you'll consider it. Ning Shu nodded. Then I'll think about it. It depended on the consideration of the client. She didn't have to marry President Li. I'm serious. Please consider it seriously. I won't hurt you for other women like Fu Tianhan did. I can't guarantee how much I love you in this life, but I can guarantee that I won't embarrass you in this life. Husband and wife can also be partners. I'll respect you like a partner, President Li said. Ning Shu was speechless. I'll think about it, Ning Shu said. President Li stood up and looked at Ning Shu seriously. I hope you can consider it seriously. Don't brush me off. No matter what the result is, as long as it's the result of your careful consideration, I'll accept it. Alright, I'll really consider it seriously. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, it's hard to guarantee that you won't cause a scene like Fu Tianhan. You're about to get married, yet you still cause such a scene. I won't, because I know how much my father has sacrificed to make me the president. This situation doesn't allow me to be willful. President Li. Ning Shu smiled. There was actually a small dimple. Ning Shu nodded. According to the client's net worth, he would be able to live a good life even if he didn't get married. Marriage was nothing more than finding someone to rely on. The client was rich and could earn money. He could do whatever he wanted. As for marriage, it was not a necessity in life. As for whether he got married or not, as for a cooperative marriage, he might as well not have it. What could he get out of it? As for this matter, he would leave it to the client to figure it out. What he needed to do now was to find the world's origin. Ning Shu would go to the auction house whenever he had nothing to do. He wanted to see if there was anything good there. In the end, the auction house sold either antiques or jewelry. There was no world's origin at all. Therefore, it was impossible to look for things from the auction house. Ning Shu decided to look for things from the tombs. What if there were some strange things in the tombs of the ancient times? However, he did not find anything. It was just some jade pendants, pots and pans, or some rotten food crops. Ning Shu did not take a fancy to some of the gold, silver, and jewelry. The world's origin. Knowing that Ning Shu liked these things, President Li sent some antiques. Ning Shu returned them and said, don't affect my consideration. If you send these things now, it will affect my consideration. It's not like I can't buy them. President Li was speechless. Other than looking for the world's origin, Ning Shu also paid attention to the Fu family's matters. He knew that Xianxia was doing test tube babies now. Because she could not get pregnant after getting married, Xianxia was dragged to the hospital by Fu Tianhan's mother to do test tube babies. However, they failed many times because Fu Tianhan's fertility was really weak, so they could only keep experimenting. In addition, Fu Tianhan was not doing well now. Fu Tianhan's father had already given up on him and wanted to nurture a grandson. Name, Ning Shu. Age, 27. Rank, Super Mission Taker. Contribution card, 228 plus 15, 10 million points per contribution card. Soul, 16 plus 2 health, 14 plus 2 wisdom, 16 plus 2 luck, 18 plus 2 charm, 11 plus 2 spirit, 19 plus 2 martial strength, 17 plus 2 aptitude, 17 plus 2 faith, 218-3084 plus 8000 merit, 146169 soul strength, 81 plus 5 authorization ticket, none pure heart, none law comprehended, water law incarnation, constructed world, suspected to be the world of reincarnation items, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2 honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique. Intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, lifelong friend, Meow Meow Meow's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Xungyang's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, lawful beauty, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai San Yang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing. After adding the attribute points, Ningxu prepared to go to the law space to search for the origin of the world and study the law of space. If he didn't even learn the surface of the law of space, it would be difficult to enter the second layer. No one knew how long it would take to enter the second layer. What if his soul was destroyed? Spending more time was better than entering the second layer recklessly. Who knew what was in the second layer and what kind of world it was? The people who lived in the first level were quite curious about the second level and did not leave behind any information. It seemed to be a one-way journey. After entering the second level, there was no way to return to the first level. No one knew what the second level was like. Some people couldn't bear to part with the riches and status of the first level and didn't go to the second level. There were also people who couldn't bear to part with the riches and status of the first level and wanted to enter the second level. Some people even died on the way to the second level. Ningxu didn't want to die on the road, so he had to learn the laws of space. That way, he could avoid the spatial blades. When Ningxu arrived at Water City, he first checked the enchantment around Water City and arranged it. Then, he went to see Tian's auction house. Tian didn't seem to be there. The one who received Ningxu was the steward of the auction house. Ningxu went straight to the point and asked if there were any world origins, especially those of the light and darkness attributes. The manager said that there wasn't any world source. Ningxu asked again. The price was negotiable, but the manager said that there wasn't any. Since they were doing business, how could they not do business? The problem was that they didn't have any goods. Ningxu was a little disappointed. He went to other cities to look. The Taoist found an earth attribute world origin, but she didn't need it at all. Moreover, it cost 120,000 merit points. She didn't have that many merit points. She might as well just rob. However, Ningxu sent a message to Mei Ziqing, saying that there was an earth attribute world origin here. He asked if Mei Ziqing needed it. Mei Ziqing had found the carrier of the world and now needed the world origin. When Mei Ziqing received the message, she hurried over. She was in spirit form, but she gave off the feeling that she was panting. Where is it? Mei Ziqing looked at the shop and was dumbfounded when she asked for the price. 120,000 merit points. How long would it take for her to save that much? Moreover, she didn't have that much money on her. The atmosphere, it was a little awkward. Of course, Mei Ziqing wanted the world origin, but the price was too awkward. In the past, it only cost 40,000 to 50,000 merit points. Now, it cost more than 100,000. Ningxu shrugged, I don't have any merit points either. She had spent most of her merit points. Moreover, she had just lent Mei Ziqing 400,000 merit points. Mei Ziqing didn't plan to ask Ningxu. She didn't have the face to ask. Once or twice was fine. I'll take a loan. Mei Ziqing said. There were so few world origins now. If she missed it this time, she didn't know when she would find it again. Loan sharks? Ningxu raised her eyebrows. There were loan sharks here as well. People would always be tight on money. The compound interest was very scary. Mei Ziqing owed him money. Now that she had to take a loan, she was really in debt. Ningxu felt that he was lucky to have found a few world origins. After all, he wasn't in debt. Although he had to tighten his belt to survive. To be strong, one needed to accumulate resources and pay a lot. However, as long as one succeeded, the rewards would be 10 times more. The harder it was, the greater the rewards. Ningxu knew that one could take a loan from the system store. The interest was high, but the interest was low. It was the same as a bank. However, this was Mei Ziqing's problem. It had nothing to do with her. When she saw this, she felt that Mei Ziqing needed it. As for whether to buy it or not, it wasn't her responsibility. She didn't have any merit points. Recently, the price of goods had skyrocketed. She spent money like water. In the end, Mei Ziqing took out a loan to obtain the Earth Attribute World's origin. Once he obtained the world's origin, Mei Ziqing fused it with the bead. Mei Ziqing kept the bead and said to Ningxu, "Thanks, I'll treat you to something. You're so poor. How can you afford to treat me?" Everything here used merit and faith energy. With Mei Ziqing's current debt, she had to tighten her belt. How could she treat him? Luckily, she didn't need to eat 3 meals a day in her soul state. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how hard life would be. Ningxu knew how it felt to be poor. I'll eat something cheap. Anyway, I'm not afraid of itching anymore. Mei Ziqing smiled. Mei Ziqing owed more than 500,000 merit points. I'm not going to eat. I have something to do. Oh right, did you contact Xiaohua? The light and darkness attributes were too hard to find. Ningxu still had some hope for the 2 items on Xiaohua. Don't mention it. Mei Ziqing waved her hand. The signal is very weak now. He probably ran too far away. I'm worried that Panchen will lead Xiaohua astray. I don't think so. Ningxu said a few words to Mei Ziqing and left. Since he couldn't find the world origin, he would go mining to raise the little seedling in the world of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation was also considered a world. Ningxu passed by the silver-haired man's consultation room. There was no one inside. Seemed like he was still very busy. He didn't know how long the prices were going to go crazy like a wild horse out of its anus. Ningxu tried to comprehend the law of space. Although it wasn't of any use, and she was still like a fly bumping its head randomly, she still sighed in her heart. The law of space was indeed a high-level law like the law of time. It was so profound and hard to understand. Since he could not understand, Ningxu carried the shovel and went to mine. He was not in a hurry to go to the 2nd level anyway. There were still many resources on the 1st level that he had not obtained. Ningxu walked into the black hole and entered the 9 Palace Mountain. He then went to the door of the 2nd young master's house. Ningxu felt that this young master was indeed the 2nd young master. He was really stupid. Ningxu knocked on the door. The servant, Li Si, opened the door. When he saw Ningxu, his eyes lit up like big light bulbs. "Senior, please come in." Li Si stepped aside to let Ningxu in. As Ningxu walked in, he asked Li Si, who was following closely behind him, "Where is your young master?" "He is cultivating. He should be out soon." Li Si said, "I will go get him." Ningxu sat on a chair and shook his legs in boredom. The 2nd young master floated in like a ghost. Although he was cultivating, he looked no different from his previous soul. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. The 2nd young master's face looked like he had been constipated for half a year. He saw Ningxu's soul. Even the dress was very clear. The fabric of the dress shone with a little light. Looking at his own soul, the 2nd young master's face looked like he had been constipated for a year. "I have something to ask you this time. I have spirit liquid here. Go and exchange it for soul stones. I will give you 10% of the soul stones." Ningxu placed the ring space on the table and said to the 2nd young master. The 2nd young master did not say a word. Ningxu said lightly, "Say something." She was going to mine. The 2nd young master still did not speak. Li Si wanted to push the young master, who was in a daze, but the other party was a soul body. His hand went directly through the young master's soul. Ningxu frowned. Since the young master was unwilling, he would persuade him. She was the one who provided the materials. He only needed to put in a little effort. If the young master was unwilling, he would persuade him. "If you don't want to, then forget it." Ningxu put away the spatial ring, intending to leave. He had put in a little effort to get 10% of the profits, but he was actually not willing. If he exchanged it for 10 spirit stones, he would get 1. If he exchanged it for 100 spirit stones, he would get 10. If he was not willing to do that, then there was no point in doing so. "Senior, please wait." When Li Si saw that Ningxu had left, he hurriedly called out to Ningxu, "Senior, my young master is willing in his heart. It's just that he was previously a proud son of heaven. Now that he's like this, he can't bring himself to lose face." Ningxu, haha, do you expect me to beg him to accept it? Since there was no way to cooperate, then so be it. Pai Lupi Gongzi should just go and be a proud son of heaven. Wow. The second young master immediately exclaimed, almost kneeling down in front of Ningxu. My silence means that I'm willing. Hehe, I can't understand what you're talking about. He had never seen such a person before. He actually couldn't bring himself to accept business that was delivered to his door. What nonsense. Alright then, you go and exchange for spirit stones. Once you're done, you can take 10% of the profits. Understand? Ningxu felt that this Pai Lupi Gongzi was like an idiot. He was afraid that if he didn't make it clear, the other party wouldn't understand. I understand. The second young master took the spatial ring, remaining silent. Ningxu rolled his eyes. You used to be a young master, but now it seems that you can't even go back to your family. Your soul is about to scatter with the wind, and you're still complaining. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know many people, Ningxu wouldn't have chosen this arrogant young master. Moreover, it seemed that his self-esteem was extraordinarily strong. He was completely arrogant for no reason. I'm leaving. Ningxu waved his hand. Pai Lupi Gongzi asked, then when will you come and get the spirit stones? I don't know. There's no fixed date. Just take them. She had to do missions, learn the laws, and mine. There were too many things that she had to do every day. Oh, the second young master made an "oh" sound and didn't say anything else. Ningxu's mouth twitched. What was he being so shy about? What's the matter? Tell me, Ningxu asked. Can I get an advance payment? The second young master asked. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a soul, Pai Lupi Gongzi's face would be smoking. He was the young master of the Li family, and now he had fallen to such a state. Ningxu chuckled and took out some spirit stones to give to Pai Lupi Gongzi. Pai Lupi Gongzi accepted the spirit stones and moved his mouth twice. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed like he was saying thank you. Ningxu carried the shovel to the spirit stone mine. He was wearing soft armor, and the wind blades slashed on the soft armor as he walked into the mine. In the mine, a ferocious earthworm was looking at Ningxu. When it saw that it was Ningxu, it shrunk its body. Hehe, how long has it been? You're here again. Not long. Time passed slowly in the Nine Palace Mountain, but she had been wandering outside for a long time. Ningxu looked at the golden basin. He thought that it was full, but it was only half full. It took a long time for a drop to drip down. Soul origin fluid was very precious. It was good enough to have half a basin. Ningxu took the hammer and began to chisel the spirit stones. Ding ding dang dang dang. After a while, he dug out a better quality spirit stone. Then, he put it away and continued to chisel. The golden earthworm looked at Ningxu and did not say a word. It stuck out its butt and continued to chisel the spirit stones. Hee hee. Ningxu blocked the golden earthworm's voice. He could not be bothered with it. It was probably tired from all the chiseling. The golden earthworm was lying on the ground like a dead earthworm. It was so disgusting that Ningxu could not help but stomp it to death whenever he saw it. Ningxu began to mine day and night. He dug out countless ores that Ningxu could not count. Moreover, they were all of good quality. Hee, can you stop digging? You've dug out too much. The liquid won't drip anymore. The golden earthworm said angrily. Ningxu stopped and looked at the drop of golden soul origin fluid. Since that was the case, he would dig less and look for other ores. 10 golden spirit stones were not even comparable to a drop of liquid. It was probably because there were fewer spirit stones in the surroundings. The speed of the liquid dripping was obviously slower. This mine had already provided him with a lot of spirit stones. He could not dig anymore. No one else could mine this mine. It was too dangerous. If he emptied it, there would be no more liquid. The gains would not make up for the losses. Previously, he saw that there were several ores that could not be mined like this in the jade strip. He would go and mine other ores. Ningxu carried the shovel and planned to leave. He collected the liquid in the basin and placed the basin under the water droplet. The golden earthworm Tang Rua lay on the ground and looked at Ningxu. It was cursing him in its heart. However, it did not show it on its face and sneered. When Ningxu passed by the golden earthworm, he accidentally stepped on the golden earthworm, causing it to vomit blood. PFFF, I'm smiling proudly. I'm smiling proudly. Ningxu carried the iron ball and walked away. The golden earthworm bared its fangs. Venom floated in the air. It wanted to pollute the entire mine. However, when it saw the golden liquid, it was reluctant. Ningxu rushed to the next danger zone and started digging a new vein. But he didn't know if there were such earthworms in other veins. These earthworms ate soul stones as food and could find soul stone veins. He couldn't rule out the possibility that there were such earthworms in other veins. There's something going on in the organization. You're back. 2333 said to Ningxu. What's going on? Ningxu asked casually. Judging from 2333's tone, he didn't sound anxious. It shouldn't be a big deal. Are they going to make a donation again? Oh, I don't think they're going to make a donation. They're going to recruit strong men. 2333 said. Pfft. Ningxu, who was flying in the sky, almost fell to the ground. What do you mean? I don't know. Anyway, the main system sent a message. All the law incarnations have to listen to the organization's arrangements. 2333 said. Ningxu, who was carrying a shovel, felt very helpless. She was very busy. Last time, she had already donated twice. This time, what was the matter? She still had to mine, she still had tasks to complete, and she still had to find and deliver the world's origin. Ningxu returned to the system space. The chat system kept ringing. Ningxu rolled her eyes. She opened it and saw that the Cheongsam guy kept sending her messages, asking if she was there. Ningxu replied, no. The Cheongsam guy said, come here quickly. We're just waiting for you. No one responded to our messages. Ningxu scratched her head. What's going on now? She always felt that if the sky fell, there would always be a tall person to hold it up. It seemed that she was going to become a tall person now. I don't know. Come here, dead man. Come quickly. We're just waiting for you. Ningxu was speechless. The sudden commotion hurt her waist. Although she didn't know what was going on, Ningxu had a feeling that it wasn't something good. Every time they gathered, it was either to kill people or to ask for donations. This time, they were going to donate everyone. Ningxu said to 2333, go to the Time City. After appearing in Time City, Ningxu went to the restaurant of the Cheongsam man. When he reached the entrance of the restaurant, he retracted his foot that was about to step in. He really wanted to turn around and leave. After all, nothing good would come out of this. Ningxu put a foot in and walked in. He saw a dense crowd of people staring at him. There were at least 500 to 1,000 people. It felt like he was entering a classroom, and he was the last one to enter. Everyone was staring at him. Ningxu flicked his sleeves and calmly walked in. Unable to find a seat, he stood to the side. Seeing senior uncle in a black windbreaker, he rolled his eyes. Is he here to force me to donate again? She had no more money to donate. This time, the silver-haired man did not follow him. He was probably busy with something else. The Grand Elder scanned the people in the room with a cold expression. Everyone who was scanned by his eyes felt cold all over. This time, I'll take you to a good place. The main system will rearrange people with missions, said the Grand Elder. Good place, he. Ningxu did not believe a single strand of hair. The Grand Elder pointed his finger and a tunnel appeared in front of him. It should be a temporary space tunnel. Everyone, follow me. He took the lead and walked in. The others hesitated for a moment and followed him in one after another. Ningxu dawdled and walked into the tunnel with the Xianxia man. I'm late. I don't know what happened. Where are we going? Ningxu asked the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man opened his folding fan and almost hit Ningxu's face. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at him speechlessly. Actually, I don't know. Anyway, it won't take our lives, the Xianxia man said leisurely. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. It seems that you know. That's why you're so calm. No, I didn't, the Xianxia man said. Ningxu rubbed his chin and pondered. What was the purpose of gathering all the law incarnations together? Except for some laws that had not been comprehended, all the law incarnations were here. Ningxu looked at the Xianxia man who was fanning himself. He was a soul and could not feel cold or hot. He really wanted to kick him in the ass. He had nowhere to vent his anger. The tunnel was very long. Ningxu felt that he had walked for a long time. He tiptoed and looked at the dark mass in front of him. The Grand Elder led the way. Ningxu sighed in her heart. Where were they going? It's so boring. Let's talk, Ningxu said to the Xianxia man. Everyone is quiet. Do you want me to chat with you? The Xianxia man said in a low voice. The pressure is too great. Chat to relieve the pressure. Ningxu argued with the Xianxia man. As they walked, Ningxu heard some sounds. They were like the squeaking of rats, mixed with all kinds of unknown sounds and screams. Ningxu frowned. Where were they sent to? The crowd began to stir. The man in the Xianxia closed his fan and his expression became serious. Ningxu tiptoed and glanced at the Grand Elder who was walking in front. He whispered to the Xianxia man, Are we on the battlefield? Yes. The Xianxia man sighed. Ningxu was speechless. So, she was going to start a war now. Ningxu had mixed feelings. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of his eyes. Although he was in a soul state and would not be blinded, Ningxu instinctively covered his eyes. When he put down his hand, he looked at everything in front of him in shock. This was a vast universe, but there was a cruel battle going on. It was a war scene that stretched as far as the eye could see. On one side was an army of souls with all kinds of attacking methods. On the other side was rats. Rats? Exe me. These rats were only the size of a fist and were silver all over. There were so many of them that they covered the entire universe. There was also an endless stream of rats running out of black holes. Oh my god, dense phobia is acting up. Behind the army of souls were billions of planes as far as the eye could see. Ningxu was dumbfounded, and so were the mission enforcers who came with him. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at these rats. He felt that these rats looked familiar. He must have seen them somewhere before. Before Ningxu could think about it, the Grand Elder said, Your mission now is to resist these insects with the army. Ningxu was speechless. As expected, he had been caught. Ningxu had no choice but to take action. After all, there were billions of planes behind them. Ningxu directly used the law of water to wrap the rats that rushed over in a barrier, making the blood in the rats' bodies boil. However, the toughness of these rats' bodies was beyond Ningxu's expectations. The rats that should have been turned into minced meat were actually struggling to get up. They were actually not dead. Someone was bitten by a rat. The rat was extremely ferocious. It directly ate the person's soul like it was eating crispy noodle snacks. However, the face of the person holding the rat showed human-like disgust, and then it pounced on the next person. Oh my god, I want to be a deserter. Ningxu's mind flashed as if something had flashed past, but when he saw the endless rats rushing over, he really had the urge to turn around and run. He had just arrived at the battlefield and did not even understand the situation before he directly threw people into the battlefield. He was dumbfounded. Moreover, the defensive ability of these rats was not ordinary. They were so densely packed together that there was no gap at all. It was too scary. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Ningxu felt that the rats looked familiar, but he did not have time to think about it. He used all his means to deal with them. The Xianxia man stood beside Ning Shu and used the law of time. Those rats turned into pink little rats. Time must have reversed, making these rats return to when they were young. The pink little rats were very easy to deal with. Their skin was thin and their bones were soft. They could be pinched to death. Ning Shu condensed water into countless tiny ice needles and pierced them into the bodies of the rats. The ice needles exploded, and those rats were directly turned into minced meat. However, the horrifying thing was that these dead rats were all eaten by the rats that came later. Eating the corpses of the same race, what a terrifying appetite. Ning Shu pointed with his finger, and a tsunami-like water leaked out and surged toward the densely packed rats. These rats were hit by the waves and turned over. Then, Ning Shu instantly froze the water. A large number of rats were frozen in the ice. The ice exploded, and the rats' bodies were torn apart by the ice. Although one wave was dealt with, there was still an endless number of rats behind. The silver rats were densely packed together like silver ribbons on the horizon. They were beautiful and resplendent. However, these vicious creatures would even eat the corpses of their own race. I'll go over there and take a look. You hold on. The Xianxia man planned to escape. Ning Shu grabbed him. F***CKU. If you dare to escape, I'll follow behind you. While they were talking, a group of rats with no end in sight came over again. However, the rats were annihilated in the next second, turning into invisible ashes. Hold on. There are billions of planes behind. If you can't hold on, we'll use you sloppy people to fill the stomachs of these insects, the black-robed Grand Elder said coldly as he scanned the law incarnations present. Ning Shu was speechless. No one could fill the stomachs of those rats. Everyone brought out their trump cards. There were law incarnations like Ning Shu, as well as an endless army. There were also some people who were not wearing military uniforms. They were most likely mission enforcers. Grand Uncle, a plane has been devoured. Now we need to transfer the living beings in the plane. Whose world should we use? Fragrant Wind Man was wearing an unyielding military uniform. There was no fragrance on his body, only a strong smell of blood. His hair was slightly drooping, and he did not apply any wax. The Grand Uncle asked, "Can your world do it?" Fragrant Wind shook his head. Those worlds that can survive are already crowded with people. As for the other worlds that haven't evolved, it's impossible for living beings to survive. The Grand Elder and the Fragrant Wind Man left in a flash. Ning Shu's hands were not slow. Moreover, when a mouse rushed in front of them, Ning Shu and the Xianxia man almost simultaneously pushed each other into the mouse's mouth. F***CK, you bastard. The Xianxia man cursed. Ning Shu said, "If you don't use me as a shield, I won't use you as a shield either." Ning Shu condensed an ice blade in his hand and stabbed it into the mouse's body. The sharp blades of the Xianxia man's fan popped out and killed the mouse. In addition to spells, there were all kinds of advanced weapons. The soldiers of the army held beam guns and killed a large number of mice with one sweep. A cannonball could destroy a large number of mice. Under these high-tech weapons, the mice could not withstand them. However, some of the defenses were still broken through by the mice, and they even ate the plane. Mice that ate planes. Ning Shu slapped his thigh. This was not a mouse that he had seen before. It looked like a mouse, but it turned out to be a marten. Where did so many of these things come from? F***CK, what are you doing? The Xianxia man desperately resisted the mice and looked at Ning Shu, who was still in a daze. You have a cat disease. Ning Shu rolled his eyes and felt that he should find some weapons. This was too slow. The recruits who had just entered the battlefield were the law incarnations of thousands of people. With all kinds of laws, it was a little difficult to resist. Moreover, the resistance was only in a small corner. Suddenly, a red fire appeared in front of him. The mice struggled in the fire and finally turned into ashes. Alwan put away the ashes. Alwan. Ning Shu looked at the fiery red Alwan between her eyebrows. Alwan looked at Ning Shu. Why are you here? Did you build the world? No, the law incarnations are all here, Ning Shu said. Alwan frowned. The flame between her eyebrows became even redder. Looks like there's really a shortage of people. Ningxu wanted to understand the situation from Awan, but Awan floated away and disappeared. In a flash, the mice still swarmed over in an overwhelming manner. He did not know where they came from or where the mice were nesting. How could there be so many mice? This fertility was simply heaven-defying. It felt like the plane was a fragile baby. The resentment of humans and the 7 emotions and 6 desires could hurt it. Now, there were these things that wanted to gnaw on it. Internal and external troubles. The problem was, when would the attack stop? Could it be that they could not stop? The Cheongsam man's law was very powerful. In an instant, he could turn these mice into ashes and disappear in the long river of history. Nothing could withstand the destruction of time. Ningxu compressed the water, forming countless water droplets. The water droplets dripped on the mice's bodies. Each drop of water was as heavy as Mount Tai. When the water droplets pressed on the mice's bodies, they directly turned their bodies into minced meat. In order to let the mice behind eat these corpses, Ningxu directly stored these corpses in his ring space. Coagulation and the Cheongsam man worked together. The other law incarnations found partners to work with. A few of them formed a small group to resist the mice. The mice attacked tirelessly. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Ningxu felt that his law incarnation was becoming more and more proficient. He could change a drop of water between hot and cold in an instant. In between extreme cold and extreme heat, he directly blew up the mice's bodies, causing them to die instantly. Ningxu felt that his brain was slowly becoming muddled. Almost instinctively, he began to attack again and again. He did not know how long this attack would last. Squeak, 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 squeak. Even though the squeak of a mouse was faint, it still spread everywhere. This sound came from the black hole. Hearing this sound, the mice turned around and returned to the black hole. The army advanced forward and attacked the mice. However, the mice did not look back. They burrowed into the black hole and disappeared. It didn't take long for the entire universe to become empty. Ningxu let out a long sigh of relief and sat down. I was almost eaten by the mice. Where did these things come from? Ningxu was very curious about what was on the other side of the black hole. The rats entered the black hole. Was the black hole a passage to another world? Even though the battle was over, everyone was still here. They didn't relax at all. The atmosphere was quite tense. The man in the Cheongsam exhaled and sat down. He opened his fan and fanned himself desperately. Sigh, I just wanted to open a tavern. Why did it turn out like this? The man in the Cheongsam shook his head and said, and find a girlfriend. Ningxu thought, hee, you'd better find a boyfriend. Ningxu felt that he should understand the situation. He looked around. He had to find someone to ask about the situation. Ningxu stood up and prepared to walk around. Since he was already here, he had to understand the situation and the enemy. He basically didn't know anyone here. The only one he knew was Senior Uncle. However, he should be dealing with the collapsed plane now. Or Awan. The battlefield was so big. Where should he find her? No one knew when those rats would attack. Perhaps the next attack would be very fierce. Ningxu felt that some things could be linked together. The mission enforcers maintained the plane from the inside. Then, the mission enforcers who built the world would be qualified to accept the creatures of the collapsed plane so that those creatures wouldn't perish because of the collapse of the plane. Therefore, the mission enforcers who built the world could jump out of the fate of being obliterated anytime and anywhere. This was because these mission enforcers who built the world needed to accept the creatures of the collapsed plane. And these soul armies should be defending against things that directly hurt the plane. For example, these rats fed on plane fragments and swallowed the plane's heavenly axiom. Ningxu covered his face. Why couldn't these things eat something normal? They either ate soul origins or planes. Why couldn't they eat some grass and food seriously? Perhaps these rats were more powerful than humans, which was why they fed on planes. Just like how the Kuanping ate dragons and the Loach ate soil. They were strong, so the things they ate were shocking. Billions of planes might be vast, but they were just food for these rats. Ningxu felt that he should find someone to inquire about the situation on the battlefield. Where are you going? The man in the Cheongsam asked Ningxu. It's better to stay here. Who knows when they'll start attacking? You stay here, I'll go ask some questions, Ningxu said. You're the only one asking questions. Let me do it. The Xianxia man stood up and opened his folding fan. You're too ugly. If you go, others will only shut you up. You're ugly, you shut up. Hee hee. You're just like that. Every time you meet someone, you ask him to be your boyfriend. He will just beat you up until you shut up. Ningxu felt that the word hee hee was extremely sarcastic and full of malice. Ningxu shuttled through the crowd and looked at the Soul Army at a close distance. All of them were glowing with golden light and were very dazzling. Other than the Soul Army, there were also mission enforcers. These mission enforcers were not wearing proper military uniforms, and their numbers were quite large. They should be mission enforcers who had built the world. After walking around, he didn't find anyone to ask. Everyone's face was very deep, but he did find a few enemies, such as young Master Ronghua, who had a conflict with him, and Wen Yen. Young Master Ronghua was still gloomy like a poisonous snake. He glanced at Ningxu with an expressionless face, and seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned back and looked at Ningxu. Young Master Ronghua poked Wen Yen beside him. Wen Yen followed his gaze and looked over. Wen Yen actually smiled at Ningxu. Ningxu also grinned. Damn, if he met someone who had a conflict with him in this place, would he be arranged to rush to the front and become cannon fodder? Where there were people, there would be fighting. Under the premise that it didn't hinder the general direction, small disagreements between individuals were not a problem at all. However, young Master Ronghua and Wen Yen didn't pay attention to Ningxu. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wandered around. All he met were people with conflicts. Ningxu intended to return to his position. Since he had been arranged to come here, he could only try his best to survive. It was estimated that they were really in need of manpower. Even the law incarnations that did not build a world were brought here to fight. Ningxu felt that the law incarnations should be the weakest here. He should find some self-defense equipment. He couldn't survive by relying on the power of law. They brought people here and directly threw them here. They didn't care about whether they could survive or not. Compared to the lives of some people, behind this were billions of planes. Billions of creatures in these planes were more important. Ningxu felt that being a task enforcer was very happy. At least, it was not like now where he was constantly in danger of losing his life. Those creatures living in the planes who didn't know anything were actually very happy. Perhaps they were very miserable. But in the places they didn't know, unknown people built walls to protect billions of planes and creatures. Thinking about how she was also protected before, now it was her turn to protect others. This feeling was very sour. She would rather be protected, but being pulled here, she could only brace herself. She was weak. Coming here, she could only be eaten by rats. She could only help the rats increase their strength. Nothing else was possible. She didn't know anyone. Her social relations were too poor. No, it should be that she didn't know many experts. Now that she had suddenly entered a new level, she was a little blind. Ningxu realized that the souls of these soldiers were all shining with golden light. Some were shining like the golden statues of bodhisattvas in temples. Something was smeared on their bodies. Some souls were not only shining with golden light, but also had purple providence. This purple light, if it was in a plane, would definitely be the existence of an emperor. Thick providence. So dazzling. At a glance, it was a magnificent sight. Could it be that the condition to choose a soul army was good providence? Ningxu walked around. Everyone's face was tense, and the atmosphere was somber. This made Ningxu have goosebumps all over. He didn't pay attention and glanced at a familiar person. Ningxu tilted his head and stared at him for a long time. He narrowed his eyes. Why was this person here? Mo Ming? Ningxu walked over and called out tentatively. Mo Ming's body was shining with purple light. He turned his head and looked at the thin and short Ningxu. You know me? No. Ningxu waved his hand. The golden light on Mo Ming's body was about to blind him. You scared me. Logically speaking, Mo Ming's body wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He would definitely die. After death, he should enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ningshu felt that he might meet mission enforcers here, but he didn't expect to meet an ordinary Mo Ming here. Mo Ming, who was in a soul state, shouldn't be tortured by physical illness. How do you know my name? Mo Ming asked. Here, everyone only had a number and no name. Even if they had a name, they would use numbers to replace it. Ever since Mo Ming arrived, no one had called him by his name, only a number. Now that he heard someone calling him, Mo Ming knew that this was someone who knew him. He had yet to make a name for himself in the army, and his name had yet to spread. Haha. Ningshu laughed awkwardly but politely. I'm not calling you. I'm just saying you're weird. Ningshu did not want to have anything to do with Mo Ming. It was awkward to meet someone from the mission here. Mo Ming saw the water droplet between Ningshu's eyebrows. You're the embodiment of the laws. Did you just come to the battlefield? Ningshu nodded. I just came. I don't know what's going on. Mo Ming squinted slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. He said, if all the planes are compared to a tree, these billions of planes are the leaves. These races need to eat the leaves to survive and reproduce, and there are many living creatures living in the leaves. These rats have reached the breeding stage. They have to eat one plane after another. They also eat everything and absorb the genes of the things they eat to evolve. Ningshu was speechless. How hopeless. How long will this last? Ningshu asked. He felt that Mo Ming must have recognized him. Otherwise, he would not have said so much to a stranger. Since he had found someone who could talk, he had to ask clearly. I don't know. The ones in front are weaker. The ones in the back should be more powerful, Mo Ming said. Ningshu was speechless. Ants could bite an elephant to death. It was already very frightening to see so many ants covering the sky and covering the earth. After that, who knew what kind of things would appear and evolve into? Ningshu pointed at the golden light on Mo Ming's body and asked, what kind of attack is this? Oh, this is the manifestation of merit. Those things can eat anything. With merit, your soul will become very strong, and those things will not be able to bite you. It turned out that the things he had been forced to donate were all used here. Large amounts of merit were used in these places. Of course, these things can only be obtained if you have military merits, Mo Ming said. Then what about the purple light on your body? Ningshu raised his eyebrows. This was great luck. There's a saying that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When you were alive, you were harmed by this kind of karmic luck. Your body was unable to support such a large amount of karmic luck, so your body has always been in tatters, you know that? No, I don't know. Ningshu shook his head. Hearing you say that, I feel that you're quite pitiful. But now that you're here, as long as you don't die, you'll live forever. If he was bitten by a rat, he wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Mo Ming just smiled and didn't say anything. He handed a gun to Ningshu and said, use the power of faith to attack. The power of faith attached to the gun is the most powerful. Faith was the spiritual demand of human beings, the home of their souls, and the source of their happiness. Faith was the soul, vital energy, a lighthouse, and the power of one spirit. A little faith power was the power of many people gathered together. But the power of faith will be like a flood. It'll be gone in an instant. It's suitable for a big move. Ningshu accepted the spear. It was surprisingly light. This meant that a portion of the faith power and soul power that mission enforcers obtained from completing missions would be taken from them. This meant that the mission enforcers used to support these armies. These armies protected billions of dimensions. This feeling was like a taxpayer paying taxes. Your military merits are faith power, merit, and soul power? This was a way to strengthen oneself. It was different from mission enforcers. However, Ningshu would rather do missions. It was too dangerous here. You gave me the weapon. What about yourself? Ningshu asked. Mo Ming patted his waist. There were weapons everywhere. Mo Ming's waist was full of all kinds of strange weapons. Thank you. You're too dazzling. You're dazzling. Ningshu saw that everyone was staring at her and Mo Ming, so she said goodbye to Mo Ming. Mo Ming stopped Ningshu and asked, What's your name? 2333, Ningxu said. Why did you call me? 2333 asked. I'm not talking to you. Even in such a serious situation, Ningxu almost laughed at 2333's joke. It's not a number, it's a name, Mo Ming said. You know my name, but I don't know yours. That's not fair. You're talking to me about fairness? Ningxu was a little surprised. Seeing that the other party gave her a gun, she said, My name is Ningxu. I'm leaving. She had to guard that place. If that place was breached, she seriously suspected that the people above would throw her directly into a group of rats and eat her up. Be careful. Goodbye. Ningxu took the gun and returned to the place where the law incarnation was guarding. The Xianxia man was holding a fan and fanning himself. When he saw the gun in Ningxu's hand, he raised his eyebrows and asked, Who gave it to you? I picked it up, Ningxu said. The Xianxia man rolled his eyes. This item is provided to the military. I have to find someone I know to get one. Ningxu said, This gun consumes the power of faith. It attacks with the power of faith. The Xianxia man said to Ningxu, You stay here and guard. I'll go find someone. In this place, even a soul soldier had more equipment than them. If they wanted to survive, they had to risk their lives. Ningxu said to 2333, I also want to add merit to myself. At least I have more than 100,000 merit points. It can make my soul stronger. Don't. You're a quest taker. You have to enter every plane. If you add merit to yourself, you'll disturb the plane when you do your quest. If a person with great merit enters the plane, it will affect it. At most, we won't have enough people. You have to defend for a while. You're not a member of the military. Don't add merit to yourself, 2333 said. Ningxu said, But I'm a coward. I'm a coward. If she became a deserter and the rats broke through the encirclement and ate the plane behind her, she would definitely be shot. Ningxu exchanged for soft armor. The soft armor could resist some attacks. Even if she was bitten by the rats, it could resist for a while. Ningxu, who was a coward, exchanged for a lot of life-saving items. She attached the gun to her waist. When necessary, she would use some power of faith to attack. She heard that these were the former sentinels. There were even more powerful ones behind them. This meant that they had been resisting for a long time. Since the organization's incident, the quadrupled prices were probably to give these soul soldiers more merit and power of faith. They were also forced to donate. It seemed that the situation was really bad. Even people like them had been dragged in. The Xianxia man got a gun from somewhere, and there was more than one. He asked for a basket of guns and distributed them to the law incarnations who were on good terms with him. However, with so many people, the guns were definitely not enough. Those who did not get a gun could do nothing. Ningxu looked at the Xianxia man. He probably knew someone from the military. That was why he got some weapons. Those who didn't get it, don't be angry. After all, this kind of gun consumes the power of faith and has great lethality. One gun can resist for a while, but it consumes your own power of faith. The Xianxia man said. The Xianxia man knew how to behave. Everyone's emotions were taken into consideration. Ningxu thought about Mo Ming's matter. It was probably because of his great luck that he was chosen to be part of the Soul Army. Actually, with his luck, even if he was reincarnated, he would probably be reincarnated into a good family. He probably saved the world in his previous life to have such great luck. In the end, his body couldn't hold it anymore. He didn't know when this battle would end. In the past, he felt that some missions were quite difficult, but it was still better than here. Seeing the densely packed things rushing over like a tide, it was 2F** king terrifying. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. Ningxu closed his eyes. Although his body wouldn't be tired, it was easy to have problems when one's mind was tense. He had to rest enough to continue working. He had seen this mouse when he was a princess, and it was by Li Wen's side. Could it be that the mouse fell in love with Li Wen? If Li Wen knew what kind of mouse it was. He didn't know what her expression would be like. Maybe the current Li Wen didn't exist anymore. Who knew? Ningxu sighed. How many sacrifices would have to be made to protect these billions of planes? Not only were there billions of living worlds, but there were also billions of reincarnation worlds that had to be protected. She had to live. She still had to feed her reincarnation world. She was still 2 worlds away from being able to build a world that belonged to her. If she could really build a world, would she also be dragged to the battlefield to hold the living beings from the broken planes? Fortunately, she hadn't built it yet. She didn't know if her world could evolve. If it was just a small world, how could it hold so many living beings? Moreover, foreign species always had an impact on the original world. Has Awan built her world? Ningxu asked the Xianxia man. Yes, she is considered very strong among the law incarnations. Even if I am the time law incarnation, I might not be able to defeat her. The Xianxia man said as he familiarized himself with the gun in his hand. How nice, Awan looked so carefree. That dead Hong Yu still wanted to compete with Awan in every aspect, but in the end, Awan did not even care about it. It was not a matter of the strength of the precept, but Awan was truly powerful, and it was not for the sake of competing for others' recognition. She was definitely a goddess. Awan should be a veteran mission enforcer. He's here. The Xianxia man said coldly. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at the black hole. There seemed to be ripples shaking. Something was about to come out of the black hole. Ningxu said to the law incarnation, now, we need to work together and form a formation that's easy to defend and hard to attack. This way, the chances of everyone surviving will be higher. The man in the Xianxia nodded. Everyone got into formation and took turns to attack. This way, they would not get tired, and everyone would help each other. The man in the Xianxia had a lot of prestige among the law incarnations. Whatever he said, everyone would give him face and do as he said. Besides, this was a matter of everyone's lives, so it was not the time to mess around. The black hole rippled faster and faster. In the end, it was as if a dam had been opened. Countless rats rushed out of the black hole. Ningxu's body went numb. This was too disgusting. Trypophobia was not something he could afford. Many rats surged out of the black hole in all directions, instantly filling the entire universe. Fragrant Wind was dressed in a military uniform. The black-clothed Taishu, as well as the gentleman, floated above the army. Fragrant Wind ordered, attack. With the military order, the sky was filled with dazzling attacks. Moreover, Ningxu discovered that the rats in front were much bigger than the rats behind. They should be bigger rats that had evolved. Some weaker rats were sandwiched in the middle, and some stronger rats were behind them. Their bodies had changed, and the muscles all over their bodies bulged. They were actually using the method of Tianji's horse racing. If the first wave of the strong attacked the defense, the weaker ones at the back would pounce on them, and the stronger ones would pounce on them. Then, the whole army would be wiped out. It seemed that evolution did not only evolve the body, but also the intelligence. Ningxu began to attack. For the time being, he did not use the power of faith. The law incarnations used their own laws. They were as dazzling as fireworks. All kinds of laws intertwined, and the lethality was barely enough to resist. However, the stronger rats in front had very strong defenses. Even if they were frozen in ice by Ningxu, they were still struggling. Even if they were washed by the scalding hot water and their fur was burned off, they still tried their best to come over. There was only greed and desire for food in their eyes. Seeing this, Ningxu had some doubts. After all, the rats he had encountered before were not so ferocious. Could it be that they just looked a little similar, no matter how cruel the situation below was, and both sides were like meat grinders? The Taishu and Fragrant Wind, who were standing in the sky, were just quietly observing the battle. They did not make a move. Squeak squeak. Waves of screams came from the black hole. It seemed that something terrifying had drilled out. Then, a monster as huge as a mountain came out of the black hole. There were many monsters, and each of them was different. Some had eyes all over their bodies, and their eyes shot out rays of light. Those who were hit by the rays of light were directly turned into ashes. These monsters kept coming out of the black hole. Ningxu was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? As soon as these things came out, the three people who had not made a move flew toward the monsters. The Taishu had turned into an indomitable Yiksha. In his hand was an incomparably huge fork that seemed to be able to pierce through the universe. One fork could destroy a plane. Pft, cough. Wearing a tuxedo and a bow tie, the gentleman's skin was indeed ferocious. He stabbed a monster to death with one fork, and stomped a group of rats to death with one foot. Moreover, his body was in the form of mist, so the rats could not hurt him at all. As for Fragrant Wind, he was armed to the teeth. All kinds of weapons bombarded him one after another. Everywhere he went, there was an instant kill. The Taishu squeezed his hand, and the monsters were annihilated into powder. Moreover, there were more and more monsters, but a batch of them were crushed into powder. However, there were also fish that escaped the net and came this way. Monsters with tentacles all over their bodies were coming in the direction of Ningxu and the others. Moreover, those who were stuck by these tentacles would be eaten. They were getting closer and closer. If they were broken through, they would not be able to defend this place. Ningxu took out his gun and fired a shot with the power of faith. The bullet was a white ball of light. This ball of light was getting bigger and bigger. The rats that were touched by the ball of light were annihilated into ashes. The monster that was running wildly was also turned into ashes. The ball of light expanded. Its lethality was huge, which shocked Ningxu. However, the consumption of the power of faith shocked Ningxu even more. With just one shot, 200,000 power of faith was gone. The Taishu glanced over and withdrew his gaze. End of chapter 2251. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.